Keys to the game, Nuggets and Pelicans. It's going to be at 6 o'clock tonight, pregame at 5:30. Mosh.
Show up at the gym. That's your key. New Orleans is 1-11 against conference opponents. They give up 122 points a night. They're outscored on an average by 14 points a game. They've lost 6 in a row coming in. They lost 6 to start the season. They sandwiched in a couple of squeak-out crappy wins and then lost 6 in a row. Zion is out. Poole is out. Bay is out. Murray is out for them. They stink. They're a terrible basketball team. They're worst in the West. They're absolute junk. And if you don't go in there as a 15-point favorite and roll them up like a big old fat pizza dough, then I got nothing for you.
It is Wednesday. I'm not going to waste my time with Denver, New Orleans tonight because Denver probably wins by 200.
What a pass, Joker. Dunk, 2 hands. Peyton Watson again. Who else? Behind the back bounce pass with the left hand, and Watson threw that thing home. He's got a career-high 32. Man, oh, there's a steal in the breakaway. Cam Johnson, look at the athlete run. Dunk, 2 hands. This thing's getting out of hand in NOLA, and that'll have the fans headed for the exits. Good night, everyone. Drive safely down here in NOLA.
All right, Nuggets get the win yesterday. Moj had... It's funny listening back to that. I remember him just shouting, they're going to kill them. And look, the game was never really in doubt. They had a bad start and a bad finish to the game. The middle of it is what we kind of expected the whole thing to look like. Did Moser say that both Saddiq Bey and Zion Williamson were going to be out? Because they both played yesterday, so we got that part of it wrong. Bottom line is that's a really bad basketball team that you faced, and I think you did a little bit of the playing with your food stuff at the beginning of the game, settled in towards the end of the first quarter. You had this lead going into the fourth where you thought the game was over. You let them just come back a little bit. It was, never truly in doubt or anything like that. Was it a little bit of nervous when you're about an 11-point lead and Jokic goes out with his 6th foul? Yeah, maybe kind of. But Valanciunas is a good player. And it's one of the things that I want to get to in a second about him in particular, because he is a very interesting case of somebody that I think deserves to be on the floor more, but it's a matter of how do you get him on there with the position that he plays. So we'll get to that in a second. But the Nuggets and how they won yesterday, it wasn't pretty, but like the middle portion of that game is kind of what we expect them to look like. And once again, you have another game where you're out 2 of your starting 5. Gordon gets a night off. You start Zeke Naji, of all people, in the starting lineup, and that wasn't especially great. But you played against a bad team, you got the dub. So good. Got the win. You can move on. The big story from last night is Peyton Watson was unbelievable. And I noticed early in this season, Peyton Watson it looked like his game is continuing to elevate and get to a higher level. And for him, it just looks like he's way more comfortable with where he's supposed to be on the floor and when he's supposed to be there and when is his opportunity. Does he take the shot here? Does he, you know what I mean? Like he just looks a lot more comfortable with what his role is. So he gets this sort of elevated role last night, and he has over the last couple of games with Christian Brown out. But I think for guys like him, he's got the defensive part down. He's got the high energy, all come help defense, knock down or block a couple of shots, do all that stuff. Can he shoot the ball with confidence, though? it's him and Christian have the same question because they both possess those qualities of pretty good defender who gives all-out effort and is capable of making some sort of big swing plays in a game. Both guys in transition are never looking to pass or looking to finish, and they're both pretty good at it. But when it comes to just your normal half-court offense, are you confident enough to get the shot up and do it with regularity? And look, out of all the games in his career, that game is the outlier last night. But if he had even a quasi look from three, he was putting it up and probably making it. And so he finishes last night, I think, your best player on the floor. Peyton Watson had 32 points and 12 boards and 3 assists. Played great defense. I mean, I think he played better than Joker did. And I know Joker was 28, 12, and 11, but he did have a lot of turnovers last night. The ascension of a game for like Peyton Watson is something that we begged for before you had a bench unit that you trusted. Before you had Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway and Jonas Valanciunas. If you get that on top of all of that, I mean, it's just another sort of one of those things that you file away in the back of your head as to reasons why I believe the Nuggets are going to win a title this year. That's it. So he has this massive game, 32 points, 12 boards. If there is, a concern, we mentioned this yesterday. And the thing is, this isn't a problem that's specific to just the early portion of this year. This has been a problem that I've noticed over the last couple. And it used to be the thing that I think you did best. You have a team that at the end of games for the like a 4 or 5 year stretch, I would argue was best in the NBA at closing a team out. And the way I describe it, they'd throw their noose around your neck and just slowly over the last 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, tighten until the opposing team suffocates. Finishing has been a problem over the last couple of years. You can date it all the way back to that Minnesota Game 7. Got them at home, chance to go to the Western Conference Finals. You're up in the second of a Game 7 at home, and everything just kind of falls apart. And really, since then, I haven't felt near the level of confidence as I used to feel when the Nuggets are put in that position. You have to be able to go to something you trust and really execute at a high level late in games, especially when you start to play more talented teams. The Nuggets are an 11-3 basketball team. They have not played very elite competition early in the year. They've played Golden State twice, one game without Steph Curry. They've played Minnesota in Minnesota twice, which are tough games. Whatever you think of the Clippers, maybe the Clippers. But, your game tomorrow coming up against Houston, that's an elite level matchup. Depending if Wemby's back the following Friday, Black Friday, you play against San Antonio. That would be an elite level matchup. So you have a few games coming up to where they're testers, and maybe at the end of games it becomes all the more important. But they got to be better at finishing right now because they haven't been.
But Wemby is probably going to be out for that Black Friday game, right? So is that really a road test without the freak alien in the lineup?
That's what I was saying. If he's in the lineup, it is. I don't know how long his injury is going to take. I thought it was initially like a couple of weeks, which would put that date right around some sort of comeback for him. So I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit down the line. It's a week from now.
But you are right about the finishing, and I don't know why that has stuck over even in the post-Malone era, because that's been a problem for 7, 8 years now, where the Nuggets get a lead, and then they just go, that's fine. We can just put it in cruise control to the end.
That is different than end of game. Like, basketball is just, if any team has a 20-point lead in the second quarter, it's going to leave. Okay, it's the way that sport goes. I don't know why that is, but it's a game of runs, and somebody will go on a 17-2 run if they're down big, and they'll get back in the game. Like, I'm not concerned with that part. That happens everywhere. I'm concerned of the end of the game when you're up 8 points with 4 minutes left. Can I rest easy or not? And right now, the answer is no. And it used to be yes. To the Valanciunas part of this, I think he's a really talented player who's got a lot of skill, and I love having him on the floor. And God, was it nice. Because how about this, Nelly? Speaking of closing out the game, when it felt like it was getting a little bit more towards nervous time at the end, again, never actually thought that the Nuggets were going to blow it. But you had a couple of minutes left in that game. They cut it to a 7-point lead with a minute and a half left. Jonas Valanciunas was the guy that was making buckets in the middle and towards the end of that fourth quarter. And he's doing it stepping in for Jokic, who fouled out of the game. And so the question is, well, why can't they get more playing time? I think the answer is pretty simple. As much as you'd love to have Valanciunas and Jokic on the floor at the same time, because you aren't going to take away from Jokic's minutes, it puts a strain on your perimeter defense, and I think they noticed that a couple of games ago when they had him out there. Then they went a little bit smaller against the Bulls, and the Bulls started missing shots. And they were probably missing shots because they were getting more contested on the outside. And it's just hard to do that, and it's hard to rotate and really challenge on the perimeter when you got two guys who are 7 feet tall that don't move all that well. Because I love Valanciunas. I think he's a hell of a player. He gets 14 points last night. He does it in 16 minutes. But you do kind of have this question of, I want him on the floor more. Well, how are you going to do it? Because the solution is not going to be Jokic goes to the bench. And then you'd have to be willing to say, well, they have to play at the same time then. And I think that also creates some issues. You know, we talked about the defensive side. On the offensive side, Jokic is that maestro. He'll get the ball on the elbow, and he'll kind of have that, I can take this guy to the rack. I can step back and shoot one, Sambor shuffle. I can find somebody else cutting to the rim. I can create a screen and a dribble handoff for somebody on the outside.
Sambor shuffle, baby!
And if Valanciunas is in the middle of the lane, it just clogs some of that up to where he can't operate at, I think, what is his highest level. So I love Valanciunas. But I think that minute level that he's at, where he's getting like 12 to 15 a game, is about the cap of what you're going to get. But it's a really good 12 to 15 minutes a night. You know, he's not going to be Bruce Brown getting 27. He's not going to be Hardaway, who's averaging like 24 a game this year. It's just you can't do that with Jokic on the floor. And the other guys, like, everybody else is pretty interchangeable on this team. You know, Aaron Gordon's got a very specific role that he plays, and maybe he's the only one that's kind of like Joker in that sense of what you do can only be done really by him. But as far as Cam Johnson and Jamal Murray and Peyton Watson and Christian Brown and Hardaway and Bruce, like, they all can kind of play the 1 through 3 on any given night. So it's a lot easier to find floor time for them. By the way, I do think Cam Johnson is looking a lot more comfortable as well. He needed just a game where he shot the ball really well, and he got that against Chicago. He goes 6 of 8 from the floor last night, 1 of 3 from three-point range, put in another 14 points. This last couple of games is the exact version of Cam Johnson that you need. You get a 3, and you're open, take the shot and knock it down. Create a couple of your own shots a couple of times a game, but don't force it. So I think he's found his little niche in all of this as well. It is a Nugget Ticket Thursday. Keywords on the hour are every hour on the 20s. So pay attention to those keywords. Every time that you text one of those in, it is a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets. We'll tell you more details on that in just a couple of minutes. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. I want to go through some of this with the Broncos on a bye week. There's 6 games left for this 9-2 football team. I'll lay out the best and worst case scenarios of what happens post-bye week with the Broncos next. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. So get that phone out. Right? You have keywords every hour on 20s. And I'll give you the first keyword now. This is for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game against the Sacramento Kings on Saturday night. The first keyword is Rochester. Rochester. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It is Rochester. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And if you don't want to leave it to chance each week, lock in a pick'em plan starting at $100 and choose 4 games at Ball Arena while saving on fees and getting playoff access. Go to nuggets.com/pick'em. But to win these tickets, it's Rochester. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 9:55.
Are we going to crack them in it for all the people?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
The Chester has not been cooked, Andy.
Yeah.
It's a raw Chester, Andy.
Chester.
Yeah. Put it on the stove.
The way you spell it, R-O-C-A. Yeah, I'm not doing all that. We're giving away a pair of tickets. Again, when you give away a pair of tickets for free, we say, here, take these to a Nuggets game. Having you do a modicum of research to make sure you're doing it correctly is not too much to ask.
I'll even do it for you. Hey, Alexa, how do you spell Rochester?
Boom. That's all it takes. So here's what I got for you. It's the bye week. Broncos 9-2. Best record in the league. What is the best and worst case scenarios? Post-bye for the Denver Broncos. I want you to think about it for a second. Stew on it. Scratch your noodle. Spin around in your chair and give me an answer. Because I got best and worst. A little more detailed than I thought I would, to be honest. I started doing this. I was like, oh, their record would be this. And I go, yeah, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. So what do you want first, Nelly? Best or worst?
You always got to end on a high note. So let's get the bad stuff out of the way first.
All right, the worst thing that can happen post-All-Star break.
You mean bye week?
All right, yes, bye week, sorry. Outside of, like, injury and stuff like that, that's all, like, given for every single team. The worst-case scenario, I think, is this. The Broncos go 2-4 because they have games here post-bye week where the games aren't super difficult for the most part, but still can pose a challenge. Commanders, Raiders, Packers, Jags, Chiefs, Chargers. I would say those are 4 challenging games in that stretch. And they're the last 4 of the year against Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and LA. Worst case scenario, you go 2-4 in that stretch. They finish with 11 wins. The Chargers overcome injuries, stay in it, and they win 11 as well. They have the tiebreaker against you, so you now go into the postseason as a wild card, and you get matched up with Buffalo again in the first round in Buffalo. That feels like the worst case. Because at that point, you'd be kind of limping your way into the playoffs. There's probably not a whole lot of belief that's going on. If they do make that first wild card game and it's in Buffalo again and Buffalo beats you, then it's an entire offseason of questions about Bo Nix and is he good enough? And God, did we waste this great defensive performance? Now, the good news in this is I think this is wildly improbable. Like, this is worst case scenario, but it's also worst case scenario with a giant unlikelihood of that happening. But could you sputter down the stretch? Injuries or something get to you. Offense doesn't look up to snuff. You drop a game or two that you shouldn't, and then all of a sudden you're right back in a race with LA for the division. I mean, it's possible. It's certainly possible. But I would say highly improbable. Now, best case scenario, I think, is really possible, which is great. Worst case, don't really see it happening. Best case, certainly could. And here's what that looks like. They go 5-1 down that stretch. They keep the 1 seed in the AFC. They got home field advantage and a bye heading into the postseason. Also, just as added things, the Chiefs missed the postseason, and the Bills win the AFC East, which takes them out of a wild card spot. I think New England's a really good football team and really challenging. I would rather face, I know Drake May's not a rookie, but a more inexperienced quarterback in the playoffs than an experienced one. So whether that's, and I'm not saying you would go up against a Patriots because they would be way too good. But that final seed could be what? It could be a Jacksonville. It could be Chargers, a Texans. It could be somebody like that. And in that case, I think you take all of that. Again, best case, far more likely to happen, I think, than worst case. But worst case would be a nightmare. Because I think the only way you get there is the offense just plays like garbage for an extended stretch of time. And then you have way bigger questions that you're facing in the offseason. But I do feel like it is, at this point, more likely the Broncos finish as the 1 seed than end up losing their own division. Just because of what the Chargers are dealing with right now and Kansas City being so far in the rear view. So the Chargers, I believe this is their bye week as well. They'll come back and they'll play the Raiders to open things up. But after that, they got the Eagles, Chiefs, and Cowboys all back-to-back, and then close out the year with Texans and Broncos. That feels like a really rough stretch to try and close out the year, especially when your tackles aren't healthy. So, a lot of moving parts here. But that's how I see best and worst case scenario. Now,
I don't understand anything that you said.
It was pretty easy, Kreckman. I thought I laid it out in perfect detail. No, can you find this for me? And I'm sorry, I should have gotten this to you earlier. But I was just kind of thinking about this during the break. Can you find Jeff Legwold's answer about Marvin Mims? Because it is something I have wondered for a long time. And I asked this to Leggy yesterday, and it feels like he agrees with me because I see a lot of this going on out there. That the Saints and their old used to be elite level wide receiver Brandon Cooks, they have released him, and he is now available. And people are making simple one-to-one connections. Sean Payton, former Saint. He loves his former Saints. He likes guys that he can trust and he's had time with. Should the Broncos go out and get him? And my answer is no. And it's a very simple reason why. First of all, I don't think he's that good anymore. It's the same thing when people are talking about Odell Beckham has now been reinstated from his suspension. Cool. Pass. No thanks. I don't need an aging wide receiver whose talents aren't what they used to be anymore. Like Brandon Cooks over this year and last year has just not been the same guy. In 10 games last year, he had 26 catches for 259 yards and 3 touchdowns. This year in 10 games, he's got 19 catches for 165 yards and no touchdowns. Pass. And what really sort of not upsets me, well, kind of upsets me, is that you have somebody that feels like a playmaker on the roster right now that is not being utilized. So quick reminder, the keyword for this hour for the pair of Nuggets tickets to the Kings game on Saturday is Rochester. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Marvin Mims is a weapon. He is somebody that you get into open space, cool things happen. Like all the time. Do you know how I know that's true? Because he's an all-pro punt returner every year of his career so far. Because when he's in open space, he makes guys look stupid. So the question is, why aren't they using it? And I got numbers for you. Well, first of all, do we have the leggy clip? Just let me know, get in my ear, Nelly, if we have it. Marvin Mims, in the last 8 games of last year, where I felt like he graduated to the level of guy that was going to be part of this offense in a way that, like, Courtland Sutton is part of your offense. Like, maybe not your number one option, but certainly somebody that you trusted and was going to get touches. He finished the year last year with 32 catches for 447 yards and 6 touchdowns in the last 8 weeks. Project that over the course of a full season. That's about a 70-catch, 1,000-yard, 12-touchdown year, which would be amazing for somebody who's not your number one wide receiver on this team. And then it hit the offseason, and I remember this quote from Sean Payton about Pat Bryant and Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims and all these guys in the wide receiver room. And he said, well, yeah, they're all going to be competing for touches. And I go, why is Mims naming that? Hasn't he earned the right to just get assumed targets and touches within the offense after the way he played? And the answer was no. And the fears that I had then are now confirmed, because through 11 games this year, he has 22 catches for 234 yards and a touchdown. And I never feel like he's had an impact on the game. Ever. Through no fault of his own. It just never felt like they tried to get him involved in the game. The last 2 that he's played, which is the Dallas game, then he was hurt for a couple of weeks, and then this last week against Kansas City, he's had no catches and 1 target. Why? So I asked that to Jeff Legwold yesterday. Here's what he said.
One, do you want me to skip to the part where you guys get rolling? Or you want me to include the beginning of the clip where you guys just made fun of short people?
No, you could just get to the part, the meat.
Okay,
Give
good.
me the meat.
As a short king, I appreciate you cutting me some slack here.
I think Mims is like the great Bermuda Triangle mystery of the offense. Every year I just watch him make plays in practice and games, and I can't figure out, why you just don't try to get him the ball more other than gadget stuff.
Yeah.
It's like he sometimes, I feel like he's punished sometimes when the gadget stuff doesn't work, and it's like it's his fault. I don't think it, I think it was called at a bad time. I think the guy is still a impactful player. And for a team that honestly struggles compared to some others to find explosive moments, I think he's a guy that could always provide them, because you cannot be that good a return man and not have some ability to provide that to an offense, I don't think, at least in my time looking at this.
I think it's so true. They have certainly focused on shutting down opposing defenses shutting down Courtland Sutton. And for good reason. Courtland Sutton's a good player. And then it's gone straight over to Troy Franklin, who I think, it's funny that he says he's been punished when the gadget plays don't work. Troy Franklin gets 1 million targets despite the fact that he's had a lot of drops this year. A lot. Now, to Pat Bryant's credit, he's come in, and it feels like anytime Pat Bryant's on the field, he makes a play happen, and I love to see that. But you have a different type of player in Marvin Mims, and I know that we skipped over it, Nelly, but it's a question I really have. Does Sean Payton have some sort of bias against shorter wideouts? Because it certainly feels that way. I'm not even joking. Like, we made it a joke. We made a joke about it yesterday of, is he a heightist when it comes to his wide receivers? Because everybody, even the practice squad guys, all have the same body type. They're 6'3", 6'4", they're 215 pounds or heavier. And Marvin Mims sticks out like a short thumb in the middle of that wide receiver room. Like, it's noticeable how much smaller he is, but he's also incredibly dynamic. And I don't know why you wouldn't just find ways to get him involved. You know, when you have a guy who's a speedster, you can throw him on an underneath route where he's dragging across the field, and if he finds open space, now he's on a dead sprint to head upfield in open space. It's never made sense to me. The Mims thing has never made sense. And maybe he holds against him that he's a little bit smaller and he has trouble blocking. So what? You know, every once in a while, some guy's not going to be able to do it all, but let's maximize what he can do.
Trickery, dickery, do plays.
You know, is in baseball, when you got a guy who's got a lot of power, you don't want your guy striking out. But if a guy's capable of hitting 50 homers, I give that guy a little bit more grace on how many times he'll throw up a K in the batter's box over the course of a year. If you can give me just the raw power numbers. And I see that with Marvin Mims, of like the speed and athleticism that he possesses. Find a way to use it. Again, you're 9-2. Things are going well. You're doing things well. But if you want to add a little bit more juice to your offense, I don't think you need to get Brandon Cooks. I want you to use the guy who's already dynamic that's within your offense right now. So 303-504-0925. Last reminder, that keyword for this hour is Rochester. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your next keyword coming your way at 7:20. A reminder to you guys that the Avs and Vitalant are teaming up because November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And if you schedule that blood donation through vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer, first of all, 25% of blood donations go directly to people in their fights against cancer, and it helps them a ton. Secondly, you sign up through that link, you got a chance to win an Avs signed jersey. So get signed up today, vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today. Back after this. All right, there's something I want to nip in the bud right now. And a texter says this, texter, I am not going after you. I am using this as an example of something I've heard repeatedly from multiple people that I just don't buy. So a texter says, conspiracy theory. I remember on a recent podcast with Elway, and this was the Guerrilla Sports podcast. He said he had it on good authority that the Broncos were throwing screens against the Giants to tire out their defensive line. Is it possible Sean Payton knows that the Broncos will be going to the playoffs, and he wants to save Mims for the playoffs and not let other teams see his abilities as a wide receiver on tape? Respectfully, I think that's insane. This whole, and I've heard this multiple times, Nelly, I'm sure you've seen it. The Sean Payton is saving things for the postseason sort of deal. Like he's running a vanilla offense that looks bad, but trust me, the evil genius stuff is going to come out in week 16 or something like, or the first round of the playoffs. Sean Payton is not going to go a full year with his offense looking like garbage because he's doing it on purpose. It's just not. He's not having Bo Nix throw bubble screens so that he can open it up for 450-yard games in the postseason on purpose. Let me dust off an oldie but goodie that I use sometimes. Occam's razor. The reality is maybe they just aren't that good and could get better. But there is no hiding. Think about what we're saying here. Sean Payton is purposely running a terrible offense that is borderline losing you football games every single week intentionally. That's the conspiracy theory. He is intentionally not using a weapon that they have for fear that somebody might realize the guy might be good. You know who doesn't do that? The Chiefs. They aren't hiding Travis Kelce. They didn't hide Tyreek Hill. The Rams aren't hiding Puka Nacua or Kyron Williams or Devontae Adams. There's no hiding things in the NFL.
Well, and also, what if...
And also, just one last thing real quick, Nelly. Remember what you're going to say. Think about what's going on here. Sean Payton walks up to professional football players and goes, guys, I'm going to make you look like ass for an entire year, but I got a plan. You got to trust me. Not a single player would be like, you're going to make me look terrible, which is going to affect the way that I'm perceived, which is going to affect my contract for the sake of, don't worry, for 2 weeks in the postseason, we're really going to unleash you. None of that makes sense. None of it. Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, and also, what if the plan blows up and the Broncos actually lose a bunch of these coin flip games because the offense didn't do anything? So now the Broncos missed the playoffs. Sean Payton's in front of the podium at the end of the season, and he's going, well, relative to the offense, I didn't play my best guys because I was disguising them.
I'll tell you what.
Really?
Here's Bo. Go out there and have terrible footwork for 5 straight weeks to make them think you're bad. And Elway saying the bubble screen thing. Okay, fine. I'm sure that is a strategy that a lot of coaches implement in the league. They go out and they say, we're going to run bubble screens to try and tire out a defensive line. What they don't plan on is being down 19-0 with 8 minutes left in the game and having to score 33 points in a quarter for you to win a football game. That is not a plan. It might have been the original strategy, but you weren't saying, I am willing to score 0 points through 3 quarters. So again, respectfully, there's a lot of people out there that have been saying that, and I'm like, guys, think about what you're saying for a second. Like, do you hear yourself? He's being intentionally bad to be better later? Huh?
You know what it kind of reminds me of? This may be a Moser too loose of a connection. You can let me know. But back in the days when we used to purchase compact discs,
Yes.
you can ask your grandparents what CDs are. I bought a CD.
You guys don't know that Napster burnt CD life. You guys don't know it.
Yeah, exactly.
Little LimeWire.
And then the heartbreak when you put your burned CD in the CD player and you get an error because it didn't work.
Oh, of course.
That puts some hairs on my chest. Back in the day, I bought a CD copy of The Hits, Chapter 1 by the Backstreet Boys.
Uh-huh.
And I appreciate them calling their shot of this is our first CD of hits, and there will be a Chapter 2.
Yes.
Turns out they broke up. There was no Hits Chapter 2. So they called their shot, but then they only had the one hit. And so that's what it feels like this texter is saying that Sean is doing is like the regular season is the Hits Chapter 1, but wait for Chapter 2. The second CD is going to be the banger.
But you do leave the door open for potentially at some point could be a Chapter 2. What you can't tell me for sure, Nelly, is that there won't be one.
Yeah, I mean, the Backstreet Boys are back. Aren't they doing the Sphere in Vegas? They just did a residency
Backstreet's
there.
back, all right.
Yeah, hey. Oh, my God, we're back again.
Oh, my God. Hey, man, I was all into Backstreet Boys and NSYNC when I was younger. I liked it. Texture says, Brett, every offensive coach saves plays for the postseason. Plays. Not the entire way you look. This is what I'm trying to get at. Like, I know, hey, man, I watched once. Who the hell was the offensive coordinator? Mike Martz. I watched a video of Mike Martz. He had a play that he pulled out in the preseason, game that didn't matter. And it was against a team they were playing in the preseason. They were going to play later in the regular season. And what it was a quick out route. And he said to his quarterback at the time, I believe it was Trent Green. God, it's been a long time since I heard this. He said, throw the out route on this play. Like he was saying in the preseason, you run this play. Here's the one option. The second he breaks, no matter what the coverage looks like, I want you to throw it. He did. It got jumped for a pick 6 in the preseason. Why did he do that? Because when they played them later in the year, that same corner saw the same formation and the same play. And what did he do? Pump faked the out route. Corner tried to jump it. Guy turns up the sideline, and it was a wide open touchdown. You can do that with plays. You don't allow your offense for 11 weeks to look like ass. Saying, don't worry, when the playoffs start, it's going to totally change. It's just not how it works. You can save plays, but the way that you look is a completely different story. Just quickly here. Buffalo, the University of Buffalo, in college football, they have a promotion that they're going to be running. And that promotion is this. They're going to be giving away meat. And I think it's a genius marketing strategy. Buffalo's not a good football team. They have one game left in the regular season already. They play against Ohio on Black Friday. And here's the promotion. You buy a ticket for $12. That's all it costs. $12 to get into this game. Every TV timeout during that game, they're giving away pounds and pounds of meat to a whole bunch of winners. First TV timeout, it's homemade chicken and feta sausage. The second TV timeout, it's 2 16-ounce bone-in ribeyes. The third TV timeout, it's 5-pound bag of fresh chicken wings. They're Italian sausage, strip steaks, frozen turkeys, spare ribs, chuck roast, chuck patties, pork loins. They're doing this every TV timeout to 5 different winners each time. Genius.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
Yes. Man, would I love to buy a ticket in Buffalo. Can you imagine? Ooh, they called my name. And then you walk back to your seat with 5 minutes left in the first quarter, holding 2 ribeyes. You're like, I don't know what to do with these now. I love it.
Moser's already been hit in the face with 10 pounds of meat all night long, so let's continue the tradition.
It's your anniversary, isn't it? You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, the Safeway Twitch feed. A whole bunch to get to this morning. Nuggets get the win last night. We'll discuss that. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. game, Nuggets and Pelicans. It's going to be at 6 o'clock tonight, pregame at 5:30. Mosh.
Show up at the gym. That's your key. New Orleans is 1-11 against conference opponents. They give up 122 points a night. They're outscored on an average by 14 points a game. They've lost 6 in a row coming in. They lost 6 to start the season. They sandwiched in a couple of squeak-out, crappy wins, and then lost 6 in a row. Zion is out. Poole is out. Bay is out. Murray is out for them. They stink. They're a terrible basketball team. They're worst in the West. They're absolute junk. And if you don't go in there as a 15-point favorite and roll them up like a big old fat pizza dough, then I got nothing for you.
It is Wednesday. I'm not going to waste my time with Denver, New Orleans tonight because Denver probably wins by 200.
What a pass, Joker! Dunk, 2 hands! Peyton Watson again! Who else? Behind the back bounce pass with the left hand, and Watson threw that thing home. He's got a career-high 32. Man, sure. Oh, there's a steal in the breakaway. Cam Johnson, look at the athlete run. Dunk, 2 hands. This thing's getting out of hand in NOLA, and that'll have the fans headed for the exits. Good night, everyone. Drive safely down here in NOLA.
It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday, so every hour on the 20s we'll have keywords, a chance to get you in the building for the Kings game Saturday night at Ball Arena. Mose, you were pretty accurate in your keys to the game, except for the fact that Zion and Sadiq Bey played.
And AG did not.
They weren't supposed to.
When I saw that, by the way, when I saw the injury report beforehand, I said, Mark Moser. Wonder if he gets access to these injury reports. I wonder if he knows that guys are certainly going to miss these games. I'm just curious. And I wonder what he was saying when New Orleans, at the end of the game, pressured full court and cut it to 5.
Well, the Nuggets had a bad start and a bad finish to the game, and everything else was fine. But bad start and bad finish can lead to bad results. You know, we'll get to the finishing thing in a second because it is something that's still concerning me. Go ahead and speak.
Speak.
This guy.
This guy?
I can't even.
This one?
Non posso. I can't even. Non posso.
What exactly do you disagree with? Because you don't understand how the NBA works.
I think you'd prefer. Well, look, man. AG didn't play. I mean, they have guys out, resting and go. Dude, I think you'd prefer. Honestly, you would have preferred them to get their ass kicked by a terrible Pelicans team just so you could stick it up my stick hole today.
Hey, Brett,
that's what it feels
Brett, do
like.
I look like a guy who would prefer that? Would I prefer that? No. What I prefer is for you to understand how this league operates and how they operate within the league.
Dude, they had themselves.
They're not OKC. They don't blow everybody out. That's not who they are.
They had a 15-point lead. The Nuggets did. Peyton Watson's going crazy. They just goofed off against a Pelicans team that, what's-his-face made some shots. Good for him. Trey Murphy.
Okay, so have you asked this question? Why goof off?
Oh, I don't know. You have to ask the coach that and ask the leaders in that room that. I don't know why they goofed off, but they knew they were going to win the game. The margin to them didn't matter. Once they got up 15 in the late third quarter, it's like, who cares? We know we're going to win.
To what Moser's saying, I was never nervous they were going to blow it at the end. But I felt something when Joker fouled out. I felt something. I was like, okay, this is fine. This is fine. No, this is totally, totally fine. And now, to Valanciunas' credit, knocked down a couple of shots. I was like, okay, fine.
I will tell you what Coach Adelman said after the game when I pressed him about it, because it remains a source of it's an issue for this team, and they have to address it. They get pressured full court at the end of these games, and they're not good against full court pressure. They're not.
Yeah.
They have to fix that. In the losses they've had this season, the pressure has led to turnovers, and last night it led to more turnovers. They had 20 turnovers last night.
Yeah, even
listen to us.
Joker had a ton.
Listen to us. I know. Joker had a quadruple double. He had 9 turnovers by himself. He almost had a quadruple double. The turnovers late are a result of, in my opinion, they don't have enough ball handlers on this team. Jamal Murray in crunch time is really the only guy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's something they're going to address or if it's something they're going to work themselves through.
I mean, would you consider
it's
Joker
pretty
one?
obvious. Well, yeah, until they start going full court.
Yeah.
He's not Curly Neal.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just going to be abundantly clear here. In no time was I upset when the Nuggets win on the road. We went on the road. It's always a good win. But you see those little things that occur. So tomorrow night, they're in Houston. If Houston turns up the pressure, and that's a pressure team, they have athletes everywhere. If they turn up the pressure like that, it's a different story, different beast.
Well, Vic, the history of this Nuggets team, though, specifically the big guns, is that they turn it up even more when they play a team that is a tougher opponent. I mean, they play better. They're more focused. They are more attentive to detail. They play with their food against teams that they're supposed to kill. That's what they do.
Yeah.
And so it would not surprise me tomorrow whatsoever if they walked into Houston, AG's back and so on, and you play good basketball and you win.
Yeah, I don't want to bury the lead here. What a night from P-Watt. And I thought earlier in the year it looked like he's growing now more and more and more comfortable with his role on the team and where he fits in and what he's supposed to be doing. He's got this elevated role now where he's starting in place of Christian Brown. But him and Christian have a very similar, I think, not a similar game, but a similar style in which they play, which is they're going to give a lot of effort on the defensive side. They're going to make the hustle plays. They're really good in transition, but can they be confident to let a shot go? And the fact that Peyton Watson never hesitated when he was around the three-point line or wherever on just getting a shot up last night gives me a lot of confidence. Because remember, this is a guy that he really hasn't had super consistent playing time up until really last year, kind of the year before. But now that he's got it, he's an established piece of this team. I just like the confidence that he's playing with, especially on the offensive side. I don't think there's any question. I know Joker had 28, 11, and 12, but he turned the ball over 9 times. The best player on the floor last night was P-Watt.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Vic, I hate to do this. I'm hesitant to do it at 7:09 in the morning. Give you a little credit. I liked your post-game interview with P-Watt. And I like the fact that you recognized and he admitted, you know what? I ain't done this since Long Beach Poly, which was his high school.
Yeah.
Long Beach Polytechnic. He hasn't put up those kind of numbers at all. I mean, he certainly didn't do it in college. He didn't really even hardly play college basketball. Certainly hasn't done it.
He had a game high of 19 at UCLA. He played one game where he got a chance to get on the court. He had 19. Other than that,
yeah. Well, last night he went for 32, dude. He was awesome last night. Awesome.
Yeah. Here was that exchange after the game with Peyton.
Your first double-double, a career high in the NBA, 32 points, 12 rebounds, 5 threes. I was thinking about this. When's the last time you scored that many points? Long Poly?
Long Beach Poly, literally. Long Beach Poly. It feels good. This coaching staff and my teammates have been so empowering of me to go out there and be myself. And we all knew it was a matter of time before I go out there and the production follows. So I'm just glad to be able to have the opportunity to play on this team and help us pull out a win.
So after the game, other players in the room would look at Peyton Watson, and Bruce Brown started it, Tim Hardaway Jr., and they were all like, 30 ball. I mean, it's a big deal.
Sure.
It's a big deal for a young player. 30 ball, and the locker room was hyped for him. His parents attended the game. They were hyped.
Oh, that's cool.
It was really cool to see. Yeah, I mean, everything about it. I'm happy for him. But you got to know the story behind the story. So a guy goes off at 32. He sets his career high, and he's shooting the ball with authority, 5 threes. How do you get to that point? How does opportunity show itself? And it happened this summer where I asked him, what did you do differently? The amount of work he put in this summer to work on his jump shot, right, to work on his form. He tweaked his release a little bit. His shooting coach that he worked with in L.A., they tweaked his release just slightly to make it a little more efficient when he goes up with the ball. And you can credit guys like Aaron Gordon for that Because all these players on this team are looking at Aaron Gordon saying, if that dude can go from 29% as a three-point shooter to 45, why can't we?
Yeah, can I ask a very dumb question?
He also lives in a gym.
Everybody lives in a gym if you're in the NBA.
No, I mean,
they're always in it. No, I know he literally
lives. But his house is a gym.
Can I ask a really dumb question?
So you roll off the couch, you start chucking threes, bro. Hey, Moji Buckets would like that.
Just a really dumb question for Vic.
All right.
When you're a player of the caliber of these guys who've all made it to the league, there is always nobody made it to the league on accident. Like they were sitting there on draft night and they hear their name called. They're like, what? Really? Me? Like nobody feels that way. The quickest path to the NBA is scoring a lot of points. How would your jumper not be something that's figured out by the time you get to that level, I guess is what I'm asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm asking, though?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I know he was regarded one of the top recruits in the country as a high school player because he's so damn athletic, right?
Yeah.
His jump shot came after the athleticism. It was the last thing to develop, and he just didn't develop it as fast as he wanted to, and now it's coming around. I see this all the time in the NBA. Jump shots develop late for some people.
Yeah.
They do. And he's at least he's able to recognize that, right? At least he's been working on it.
Well, it was always weird to me, like when the Ben Simmons thing happened and he was still healthy and playing in Philly. And I heard I forget who it was on ESPN. Somebody said, if I had to pick anybody in the league right now to start my franchise with, and this was like LeBron was still the best player in the league, I'd take Ben Simmons. And I'm like, but he can't shoot. Doesn't that seem like kind of a problem?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, doesn't it seem like an issue when you have Steph Curry and LeBron James out there that this guy can't shoot the basketball and you're saying you'd take him over everybody?
Do you want one
hope
story?
you can fix it.
Do you want one story of a guy who was drafted and had no clue?
Joker?
The late, great Peter McNabb. It's a phone call. He's working.
At what, Walgreens?
I think it was the campus lounge at the time. His dad calls him. Pete, you got drafted. Oh, no. I knew it. What do you mean? I thought you'd be happy. Well, no, because it's kind of scary. You know, the Buffalo Sabres drafted Peter McNabb. He had no idea. His dad calls him to tell him he's been drafted. He thinks his dad means he's going to Vietnam.
Oh, my
You've
God.
got to be kidding me.
No way.
Yeah. So for about 4 minutes, they're going back and forth on why wouldn't you be happy about this? Well, because it's scary and you know, I didn't know that my number would come up and blah, blah, that kind of thing. Yes.
Is this a real story?
Swear to God.
He told you this.
Yes. With God as my witness.
That is an unbelievable story.
Well, I mean, figure in the early 70s.
No, I get it. I understand.
Like 1971, bro, the draft's not televised or anything. They do it in a back room at the Westin or something, right?
Yeah.
There's no phone calls to players that they're told later that you've been drafted.
Well, should I buzz cut my hair, Dad? What do I do now?
Right, exactly. I got to get a flat top, I guess. Basic training's coming up.
Actually such a cool story. Yeah. That is so cool. Good job.
Do I go buy do I buy a bayonet? How do I prepare for this?
No, they'll supply you with all that, Pete. You're okay. Buffalo, I don't think you're going to need a bayonet, but no, I mean
and I'm getting stationed in Buffalo.
He goes, that's the worst part about this. Can I at least, I mean, come on, can I go to Ho Chi Minh City?
Yeah, you'll do your basic training in Buffalo, then we'll ship you out.
I know guys, they did their basic training in San Diego.
I mean, it's such a, only the late, great Peter McNabb could tell a story like he did, but to have him tell it and to have him explain the miscommunication.
So what happened when he realized he meant the NHL?
Oh, then he was happy. Then he's like, oh, God, thank God. You know, that kind of thing. But to have him explain what is, I don't know all that.
I thought you'd be more happy. No, man, it's scary. Well, I know that there's big guys named Lars from Russia in the league, but I think you can handle yourself.
Anyway, to have him explain that he and Max are not on the same page for like 4 minutes.
Yeah,
that
is so cool.
He goes, if you relive that conversation, it made a lot of sense because we were both thinking different things. Hysterical. By the way, that's how humble Pete was. He's a great college hockey player. And he's like, he didn't expect to get drafted. He thought he was just going to go back and work for his old man with the goals at the rink and all that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's hysterical.
You can catch Thursday Night Football at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. Watch the Bills take on the Texans. Grab a dew and a brew and hang out with Polumbus. Fun prizes all night and enter to win a John Elway autographed photo brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. When we return, we get the first keyword of the 7 o'clock hour. So it's a chance for you to get to Ball Arena on Saturday as the Nuggets take on the Kings. So another keyword coming your way in just a couple of minutes, along with best and worst case scenarios post-bye for the Broncos. Next. All right, Chad Brown is going to join us at 8:30, and we have Evan. My name's Luca, by the way. Luca Evans is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Because we want to know what the hell's going on in between those two.
My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
Tension. No. Luca, by the way, doesn't want to talk a whole bunch about him and Sean's back and forth because as a good journalist, he goes, I'm not part of the story. And I go, I respect that, but I am asking a question.
Evan.
So we'll talk to him at 9 o'clock. Your key word for this hour is Cincinnati. Why does that make you laugh? Cincinnati in your first last name.
You know how many dill holes are going to misspell Cincinnati?
And I'm not going to help them. Do your research. These are a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game
Lord.
at Ball Arena on Saturday against the Kings. You want to
good
go to the
golly.
arena, know how to spell.
Oh, my Lord.
So text Cincinnati and first or last name to 303-504-0925. The new City Edition collection is in, and people love it. You can check it out at the team store at Ball Arena or visit shopnuggets.com to get some gear and show your Denver pride. But to win tickets against the Kings on Saturday, text Cincinnati and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Next, it's going to be Mississauga.
The first was Rochester. That was the first.
Okay.
So let's see if you can pick the theme as we go along here.
The word is conscientious.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Best and worst case scenarios post-bye for the Broncos. I was thinking about this last night. I'll start with the worst first. Worst case scenario. So the Broncos have left on their schedule after starting the year 9-2. It's at Washington, at Vegas, Packers at home, Jacksonville at home, at Kansas City, and then Chargers at home. That's what's left. What I see is the absolute worst that they could do in that stretch is 2-4. They go 2-4, and in this worst case scenario, the Chargers are able to keep pace. They finish with 11 wins, tie you with the record, but own the tiebreakers, which means they win the AFC West. That you get matched up with Buffalo again in the first round as they come back to win the AFC East. That's like worst case scenario of what I can see.
That sounds like a pretty bad scenario, if you ask me.
Now, on top of that, you'd be entering the playoffs with a limp. You probably don't have a whole bunch of confidence. You probably have some questions about your offense in the offseason, specifically around Bo Nix. Like, this is the worst that could happen. And let me tell you, I think it's very, very highly improbable that all of that falls that way. But in worst case scenario, that feels like that's the absolute worst thing that could happen. Does anybody disagree?
I don't disagree with that at all. No.
You know, I just think it's hard to speculate and project who you take on at that point. I would not want to play Buffalo, but there might be another team that's just as hot.
All I'm saying, Vic, I'm just laying out the absolute worst thing I could see happening, and I think that would be it. Now,
I think the absolute worst thing happening is lose out and be on the precipice of missing the playoffs.
That ain't going to happen. This team is not with this defense. They are not going to lose out. In fact, I would argue to you that is a statistical impossibility.
I would tend to agree. That's why I think 2-4 is about the worst that they can do.
Vic, what do I have that you want? Anything? You want Rick? Want a new dog? What do you want? He's a good boy. You know that dog.
Say his wife.
I get in
I thought he was already halfway there with
so
the damn
many,
naked
so many
painting.
different people.
I would just love to poke the bear a little bit.
How about the bear has to cook him dinner for a week?
Oh God, she'd probably be happy to do it. Well, no, I just don't think that that's a possibility. But any
you are
scenario,
close, Vic. You are close.
Oh my God.
I mean, does anyone else in the world have a painting drawn by the Great Bear
of them naked? I don't think so.
Of them naked. I mean, does anyone else in the world have that?
Not that I know of.
Nobody.
Give me time. Give me time. She'd need a lot paler color, though, if she were to do that for me.
It's just all white. No, listen, man. The worst case scenario, is the Chargers catching you for the division in any capacity.
And I think
that's
that's the way it would happen. You have to go about 2-4, and then they own the tiebreaker against you and win that way.
I was going to respond by saying, what is the most important game left on the schedule? And I think it's that game against the Chargers, the season ender. I do.
And hopefully you get to a
I
point.
think it's going to mean something.
Well,
do you guys think it's going to mean something?
Well, I was just going to say, hopefully you get to a point where it doesn't mean anything. And you can do the same thing the Chiefs did last year against you, which is like, hey, we'll just chill, whatever. Who cares? Or do you not like that?
That would sort of suck. It's a home game. You go into the playoffs. I sort of hope it carries some meaning. I think it will. I think it'll carry a seed meaning.
Yeah.
Like, will they be seeded 1, 2, 3? So I think it will mean something. And I think it should.
Now, best case scenario, I think, is this. I think you go 5-1 the rest of the way. You secure the 1 seed in the AFC. You get home field. You get the bye. You also get the Chiefs missing the postseason. And in this scenario, that you play a team like Pittsburgh or something like that, who's going to be in that 5-ish seed,
or
Pittsburgh or
Jacksonville
Jags or a team like that. That I think is best case scenario. And by the way, far more likely than the worst case that I laid out.
If Kansas City gets in, that would be concerning.
That's why I said in my best case they missed the postseason.
Right. That is the best case. That would be concerning. I guess Vic, I look at it. I still don't know how real. I look at New England and Indianapolis the same way that I'm sure their people look at the Broncos. How real are they? Yeah, well, the Broncos have a real defense. That I know. Yeah. So at least that aspect of it, I can guarantee you they're real. These other teams, I just don't know.
If we're going to play Would You Rather, like the guys from New England did, I would rather play New England over Indy. I would.
That I don't know.
And I would. And the New England Broncos matchup, especially when it comes to the playoffs, it always comes down to one thing. One thing. Who has the home field? I mean, look at the history of that matchup. Look at all the AFC Championship games. Look at all the playoff games. I could recite all the games. I remember going to New England with Tim Tebow quarterback and got shellacked.
Yeah. Cold day in Foxborough
you go there,
is no
you
fun.
lose.
Cold day in Foxborough is no fun.
Never fun. They come here, they lose.
I think I'd take the opposite. Yeah, I think I'd rather play Indy than I would New England. And the reason why, New England's good at both. They got a good offense and a good defense. Their defense is not that much farther behind you. Indy can give up some points. And then the question becomes, do you trust Daniel Jones in the postseason to do the same thing that he's doing right now?
I don't know if I trust him, but I trust Jonathan Taylor to tilt the rock and run it down your throat.
Yeah, but
that's scary.
But there's just something, and look, this is, I guess, years of evidence that I just can't erase from my memory, that it feels like Daniel Jones and the Colts are a little bit like last year's Vikings, where it's like Sam Darnold's having a great year. You go, yeah, but can he do that when the postseason starts? Like one thing about Darnold, even dating back to last year, he's been great. I don't want to take anything away from him, both in Minnesota last year and in Seattle. But when they had to win a football game, they haven't done it yet. Like in both years with Darnold. He lost the game at the end of the year last year to Detroit that decided the division and the 1 seed. He lost his first game in the postseason. Every time they've played a contending team this year in Seattle, they have not won.
The way you just described Seattle and Darnold, how do you know that's not the Broncos? We don't know yet.
It very well could be. No, it could be. Yeah, I'm not saying that I'm not saying the Broncos are above that. It's just that they don't have. Indy doesn't have the defense that the Broncos have, or the Patriots do for that matter. And so that's one thing that I can trust a lot more than Daniel Jones putting up 30 points to win a football game in a postseason scenario. That's all. And look, I think all of these teams are in, like, put all their names in a hat, pull it out, and it's like they're the same thing. But
God, there's still so much season left. So much can happen. You know, we've already seen the turn of events over the last couple of weeks, the injury to J.K. Dobbins, and that is so unfortunate because if you gave me a healthy J.K. and his ability to grind out tough yards, man, that's a big loss, guys.
It's huge.
Really big.
I don't know how you replace. I mean, he's not replaceable. R.J. Harvey can't do that. Jaleel can't do that. They don't have anybody that has that skill on this roster.
Like
This is
like
why
a
that's
bowling
just a
ball.
fact.
This is why
Yeah.
you're probably going to see more of the passing game operate as a running game. That's logically the next step for Sean Payton and Bo Nix. When I look at these teams, though, and I like this, I like to look ahead a little bit. You know me. And by the way, you say 5-1. The Broncos are going to be favored perhaps in every game. Now, the one in Kansas City, but where are the Chiefs going to be at that time? I'll table it till then. But they're going to be favored in virtually every other game. So I don't even think that 6-0 is out of the question. I know that sounds insane, but 15-2, that's a possibility. I'm not concerned about Pittsburgh. They don't scare me at all. I'm not concerned about the Chargers or the Jags or the Texans.
The Chargers still
kind of owned
I
you,
disagree
man.
with
Like
you.
They're beat up.
Yeah.
I disagree.
They've got no
Well, you got to beat them.
tackles. They've got
You
no
gotta beat
running
'em.
game.
You got to beat them.
They're going
Haven't
through,
beaten them.
I mean, you talk about the Broncos and unfortunate injuries. Najee Harris going down early was
Moser,
bad for
you're
them, and then
being
they lost
Moser
their
again.
tackles.
You're being Moser again. You're doing it again. You're assuming. You got to beat them. You haven't beaten Harbaugh.
I agree with Vic.
You'll beat them. You'll
All
beat
right,
them.
let me
You'll beat
pull
'em.
up the Av schedule and play this game with you because it's just you wear me out.
We don't got to do it.
Everything's a W in your book.
Yeah, pretty much.
You know what you do? You know what you are? You don't respect the craft. You don't respect competition. You don't respect the work that goes into it. You don't respect the opposition. You just lack human respect.
Settle down.
That's what
just
it comes
a
down
little
Well,
bit.
do me a favor. When does the Rockies schedule come out?
I have no idea.
Go ahead and read me the Rockies schedule, and I'll L you up as much as you want. I'll lather you with L's. L here, L there, L everywhere, L.
Here's the other thing, and you got to find a way, because, Vic, you brought up Dobbins. Dobbins being missing from this offense is a huge thing. So how do you supplement that? I don't know if you get it from these running backs. I don't know if R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet and whoever the hell else are going to, Deuce Vaughn, whatever else they're doing. I don't think that they replace his production. So how can you? And it was something I asked Leggy yesterday, and there's something I don't get, because Brandon Cooks gets released by the Saints. And everybody's making the one-to-one of Sean Payton, former Saint, good player. I don't want him. Like, he feels kind of washed to me. He's bringing in a role that I don't think that you need. And I just don't think he's that good anymore. And why would I want Brandon Cooks when I feel like you have a weapon on your roster that you're just not using right now? Because I went back and looked.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims last year, in the last 8 games of the season where it felt like he took off. And I remember early in camp, Vic, you told me to calm down about this, but I remember it just stuck with me. He was asked about the wide receiver room, Sean Payton was. And he goes, yeah, a lot of guys competing for targets. He goes, Franklin, Mims, Bryant. And I go, Mims? With what he did at the end of the year, isn't he in the category of he's going to get the football?
No, he's not.
And the answer was no.
Yeah.
And at the end of the year last year, Marvin Mims, over the last 8 games of the season, had 32 catches for 447 yards and 6 touchdowns. You put that out into a full season, it's around, just rounding up numbers, 70 catches for 1,000 yards and 12 touchdowns, which sounds like something you would love to have as an extra weapon inside your offense. And through 11 weeks this year, he's got 22 catches. And I'm just trying to figure out why. Because what's really obvious about him, he's an all-pro punt returner 2 years in a row, because when he's in open space, guys miss him. He's pretty good in open space.
Brett,
why wouldn't you use that?
It's inexplicable. I don't know. And all Sean Payton, when he's really ever pressed on that or asked about it, is, well, he's got to compete for opportunity here. You got to compete for catches. They don't even target him.
No,
He had
the last 2 games he's played,
0 targets.
He played.
Well, how much?
He played in the Cowboys game. Then he was hurt with the concussion.
Right.
Then he played last week against the Chiefs.
0 targets against Kansas City.
He had 0 catches and 1 target in those last 2.
You guys are indirectly blaming the scheme and the coaching. And what if the quarterback isn't finding him?
Well, Vic, that'd be a great question, except he only got 15 snaps against Kansas City, and little Jordan Humphrey had 9. Pat Bryant had 35.
You know why Jordan Humphrey had 9, right?
Because he's blocking.
Yeah.
But so, like, I'm looking at it and I'm like, if you need explosive plays, he's an explosive player, and I know that because when he's in open space in the punt return game, he takes 170 yards.
Well, what it does is it makes the offense a little more predictable. If little Jordan Humphrey's on the field, they're going to run, or they're going to throw a quick screen. If Marvin Mims is on the field, something different is coming. You could sort of sense that, right?
Yeah. I just think
I would love to see him featured more, which is why I agree with you. Why would you go after another receiver when you're having trouble featuring one of your own?
Well, here's what Leggy said yesterday.
I think Mims is like the great Bermuda Triangle mystery of the offense. Every year I just watch him make plays in practice and games, and I can't figure out why you just don't try to get him the ball more other than gadget stuff.
Yeah.
It's like he's sometimes, I feel like he's punished sometimes when the gadget stuff doesn't work, and it's like it's his fault. I don't think it, I think it was called at a bad time. I think the guy is still a impactful player. And for a team that honestly struggles compared to some others to find explosive moments, I think he's a guy that could always provide them, because you cannot be that good a return man and not have some ability to provide that to an offense, I don't think, at least in my time looking at this.
I agree.
Trickery, dickery, do plays.
It doesn't have to be trickery with him. Like, here's what I said. He's fast. Throw him on a drag route. If he's got open space in front of him, get him the football and see what happens. I don't think it's overcomplicated. He doesn't need to run fly routes like and jump for 50-50 balls. He's too tiny for it. Just find space. Keyword for this hour is Cincinnati. So text Cincinnati in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It gets you in the building at Ball Arena for that game against the Kings on Saturday. But the keyword is Cincinnati in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We got our next keyword at 8:20. There's some text coming through here and something that we need to stop as a fan base saying about these Broncos that we'll get to next.
I got some unique needs, and maybe you do too. If you need a lawyer, Dan Kaplan Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, because Dan Kaplan Law, like the Nugs and the Avs, they winning in record-setting ways. Serious firm for serious cases. And if you consider your case serious, you know where to go. They accept righteous injury cases right now on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help, 3 locations across the Front Range. 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551. Or hit them up online, dankapleslaw.com.
Chad Brown at 8:30. We have Luca Evans at 9 o'clock. Here's what I want to get out of our discussions. I'm sure you guys have seen the same thing. But there's been a lot of this over the last couple of weeks. A conspiracy theory of sorts. That the Broncos offense and not using Marvin Mims and anything that goes wrong with the Broncos offense is all a calculated 4D chess move from Sean Payton of not showing anything too early until the playoffs start because he knows they're a playoff team. And the same sort of thing happened, Vic, when we were talking yesterday about the John Elway interview that you saw in Guerrilla Sports where he said they ran all those bubble screens against the Giants to wear out the defense. Now, that might be true, might have been a strategy. I don't think they were still doing that when it looked like the game was out of reach and you were going to lose at home to the New York Giants. I don't think that was the case. This whole Sean Payton is purposely running a bad offense to unleash something once the playoffs start, I think is insanity. I don't think there's any sort of secret sauce that he is saving for week 18.
Who's suggesting that?
Yeah,
look at the text line. Look at the text line. This has happened multiple times just today over the last few minutes.
No, that's absurd. You win each game.
I don't think that Sean Payton is saying, Bo, have terrible footwork for the first 17 weeks of the season, and then you're going to look like Tom Brady once the playoffs start.
Yeah. I don't think David Adelman is telling the Nuggets, hey, let's get to a 13-point deficit before we start playing hard.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing that in sports. Ever.
But there's a lot of this, I'm telling you. A lot of people think that there is, and I understand that coaches, they will save plays for later in the year, right? Or they'll run a play to set something up for when they need it later in the season. That stuff happens. Plays, specific plays. Not overall offense looks bad and then looks awesome later. That's not a strategy. You're just bad.
That's not reality either. I mean, that never happens like that. Nobody thinks like that. I don't know how you could afford to even remotely contemplate a strategy like that as a head coach.
Even with the bubble screen stuff, Moj, like the bubble screen, that was probably a strategy. We're going to run this to tire out the defense. Once it got to 19-0, that strategy was out the window, and it's like, oh my God, we need to score, like now.
You had to put up 33 in the fourth quarter to win.
Like nobody's got them right where we want them. This was the plan all along.
Right. Now, the Avs are down 3-0 after one. But boy, oh boy, is that other team tired because they just shot the puck so much their arms are going to fall off. Now, for the next 40 minutes, we'll really get them. That's not Jared Bednar's, that's not his game plan.
Hey, go ahead, Vic.
Back to the, you mentioned Marvin Mims, and somebody on the text line said that Marvin Mims should be getting all the long balls that Troy Franklin gets, right? Well, here's the deal. If you line up Marvin Mims and you reserve him for the long ball, what do you think every opposing defense is going to do as soon as he steps on the field? You lose the sense of surprise. You know exactly where he's going to go. You know what he's going to do. You have to run every route on the route tree. Otherwise, you're easy to defend.
I don't think that he's a long ball guy. I don't think that's how he should. No, I agree with you.
So, but clearly, he doesn't run the route tree. There's a disconnect. He doesn't run the route tree the way the Broncos want him to run the route tree. Otherwise, he'd be running every route.
I'm trying to think like when Tyreek was at the peak of his powers, because he was a tinier guy that was speed. Now, he has a different level of speed than even Mims, for that matter, and I understand that. But if you look at the touchdowns, it wasn't like every Tyreek touchdown was him 50 yards downfield catching a bomb. A lot of it was just he was catching something short or intermediate and then making a guy miss.
And then what would happen when he got to the goal line?
He would jump up and flip.
About the 5-yard line?
Deuces.
He would flash the deuces, which I thought that was kind of cool.
I do think that's
so did I, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Like, I am so much faster than you that I can make gestures your way as we're kind of even footing, knowing that I'm going to be 5 yards ahead of you in about 2 seconds.
If you're a super fast guy, can you pull up meet?
Yeah, you could.
Like, could you say?
And you won't get
something?
flagged for that because that won't be taunting. That'll just be words. Meet.
Cracks me up, man.
I will say what made that even better is as cool as the Deuces celebration was when they lost in the Super Bowl and he got lit up by Antoine Winfield and he got in his face and put Deuces right in his face mask in the fourth quarter. That was even
awesome.
cooler.
I don't mind that stuff at all. I really don't. I understand why the league wants to tamp down on showing up opponents and whatnot, but there's got to be a little bit of dudes being dudes involved in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, kind of. By the way, Mose, you'll really appreciate this.
Are you sure?
Yes.
All right.
I don't know what the weather's like. Late November in Buffalo could be bad. Probably a little chilly, right? Especially late at night for a game or early in the morning for a game. So the Buffalo Bulls college team, which that is just insane. Buffalo Bulls and Buffalo Bills, let's have more than a one-letter difference for me. But Buffalo, the university, is not very good at football this year. They have one game left, and it is on Black Friday. I forget who they even play. They play against the Ohio. They play against
Ohio.
So it's a game 10 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be on ESPNU. I think they're a little worried that people aren't going to show up for this game. It's their final game of the season. It's also a chance for them to get bowl eligible, so they want that place loud. So they came up with this promotion. Tickets are $12. Very easy to get.
$12. Okay, cool.
With your $12 ticket, you're entered in a raffle automatically.
I like it. For what?
Every TV timeout during the game, they're giving away meat. 5 different people are going to win packages. They have hundreds of pounds of meat that they're giving away in the game. So the first TV
when
timeout.
Moser got hit with 10 pounds of meat?
Yes.
Was it 10 pounds?
Yeah, 10 pounds. Not fun.
The first TV timeout, there's 12 of these, so there's going to be 60 winners total over the course of this game.
Wow.
3 pounds of packaged homemade chicken and feta sausage.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just fully absorb all this.
So
okay?
5 different people get it.
That sounds awesome.
2 16-ounce bone-in ribeye steaks for the second TV timeout.
Daddy likey.
5 pounds of fresh chicken wings on the third.
Me want.
The fourth round is 3-pound bag of Salen's hot dogs.
Num, 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 num.
I'm getting the meat sweats.
Yeah, I know.
And then it's 3 pounds of Italian sausage, 4 New York strip steaks, 5 pounds of boneless chicken breast, frozen turkey, spare ribs, chuck roast, chuck patty, pork
Where's
loins.
all this meat coming from, man?
I don't know.
Like, hey, everybody, empty out your freezer, man. We're going to give away some meat.
But that's how they want to get.
Look at my face this morning, okay? It looks like I got hit with, 10 pounds of meat all night. Ready? Okay. Oh, God.
I think it's a genius strategy. How do you get people in the building? Promise them steaks and wings and roasts and all that different stuff.
Listen, what are the Buffalo Bulls? What's their record this year?
They're 5-6.
Okay.
So again, this is to get bowl eligible. This game.
Woo, baby. Like what? The Steve's House of Crabs Bowl or something, whatever?
But they're right on the cusp of that really cool, like the Bahamas Bowl or something. They get one of those, like you can go to a tropical place and
play on the beach.
Hey, Moj.
Yeah.
What's that game they play at hockey rinks in Canada?
Fill the cup with foam?
Game. No, where there's money involved and fans can win money.
It's just a 50-50.
So
half the money goes. Half the money goes to a fan. Half the money goes to charity. Whenever I'm in
do
Canada,
that in the United States, or is it just in Canada?
They do that in every Rockies game.
They do, but it's
they do
like every Rockies game. They
but
do
you have to understand the difference here. In Canada, some of those jackpots get to like somebody will take home $200,000. Like it's a lot of money, and by the way, it's tax free.
Who's policing that?
I don't know, but the lady walks around like when we go to Canada, we all put in $10, our whole TV crew. And we'll buy 70 tickets or 70 numbers. And they come out sequentially. 1, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7,
do you
3,
guys
8.
play this game where if you win, you all win?
Yeah. We never win. But I will say that John Shorthouse, the TV guy for the Canucks, won one time. Him and his partner, the former partner Tom Larshad, they won. I said, what'd you do with that bread? He goes, I gave it all to charity. I'm like, no, you didn't. And he's like, no, I didn't.
Yeah, it's a golf course charity.
Moj.
$150,000 ain't nothing to buy a golf course.
There's people at these games.
If
let's
won 150,000.
If you're at the University of Michigan in the Big House, you got over 100,000 people in the stadium. Everybody's got disposable income. Let's play 50-50.
I'm sure
Easy
money.
money.
I'm sure they probably do. In Canada, though, at hockey games, it just gets crazy. It really does. A lot of bread.
Yeah, the Rockies numbers, they're typically like something like, I don't know, what, 50 or 60 grand maybe for those games? Something like that. But I see them every single game, yeah.
Might give me a plane and fly to Spain, except I don't even know how to fly a plane. Scratch that, I'ma get me a big old bus, one big enough for all of us to double dutch. Getting chased by turkeys as we cruise around. Windows down, now up so you can hear the sound. If you
Hang on. I gotta do the guy's dance too. He puts hands on the belt buckle and does this.
What's up, y'all? I got a question. Y'all ready to support these Carolina Panthers as they keep pounding against these Green Bay Packers? Yeah. Also,
man, what a
if
song.
I had $150,000, I want you to know exactly what I would do, y'all.
Yeah, I know what you would do. I know what you do.
Spend $150,000
on a football team. Oh,
wait a minute, that's not enough
to buy a team.
All right.
Spend $150,000.
Got another keyword at 8:20 today.
Why is that so catchy? Why? Why do I like it so much? What's wrong?
I don't know. I'm obsessed with that song.
I mean, what? I'm serious. I think that's my favorite song made right now.
Why? By the way, my boy Brent Walker just texted in. He said the reason it gets so big in Canada is you don't have to be at the game to win.
What?
Yeah.
No.
See, that's no. I must be present to win. That's ridiculous.
No.
That is insane. Wait, so I can I do it?
Well, I don't think you can do it from America. I think it's illegal, but you could be, at your home outside of Edmonton and buy in, I guess.
How?
I online, I suppose.
Yeah, somebody said the World Series 50-50 over 4 games in Toronto. One winner got $25 million tax-free. And at $25 million, I was trying to do like the math there. I was like, how the hell do you get the $25 million?
Is that their own lottery? Is that how they're playing their lotteries there? Or is this how they get free insurance?
I don't know, bro.
Trudeau?
I had 25
Wait, Trudeau's not the guy anymore. What's his name now? Who's the new guy?
Holzer McGee?
Steve Kerfuffle. No, I don't know.
Kerfuffle. Good man.
No, it's
like that guy.
Oh, it's Carney.
Bieber.
It's Carney.
Bieber.
Yeah,
Small hands. 303-504-0925. Again, Chad Brown's going to join us at 8:30. Big games tonight, and they're all on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs host the New York Rangers with 7 o'clock puck drop pregame brought to you by Ramos Law. That starts at 6:30 on 92.5 and over on AM 950. Bills-Texans. Kickoff just after 6 p.m. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Avs in the NFL on Westwood 1.
When am I going to give my keys, by the way? So I've got some good keys.
An hour.
Game. Okay, good. Also, don't forget, Vitalant and the Avs are fighting cancer during the month of November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who – I always have a tough time saying that. Trying to go fast.
I don't. I'm a professional.
Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. So go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information and to sign up. Hey, dudes, are you suffering from erectile dysfunction? Sounds bad, right? Well, listen, it's none of my business. But it should be your business to get yourself fixed. From what I understand over from Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, almost every guy's like, why didn't I do this sooner? Why didn't I get treated sooner? I didn't realize that it would work. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they work. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Success rates well over 90%. And they've been in the front range here for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Don't laugh it off. Don't pretend it's not happening. Get something done about it. Schedule a consult today. It's only $99. They've got an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back in business like that. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I know we have a lot to get to today. I get it. I just keep reading about the World Cup, and I can't help myself. Is that weird? Am I getting weird?
Yes.
No, I'm a huge World Cup fan. What's the issue here?
What do you keep reading? What do you mean?
Well, there's let me tell you about Italy.
Yeah, they're in trouble.
Look at Brett's face. I'm only going to say this once, and then we're moving on. Italy's in trouble. They may not even qualify again. They stink.
They have to survive a playoff. It's sad. One of the greatest powerhouses in World Cup history has to battle just to get to the cup.
Do you know how heartbreaking that is for us Italians?
I knew this was coming.
What?
We don't want you.
Would you rather have Moser or me?
I'd rather have you.
Hey, Dante DiVincenzo's got red hair.
Freak.
We don't want you.
Anyway, my soccer club is in trouble. Okay, go ahead. When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
God, I forgot all about that.
A long line of question and answers. Yeah. What floor are you on?
Carpet? Oh, my God.
When is the World Cup?
Oh, okay.
It's in America.
It's in America. The next one.
The next one. All right, so we got another keyword coming your way in just a little bit. The Nuggets win last night. Was it pretty? No, but you got the win in New Orleans. Bad start, bad finish, good in between. Joker fouls out.
Can I give you something on that game?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I give you this is what stuck out to me watching it there. Everyone's going to talk about Peyton Watson, and rightfully so. He had his first double-double of his career highs, 32 and 12, 5 threes, played well. Of course, Joker had his usual triple-double, almost a quad-double with the turnovers. Jonas Valanciunas, I thought, saved their bacon late with some
I thought
jumpers.
he did too, yep.
But this game changed. They were down 13 early. They bring in some subs late in the first. This game changed early in the second quarter when who changed the energy? See if you were paying attention. Who?
Spencer Jones?
I thought it was Spencer Jones.
Spencer Jones.
Yeah.
You know, a typical guy who doesn't show up in the box score. Let me see Spencer Jones.
He had
numbers
zero. He's zeros across the board.
Yeah, Spencer Jones played 10 minutes, 30 seconds, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 points. He was a plus 6-. But he, in those 10.5 minutes, I'm telling you right now, if you watch the game, ladies and gentlemen, watch the game, he helped change the whole tone and tune and tenor of the basketball game just by playing hard. That's it. I asked one of the coaches at halftime, I go, what was the difference? He goes, we just started playing hard. Credit to Spencer Jones, Bruce Brown, who did a lot of that coming off the bench. Those two came in and they just dogged defenders.
That's what his role is. Go be a gnat. Like that's what you got to do.
But isn't it funny how sports sometimes you got to have the skill. Obviously, you don't win without skill and shooting. But isn't it funny how you need those guys? Just the dudes who bring it 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You have to have those guys.
Yeah, it's an energy booster for everybody. You know,
you've seen it in hockey where, let's say, even the top six is kind of.
And then here comes Logan O'Connor,
here comes LOC, and he's just forechecking like an absolute animal. You know, whatever, right? Makes a couple of great plays, or somebody pops somebody right in the MOUF, and then everybody gets all. You know, it gets all pumped up, and all right, let's go.
You know, you brought something up yesterday, Vic, that, I mean, it's so true, and I just kind of hate the situation that it's in. It's not that it's bad. I just wish you could get more, and you can't. I love Valanciunas. I think he's such a good player, and he's far and away the best backup center that you've ever had on this roster with Jokic. He can do a little bit of everything. He's tough down low. He'll get boards, put a body on somebody. He can knock down shots.
Hey, if he doesn't hit those jumpers late, you a little scared?
For sure, yes. I'd love to get him to play more. I don't know how you do it. They tried
they tried the double big. They tried that again. It doesn't work, man.
It just doesn't work. And I don't know any way around this. Like, he's just going to be a guy that plays like 12 to 15 minutes, and that's just going to be it.
And I'm watching it closely last night, and they went double big. Here's why they went double big last night, because they're reacting to what the opposing team is doing. There were no shooters outside of Jeremiah Fears on the opposing rotation at that time of the game. They had Zion in. They had other dudes that weren't jump shooters. So that's when the Nuggets said, well, this is a good time to throw out the double bigs. That's exactly why they did it last night at that time. But the offense just doesn't go. It's weird.
No, you mentioned
it.
And
part of the problem is when you have double bigs, what should you focus on? If you're one of the three other players, what should you be doing with the ball when you have two bigs in the lineup?
If you're like Cam Johnson or Jamal or something? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Throw it inside, right?
Yes, of course.
What's wrong with that?
They're not doing that.
Well, then they should do that.
See, but you mentioned something, Vic, and I think it's so true. It's just because of the unique nature in which Jokic is this offensive genius. He gets the ball like the best play that you got. Windhorse had the stat the other day, and I can't remember what the exact number was. The best play in basketball, and it's been this over like 5 years, is Jokic in the post. It's the best play in basketball because he can do whatever he wants. He can pass, he can drive to the rim, he can hit a fadeaway, he can do whatever. But when you have another big that's in the middle of the lane, it does clog things and provide too much traffic for him to operate.
Well, not only traffic, it brings defenders off certain players that they're based on cutting back door. Now they can't cut because there's people in the lane. So what's the point? So, again, I bring this up. We all love the notion of having a bigger body in there because it helps with rebounding. But if Joker and Val are in the game, and you put Joker on the block or you put Joker on the wing, where do you want Val to go exactly?
Well, all these teams that do the Twin Tower approach, Vic, they do have this aspect of it. When Minnesota did it with Rudy Gobert and with Karl Anthony Towns, Towns was a three-point shooter.
Well, yeah, he'll go to the perimeter.
Stayed outside.
That's
Chet
kind of the
Holmgren
idea.
and Hartenstein. Chet is not a post player. He's not. He's tall, but he's not a post player. So it does provide a little bit more spacing. Now, both Jonas Valanciunas and Jokic can hit threes, but they aren't going to operate on the perimeter. They have to be inside.
I'm very curious to see tomorrow night, Vic. When do you guys take off for Houston?
Right after the radio show.
Okay.
We're headed to Houston, and that's going to be a hell of a clash tomorrow night.
The
Rockets are balling.
Yeah, I'm really, really curious to see how the Nuggets approach this because you've got three. You want to say almost 7-footers? You got 3 6'11" guys, right? In Durant and Smith Jr. and Şengün, and I'm very curious to see how they try to attack that. What the Nuggets counteract that with. Very interesting.
Don't forget the Rockets go double big too.
Yes, they do.
They go with. I mean, they bring all the size and they play it. So I'm wondering what the Nuggets will do to counter that. Aaron Gordon should be back, I hope, by tomorrow night. By the way, that game is on Amazon Prime. I mentioned Spencer Jones. Dan Hyatt just gave me some support stats. Spencer Jones and the impact he made in the little time he played. Listen to this box score. And again, 10.5 minutes. He had 3 deflections. He drew a charge. He contested 2 shots. Both were missed. He grabbed the one loose ball he could. He dove on the floor. He changed the course of the game by himself.
How does Hyatt,
one player.
How does Hyatt put all this together so fast?
I don't know, because he's listening to our radio show. Thanks, Danny.
Hey, Dan, are you just totally geeked out 24/7 or what, bro?
Because he's very good at this.
Well, I know he's incredibly good at it. But he just compiles it like this. Like he hears it from Vic's mouth, and seconds later, it's like, oh, this is what he did. Laid it out.
2 things real quick. Every time I see Derek Queen, he looks like he's going to be a good player. Derek Queen, I just have flashbacks to the NCAA tournament where he buried CU.
Bro, they laughed at the New Orleans Pelicans when they drafted Derek Queen because they gave up an unprotected first to get him.
He can
and
play.
It's going to be costly. But let me tell you this. He is a baller. Watching him in person, first of all, he's taller than I thought. I always thought he was sort of a little lumpy guy. He's 6'10". He lost a ton of weight from his Maryland
He does
days.
look thinner, way thinner.
Lost a ton of weight. And what I love most about his game, he goes 12 of 18. He only missed 6 shots. He had 30 points. He led them in scoring last night. 30 points, 9 rebounds. What I loved most about him, he was fearless against his idol. Think about the first time you took on your idol. Moj, Think about the first time you worked with me. That must have been very.
Yeah, it was incredibly fulfilling, Vic.
But this guy's taking on the dude he models his game after, Nikola Jokic. He didn't hesitate. He went right at him.
Okay, he gives me Zebo vibes.
Yeah.
Like some Zach
That's a great
Randolph
comp.
stuff.
Yeah.
Where he's not super tall. He's a little bit thicker, but back to the basket, he just finds a way to get a bucket. Yeah. So
no doubt. And you know what? I think it's cool. Nelly, you got the sound. You know what I think is cool? This is happening in real time, right before our eyes. You grow up and you see these players and, man, I want to be the next Kobe. I want to be the next Jordan. I want to be the next Curry or LeBron. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now among us a generation of bigs who want to be the next Nikola Jokic. And they're all over the place. I'm telling you, all over the world. There are big dudes who aren't fast, who aren't skinny, who aren't necessarily 7'7" like Wembanyama, but they have the footwork, the know-how, and the skill. Listen to Joker talk about Derek Queen.
What's your impression of Derek Queen, who models his game after you?
He's good, He's good. He has some moves. He's definitely crafty. He's unorthodox. Great touch around the rim, feel for the game. He's a really. It's good to see somebody different.
Did he say anything to you afterwards? Or?
No. Maybe he did. I didn't hear it. So.
Does he remind you of you?
I think I'm a little bit taller, but I think that there is that style. I can see slow, crafty. I can see it.
Yeah. He before the game, James Borrego, the New Orleans coach, said that he was noticeably not nervous, but Derek Queen was so anxious to take on Jokic. He was talking about it. Just so oh my God.
Yeah.
And then he takes him on and scores 30. This kid's going to be a player.
Here's the other thing. You were there, Vic, just on television. That place looked entirely empty.
Oh, it was empty. The entire top level, the top ring, there was just a smattering of people. I haven't seen that many Nuggets fans I don't go to New Orleans every year. There were Nuggets fans everywhere. It was like they came down to just party, like it was spring break.
I had you muted because I was doing other things. But how did your man on the street thing go with New Orleans fans?
I have it on Twitter. Check it out.
Oh, you do? Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah. Well, the man on the street was
No.
don't
even tell me anything. I'll just check it out.
It was an investigation.
Okay. I don't want to hear it straight from the horse's mouth. I'd rather just go do it myself. I'm sure it sucked, so I'll check it out, though.
It is kind of funny. How'd that go?
What?
I don't know. Look it up.
Talk about smarmy, obnoxious.
Pretty simple. I win.
Yeah.
Google me.
Well, I did a piece
Vic?
on.
Go look. Hey, I don't have time to explain to you. Go look it up.
I just think it's wrong that a team that was once the New Orleans Jazz moves and they took the name with them. And I know it's happened with the Lakers and the Grizzlies and the Clippers. I get it. Doesn't make it right.
Okay.
When the Sonics left Seattle, they left the name and took on another name. When the Avs left Quebec, they took on another name.
Well, you couldn't be the Colorado Nordiques. I mean, that makes no sense.
How are you the Utah Jazz?
Neither do the Lakers.
How are you the Utah Jazz?
Well,
that's just the point.
Back in the day, they didn't know stuff. Now we know stuff, I guess.
Well, there's one
again,
solution.
When you think of New Orleans, what do you think of, Moshe?
Mormons.
I mean, come on, man.
303-504-0925. Got another keyword coming your way in just a couple of minutes. Chad Brown joins us next.
So, you've been a sushi chef for a while?
14 years. Studied a year and a half in Japan, where my master, Kenji Nakamaro, says, Wesley-san, your hands make poetry of fish. And then I moved out here.
Wesley-san. Where are you from?
I grew up in Omaha.
Where's that?
It's in, like, Nebraska.
Oh, Omaha?
Yeah, pretty sure that's what I said.
So you're a Cornhusker, huh?
What is that from?
That's from the league.
The key word for this hour is Omaha. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you in the running for our Nuggets ticket Thursday. Every hour on the 20s is a brand new keyword. And that's for the game Saturday night against the Kings. And while you're there, check out the beautiful City Edition collection and grab the latest, hottest gear from the team store. Or you can always check it out at shopnuggets.com. But to win these tickets to the Kings, Omaha, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Omaha.
Hey, I did two things during the break.
You guys know the theme here, by the way? All these keywords?
Omaha, Rochester, Cincinnati. Yeah, they all had NBA teams at one time. They're all gone.
They all had a version of the Kings there. Yeah.
Hey, Vic, two things during the break real quick. Two things I did. One, took a squirt. Two, I watched your little video.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing contribution. Thank you.
So what? You know, I'm getting a lot of people on the text line all mad at me because I don't think Utah deserves the name Jazz.
It makes no sense. It's dumb.
Well, I'm looking at it two ways. Freaks. Yeah, you people are freaks. Get your own damn name and take pride in it. You stole the Mammoth. That belonged to another team.
Be
you stole
original.
that name.
Be original once in your lives.
Come up with a name that's your own name. Has nothing to do with me hating Utah. I don't care. It's just be original. Come up with your own damn name.
I wonder how
freak shows.
So,
yeah, by the way, on your little video, Vic, you sure got those people from London going, didn't you? Oh, rippity-doo-doo-doo. Raw, I don't know what you're talking about, right?
I don't know what you're talking about either because you haven't explained anything. You know how Colin Cowherd has his steadfast rule: backwards hat guys are not allowed to be successful in his world, right? If you're a quarterback and you got a backwards hat, Colin Cowherd automatically thinks you're a bum. I'm not saying, Vic, you go to this extent with this one detail, but you do have feelings towards it. How does it hit you when Nick Bonito yesterday was asked what his hobbies were? And he said he has 5 priorities in his life: God, family, football, friends, video games. He said, what do you do when you're not playing football? And he said, you'll catch me on the games all day. That's what he said. Big gamer, Nick Bonito.
Yeah, I'm past that, you know.
You've evolved?
I don't partake, but I understand. I mean, there's a large faction of people who do that, and for whatever reasons, I find it to be a waste of time. But whatever. I mean, you know, we all have our video game. I get in a golf simulator. That's like a video game. So if you want to play shoot 'em up for 8 hours a day, go ahead.
Here's what I didn't realize, by the way. You know how every athlete has a podcast? I think every one of them has a Twitch stream, too, of them just gaming. A.J. Brown got in trouble. Some of the comments he made last week was when he was playing Madden with somebody who was a big streamer online. Have you seen Cam Scattaboo? That's like all he does. Cam Scattaboo is a Twitch streamer who just happens to like hitting his head against people.
Really?
He's on there constantly.
Really?
There was, earlier this year, somebody saw Amon-Ra St. Brown, 3 a.m., was playing NBA 2K about 12 hours before a game started.
Really?
Yeah. Like everybody. Every professional athlete is now just playing video games online. That's all they're doing.
What's that? The only one I don't play video games, but one time.
Told you I don't do that.
My buddy next door, We used to live next door to each other, my buddy Sean. I said, let me try. Because I was at his house watching him, do these, whatever, war game thing. So I'm like, he's like, yeah, okay, here. So he sets me up. I drop into the game, right? And then it's, and I'm gone.
You're done for, yeah.
And I'm like, well, that's no fun. Like, I want to, I already told you I don't play
get better
hockey anymore.
Yeah,
because I get worked by kids and then they talk crap to me.
Exactly.
You think that's fun? You think it's fun to have a 13-year-old with a foul mouth talking about your dead mother? That's not fun, bro. While he's punking you and destroying you and whatever it is you want to do, that's not enjoyable. What are you laughing at? It's true.
That's all Travis Hunter does, too. That's so true. Travis Hunter's playing constantly. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe you can't.
Be doing worse stuff.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. Listen, and it's a big deal. I mean, people love it. It's great. I mean, fine, but I'm no good. Number one, I'm no good at it, which is why I also don't go bowling. I'm not a good bowler. I don't enjoy it.
Oh, you can't throw the rock? Yeah, you don't look like you'd be able to.
You know what I don't like
are you trying? Are you trying to bowling one up me?
Yeah, you look like you're using the pink ball that's like 8 pounds. It hits one pin, bounces off in the gutter because it's too light because you can't hold the heavier ball.
Right.
Yeah. I know you. I know your type.
Mm-hmm.
You're just there
I
for the
don't like having
cheese
to
fries.
Wait so long. You wait too long between turns. Like, come on, let's go. Everybody, let's get going. Too long of a wait.
In bowling?
Yeah.
Haven't you spent like 10 minutes on a tee box before waiting to hit?
Yeah, different.
Well, yeah, but dude, you just sit back and have a coldie, man. Have some fries, man.
What do you think a bowling alley looks like?
Yeah.
There's like 8,000 empty pitchers on each table. What do you think it looks like?
That's what I'm saying. Sit back. Okay. No, I'm saying that's what you do when you're waiting. You sit back and you have a coldie.
Oh, I get it. Bowling alleys don't have wine there. That's his problem. There's like it would be like the cheap. What is it, Carlo Rousseau or whatever those big jugs are?
Market 8, dude.
Carlo Rossi, baby.
Carlo Rossi.
Market 8,
The other thing
dude.
that freaks me out is you get these shoes and they're spraying Lysol in there, and who knows what freak wore those shoes. Maybe my feet were in there, and you don't want to wear shoes after wear my feet. I'm not wearing those things. Crazy? I'm going to put those things on.
The Lysol spray is just a wild thing for a business to be operated in.
I don't think about that for a second.
All right, what size you need, sir? Yeah, I'll take a size 12. All right, I got you right here. Shh. What's that for? I have no idea you used these before, and you don't either. We're just going to be safe
I don't know.
here.
Moser just wore these. Nope.
We'll be joined by Chad Brown here in just a second. Again, your keyword for this hour is Omaha. So text that and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get yourself in the running for that that game Saturday against the Kings.
As we're waiting for Chad, and I bet Chad would be a good bowler. I bet he would. What are the 2 best bowling movies of all time?
Kingpin.
And?
Yeah, that's a great one.
Alley Cat Strike on the Disney Channel when I was a kid.
No, Big Lebowski.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Big Lebowski and Kingpin. 2 of the finest films ever made. I believe they won the Academy Awards.
Go check out Alley Cat Strike back.
For the best picture, for the best movies of all time. They're awesome.
Which one had Bill Murray? Kingpin?
Kingpin, yeah.
Yeah. With the rose and the bowling ball, yeah. Toupee flying off his head. Yeah, that movie's unbelievable. Again, about Mormons, Utah. You could have called yourself Kingpins or whatever. I mean, it's possible. Anyway, we got to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Chad Brown joins the program. Chad, how we doing this morning, buddy?
Good morning, fellas. I'm fantastic. How about you guys?
Good. Are you a good bowler?
I am not a good bowler.
That's a big thing between...
you want to tell Chad he's going to use a pink 8-pound ball and can't throw it down the lane?
No, because Chad Brown sacked Michael Vick, and you just sat there. You're sitting right here next to me. It's a big difference. Chad, so we're heading into a bye week.
Context on that?
No, don't worry about it. The Broncos are 9-2 heading into this bye week. They had a lot better game out of Bo Nix last week. My question for you is, does that game say more about where Kansas City's at or more about where Denver's at?
I think it says more about where Denver's at. Just go back to last year in the game in Kansas City where the Chiefs made the critical plays. This game, the Broncos made the critical plays. We had the field goal blocked. This time we made the field goal. The Chiefs got a pressure on Bo Nix. This time we got a Jaquan McMillan sack on Patrick Mahomes. They got a pass down the field. This time we got a pass to Troy Franklin. So these critical moments in the ball game, we executed and made the plays versus what the Chiefs were able to do in the past against us.
Do you think the Broncos are the best team in the AFC right now?
I mean, with argument about the Patriots, who haven't played too many great teams, I think it's fair to say that the Broncos have to be in that conversation. Mm-hmm. It's a weird year in the NFL. I don't think anyone's a complete team right now. No one's got a resume or a record that's flawless. Almost every week, some team that we expect to be good, or a playoff team, or even a Super Bowl team, finds a way on one of the three phases to be underperforming. And that's something that certainly has plagued the Broncos all season until this last game. So, the Broncos have to be in the conversation, but no one's running away with this at this point.
Chad, I think in our own heads, we always, I think this team is this, I think this team is this. When do you, in your own head, look at a team and say, you know what, that team is real? They're not fake at 9-2 or 8-2 or whatever, but that's a real team, because I'm having a difficult time right now with the Patriots and a difficult time with the Colts. Just, I'm sure their people are having a difficult time with the Broncos, trying to determine whether or not they're, quote, real.
When you're consistent in all three phases and you do things to teams that lesser teams don't do. And so, if you take off your blue and orange glasses and you look at what the Cowboys were able to do to the Raiders, the Cowboys put up a bunch of points against the Raiders. The Broncos didn't. So while we love the Broncos finding ways to win, they still have deficiencies in one phase or the other almost every single game. And so if you're the best team in the AFC, do you play down to the Las Vegas Raiders, or do you play to your level? The Cowboys offense played to their level. Did the Broncos offense play to their level? Is that their level? Hopefully not. Hopefully they're far better than what they played against the Raiders. So, when I travel around and I have an opportunity to call games, last week I had the Browns-Ravens game. Everywhere I go, people ask me about the Broncos. And their questions are some of these things that I say to you guys, like, that's a legitimate question, talking about the difference between the Raiders' performance for the Cowboys versus the Broncos' performance versus the Cowboys.
Chad Brown with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. One thing we were talking about, you get Marvin Mims back in the lineup, but he gives you these explosive plays in the special teams category. And he's an all-pro at that. Why can he not find more time within the offense? I would have to imagine if you're that good in open space on special teams, why couldn't you find a way to do that in the actual offense?
The history of football is littered with guys who have a skill set that doesn't necessarily translate to being a mainstay as part of the offense. The human joystick, Dante Hall. I mean, we've all seen him destroy the Broncos on special teams. He never became a consistent part of the Kansas City Chiefs offense. So there's so many guys like that in the past. Hopefully Marvin Mims can be that. Now, we've seen this. There's so many different skill sets to being a receiver. And I just had former Bronco Jerry Jeudy, had the Browns-Ravens game. And, Jerry Jeudy, while a tremendous route runner in the offseason, it doesn't necessarily add up to production in a consistent offensive way. And so for Marvin Mims to be involved in this, does he have the true route running ability? Can he be where he's supposed to be at the time he's supposed to be there? That's how you create a cohesive passing attack. A skill set running the football is just that. It's running the football. That's different than running routes and being Jerry Rice-ish and being consistently where Joe Montana or Steve Young expected to be at the right time, at the right place on the football field. So
he did have some success last year, though, in the pass game, especially towards the end of the year. So, I mean, I get the comparison with Hester or Dante Hall or whoever, but we've seen it. We've seen it in him where he's had 100-yard games and been able to break some plays open. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, potential.
Yeah,
that's what when we see flashes, we get this ugly word potential, and we start saying that he could do this. Well, can you do it consistently? because that's how you get to be good. That's how you get to be trusted. That's how you get to be relied upon when you're consistently good over time. And he hasn't. Flashes are just enough to get you beat because we put trust in you that you haven't earned.
Chad, come closer here.
Yes, I'm listening. Yes, Vic.
At the end of your career, you played for arguably the greatest coach the NFL's ever seen, one of the most decorated coaches, Bill Belichick.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on right now?
I'm assuming you're talking about him being in the stands at a adult cheerleading competition from the photos from yesterday. Is that what you're talking about?
Just one of many observations.
Yeah, for a guy who I have felt very comfortable saying he's the greatest football coach I've ever been around. These questionable behaviors, they hurt me because I would have ran through a brick wall for that dude. You know, he distributed more football into my brain than any other coach I've ever had. And I was there for the shortest time of any of my professional stops. And so to see what he's doing now is, yeah, it's disappointing. It's all these distractions. I guess it's so disappointing because it's so counter to what he demanded and got from his team and what he demanded from his players, his best players, his players who produce Super Bowls for him. He demanded these things, yet he's the guy who creates distractions now. I will say, though, this North Carolina Tar Heels football team is playing better football every single week. So while he may be a bit of a joke, I don't think North Carolina is going to be a joke for very long. So I know they lost this last weekend to Wake Forest, but they won 2 in a row before that. They will probably end the season with a couple more wins here and go into next season with a chance to be a number 2 or number 3 finisher in the ACC next year. They are going to keep improving.
I just want to ask you, though, because coaches in general are tireless workers. They work overtime. They work beyond where you should work. If you're playing back in your days, you're a Patriot, and Belichick heads out early, and you're like, where you going, Coach? Oh, I'll check out an adult cheerleading competition. I mean, doesn't that affect your work at some point? I'm just curious, how would someone react to that?
It's so counter to who he was. I was a Patriot for the better part of 3 years, and I had a key card that got me into the facility anytime I wanted to get in. Mm-hmm. Every player had one. So because I was a veteran player, sometimes I would go and get in the ice tub or the hot tub at night just to feel better for practice the next day. Or I'm going to study film later. I'm going to go in early. And so over the course of 3 years, there was one day when I went to the facility where he was not there. Wow. By the time I was done with my workout and getting in the hot tub and the cold tub, and I walked to my car, his car was there. No matter what time of day I went, no matter how long I stayed, no matter how early I went. So again, all this is counter to the guy who I got a chance to experience. So if he's actually cutting out early and his players are still in there working, again, that would be the exact opposite of who he showed and proved to be in New England.
One last thing for you, Chad.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
No.
What?
Ready? Okay. No.
Yeah. You said you had the Browns and Ravens. So you watched Shedeur come in late in that game and not look great. Is that a byproduct of he just it's a backup quarterback who hasn't gotten reps in a long time and this week will look different? Or do you think that's just an indicator of kind of the issues that he might face moving forward?
I'm going to go with both.
Okay.
The issues that we saw with the Buffs, backing out of the pocket instead of advancing forward in the pocket, turning a potential 3 or 4 yard loss, or maybe even being able to throw the ball down the field because you step up into the pocket and choosing to escape out the back of the pocket and getting a 15-yard sack. We saw that at CU. Holding the ball too long, allowing the pressure to get to him. We saw that at CU. There were a couple of plays where he showed, a good level of arm strength, a good level of timing, accuracy, but at the same time, no matter who the third string quarterback is, it's an impossible task if you don't get any reps with the ones. If you're not involved in the game plan part of practice, you're only doing the scout team part of practice. But I will find it interesting that is the folks who have been clamoring for in the past for him to get all these first team reps. Do you want Bradley Zappi now to get first team reps because Shador's getting the start. Is this first team's reps thing, does that apply to everybody or just to Shador?
Yeah.
So, yes, obviously he was not prepared because that's a situation. That's a situation for every third-string quarterback in the NFL. So the expectation from Kevin Stefanski and the Browns coaching staff for somehow to give him these reps, that just doesn't exist for anybody. But again, this is what you've been saying, this is what you've been clamoring for. Now this week that he's been named the starter, should he have first team reps taken away from him so his backup can prepare? I don't think anyone's asking for that either. So it shows the hypocrisy of some of all this.
Chad Brown joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Chad. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. See ya.
Chad Brown joins us every week on the Ramos Law Hotline. One last reminder, your keyword for this hour is Omaha. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
It's getting chilly outside, and maybe you're thinking about going to the mountains. Maybe you've been thinking about a mountain property, a second home, a rental, even your dream home. Here's a telephone number you should hang on to. It belongs to Anastasia Bell. It's 970-968-7646. 970-968-7646. Look, she's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Her market expertise and experience, it's impressive, and that matters. This is a big sale or purchase, right? In Summit County or anywhere in the mountains. You need to know that you can trust that agent on such an important decision. I know that, you know that, and she is the one you can absolutely trust because she's the best. If you're thinking about a mountain property, you need somebody who has personalized guidance, exceptional service. That is Anastasia. Again, that telephone number, 970-968-7646. Remember that name when you're thinking about mountain properties. Anastasia Bell. I mean, certainly Tyrod got racked up in that fourth quarter. Is it going to be Bailey Fazee?
Do you want Bradley Zappi now to get first-team reps?
Poor Bailey Zappi. Nobody knows his name.
You know what's so sad about Bailey Zappi? I don't even...
Sure. What's sad about him?
Well, it's not
Do you
sad.
want Bradley Zappi?
Look, he's making a living in the National Football League. You shouldn't feel bad for him.
I think he's doing all right.
I don't even know where he played college football. Let me look. He played at Houston Baptist and then Western Kentucky. And now the guy's earning a paycheck in the NFL, so give him credit. But I don't know.
What is Western Kentucky? Western Kentucky Hilltoppers?
Hilltoppers, correct. If you can get Houston or Houston Baptist, which is now Houston Christian, if you can get their mascot, whatever you want.
I'll say this again. I've been to Kentucky once. Loved it.
I love Kentucky,
I thought it was
too.
an underrated state.
I thought it was, too.
I thought it would be awful, and
No,
it
it's
was
pretty
awesome.
good. Yeah,
it was
Kentucky's
awesome.
Not bad at all.
Whiskey, horses, trees. I love
green grass and fences. Hey,
accents.
Look at Vic. Yeah, you guys were all talking about that Kentucky.
I liked Kentucky.
I did too.
Yeah, I understand, everybody. Before we talked to Chad Brown, I said Kingpin was about Mormons. It was the Amish. Okay. I made a mistake. So, real quick.
What was the
what?
Ishmael. That's what his name was. Ishmael.
Ishmael. Yes.
Randy Quaid. Getting Munson.
It was a great movie.
Oh my God.
The Nuggets win last night. We'll get to the Avs in a second. The finishing question of the Nuggets. I'm a little concerned. If there's a concern I have about the Nuggets, it's that he or they do seem to have a little bit of a problem in just burying a team late. And this has not been just a this year issue. This has been a last couple years issue where they've let go of the leash late in games where that used to be, I think, their greatest quality.
You know, I understand your frustration, and I think Coach Adelman's frustrated by that too. But I just wonder if this is that team that plays, again, much like the Broncos have, to the level of the competition. I mean, look what they did in Minnesota, right? How many people expected the Nuggets to win that game, and they won pretty handily?
But they're beating the snot out of people earlier in the year. I mean,
I know. I will be a better judge of this after tomorrow night's game in Houston because
Completely
Houston's
agree.
been playing great basketball. I just love the way sports. It has it's like a powerful drug, right? Sports brings you in. It brings everybody in. I got a text from my wife last night in the middle of that game when they were down 13. And my wife's never liked sports. She never follows it. She just tolerates it, right? Tolerates it. I get a text. What the hell is going on? I go, huh? She goes, with the Nuggets. I text back, oh, they need to pick up the intensity. About a half hour goes by.
You're doing a radio show for your wife in the middle of a game that you're covering at the moment?
No, and then she texts by. She goes, yeah, they look sloppy. But I swear to God, if we lose to a team named the Pelicans, I'm done with them.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. She ain't wrong, dude. She ain't wrong. I thought I laid it out there yesterday pretty dang well as to what should go down. That's funny.
I told you, I'm very anti-Pelican. I think they're weird, and I don't know what purpose they serve. I don't like the scooping with the mouth thing, getting fish
so
that way. I don't like it.
You know
That is really good, though.
Do you know the Pelican's beak can hold more than his bellycan?
Huh?
Get out.
All right, I'm out. My pleasure. My pleasure. You want to talk to Evan? My pleasure.
Yeah, Luca Evans is going to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Yes, Moj.
Let's get those keys.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game, and it's going to be 7 o'clock tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Avs and Rangers.
You talk about a weird team. The New York Rangers, the Blue Shirts, Vic, they've got one win on the home ice this year. One.
Mm-hmm.
But away from Madison Square Garden, they are 9-2-1. Explain. Anybody.
That's crazy.
Anybody?
9-2-1 away from their home arena.
That is correct. The big key here is don't put the Rangers on the power play. The Avs are really good. When they commit fewer penalties than their opponent this year, they're 8-0-3. They have not lost in regulation in that regard. They're really, really good. 7-0-2 at home, obviously 13-1-5 overall. Stay out of the box. Also, when you look at the last 10 games, the Avs are 8-0-2. They're averaging almost 5 goals per game in the last 10. So I think the goals are going to continue to come, I think. Except that the Rangers, in their last 10 games, they're 6-4-0. The problem is they can't score at home. They simply can't score. But they can prevent you from scoring. They're giving up just 2.4 per. So they're playing really, really well on the defensive end and in the goaltending department. They just can't seem to score goals at home. On the road, it's a different team. But stay out of the box. You're going to be in really good shape.
Numbers-wise, Scott Wedgwood, statistically, in every category, having a better year than Shesterkin.
Yep.
Hey, Moj, we got a lot of them New Yorkers in the arena.
Oh, yeah. My buddy Vince is a New Yorker.
Hey.
He's got one Avs season ticket. It's right down there where the row has only one seat, right by the glass. And he's owned it forever. He just goes by himself. His wife's like, yeah, go to the game. Big Avs fan. Every Avs jersey you can imagine. Except one time per year. When these guys show up, he pulls out his Rangers crap.
That's not allowed.
That's what I say.
The blue shirts?
Yeah.
They call them the blue shirts, right?
That is correct. And we have a little bit of a skit coming for the open of the game tonight. I would encourage you.
Your little skits?
Yeah, I'll be sure to check it out on Twitter
tomorrow. I just watched your stupid...
Look at Ford. Looking forward to seeing your skit.
I watched your skit while taking a whiz, and it was awful.
I'm gonna take a pee tomorrow.
Okay.
And then watch his little skit. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So, again, that game tonight, 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And do not forget, you can catch Thursday night football at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. Watch the Bills take on the Texans and grab a dew and a brew and hang out with Polumbus. Fun prizes all night and enter to win a John Elway autographed photo.
I love...
it's all brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey.
I love Stoney's. It's a great place.
It's awesome. Yeah, Stoney's really cool. So go check out Polumbus tonight for Thursday Night Football and the Avs. Got a little double dip of some action tonight. Luca Evans. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right because I've heard too many clips of Sean Payton saying it the other way.
I'm going to chill on the kid.
Luca
you guys have fun.
Evans of the Denver Post joins us next.
I just wanted to go back when you talked about the special teams issues and you were saying, yesterday we have to get that cleaned up or we'll find someone else that can do it. Are you referring to personnel there or are you referring to coaching, when you say
Evan, if you were paying attention, I'm referring to players that aren't on the field that need to be. All right. Coaching is outstanding. All right. We'll get that cleaned up. My point is, if there's 10 in the field and there's supposed to be 11, all right, then that player that's supposed to be out there, I'll find someone else to do his job. Is that crystal clear?
Yep. My name's Luca also.
Okay, perfect. Perfect.
All right, let's
my
go back
God.
out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by, I think, Luca Evans of the Denver Post. First of all, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Luca.
And I know that as a journalist, journalists don't want to be part of the story, and I understand all that, but I got to tell you, Luca, the amount that we have laughed at that little sign-off, which is, my name's Luca also, and him saying perfect, is one of the funniest things I think I've ever heard.
Appreciate you guys having me on and that's just, you run into those things. Vic, I know you know it very well.
Yep.
That's just that's what happens. But man, long as people are paying attention, reading my stuff, I'll go by Evan. Whatever works. So yeah.
Bro, listen, Luca, I've defended you because I love your work. I love your fearlessness. That's what you have to be in your line of work. When you are a writer, I envy you guys because you have a certain line. You don't cross it. We do all the time. Listen, we in radio, the radio world, we become the story, and you guys are not the story. You are reporting the story, and that's where you hold yourself accountable. So I respect everything you're doing. At the same time, dude, how hard is it when coaches, players talk down to you and you just got to take it? That cannot be easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily. I don't view it as talking down. I think there's just, there's a certain moment or there's a certain instance a lot of times where you got to just kind of, stick up for yourself a little bit. And I think
Sure.
there's hopefully a mutual level of respect where, is if you let yourself get talked down to or, scrubbed over or this or that all the time, then that's how you're going to be viewed. And so, I didn't want Sean Payton going around all year calling me Evan. And I don't know if he knew I would like to think that he knew my name previously. And regardless, like those are just kind of the moments that come up throughout the year. Obviously, I was just, I wasn't trying to push his buttons. I think he knew that. I was just trying to clarify in that moment, a thing he'd said from a couple of days earlier. So, that's just, you got to do the job sometimes and just have sort of the wherewithal and the confidence to.
Well, you're not alone.
Yeah. I mean, these guys don't, they don't get pushed around themselves. So you gotta have the same.
Look, I've got to get your background here a little bit because again, it seems like you're a young guy. You a young guy?
Yeah, 24, about to be 25. Yeah.
All right, so and this is
You're pretty damn talented.
It's a pretty big gig. It's a pretty big gig for a 24-year-old kid. So obviously you've got ability and you impress the people at the Denver Post. But tell us a little bit about because you're new to the scene. I mean, you've been in town less than a year. What's your story? What are you doing here?
Yeah, I mean, so right now covering the Broncos, got this job in March, I believe. I was in LA covering USC for a couple of years before that for a paper, the SoCal News Group down there. And yeah, got that job. I was working with the LA Times a little bit kind of for a year out of school doing that. So just trying to soak up as much as I can. I know how big of a beat this is and how much really just the Broncos mean and inform the heartbeat of this city, how big of a sports town Denver is. And so, one thing I try and do, which leads me to a lot of these questions or this or that is just listen to the fans here and the pulse and what do people want to know and that sort of thing. And obviously you can't ask everything, but just try and be as much of a representation of that as I can and tell these guys stories at the same time.
Well, I'll say this. We've all been, I mean, if you're in this business long enough, you're going to get tuned up a lot. So this is only the beginning, obviously, you know that. But I thought you comported yourself very well, handled it very well, and I'm sure there's more to come, buddy.
Could I follow, like, just with that, it's not just you, and I know we had fun playing that clip to come back with this, but I've noticed, and Sean's admitted as much, I think his first year here, even in a big win against Kansas City, like that's a massive, it felt like it changed sort of the perception of this team and who they are. He doesn't feel like he can remain happy after a win. We had Schefter on Monday.
Happy?
And Schefter said, I got to text Sean and say, calm down. You just won the football game. Do you think that stems from maybe he's still not totally happy with his offense?
I would say this. I think it more points to, I mean, to me, theoretically, coaches get, a little bit friendlier with the media or this or that when they are winning. And
Yeah.
Not as much so the opposite way. I think Sean is maybe wired a little bit inverse where, at this point, like they're 9-2. They're like he knows the issues that they've had behind the scenes, this or that. But at this point, like you win 8 games in a row, you don't really have to, you don't have to answer to many people. And so I think there's, and you feel it when you go into the locker room with these guys, especially after that win, there's almost this like, and I've said this a couple times now, but I feel like the best teams in this league sort of take on the personality of their head coach. And I think the Broncos are really kind of doing that right now. You saw all the sort of talk around,
Everybody had like an I told you so kind of vibe to it.
Exactly. And I think that was very, just reading the tea leaves. I don't know for sure, but that seemed, deliberate in a way, or just, national chatter of are the Broncos for real? I think there's almost this defiance, this confidence right now that I think a lot of it is probably coming from Sean. And so the same way that he sort of, is composing himself in the press conferences is the same way that almost his team is composing himself or themselves on the field. So I think that's really interesting. And I mean, can't really tell him nothing at this point. So yeah.
Where'd you go to college?
Chapman University, all terrific school down in Orange County, Southern California.
My daughter was going to go there, as a matter of fact.
Oh, really? Yeah. Just worked for school paper there.
Fascinating, Vic.
Well, the reason I bring that up, here's why I bring that up. All right, you're a bright kid, and there's a new generation of journalists and media people coming in. What drew you to this business? Because you know as well as anybody, you don't make a ton of money doing this anymore, and you face a lot of scrutiny, you face a lot of blowback. What drew you to this line of work?
Man, it's the stories, it's the narratives. Like at the end of the day, sometimes I just walk in, I make my normal, just walk into the practice facility as I'm headed up to the media workroom on days, and I'm like, you're just walking through, like there's no job, there's very few jobs in the world like this where we get to do this. And I think just having that sense of being grounded and being grateful, and my drive, my personal goal was just to, I love writing kind of long form stories and telling the stories of athletes and getting to know them on a deeper level and kind of telling the why. And that's a lot of really what I try and focus on in my coverage. And that's always been sort of what's driven me, so to speak. And just really happy that I've gotten to do some of that on this beat. And that's what keeps me going, even though
you just said that though, Luca. It's harder to do that today than it was 10, 20 years ago because athletes now have their own social media channels. They don't need us as much. They also they got people around them that it's harder to access them today than it was 20 years ago. That's why I value what you do. It's not an easy task. How do you get in? How do you do that? How do you cross the line?
I mean, we've got the such a valuable we get roughly 20 minutes, half an hour, 3 days a week to be in the locker room and pop around and talk to these guys. And I think that's just, I again, I was covering USC. Obviously, college sports is a much more, you can get into the conversations you want with amateurism and what is it nowadays, but there's those are more tightly controlled. You don't have open locker rooms in college, and so for here, I've just really appreciated the chance to go in, to get to know guys, to just shoot the breeze and talk to them as people, as individuals. And I think from there, you spend the time in there, you ask about things you're curious about, whatever it is, off the record, on record, and then just the stories kind of flow naturally out of that. And, I think just taking the extra step to really try and get to know like what drives these guys at the end of the day. What's their why? What are they doing this for? Yeah. I think that just goes a long way.
All right, let's do a little shop question here, Luca, before we're done.
Hit me.
I'm doing, obviously I'm doing the hockey, so I'm in and out of town. It's hard to get down to Dove Valley. So I want your perspective on where this team was during camp. And you briefly touched on it that you really can't tell them anything right now. And why would you? I mean, they're a 9-2 football team that's won 8 in a row. But where are they, do you think, breathing as a collective unit from where they were in camp to where they sit right now in the bye week?
I think, there was obviously all this, at Super Bowl slowly kind of forming chatter that I think, when people talk about, they've been, adamant or not adamant, but just, they've said Super Bowl before. I think that really just came from a couple stories, where Sean Payton said, man, this team has the characteristics of teams that I've thought before. And then, folks asked players about it, and then they said, well, yeah, of course we're playing, why else would we be here? But I really think that, the belief in, I think the main theme of this season has been sort of the adaptability, the grit in terms of these one-score games. Sean Payton talks all the time about demonstrated confidence. Like, you don't have that in training camp. You have that now. They weren't, they were 2-8 in one-score games last year, and this year the pendulum is completely flipped. So you start to develop that identity as a team, as a locker room, and I just you feel that when you go in and you talk to these guys. And, you beat a team in the Chiefs that, regardless of injuries, of personnel, of what have you, that has thrived for years because of the pillars, the organizational pillars of head coach, quarterback, ownership, what have you. And in the Broncos, Sean Payton said, like, those are what you need to have a Super Bowl contender. And that's what, that's where we're trying to get to. And they just beat that team in a week with, a lot of injuries themselves and missing guys. And so I think you really you take a step towards crossing the hump at that point. And I think there's just that confidence that this team, with a few new pieces in training camp didn't have.
Do you consider them the favorites in the AFC?
In the AFC at large, I don't know. I mean, certainly the division at this point. The conference, I don't know if I would say that. I think we have to see how the next couple of weeks play out.
Sure.
Certainly, especially without. I think J.K. Dobbins was such a huge lift for them and stabilizing point for their offense. So I think we need to see how that plays out for the next couple of weeks. But they're at the top of the mountain with a couple other folks right now for sure.
Are you going to ask Sean Payton about J.K. Dobbins' injury status?
we have at this point, I think we know everything that there is to know, and asking him would just be that would just be
a cattle prod.
We only get so many questions. We only get so many questions.
It's a wasted question. Exactly right.
But
Hey, Luca, listen, man, we're proud of you. Keep doing you. Use your age to an advantage because when you're the same age as a lot of the players you cover, you got, a lot of similar hobbies and interests. I mean, just keep doing you because I envy you for that. And at the same time, we wanted to support you because I didn't like the way that you were treated, and you answered it perfectly. So great job.
Also, keep your hair long. Makes you look older. All right. All right, young buck. I mean, you look like a dude, so that's good. Keep that going.
That's no plans to get a haircut anytime soon.
Advice?
Yeah, Mose, you knock off the
I'll
hair.
take it.
Mine's
I'll
looking
take
great,
it.
right? Look at this.
It does.
TV worthy right now.
Luca, thanks so
It
much for
does.
the time, man.
See you, buddy.
We'll talk soon.
Appreciate it, you guys. Thank you.
You got
See you,
it.
buddy.
Luca Evans of the Denver Post.
My name's Luca.
Okay, perfect.
He's a very, very good writer, and there is a our business is in good hands. Some of these young kids in the way they write, it's phenomenal stuff, and I'm really impressed by reading it. And I wonder sometimes, what the hell was I doing in school? Why can't we do that? I mean, they're just better at it.
Well, you were wearing the leprechaun costume and prancing around, I think, right? What were you doing?
I don't know because they're
You're saying, Rocket Ishmael for a touchdown! Yay!
Let me respond to something on Twitch real quick.
Party and lose a shoe. Hey.
Somebody on Twitch said, media people these days want to make it about them. It's a sideshow now with social media. Every journalist throwing their personal opinions and agenda in their stories instead of actual coverage of the team. I completely disagree. A lot of us do that.
Luke is a perfect example, by the way. He emailed Nelly. He goes, hey, you guys can touch on the thing, but I don't want to make myself part. He said, I don't want to be part of the story.
He's like an old school. He's an old school, soul reporter in a
you
young kid's
have to
body.
understand
That's
the difference between the two. We got into this last year with the whole Sean Keeler and Dion thing. Sean Keeler's a columnist. His opinion is necessary. If you don't have an opinion as a columnist, then you don't have a column. What he does, Luca, is a different type of coverage. It's a beat writer. It's a feature writer. Understand the difference between the two. And let me tell you something else about media people, okay? Because I've been around and like Moser, every media person has had personal opinions. The difference is we had nowhere to put them 20, 30 years ago. You don't think the media people that you followed had personal opinions? You don't think maybe they had conflicts and things that they thought differently than you did? Of course they did. You just didn't read about it or hear about it because there was no platform to give it to you. Now there is.
That's why I've always gone out of my way to tell you people, I am not a journalist. What journalist would throw $100 to bet against a nun? Huh? How many of those exist out there?
And openly say, that nun went down.
Yeah.
And you're happy about it. Hey, don't forget, Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer. Here in November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Now, everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule your blood donation today.
Again, the Avs tonight, you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 7 o'clock puck drop against the Rangers, and that's pregame presented by Ramos Law, and that starts at 6:30. Keep in mind, you can head on over to AM 950 as well, hear Bills and Texans with kickoff just after 6 p.m. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Avs and the NFL on Westwood One. By the way, that Thursday night football game, I think it's going to be really, really interesting because the Bills, they've struggled defensively this year. We know that. They've had a few offensive struggles, too, and they're going against that Houston defense. I don't think this is any sort of gimme.
No, it's not a pushover.
For the Bills playing against the Texans tonight. And for them, they're trying to keep pace with New England, or else they're going to end up wild carding it, and then that becomes a really dangerous team that's sitting there like a 5-6 seed, whatever they're going to finish at. I mean, it's a big game tonight. So that's going to be on AM 950 back after this. Avs and Rangers tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets won last night. It was a game in which it was sort of the Peyton Watson breakout, and I think him getting a lot more comfortable offensively has been sort of like what's the next step he has to take. If you get a look, take the look. And I think a lot of times guys, and he's done this in the past, Christian Brown's done it in the past, they look a little bit hesitant when they have an open look just to let it fly. He did not last night. And I would say it's one of the rare games where Nikola Jokic was not the best player on the floor for you. It was somebody else. And last night it was Peyton Watson.
You're playing the Pelicans. It's just one of those games during the course of the season. Do you guys get more excited when, it's the Nuggets at the Celtics? Celtics come to town. Rangers are in town tonight to take on the Avalanche. Do you get a little bit more vibrant about the contest because of the original six and that sort of thing?
Yeah, because I like sticking it to the East Coasters.
Okay. I'll tell you,
personally.
when you go to Madison Square Garden in New York, it's pretty, you're at the world's most famous arena. It's pretty cool. I think players
Do you like sticking it to the East Coasters?
Oh, absolutely.
Any chance?
I'll see Kenny Albert today.
Not really my thing.
I'll see Kenny Albert, Dave Maloney today over at Skate. I'll go. I can't wait to stick it to you.
Wait, is this a duel? Is this a duel tonight?
No, he does Rangers games.
Oh, yeah. By the way, final keyword for this hour, if you want to go to the Nuggets game Saturday against the Kings, your keyword is Kansas City. I guess it's 2 words. Kansas City is your keyword for this hour, and it gets you in the building, or gives you a chance to get in the building Saturday night against the Kings. And if you want to go to more games this year, you jump on that Pick'em plan, which is your chance to secure tickets to at least 4 games at Ball Arena for $100 while saving on fees and getting access to playoff tickets. You can check out nuggets.com/pick'em for more.
Yeah, but
the keyword this hour is Kansas City.
But Kansas City's 2 words, bro.
Keywords.
Okay.
Keywords.
Okay, that's cool. Hey, Brett, if you can get this, we'll get back to the Nuggets momentarily and the Avs. High five all day and all night. Where did the Kansas City Kings play their home basketball back in the day? Vic?
Where did they play the Kansas City Kings?
Yes.
So I'm assuming that means it's not Kansas City? Or is it Kansas City, Kansas or something? Is that what you're trying to get me?
No. The name of the arena. In fact, I think the roof caved in. The roof fell in.
I've no clue.
Vic, the old Kemper Arena.
Oh, yeah.
Darcy?
Yeah. Darcy Kemper Arena,
remember,
yeah.
Moj, do you remember Kenny King?
Of course.
Moj, do you remember how the Kings were different from anyone else because they wore the names on the back of their jerseys
that were along the butt,
number?
Below the number, their names. Yeah. I know it sounds weird, but their names were below the numbers, not above.
Sounds stupid.
It does. It's pretty dumb. Yep.
Great.
What else you want to know?
Nothing.
Well, you know what? Your brain is so devoid of wisdom anyway and knowledge that you should be thanking your lucky stars that you have guys like me and Vic to actually put stuff in there.
I got to tell you, Moj.
What?
The amount you've enhanced my life by letting me know they played in Kemper Arena. Something I couldn't live without, actually. I'm having baby Boval here soon is coming. And
well, she's going to want to know that stuff. Yes.
Yeah, I got to bestow that sort of knowledge. Hey, kid, did you know the Kansas City Kings played at Kemper Arena? And the roof caved in. At least I was told that.
Oh, man.
Few things here. If you missed any of the podcasts, you can check it out shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane had Chad Brown, had Luca Evans on. I don't think I'm wrong in this thinking. Now, Luca had a good response to this. Because you noticed it too. I mean, you asked it to Schefter on Monday, Vic. Why does Sean Payton sound so unhappy when you got a big-time, huge, legitimizing win on the year? Because remember, he had that answer about, here comes the tempo question, and he cuts everybody off.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Is that just because he's not totally happy with his offense despite the winning? Or is that just the way that Sean Payton's always wired?
I think that's how he's wired. I think, I was told this before he took the job here. Watch out. This is how he operates. It's how he operates. I'm in New Orleans right now. A media guy told me, how's it going with Sean? I go, what do you mean? He goes, how's it going with Sean? I go, oh, that's how he operates. I mean, it works. He wins.
That's true.
I mean, some people are wired that way. Some people, they want more. They always want more.
It wasn't reported. I stated it 3 days ago.
Jesus. This guy's amazing. This guy is really amazing. He's a piece of work.
I'll tell you who, again, though.
I mean, that's just.
Sean Payton deserves a bunch of credit. 9-2, leading the NFL, best record in the league, number 1 in the AFC through 11 weeks, heading into a bye, chance for guys to get healthy. Hopefully Surtain can come back, all that stuff. But Vance Joseph has just been a monster.
Yeah.
Like an absolute
You know what Sean is? Sean is good to the people that are in his circle. His team, his players, his coaches. If you're outside the circle, he doesn't care.
Yeah, he just doesn't care about
But I think most coaches are probably that way. I don't want to single out Sean Payton and say, well, he's the odd man out in that regard. I think most coaches are that way.
What do you mean?
I mean, you kind of bring everything in tight.
It is, but
wait,
he certainly
It doesn't. You still have to be.
I'm not saying.
Moser, you're completely being counterintuitive. Is Jared Bednar nice to pretty much everybody that asks him?
No, he is. He is. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about, though, I don't know, your true focus, I guess. And maybe his way of unleashing his true focus is to be prickly.
Oh, sorry, I'm in your way.
When are the times that Sean Payton has seemed happy behind the mic?
Whenever he's talking to Kay Adams.
That's
yes.
That's true.
He was.
I was thinking about this.
When he was doing the TV
Peter
thing,
Schrager,
though, he seemed very happy doing the TV thing.
So Peter Schrager got that interview with Vance Joseph, which was, I don't know if you guys have seen it yet. It's fantastic. Vance Joseph is fantastic.
He's
going to be a head coach again in this league. I'm going to ask you guys a very simple question. Do you think Vance Joseph is allowed to go and do an interview like that without permission from Sean Payton?
No.
So why was he given permission to do that specific interview?
Because he's kicking ass? I mean...
Because Sean is good friends with Peter Schrager.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, yeah, that part of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, look, if Vance has a chance to be a head coach again, why would he, not facilitate that? Vance has been a very good assistant. He's done his job. He's hung in there. I don't know why that would be a thing.
Yeah, I don't think that Moser's totally wrong on this, that maybe he's trying to get him out there to showcase a little bit more personality again, and he's going to be in the running for all these head coaching interviews and stuff like that. Like, that's going to happen.
Sure. The one thing Sean has been effective with, though, when he's acting the way he does, is it really through osmosis. You heard it over the weekend. Players start acting that way. And maybe that's that toughness. Maybe that's that demeanor, that veneer that this team needed.
Maybe.
Well, the answers that we got after the game, the two that
I'm saying.
Keep going back to are Troutman's answer about Bo Nix, and then Garrett Bowles being like, what are they going to say now? It's like, yeah, they have as much as you can, and I do think it's genuine. That's what's weird. You know how we always go back to that example? Was it the dude from Georgia when they won the national title, and they're like, oh, you guys thought we were going to win 4 games this year? I'm like, you guys who? 4 games?
Guys, who you find that human being? Some guy from drunky guy from LSU, maybe? I mean, come on, man.
But they got a good combo right now of this is legitimate. There are still people that don't trust the Broncos despite their record. They can play the people don't believe in us card while winning 7 games in a row, which is super rare.
Can't the Patriots? They've won 8 in a row.
Eight in a row.
Can't the Patriots do the same thing? I'll bet you inside that locker room in Indy. Do you still doubt Daniel Jones? Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Oh, you said New England.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about both those teams. Yeah, New England. And don't you think inside that room in Indy as well, they could say,
I'll tell you
hey,
what's different. I'll tell you what's different between those two. I do think the Broncos get the worst end of the stick out of all those teams as far as belief by most people nationally. You will find people that are like, yeah, I'm not quite trusting the Patriots, or people, I don't quite trust the Colts. The Broncos get it more, though, for the very simple reason of their offense isn't good. And it's much easier to distrust a bad offense than it is a bad defense.
But I trust that defense like implicitly.
Moj, when's the last time the Bengals made the playoffs?
It's
like three years ago. And every year people think the Bengals are going to be good. Why?
Because they have Joe Burrow.
Because their offense is good.
Did you see the numbers from that Broncos-Chiefs game on Sunday?
Yeah, that was crazy.
3.5 million people watched that game, which, again, everybody, KC's been a perennial Super Bowl team. I get it. But there's still the Broncos still carry that weight. The Broncos are one of those teams,
especially
right?
now that they're good. I mean,
I know, but they're still one of those teams. They pop. The Broncos are, they've earned that. With what they've done over the last 3 decades, they've earned that. Like, who are the teams in the National Football League who pop?
I think they've more earned it for the last 2 years. I don't think when people were leaving before overtime against the who are they playing? The Colts?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that was popping off the screen with huge TV numbers. You know
Hey,
what I mean?
How was that game on Monday? What was the viewership of that game on Monday? Does anybody have any idea? The Cowboys and the Raiders?
I have no idea.
Like, do those teams? The Raiders stink. Do they still pop?
But teams who pop,
Dallas, Vegas.
Dallas. It's funny for all the
Steelers. I think still pop.
Stuff,
Packers pop.
People are.
Do the Steelers pop?
I can.
They still popping?
I don't think the Steelers pop.
I don't think
like
the
you
Steelers
think
pop.
they pop. Yeah.
Let me tell you who doesn't pop. Seattle doesn't pop, even though they're very good.
They don't pop.
No. They don't.
Wait, so the Chiefs pop?
Well, based on the Chiefs' recent history, of course they do. Buffalo
pops.
does. Yeah.
Philly
Quarterback
pops.
makes them pop.
Philly
Yep.
pops.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yeah, don't give me Giants and Jets. The Giants had a 2-week period there where, okay, now nobody cares.
Packers pop?
Yeah, Packers still pop. They've got a huge fan base.
I guess so.
I think that's all that pop. I think we found the poppers. Who would even be like borderline after that? Baltimore? Baltimore pops, don't they?
Yeah, not really. I don't think so.
Oh, come on. They've had a bad few weeks.
Like, listen,
Lamar, you're telling me Lamar's playing? You want to watch Lamar?
How good are the Los Angeles Rams?
They're very good.
They're fun to watch.
Well, Matt Stafford is how old is he? 37?
37.
And he's got a back of an 80-year-old.
And his back's about to pop.
Yeah, well, he's going insane this year. That defense in L.A. is insane, but I would argue the Rams don't, quote, pop.
Texture says Detroit. I don't even know if Detroit pops.
No, they don't pop.
They did last year.
Well, I'm talking about getting eyeballs, and you must see this kind of thing. What the hell was that?
That was from Step Brothers.
Groban likes his girls to pop.
Are you saying pow?
What a great scene.
I remember it now.
Texture says if Brett says pop one more time, I'll pop whenever I want to pop. Understand? Pop.
That's my boy Danny Hinson. Daniel, my man.
Kansas City certainly still pops. And Kansas City is your keyword for this hour. So text Kansas City in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Nelly
Chance for you to get into Ball Arena Saturday against the Kings.
Nelly blew it. He had a golden. What'd you come back with, Dr. Feelgood? Well, you had an opportunity to be historic, Nelly, and you blew it.
Which song that Brett and Vic have never heard of in their life did you want me to come back from commercial with?
Yeah, hang on. We've done enough of this, Moj.
Fats Domino.
I am in New Orleans.
This audio is atrocious trying to play that through the phone. Like, just terrible.
Props for the Fats Domino, though.
Yeah. I like me some Fats.
There's two people on this station that repeatedly play the audio they want over the phone instead of sending it to Nelly. And it's you and Scott Hastings.
I exactly right. Exactly. You and Scott do the same thing.
And speaking of Hastings there, Brett, you kind of pulled a Hastings when you were saying the keyword is Kansas City, because when Scotty does it, he makes it like 2 syllables. He goes, Kansas City. Kansas City rolls. It's a team I grew up watching.
Yeah.
Kansas City. It's Kansas City. There's a few more syllables in there.
You know what else I love about Scotty? Scotty's just the man. I love how Scotty throws an S on people's last names that don't have them.
Example?
Joe Burrows.
Joe Burrows. I saw that Joe Burrows play.
Well, that's
Mike
Southern
McDaniels.
Thing. That's a Southern thing.
I know. I love it, though. It's like, it's down homey. I love it.
Where's KJ? Get KJ in here.
Jokic's.
No, see, Jokic just doesn't work. There's certain names that it works with.
It's also Squirrely Dan and Letterkenny. He just adds the S to the end of everything.
You know what wide receiver I think is really good out in Houston? Andre Johnson's.
We got to get it.
Josh Allen's.
We've got to
get
it.
Vance Joseph.
We've got to get an expert opinion on this. KJ, come in here, please, sir. Thank you.
All right, can we make this in a hurry?
Yeah, real quick. So we were talking about Hastings adds like an S onto people's names that they don't have the S on, right? Is that a Southern thing where you just sort of add S's to things that don't need an S?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
Does it really? Yeah. See, so it's just a Southern thing.
I know. I said I like it. But when you tell me, like, one of my favorite receivers all time, Andre Johnson. So I love that guy.
Thank you, KJ Grandersons.
Yeah, Grandersons. It's the Grandersons.
303-504-0925. Get one last look at the Avs game tonight along with Fact Checker. Stick around. All right, we'll announce the winner of the pair of tickets to the Kings game on Saturday in just a few moments. Vic, we were just we got these TVs on in here. They did a preview. I don't know if Sebastian Maniscalco, your boy's got a new stand-up special coming out or what. Did you happen to see on Saturday Night Live the guy who was Sebastian Maniscalco? It was hysterical.
Hilarious.
Like, perfect.
I mean, he you've made it when SNL starts to parrot you, right? I mean, it was good stuff. Very funny.
So again, few things.
Sounds great. I'm sure it was really hysterical.
No. You're right. It was no Kemper Arena story I just told there, but
Yeah. Please wax us with more of your greatness. Please play more show tunes from your phone for us.
You want me to wax you? I'll wax you. Well, I'll wax you on. I'll wax you off.
Since you are the authority on, you're the authority on humor here. Please.
Playing show tunes off your phone.
I mean, this guy puts his phone on the mic with just playlists that he pulled up in 1972.
Last thing,
and he thinks that I'm interested.
Sorry, last thing before we final preview of the Avs and fact checker.
Yeah.
Was it you yesterday or was it Nelly that talked that I thought about it later on in the afternoon. I thought that was really a massive insult about Vic's thumbs.
Oh, that was me.
I thought that was hilarious.
I thought it was
the
really
words. These were the words that were uttered on this show last night. Yesterday morning.
I said that you had inbred bunion thumbs.
I think it was worse than that, bro.
It was worse. Let me find the exact words that were uttered on this show. That here it is. Quote, I was too distracted by his jacked up inbred spirit fingers. That was a sentence directed at one of his co-hosts.
But that's so rude, dude. That's so rude. Even if it's true, it's rude. You don't bring it up.
It's absolute. It's beautiful.
Oh my God.
And I say this as a guy who usually directs those type of things toward you guys. It was a wonderful volley on your part. I give you a 10 out of 10.
And here's the thing, dude. You play yourself off as like this nice guy in Omaha and all shucks and all this. That flowed out of your mouth so effortlessly. You strung together that sentence without any effort whatsoever, so it clearly was permeating around your cranium for a while. It just came out perfectly.
Well, Vic kept holding his hands up like this, and all I saw were 90-degree angles on either side.
It's crazy.
It looked like pegs on a bicycle.
Put your hands up. I want to see the difference between my hands and yours. Put your hands up right now, because I don't notice that. But how? Okay.
Now look at. I want you to put yours up. They're just that is crazy. It's supposed to have a curve.
Yeah, this
to your hand.
You got a hitch in there. You got a hitch in your giddy up, bro. You've got a. There's not supposed to be a bone there. It's
no.
Okay.
What does that look?
You know, like a.
You're
like a palm of basketball with these things, though.
Well, you know
you're
what?
A lobster.
I swear, if I had bones growing in the wrong direction, look, there's probably a lot of things I could palm.
Yeah, it's like Vic has a thumb on his toe, and he's like, "Oh yeah, well I can pick up a fork with my feet." It's like I don't want to do that if that's what it means.
Anyway, the final thought process that was rude. Just apologize.
What do you want me to do about it exactly?
I cut him off. I would be less distracted by hands with no thumbs than I would what currently exists on your body right now.
If you don't change your face, I'm going to change it for you.
I was going to say, that was going to be my counter. Paint your face.
You know what? They can do that. Never gotten the spray tan. I should. You know what? When I come back from paternity leave, I'm going to be a golden god. I'm just going to walk in here all spray tan as orange as they could make me is what I'm going to do.
Lord.
Moj, Rangers tonight. What's up with them?
Well, again, they're an incredibly good road team. I mean, they're 9-2-1 away from Madison Square Garden. They have one home win. They can't score goals at home, but boy, can they score them on the road, and they prevent you from scoring. I gave you that stat earlier. When the Avs stay out of the penalty box, dude, they are unbeaten in regulation. When they have less penalties, now they can overcome having more penalties than their opponent, but when they have less penalties than their opponent, and the Rangers they both average about the same about 3.5 per game, something like that. But when they have less, they're unbeaten in regulation at 8-0-3. Stay out of the Bucks tonight.
I think that's one of the most wild stats I've ever seen.
What's that?
That the Rangers, who have 10 wins on the year, 9 of them have come on the road.
It's crazy. Also, Brendan McNicholas, the Avs' outstanding VP of media relations and all that stuff, sent this out today. The Avs tonight are attempting to become, ready for this, Vic? Just the 4th team in NHL history to have one regulation loss through the first 20 games of the season. The 27-28 Montreal Canadiens, the 79-80 Philadelphia Flyers, and the Blackhawks went 17-0-3 in 2012-2013.
How did those teams end up?
Well, Chicago won the Cup.
Yeah.
Philly did not win the Cup that year. Montreal probably won the Cup in 27-20. I didn't have to look it up, but I mean that's pretty amazing, dude. I mean, when you think about it, let me use Vic's favorite word. Let's extrapolate out, shall we? You'll be 20 games into the season, so you're basically a quarter of the way through tonight.
Yep.
You have 1 regulation loss. I mean, if you extrapolate that out, you have 4 regulation losses on the year.
Let's throw another one on there. So let's say 5. Let's just be generous. Say 5 of them.
Okay. I mean, it's just crazy. That's how well they're playing right now. But here's the thing: they've had a couple days off, 3 days off. Good day of practice yesterday. Time to refocus and get after it tonight.
You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, we talked to Chad Brown, Luca Evans earlier. That'll be on the podcast shortly. One thing that I am... Yeah.
One of the reasons I wanted to do the Luca Evans thing is because I wanted to defend our trade. I'm guilty of that. That's why I proposed for it.
Yeah.
There's not enough people defending what we do, our trade. All of us in the media. Yeah, that's what that was.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Vic, one last thing. This is for my next-door neighbor, Casey. Kemper Arena hosted the 88 Final Four.
Oh, Jesus.
Kansas Jayhawks, led by Danny Manning, won the Natty there.
So everybody in your street has useless information.
Casey, don't listen to him.
Good job, you guys just get together and talk about random arenas and... Well, I could talk all day about that Kansas squad. I remember everybody on that squad. I could talk, but our audience doesn't care.
Casey does.
I just wanted to play some of Moser's music off my phone here.
I love The Entertainer by Scott Joplin. You realize that didn't even get popular? Joplin died penniless. And he wrote that. He wrote a ton of great music, but he wrote The Entertainer. You realize he died penniless?
You keep talking like that, Moser. You're going to die with the exact same number in your bank account today. Because I am going to end this.
I can't wait till this kid is in this world. Get out of my face.
Brett, do you know how much I envy the fact that you're going to be gone from this crap for 12, 18, 30 months, whatever the hell it is?
I very well might.
You know what? You have baby on the brain. That's what you have, man.
What do you mean?
You're not yourself. The kid's, any moment now, the kid's going to be here. I say just go.
I'm doing my job.
I'll lay it down tomorrow. You don't even have to lay anything down. You've already done plenty of that. I'll lay it down.
Yeah, quit laying down, dude.
Yeah, I gave my wife the Brett coin of the week.
Okay, you know what?
Months
right.
ago.
I find that offensive. Way to go, Marlo.
All right, the winner of the pair of tickets to Saturday's game against the Kings is Sally Nelson. Congratulations to Sally.
Could you get
Nelly
a
made sure to say
generic name?
Nelly made sure to say no relation, so there's no screwery going on here.
I mean, think about it though. Sally Nelson, Steve Nelson.
And with that, fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, let's play a game we haven't played in a while. We got a good name that sound from earlier today. So I grabbed this clip. Vic was fluffing his own ego, as he tends to do, and I think it was Moser that made a weird noise, and I boosted it. Let's see if we can figure out what this was.
Think about the first time you took on your idol. Moj, think about the first time you worked with me. That must have been very...
Yeah, it was incredibly fulfilling, Vic.
But this guy's taking on the dude he models his game after.
I heard that. I was like, what is that?
I went like this. I went.
But this guy's taking on the dude he models his game after.
You're a freaking alien, dude. Dude, that's the second time that we've gotten a weird sound from your belly.
So,
no, that was my mouth. I did it on purpose. I'm like, that's like the boredom thing. It's like
because baby Jamal Cale is watching all these movies. That sounded like, is it Stitch or Leela? Whichever one that thing. I need to hear that again, Nelly. One more time.
But this guy's taking on the dude he...
It's insane.
Jeez, it sounded like an insect got stepped on.
It's the alien coming through your belly. Crazy. All right. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, have a wonderful Thursday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
What am I going to do in Houston today?
Sweat?
We're in Houston now.
Ask James Harden how you can find trouble in Houston, Vic.
Yeah, Vic, you know what you do. All right. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
But this guy's taking on the dude he models his game after, Nikola
comes Watson, high left side over to Hardaway. Nuggets lead at 112-97. What a pass, Joker! Dunk, two hands! Peyton Watson again! Who else? Behind the back bounce pass with the left hand, and Watson threw that thing home. He's got a career-high 32. Oh, man. Oh, there's a steal in the breakaway. Cam Johnson, look at the athlete run. Dunk, two hands. This thing's getting out of hand in NOLA, and that'll have the fans headed for the exits. There's the horn at the Smoothie King Center in New Orleans. Story tonight, Peyton Watson, career high, 32 points. Career high, 12 rebounds. First career double-double in a starting role, and Jokic finishes with his 9th triple-double of the season.
Man, a weird basketball game against the Pelicans last night, but the Nuggets come away with a 125-118 victory. They get their 11th win of the season, 5th away from Ball Arena, and you heard it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The, as Kaz put it, athlete, Peyton Watson, 32 points, 13 of 19 from the field, 5 of 9 from 3, 12 rebounds, first double-double of his career. He was damn good last night, and you need him to be damn good.
Yeah, Peyton Watson, after reading that box score and watching that game, man, he was more of a mathlete because he ran up some stats, man. And that's good. It's good for the Denver Nuggets. It's good for Peyton Watson's confidence because he does give you length, he gives you athleticism, and it's just another piece of your rotation that's developing. And that's a good thing.
There's a little bit of chaos when the few times, and it was more so in the first half than the second, where he was handling the ball coming up. It was odd because like Jamal Murray was out there, and Jamal just very clearly didn't have the energy last night. A lot of the starters didn't quite have it, and you got saved certainly at the end of the first quarter by Spencer Jones and Bruce Brown. Like their energy being injected into that game saved it from being a sleepy trap game, 2 in a row to the Bulls and the Pelicans. I think they energized everyone for the second, third quarters. You obviously get out to that huge 17-point lead in the fourth, and then it dwindles. Like I don't think it's the same thing as we've seen in the past for the Nuggets, where it's like, oh, they can't close games or they don't want to close games. I don't get that feeling from Denver this year. I thought Jones and Brown were excellent. Watson, when he was handling the ball, felt chaotic to me. Yeah. But I mean,
it's just not his giftedness, though.
It's not. He's gifted in the lane. Like you saw the awesome
Slasher.
behind the back pass that he gets from Jokic in the third was that's who he is.
He's a slasher, and he is a rim protector in the front court, right? Backcourt. He's a guy that can play on the wing and then also slash in and be the off-ball defender that can protect the rim with length and verticality. And for him to fill up the basket last night, that was a sight for sore eyes.
I wasn't expecting 5 of 9 from 3.
The other thing I found interesting was a Zeke Naji start. 27 minutes.
Why are you smiling?
2 points.
Wasn't good. When they took Zeke out is when the game turned around.
So I called this the other day on Kreckman and Lindahl. I was like, you know what I think that David Adelman should do? Start Zeke Naji. And they're like, oh, really? That'd be fun.
I'll show you. You know what's funny? I was listening to PhD. They were going over the Guerrilla Sports audio with John Elway from a couple of days ago. And John goes into the best part of that interview was John talking about how the only out for Tim Tebow was Peyton Manning. Right? Like the only way that you could convince the fan base because, well,
perception is reality.
He beat the Steelers in a playoff game. Like I know he got the doors blown off of him the next week against New England, but like he won a playoff game. How do we kick that guy out of bed? And Elway tells a story of like, I knew I could get Peyton, and if I could get him, I could get away from a quarterback that I clearly realized didn't have
the shadow of Tim Tebow was a pretty large one.
Right. Part of that conversation was early on in the Tebow experiment, he went to John Fox and went, if we're not playing well a few weeks into the season, 2-3 weeks into the year, we have to see what Tim can do. And it's not what he can do. It's we have to prove to the fan base this dude can't play quarterback in the league. I I think we already knew it about Zeke Naji. I know he played 27 last night. They got better when he was off the court.
So here's my take on why you would do that. I think we're all very convinced, and I don't think David Adelman needed to do a thing to convince the fan base in Denver that Zeke Naji shouldn't be in part of anything more than 5 minutes in a game in mop-up duty. What I think he was doing, and why I recommended to Kreckman and Lindahl on the show to get Zeke Naji out there in some of these games where you have players that are banged up, coming off back-to-backs, coming off long. AG. See if there's any way you can showcase him. Is there something out there that there's a team that's needy for a 4?
Not for that contract.
He stinks, man. I'm sorry. He's just not good. He's never been good.
The good news about it, you don't have to play him.
No, it's fine now. You're good. I'm just saying if there's any type of return on investment you could get. Even if it's tiny.
It's just a bad contract, man. Sometimes you sign bad deals. Sometimes you go, oh, we're going to get ahead of the curve.
And luckily it wasn't a massive bad contract. It's a bad contract. But it's not one of your top 4 biggest contracts on your roster.
Again, it's another reason why taking the leap of faith, and that's what it was, the leap of faith to trade Michael Porter Jr. It combats all of those issues with the lack of length at the 4 and 5 behind AG and Jokic. If you don't take that leap of faith and trade MPJ and you go, well, he is one of the most talented shooters of the basketball in the league. And that's like Michael Porter Jr. is playing very well in Brooklyn. In a starring role, he's shooting well. He is, I guess he's flourishing offensively. If you don't do that, then you're forced to play Zeke. Not just 27 minutes against the Pelicans. You're forced to play him, tomorrow night against Houston. What a game that's going to be.
Big game against a team that is Fred VanVleet healthy?
Yes.
Okay. I thought he was out.
Top of my head. KJ?
He is not.
He's not? He's not playing?
No, he's not playing.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
that changes some things a little bit.
They're still a very
just in terms of
long, deep team. They're the second best offensive team in the league right now, or the first.
I'll tell you who
it's them in Denver, 1 and 2.
I've been to a couple randomly. The games that I've gone to of Nuggets games in the last 3 years, I've randomly gone to a ton of Rockets Nuggets games. Just I don't know why. Alperen Şengün, man, it's a good basketball player.
Oh, torn ACL for VanVleet. Okay, so out.
Really? Oh, wow.
Never mind.
Okay, that's a big loss. I like Fred VanVleet as just a facilitator of the Rockets offensively. How long is VanVleet? Is it?
You know what's gonna suck about watching that Houston game, dude? Have you seen their floor for the NBA Cup? Do me a favor, get on your phone right now. Red? It's the most offensive red you have ever seen on a court. That's the only thing that I'm going to see that game. You're not going to be able to pay attention to basketball. It is unbelievably red. It'll burn your eyes. At least the Nuggets court is as bad.
Oh!
Yeah, it's really bad. It's an Amazon Prime game, so, some of you might not be able to watch it. Most of you will, because, who do you know that doesn't have Amazon Prime at this point in their lives?
I think that the color red ought to be banned from ever being a dominant color on any surface whatsoever. It could be a building. It could be a floor. It could be a field turf field. Have you ever seen Eastern Washington University's?
They tried to steal something from Boise. It is red.
Like, blue's not... obviously, I'm a Boise State grad. I practiced on a blue carpeted field every single day for 5 seasons and coached on it for a full year. 6 years worth. So I'm partial to the blue field at Boise State. And frankly, but look at that, Raj. Look over your left shoulder.
It's insane.
How
man.
bad does that look?
That's insane.
In Cheney, Washington. God, that's bad.
Are there any colored turf fields in Colorado for high school football?
Legend. So Legend High School has a blue field. Now, to qualify that, Echo Park Stadium, which is where the district plays, is...
That's out in Parker-ish, right?
Yeah, so Legend High School is in Parker, and then Echo Stadium, I believe, is a shared facility for Chaparral. I think I said that wrong. Chaparral. How do you say that?
Chaparral?
I think I said it right.
How I've always said it.
I think I said it right.
Chaparral.
It just sounded bad coming out.
Chaperone?
Yeah, Chaperone. Pink Pony Club.
They should have a pink
A
field.
Pink Pony Club field.
Come on.
It would be actually.
What are you doing?
It'd be better than that crap right there. That Eastern Washington field. So pull up Legend High School Blue Field. The thing about it, this is their practice field. They only play JV and freshman football games on their blue field, and then Echo Park Stadium, which is where we're going to be playing the playoff game on Saturday at 1:00 p.m. Show up if you want to watch some good football. It's going to be a battle of two future Power 4 quarterbacks. Quarterback DJ Bordeaux just recently decommitted from Boston College. I got about 7 text messages today from people like, hey, what do you think about DJ Bordeaux? Look at Legend Titans. Look at their field right there, Raj. Right behind you.
That's sexy right
That
there.
is blue.
That's borderline erotic right there. That is sexy.
You're going to feel right at home coaching that on Saturday
No,
afternoon.
but we don't. That's just their practice field for
so
their
you don't
stadium.
play on that?
No, so look at the stands. It's just for JV freshmen in practice.
That is disappointing.
I know. We're playing at essentially the district stadium, which is Echo Park Stadium.
That is disappointing.
1:00 p.m. Saturday. I think the weather's going to hold off. Shasta High School football playoffs. Every single one of the 5A matchups, which is awesome. It's a lot of the big dogs, man. They're all on Saturday. So if you want to support local high school football, get on out. I'm super appreciative of Kevin Shockey and just our program direction here for covering Shasta High School football this year, and it's culminating with the Final 8.
You know what I'm happy about in terms of hockey? Like, they don't change the ice surface. They tried it in the ECHL. They did a blue sheet. You couldn't see the puck.
Not smart.
Couldn't see it.
Yeah, I think white's important to the game
Like
play.
the contrast of the
really
black
important.
puck on the playing surface.
You know what actually might work is kind of a nice opaque pink ice sheet.
A highlighter yellow.
A highlighter yellow.
I've seen a few of those in Europe. They'll do the inside of the circles.
Like
those would be like
the Pred should have a highlighter yellow.
I could see it. Actually, you know what? I take it back. I want to dye the ice now.
Let's do it.
Why not? Why we're here for fun.
Have you seen Eastern Washington University, the Eagles? Eastern Michigan, another Eastern. Eastern Michigan has a gray turf field.
Don't love that. I don't have a problem with the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers.
That's right.
They do like a teal turquoisey type of look. It's not bad.
It's weird though. It always looks like it needs to be brushed. There's like always the actual beads of the turf are always makes it look like almost blackish. Teal and black.
This one from the 201. You guys are all jack wagons. I played at EWU. God himself came down and touched that field in Cheney.
I don't think so. I don't think so, man.
Oh, it is
Are you sure?
Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Don't go anywhere because on the other side, we're going to give you guys your first opportunity here on the Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj to get inside the building as the Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings. Your first keyword coming up on the other side. Also, Broncos fans, you have a conundrum, much like the conundrum that we talked about with the Patriots. Like, we don't want to go to Denver. Are you a Colts fan or a Chiefs fan for the rest of the season, in particular, coming up this week?
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and the ski season is officially here. Most importantly, Loveland ski area. Actually, I was watching this morning on 9 News, listening to Kate LaSalle's weather forecasts, and the leader in the clubhouse for forecasted snow from this new system that we're getting is indeed my spot. Loveland ski area. Over a couple inches are expected up there at Loveland. And right now, it's a perfect time to log on to your computer or pull out your phone and go to skiloveland.com. 2025-2026 season passes are on sale now. In addition, if you don't want to commit fully yet to a season pass, the 4-packs are available for $289 online. You can use your 4 tickets for yourself 4 separate days, or you can bring 3 of your favorite homies up to Ski Loveland and get all of the good shredding that's available up there. What I love about Loveland ski area, it's about great snow, great terrain, an authentic Colorado local experience without all the crowds. So check out skiloveland.com and get your season pass today.
Happy Thursday. It's time for you to win Nuggets tickets. So take out your phone, type in the phone number 303-504-0925. Make sure you save that in your contacts.
I'm nervous here about the keyword
and send us the keyword burger. B-U-R-G-E-R.
I could go for a burger right now. I'm starving, man.
Along with your first and last name, that's going to enter you to win tickets to the Nuggets game against Sacramento on Saturday night. And if you don't want to leave it to chance each week, lock in a pick'em plan starting at $100 and choose 4 games at Ball Arena while saving on fees and getting playoff access. Just go to nuggets.com/pick'em. To win tickets right now, though, text that keyword burger, B-U-R-G-E-R, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's burger with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Favorite fast food burger? Fire.
Favorite? Shake Shack's pretty good.
Is that fast food? It's a little bougie.
It's a little bougie?
You can't drive through, can you? Shake Shack?
Yes, you can. They have they have Shake Shack drive-thrus.
Shake Shack's really good.
Okay, it is a little bougie, but if you're just going like
let's say like
Burger King,
run of the mill,
Mickey D's.
Yeah, you can throw In-N-Out, Whataburger in there if you'd like. To me, they're still real drive-through restaurants.
It has gone sour because the dollar menu, the value menu at Mickey D's is no longer valuable, but the McDouble for $1 was almost unbeatable.
Or how about just a 2 cheeseburger meal at McDonald's? I just like their cheeseburger.
Too much bread for me.
Yeah, but it's just good. I've been a 2 cheeseburger combo guy for about 39 years of my life.
I was never a Burger King burger guy.
That would put me as a 4-year-old, actually, having a 2 cheeseburger combo. I don't think I had that as a 4-year-old.
Burger King had elite chicken nuggets.
Have you had their chicken fries?
Yes.
Okay. But the
Wendy's
keyword
has an elite spicy nugget. I think for $1, the McDouble is a pretty darn good fast food.
Number
burger.
1 for me, fast food, without question, hands down, is In-N-Out Burger. Double, animal style, no pickles. I'm a Southern California kid. It still is better if you get it within about 100 miles of the OG restaurant in Buena.
You don't add chilies?
Buena Park. Huh?
You don't add chilies to your double-double?
I'm not from Colorado, bro. I'm from California.
Buddy, add the peppers.
Don't buddy me, guy. KJ.
Not your guy, buddy.
Don't bro
Not
me,
your
chief.
pal, friend.
KJ, number 1 In-N-Out Burger, which is the keyword if you're just tuning in, 303-504-0925. Number 1 burger, fast food.
Whataburger. I'm a Southern guy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a Southern guy.
I do like some Whataburger, man. I do. I'm not as obsessed. And then last one here, Raj, because I know you want to get to real sports here. Sit-down burger, just right now, period. It could be a chain or it could be a local establishment. Favorite sit-down burger today? Red Robin. I love Red Robin. I always ask for early fries. Give me a little extra seasoning on those bad boys.
I love a Five Guys burger.
Five Guys is good. It's good.
That's a good one. I'm going to give y'all an underrated one. Cheesecake Factory.
Whoa.
I did not see that coming.
In no world did I see that coming.
I'm telling you.
I like where your head's at, though.
I stand by it. I stand by it, guys. Trust me when I say just try it once.
The problem with Cheesecake Factory is I don't think I could physically ever locate the burger because their menu is the same as Sean Payton's play call sheet. It's identical.
It's just an encyclopedia at that point. Question to all of you out there today. As the Colts and Chiefs prepare to play a game at 11 a.m. on CBS this coming weekend at Arrowhead.
That sounds fun.
Who are you a bigger fan of? Are you rooting for the Colts or are you rooting for the Chiefs? Because it's going to behoove you either way.
I'm going to root for the freaking Indianapolis Colts.
Okay, so if the Colts beat the Chiefs, they are still very much on the outside looking in. They're not dead in terms of their playoff lives, but they are
Can I tell you why?
Life support.
Can I tell you why?
Okay.
The Colts aren't going to win out. They're not. There's no world that exists that Colts win out, and I do think the Denver Broncos actually can win out. Whether they do or not, probably. I mean, to be a 15-2 club is pretty wild.
They're not going to win out.
Okay, we'll see. I would give the Broncos a better chance to win out than I would the Colts. However, I also think that's dang near impossible when you have a very evenly matched football team to beat a team twice in the same year. That you basically were saved by what was it called again? Leverage
penalty on a
60-yard field goal, and otherwise you lose the football contest. That was to win it, right? It wasn't. They weren't tied. The Broncos were up by 1.
No, Broncos win the game if that holds.
Yes, correct. And I want the witch. I am so ready for the Kansas City Chiefs to just be done for this year. So ready. You know who else is ready for the Kansas City Chiefs to be so done this year? Jahdae Barron. Did you see what he did on Instagram? Can I show y'all? He's got a picture on Official Day Instagram account with him locking up Travis Kelce. The ball is loose on the ground, so clearly it's a PBU. And at the bottom, it says, "Tell Swift, put me on a song right now."
Travis Kelce had 9 catches for 91 yards in that game.
Whoa.
He was like the lone bright spot for the Kansas City offense. Let's be very honest about that.
Jahdae Barron,
Let's
man.
be very honest.
Hey, talk that talk. I'm with you. I'm with you.
I understand why you would root for the Colts. The Chiefs are not dead in the crib if they lose that game. You think they're going to lose to Dallas. The Cowboys are a terrible defensive unit. I understand they put up a bunch of points. I would still have Kansas City winning that game. Houston is not who we thought they were. The Chargers are very hurt. The Titans suck. You have a short week against the Broncos at home. And how hard is it going to be to beat the Chiefs twice in one
Chiefs
season?
are going to lose 3 more games, bud.
I'm telling you, they're not dead in the crib. So they could lose against the Colts and still find a way
Raj,
into the
postseason.
postseason.
Can we stay away from that line? I don't love that one right now.
It's just
no, just don't do that.
Just a
Let's
turn of phrase.
I know.
People have babies every day. I think as much as it hurts, you should be rooting for the Chiefs this weekend. That tiebreaker with the Colts could come back and hurt you big time.
Don't tell me how to fan.
I'm not telling you how to fan. I'm telling you how to be logical. Getting through the AFC, what did we talk about for almost
logical?
A full hour?
That's illogical.
For almost a full hour yesterday, what did we talk about? It's that nobody wants to come to Denver. As of right now, it is more important for Denver to have home field advantage throughout the AFC playoffs than it is to have the Kansas City Chiefs sneak in as a final seed. Because you still have a couple of other bullets around the league if you're the 1 seed, certainly having that bye that someone can take the Chiefs out of the playoffs before you would have to face them. You have to finish a full game ahead of Indy because you lost that game at the beginning of the season. You should be a Chiefs fan this week.
Let me ask you this question, Raj. You're telling me I'm illogical. Here's how you are illogical, Alexander. Would you rather? We've played some would you rathers in our lifetime, have we not? Would you rather in a postseason game face Patrick Mahomes or Daniel Jones? Period, point blank. Tell me that.
Depends where I am. Am I at home?
I don't care.
You should care.
Daniel Jones has had documented really good regular seasons, and he always turns into a pumpkin, and we'll do it again.
Also,
watch it.
Again, I'm looking at this saying you have a chance for another team to take out Kansas City, and Kansas City at that point would have to travel to their opponent in the first round of the playoffs. It's not like you're guaranteed to play Kansas City at home if you're the 1 seed, and they find a way to get in. That's why I'm telling you, man, you have a better chance to go through the AFC if you get that 1 seed. And I understand that it's not just the Colts. You have to worry about New England right now. It is. I think it behooves Broncos fans to be Chiefs fans this weekend. Knock down Indy a peg, and then you only have to worry about New England moving forward. Nobody wants to go to Denver. Chiefs fans don't want to go to Denver. Patriots fans don't want to go to Denver. Indy doesn't want to play outside of Lucas Oil. They don't want to play outside in January at Mile High. They don't want to do that. It matters. You were telling me. You were talking to Jordan Love, right?
Yeah,
the whole Packers unit doesn't want to be here.
But what if I also believe that Daniel Jones is nearing midnight, as one of our texters here said? It's almost midnight for the Colts. I agree. We've already seen glimpses of 11th hour with Daniel Jones in the Indianapolis Colts. They're going to lose some football games down the stretch here. I believe that. They are.
Colts remaining schedule: at the Chiefs, home against the Texans, at the Jags, at the Seahawks. 3 of those 4 games are very losable on the road.
Yeah, very much so.
Home against the 49ers, losable home game. Home against the Jags, losable home game. And then their final game of the season at Houston.
That's the Colts.
Indy is going to falter.
They're going to lose 3 more games. So I say, what are they not? They're exact same record, 9-2.
No, they're 8-2. They played one fewer games.
Okay.
Their bye week. When was their bye week? 2 weeks ago?
No, they just had it.
Was it this past week,
Yeah,
week 11?
yeah, because their last football game, remember they squeaked by the Falcons in Berlin or Madrid, maybe. I think it was Berlin. Madrid was this past.
Madrid
weekend.
was the terrible game this past weekend.
The game in Barcelona or Berlin was fantastic.
Yeah.
It's a great game.
All right, so you're convinced that Indy isn't going to be a threat for the 1 seed at all.
They're the best record they have, I say, is 12-5.
What gets the 1 seed? Does 13-4 get the
I
1
think
seed
so.
this year? Or do you have to go 14-3?
Colts, Patriots remaining schedule soft, is it not?
Patriots remaining schedule is as follows. They travel to the Bengals this weekend. They have a
Is it Burrow back?
Burrow's back and practicing.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, dude, if you're Cincinnati, why would you ever bring Joe Burrow back?
Because they want to help the Denver Broncos get home field advantage. That's why.
All right.
Duh.
So yes! New England travels to Cincinnati. They have home games against the Giants and the Bills.
Okay.
But they have, I believe they have a bye somewhere in there. They have like the late bye. They have the week 14 bye. So they have a bye week in between the Giants and the Bills. They finish off home against Buffalo, at Baltimore, at the Jets, home against Miami.
They're gonna lose at least 2 in there.
I think they're going to lose 1.
Really?
I think they lose 1 game.
I think they lose to the Bills.
And then do you lose does Baltimore have it figured out by Sunday, December 21?
Baltimore's trending right now.
All right, so you lose back-to-back games, and that drops them to a 13-4 team.
And then the Broncos, I think, would win that.
As of right now, Denver has the head-to-head matchup because they have a better record in the AFC than New England does. And those would be, we're counting 2 AFC losses right there between Buffalo and Baltimore, and Denver's remaining schedule.
Let's play this game for a second.
Yes.
Read it to me.
Denver's remaining schedule is at Washington.
I'd say, I love that. I love that matchup.
At Vegas.
Love that matchup.
Home against the Pack.
I stand by it, man. I just don't love Green Bay in that spot.
Home against the Jags.
I think that's going to be a good football game. But I think you beat them at home.
At Kansas City, Christmas Day.
If there's a game that you might drop, it may be that one.
Home against the Chargers. Don't know when that game is.
I think you're going to win. I think you're going to win.
You have them going 15-2?
No,
sorry,
no. The
14-3.
14-3.
And your one loss is
at Kansas City.
You would then, all right, so if both of those scenarios play out, Denver has the 1 seed.
Yep. So you know what? Go Colts.
Go Colts.
Beat the Chiefs.
All right, if your scenario that we
Eliminate
just played
the
out
witch.
right there, if your scenario plays out, it is at that point, go Colts. Go Colts. It's tough to say.
It is not. It's probably they probably say something else there, don't they? Other than go Colts.
This is our Colts. This is our team. That's what they say.
Well,
we love them.
Their hashtag on Twitter is for the shoe.
For the shoe. That's
for the
it.
Shoe. There you
That's
go.
it, man. That's it. You can convince me. If you're that set in that Indy's going to lose 3 more games, Denver's only going to lose 1. You can convince me, man. If I'm Cincinnati, I'm not bringing Joe Burrow back. There's no reason. The only reason Joe Burrow comes back is to screw your draft position. Isn't that the only thing that can help Cincinnati right now is to draft high, get cheap player for long term, and then Joe Burrow comes back and is completely healthy? They have nothing to play for right now. What if you bring him back for the final, 6 games of the regular season? You're not getting in. You're 3-7. You're not getting in.
They're done.
I suppose you're only 3 games back in the division, but there's not enough time to make up all that ground.
Not the way that the Baltimore Ravens are playing ball right now.
Dude, don't bring him back. There's no reason to bring that guy back. Pick in the top 5, bolster your defense, or get a better offensive line.
We got two different trains of thought on the Shot Mazda text line about this discussion. Root for the Colts to eliminate the Chiefs.
Essentially.
And Tristan here is saying this. You should be looking up the standings, not behind you if you're the Broncos.
Looking up the standings there's no one in front of you.
Yeah.
You're the highest.
Look
you
at
can
the
be.
look at the top. Look at the top. Your peers. Your peers are the Colts and the Patriots.
They're behind you in the standings, so you just told me not to look, behind me.
But here's to your point, not quote cheering for the Chiefs, but against the Colts is a winner's mentality. So don't concern yourself with the bottom dweller Kansas City Chiefs. That's the loser. If you're fixated on, ooh, I'm scared of the witch, the 5-5 Chiefs, then that's a loser's mentality. And so this text from Tristan here is saying, root against the teams that are your peers, so you can just keep bettering. Like that's how you started the argument. You can keep bettering your chance for home field advantage.
As of right now, you are more concerned with Drake May and the Patriots, Daniel Jones and the Colts. You're more concerned with those two teams than the team that has been to 7 straight AFC championship games.
Okay, I'd say that I'm now arguing.
You're more concerned about that?
I'm now arguing against myself 5 minutes ago. I'm telling you that
it's a conundrum. Don't get me wrong.
Denver Broncos have the best chance for a tangible home field advantage. That's the most important thing. And that's the argument being made there. On the flip side, Patrick Mahomes can always go nuclear in the postseason. We all know that. In fact, I would argue that the Kansas City Chiefs are scarier in the postseason when they don't have a glorious regular season. When they have the 15-2 regular season, it makes you question them even more.
It's a Denver Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Text the word burger, BURGER, along with your first and last name. That's going to enter you to win tickets to Saturday's game against the Sacramento Kings. That is burger, BURGER. Your next keyword is coming up at 11:20. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's the morning sprint on Altitude.
and cover guys. I mean, he is rare that he can do every job that's acquired from outside backer at a high level. But his best trait, Peter, okay, he's so unselfish. He's so unselfish, man. This kid's a team-first guy all through and through. How we rush the passer versus certain people it's the cage rush, right?
Explain that. What is the cage rush? Explain it for me.
So if you're rushing 4 guys, right, it's always going to be 2 gaps open. So when you're cage rushing, right, the edge guys have to rush with power and to crush the edge. As a speed rusher, he can win his one-on-one every single down he lines up. So to buy into cage rush so we can contain Jalen, right, or Patrick, so rare for a rusher.
Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph on the unselfish pass rush of the Broncos and their leader, Nick Bonito. Make sure you guys catch Thursday night football at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. You can watch the Bills take on the Texans this evening. Really good football game.
Is CJ back?
I don't know.
I don't either.
No, he's out this week.
Davis
Neal, sorry.
That's pretty cool that he's not only the Broncos quarterback coach, and by the way, a sizzling hot head coaching candidate out there right now. Who's in NFL.com's, I think it's under 35 list of top candidates to get NFL head coaching jobs, Davis Webb. But Davis Mills of Sanford fame is going to be starting for the Texans, unfortunately, because I wanted to see a little Stroud versus the big fella.
Bills and Texans, make sure you guys grab a dew and a brew. Hang out with Tyler Polumbus at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. Fun prizes all night, and you can enter to win a John Elway autographed photo brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. That's tonight at Stoney's Uptown in Denver with Tyler Polumbus. You want the Bills to win that game too, man. Like, if the Bills are going to have anything to say about that AFC East, you've got the inside track on them. You want them to win the AFC East. You want the Patriots to start tumbling down a little bit. But back to Vance Joseph there. It is the most unselfish pass rush I think I've ever seen in Denver.
It's, first of all, the way he explained that. Professor Vance Joseph, that's Dr. Vance Joseph to you, Alex. He is so well thought out in how this defense is playing. I love his answers. He's a joy to listen to speak about football, and he does it in a way that is, I think, ingestible for the average football fan, but yet it touches some points that, for me, somebody that's an average high school football coach right now, I can talk to my guys. That very quote that I sent on the text thread there from Vance Joseph is something that I brought up verbatim and talked about, hey, this is what Vance Joseph said about their pass rush, about the selflessness of the edge rushers, to crush rush, to create that cage rush. So what crush rushing is instead of just being ballistic, fast up the field, Nick Bonito, who's built almost like an old school, you want to collapse and cage that pass rush. And shoot, I'll be honest, like the remaining teams that we would probably face in the high school level to win a championship, we're going to see 3 really athletic dudes, starting with the first one. It's a Boston College commit. That's super important, is to not allow those highly athletic, modern NFL, college, and high school quarterbacks to get outside the pocket, because that's where the big plays happen, man.
The reason why it's so successful is not necessarily Nick Bonito. It's not Jonathan Cooper. It's not the ability to disguise a corner or a nickel blitz like they did with Jaquan McMillan twice against Patrick Mahomes.
Safety blitzes too.
Brother, the reason why it works so well, Zach Allen and Jonathan Franklin Myers in the middle of that defensive front, being able to hold and not have a quarterback climb the pocket and gain yards directly in front of him.
That's the hardest thing to deal with, Raj, is any quarterback will tell you, I despise the interior pocket collapsing in my face. That's where I don't have nowhere to go. I got nowhere to go. So I end up throwing the football without the ability to fully finish my throwing process. And you know who else?
You have to worry about smacking your hand on a helmet.
100%.
You can't step through a ball. Okay, I get that.
No, I'm agreeing with your point, 100%. And then the other guy too, like Malcolm Roach, while he's not like the twitched up John Franklin Myers interior pass rusher, he is a guy that can walk an interior NFL offensive lineman back into a quarterback's lap. And that's a bad thing to deal with. I mean, I watch these games, I'm saying these quarterbacks, man, they don't have a lot of places to go. It's so disciplined. Their rush lanes are so good. Have you ever heard of like the new role? I think they call it like a pass rush coordinator or pass rush specialist in the NFL. I don't even know if the Broncos actually have one right now. They used to have Jamar Kane. I'm not sure if he's still there or not. But if there ever was proof of concept for a pass rush specialist, it would be what is happening currently. Yeah, that's it. I think I'm right in saying that.
I don't see one on their staff right now.
So is Jamar Kane listed as the D-line coach for the Denver Broncos currently?
Jamar Kane is the defensive line coach.
Okay, so that was his first role, was like pass rush specialist.
Todd Davis is defensive quality control.
Yeah, and we all know that he's a young guy that's got a really bright future in coaching. But I don't think he's in charge of the entirety of the rushing integrity. I'd say Jamar Kane has a lot to do with that. Props, man. Jamar Kane, major props. I don't know much about you. I've just heard great things about you through the coaching industry. LSU, think about some of those freak shows that he was coaching there at LSU as the D-line coach. Yeah, he started in 2023 as the pass rush specialist for the Denver Broncos. It's been pretty good since then.
How much are you going to miss Jonathan Franklin Myers next year? You can't keep him, right?
Yeah, you can.
You think you can keep that player? I understand that you get the Russell Wilson money back, but
give it all to him.
He's not going to be a $10 million player next year, so you have to decide, do you keep Jonathan Franklin Myers? What monies do you allocate to Jaquan McMillan, right? Because he's a restricted free agent next year. PJ Locke is a free agent. Malcolm Roach on the defensive line is a free agent. Everyone else is signed long-term. I mean, like Tillman and Devon Key are also free agents too, but like guys right now who truly matter.
So weird to think about DeAndre Tillman already being a free agent coming up. He's, to me, still seems like a younger player. Okay. He's been good, man. He's another guy that's been fantastic for the Broncos.
I don't know if you're going to be able to keep JFM.
Should you?
Yes. Yes. But it depends is he a $15 million player? If he's $15 million, I don't know if you can keep him, man.
I'm trying to find projections on what his value is, and where do you find that?
He's likely gone.
Here's a couple of things you got to factor in as well, Raj. If you keep JFM, you're going to lose Alex Singleton. You're probably likely going to not be able to keep Riley Moss.
If the trade is 1-for-1, JFM for Singleton, I'd take Jonathan Franklin Myers 9 times out of 10.
Every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
And I love the Singleton story.
We all do.
I think you've seen the best out of Alex Singleton. I think his career has peaked.
The Broncos were 100% right on the timing of Josie Jewell. Were they not?
Yeah.
It feels similar. It's just that Alex Singleton had a year or two left in him. Do you know Josie Jewell just can't find a home anymore? He's basically done. It's tough.
I think you can find a way drafting at the end of the first round to replace Alex Singleton to go get like a tackling machine linebacker at the end of the first round. Not someone who's going to break a game open, not your edge rushing Micah Parsons or the guy who we all thought Abdul Carter was going to be out of Penn State. Someone who's just a side-to-side linebacker. You can get them between 28 and 32. Jonathan Franklin Myers is going to cost you money because he's largely the only guy on that defense who hasn't gotten his. He's the only dude who hasn't gotten like the big-time pay increase. He had the 2-year, $15 million extension. He hasn't gotten the big one. Cooper got his deal. Benito got his deal. Zach Allen got his deal. DJ Jones is signed at 14.6 for the next 3 seasons. He's the only dude that hasn't been paid.
All right, so I don't know if this is right or not. Spot Rack right now says that his projected value would be between $8.5 and $10 million per year. You do that.
Pay him.
You do that for sure.
He's making 10 right now. What
7.5 annual right now.
Annual. He's making 10 this year.
His average annual value of his previous contract was 7.5.
I think he's north of 10. I think he's somewhere between 10 and 15. Someone's going to pay for that.
He won't be a $15 million player. How old is he?
29. Still not 30 yet, man.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 30 at the end of the season. I don't think you're going to be able to keep him. And he is such a big part of this defense. Losing that player
Wazirike in line?
Yeah, could be.
He's been pretty good.
Could be. And there's a reason why
flashes.
There's a reason why they held on to him.
Through all of the gambling.
Right.
Everything that happened.
Sean's got to see something special.
You know what else is cool?
Has to see something
you know what else is cool about a Wazirike? It's a very strange byproduct of a controversy around potential gambling situations. He's actually got a lot of juice left because he didn't play for several years.
That's what I was hoping.
He's
like
like
the
a
Gabe
young player.
Landeskog thing was.
Yes.
It's like, well, Gabe hasn't played in 3 years. He's actually, 29.
He reverse
He's not
aged.
32. It's just a shame that Gabe's cartilage in his knee is gone. That didn't happen with the Wazirike. You got big games tonight, and they're all on Altitude Sports Radio. The Avs host the New York Rangers with a 7 p.m. puck drop pregame, which is brought to you by Ramos Law. Starts at 6:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But over on our sister station, AM 950, you can hear the Bills and the Texans with kickoff just after 6 p.m. Altitude Sports Radio. It's your home for the Avs and the NFL on Westwood One. Hour 2 of the morning sprint. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryanemi. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today on Altitude Sports Radio. Take us wherever you guys want to go on our mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Coming up in about 20 minutes from right now, we will give you your second keyword of the show to get inside Ball Arena as the Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings on Saturday. That's about 15 minutes from right now. Your second keyword. Your first one was burger. That is now come and gone. That's locked out. But your next one's coming up if you missed out on that one. Thursday night football tonight can be heard on AM 950, Bills and Texans. Avs take on the Rangers on 92.5 starting at 6:30 p.m. with Berto's pregame show.
Kind of want to go tonight.
That should be a good game.
Anybody want to give me tickets?
Should be a good game.
I'd take Ball Arena. I haven't been able to pound the glass before. Anybody want to just let me sit next to
you're
him?
A glass pounder.
I've never done it. I the last time I've been a glass pounder, and I'm not saying actually pound the glass, but be in the positions where you'd have the opportunity to be a glass pounder. I did that when I was, my dad was coaching at USC, and it was like the first year, it was the inaugural season of the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim. And we went to a Mighty Ducks of Anaheim, and some USC donor, Orange County-based donor, gave us glass seats. It was really cool.
The Ducks are doing really fun things. Like they gave away, the old school Duck goalie face mask thing.
Yes.
So they gave away that. They gave away Crocs that were shaped like webbed duck feet. Also, Julie the Cat Gaffney was at their game last night with her family, and she was leading the quack, quack, quack. The Ducks are feeling themselves right now. They're a fun team. Rangers in town tonight. Terrible home team. Excellent road team. I think tonight, I think it's going to be a low-scoring game. I think you got to win like a 2-1, 3-2 hockey game tonight. I just have an inkling about it. Avs are really good right now. Weird basketball game between the Pels and the Nuggets last night. You get a triple-double from
Strange
Joker.
start, too, right?
Yeah, a lot of turnovers early on.
Uneven.
It was one of those games that, Joker just didn't want to shoot early, and I didn't understand it because not only is Christian Brown out, but Aaron Gordon, who's going to be, one of your volume shooters, it's very clear this year, especially from deep, he's out. So that kind of screams, Joker, you got to take over. This is one of the games that you got to shoot a whole bunch. They started off slow. Joker finally decides to start shooting from three. You get that injection of energy from the bench led by Bruce Brown and Spencer Jones. And then you're kind of off to the races in the second, and then you get off to that 17-point lead in the fourth quarter. It's funny. There was a lot of, I wouldn't say there was vitriol, but there were some upset fans going, it's the same Nuggets that don't know how to close out bad teams. I think the Avs and the Nuggets they're in the same position that we've seen them year after year, which is the Avs are one more year ahead of their development. And I'm not saying the Avs are closer to a championship this year than the Nuggets are. I think they are neck and neck right now. I could see the Nuggets losing a handful of these games and being the 2 seed or even a 3 seed in the West and being okay with it. Because right now at the Nuggets, it is just get into the dance healthy. And you can find a way to beat OKC because you are built right now to compete against Oklahoma City. You don't have to go 73-9 this year.
Nope.
You don't need the 1 seed as the Nuggets. Now, the Nuggets have the benefit of, you haven't been knocked out in the first round year after year after year like the Avs had. I think the Avs have something to prove. I could see Colorado winning the President's Trophy this year just because we're going, it's been 3 years of us not truly competing, and we're here to show you we're the best team in the world.
I'd say for Jared Bednar, Chris McFarland, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, Gabe Landeskog, this is the type of year where you want to collect hardware.
Yeah.
It's a hardware collection
all
year.
of it.
Take it all. And I don't want to put this out there too strongly, but I think you're deep enough. I think you're deep enough to have the mindset of let's go collect regular season and postseason hardware, all of it. Do you agree?
I do. It feels as though there's something to be proved from the Avalanche. I don't think the Nuggets are at that point yet. If the Nuggets get bounced in the first round or the second round this year, I think the following season would be, okay, we now have to prove that it wasn't a fluke. The Avs are firmly in position right now where you have to go Prove it wasn't a one-off.
So all
the Nuggets aren't there
yeah.
yet, but they're creeping up on it.
All the hardware. The only hardware that I've really, really wanted to see somehow, some way at Ball Arena is the NBA Cup, the Emirates NBA Cup. Are we out? Are we out? Is it done? Is the dream done already
KJ,
again?
do you know if they're locked out? I don't think they are yet.
Not just yet. They still got a
some
chance.
help.
They do need a lot.
You
of
need
help.
some help.
I thought that Adelman was going to be an NBA Cup guy. Adelman gives me some Premier League vibes, some UEFA Champions League vibes. Like, he loves soccer. And I thought he would just go for it because it felt a lot like the beautiful game. But apparently not. Because Michael Malone,
care about
Michael
that,
Malone
though.
hates soccer, apparently, because he hated the NBA Cup.
Also, what's up with Michael Malone just deciding to not have hair when he was the head coach here? Have you seen
Does he have a full head?
Have you
Does he have a
seen the
mullet?
graphic that came out from ESPN? He's got like a full head of beautiful hair. Is that real? Or am I being duped by
AI?
Photoshop and AI? Is that real? Have you seen these photos
I'm
out
looking.
there, guys? Tell me if that's real or not.
Whoa. Is this right?
Full hair.
Wait a minute.
Like, you can't choose to do that. Right? That's what I'm saying. Is that fake or is that real?
I think he just
That's
changed
good
his
hair.
I
That's
just
good
think
lettuce.
he's changed his style, man.
So you chose to go buzz cut for all those years? That doesn't make any sense.
Dude, Malone.
It's like Brett Kane. Brett Kane wants to tell you he is follically challenged. He's not. Brett can grow a full head of hair.
If we would have gotten this version of Michael Malone, that's it, man. I'll tell you what, he looks fun.
You know what it looks like they
cool.
did? It looks like they took Jared Bednar's short hair and put it on Michael Malone's head.
I'll tell you what they did over there with our guy, Wendy. Is that Windhorse right there?
It is.
Yes.
They took Michael Myers' neck from
Mike
Austin
Myers.
Powers.
Mike Myers.
Not Michael Myers.
Michael
He's
Myers.
Halloween. Yep. From Goldmember.
Yes.
Fat bastard. And they threw it on Wendy's face. Sorry.
Oh my
That
God.
fat
They
shaming.
did him dirty there.
It's not a great pick.
Scotty says it's real. That makes no sense to me. I thought the dude went to Turkey and got plugs.
Malone looks tan. He's got lettuce. Heck, he might even have a little salad. I think there's some product. There's some dressing in that, man. He's got salad
Well,
dressing.
it doesn't stand up like that without
No, but just like some
product.
He's got some powder, maybe some
I
powder.
mean, you can Ben Stiller the thing, but I don't really.
I don't know, man. Is Michael Malone is he a supermodel now?
Silver Fox Michael
God, he is
Malone.
beautiful. Would you?
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
Avs should be fine tonight, man. This is a team that you should handle the Rangers. JT Miller, their captain, came out and said that we're on our no BS version of the Rangers. Then JT Miller decided to not back check on a play where he was right next to the dude and then got scored on. So I don't know if the no BS thing is actually real. They are a better team than New York is. They are deeper. They are faster. Igor Shesterkin has been very good on the road. If he ends up getting the start tonight for the Rangers over Jonathan Quick's got to be close to 40 years old. But, man, the Avs are a fun team to watch right now. They feel like they have something to prove everywhere. The power play is getting slowly better. The penalty kill has been excellent all year long. And you're doing this without real contributions from your entire second line, or at least what you thought your second line was going to be at the beginning of the year.
Any health updates at all?
OC inching back, not ready yet.
What was his?
Ranta, he had off-season hip surgery.
Hip.
So OC inching back, not quite there yet. Joel Kiviranta inching back, not quite there yet. But, I mean, there's only really one spot on this roster to take. It's the one that Taylor McCarr comes up and plays, 3.5 minutes a game. That's the spot to stop or step in. O'Connor gets that.
Does he have a long-term future?
I don't know, man. He works his tail off. I like his size. I don't know if he has the foot speed for the NHL right now. They're giving him looks. Be my guest. I like that. Give him looks. He's got good pedigree. But am I taking Gavin Brindley out of the lineup right now for Joel Kiviranta? No, I'm not.
No.
Am I taking Zakhar Bardakov out of the lineup? Not yet. I like him. I like his size. I like his tenacity. The team looks really solid. And you have this added benefit of Scott Wedgwood is being interviewed by NHL.com about playing in the Olympics. We had the conversation of like, Mackenzie Blackwood could be a Canadian Olympic goaltender. Blackwood hasn't played. Like, if Blackwood plays and gets back onto his stuff before February rolls around, I suppose Hockey Canada could take him in. Scott Wedgwood has a legit call to be like, I'm better than Jordan Binnington right now. You want Jordan Binnington? He's statistically one of the worst goalies in the league right now. And Canada's like, oh yeah, we're going to bring him because he showed up in the Four Nations tournament.
And we won it all. Raj, I got a question for you.
What's up?
A team that's kind of been down and out for several years. Yeah, top of the standings there in the Atlantic. Detroit. They for real?
No. Yep. I don't believe they're for real. I think Detroit and Boston are pretenders. I think Montreal is real.
Will end up being the real deal, yep. Tampa's still the real deal, right?
Tampa's still
like competitive.
Get in, be competitive.
Not going to win it.
Probably not, but like they're the team that I look at like Kansas City and I go, I don't want to see you in the postseason. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't be juiced up about having to host you for a 7-game series, but like Carolina, if they were to match up with Tampa Bay, they're the better team. They're the better team. No, Detroit's not, I don't think they're real. I think the Yzer plan has kind of failed. The path to the Stanley Cup goes through the West, and it goes through the Central. It goes through Colorado, it goes through Dallas, and it goes through Winnipeg.
Stylistically, what have you seen different from Dallas this year?
They've been injured. That's an unfinished book. Matt Duchene's been out since the middle of October with an illness. They're not full yet. So I can't give you a full answer on who Dallas is right now. I can't.
Mikko Rantanen, 27 points.
A lot of those are on the power play, but you guys know what I think about Mikko Rantanen. He's a bona fide shoe-in Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
A very good hockey player. I know he's the enemy right now, but like if you don't think he is a very good elite Hall of Fame hockey player, you don't know what you're watching. But he gets most of his points in the power play, and I mean, people go, "Oh, a power play merchant." Wouldn't you like to have a power play merchant on this Avs team?
Be fun.
Now the power play is getting better. Do I think that power play merchants should automatically be like shoe-ins for MVP votes? No. I think you should be a dominant 5-on-5 player, and you should get your bonus points in the power play.
That's all I got.
Good talk there, Coach.
I was trying to find more things to talk about with Stick and Puck. I reached my critical mass with Stick and Puck here. What's the date? November 20th?
Make sure you turn in tonight on
you
AM
can only have
950
so
for
much Stick
Thursday
and Puck.
Night Football at Stoney's Uptown in Denver with Tyler Polumbus. Avs and Rangers are on 92.5. On the other side, your next keyword to get you inside the building Saturday against the Sacramento Kings. That's Coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude.
Wow. That is so good.
That's $8.95.
What? Aren't you just gonna take it out of your tip jar? $8.95? I got that.
It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday. This is your next chance to win tickets to the game against the Sacramento Kings on Saturday night. So text the word smoothie.
Okay.
Smoothie, as in Smoothie King.
I thought we were going margarita.
Margarita King?
But I guess technically a margarita is a alcoholic smoothie.
Yeah.
So we got
exactly what it is.
You can utilize a Jimmy Buffett Margaritaville machine to make a smoothie.
So when we do our 75 hard in January, instead of margaritas, we're going to replace it with smoothie, which is the keyword, right, Raj?
SMOOTHIE. That is smoothie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you'll be entered. The brand new City Edition collection is in, and people love it. Check it out at the team store. At Ballerino, or visit shopnuggets.com to get some gear on your show Denver Pride. The reason
I'm so
why I
proud
have
of you,
hiccups
man.
is I just scarfed down a Brothers Barbecue turkey leg rather.
Yeah, you can actually get real Thanksgiving meals at Brothers Barbecue. I'm smacking some turkey right now.
I would suggest not wearing your brand new Nuggets City Edition jerseys and garb while mucking down a turkey leg. But, to each his own. 303-504-0925 smoothie. We will announce a winner coming up at 11:55. But at 11:20 on the morning sprint, it's time for KJ's NFL Notes. Every day here on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what do you have for us today?
Well, as we talked about earlier, Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, he stopped by the Schrager Hour podcast with Peter Schrager, and they talked about the young and up-and-coming cornerback Jahdae Barron, and they talked about what his role is, what the long-term vision is there, and Vance just has absolute high praise for Jahdae and everything that he has the ability to accomplish here with the Denver Broncos.
Again, it goes back to the vision. For him, he's obviously a corner for us. But we had Pat, we had Riley. So his vision was to be a nickel dime player, in the first year, obviously, and moving forward, play some outside corner. But with Pat being injured for the last 3 weeks, he was forced to play corner. And I'm telling you, it helped him because he went from playing nickel and dime, where it was more of a thinking man's game, to playing corner, where your physical traits had to, kind of activate. And we saw it in practice, and it was like, man, that's the first round pick. He's been playing nickel and dime. It's kind of more of a thinking leverage game. I'm blitzing, I'm fitting here. So it was kind of more of a thinking position. But at corner, man, you have to run, you have to move. And we saw it. So, for the last 3 weeks, he's been starting at corner and base, and obviously it's worked for us, So losing Pat was a big deal for us, but it forced him to kind of take a step forward to play more corner and still play his dime role. But I'm telling you, this kid has played really good football.
In 2027, cornerback 2 for the Denver Broncos is
Jahdae Barron. Hearing that, I don't feel like I've been watching what Vance Joseph just verbalized.
Neither do I.
I feel like I've been watching Chris Abrams-Drain play outside corner in the absence of... I've seen a lot of slot reps like I've seen all year from Jahdae Barron. I've seen Jaquan McMillan play a lot of slot. I've seen Jahdae Barron play even that Will or Mike linebacker in the dime package in between the offensive tackles. I'm actually looking right now at snap counts as an outside corner. Nobody really plays in 21 and 12 personnel with the frequency, I guess, that you would typically see. So that's what he's talking about. Base is when you actually play with a bona fide Sam linebacker like a Jonah Ellis or a DeAndre Tillman as that field overhang player as opposed to a nickel, which would you do only against one tight end and 3 receivers instead. But I mean, the Kansas City Chiefs play with a lot of 11 personnel. Did we see many coverage snaps of Jahdae Barron on outside receivers?
No,
I can't.
Not from
recall,
that game. I
can't
remember.
recall many.
I don't want to like refute the dude who
I know,
coordinates
me
the
neither.
defense,
But I just trying to remember.
The reason why I say 2027 is when Riley Moss is a free agent. Is he your cornerback 2 that year? Or Jahdae Barron? Was Jahdae Barron selected to go, we can move on from Riley when his deal is up, when his rookie deal is up?
I thought so on draft night. And then when I did a deeper dive and you and I had Pete Kikowski from the University of Texas, do you remember what his sentiment was?
He's a nickel, man.
He's a star.
He ain't an outside. He's a nickel.
His position in the Texas defense was the star position, which is synonymous with the word nickel or slot corner. That's what he's played predominantly.
Now, you could have both of them. You would just have to extend Moss by 2 years. But if I'm Riley Moss, I'm looking for a long-term deal, not a 2-year big bump. And the reason why I say 2 years is because, well, you have your club option on Knicks in 2028, and then you would sign him to his long-term quarterback deal in 2029.
Do you feel kind of like you would be able to get Riley Moss on a team-friendly deal unless he just goes nuclear with interceptions and because he's not going to be anybody's.
He's not going to be a 1.
He's never going to be a corner 1.
Nope.
Let's let this thing play out before we get there because I still think that if we're reacting to what we just saw with the 3 massive penalties against the Chiefs in a win, and not giving up big completions, but giving up big
yards,
junkyard plays, it is the same thing. It is, but I like the player. Hearing Vance Joseph talk right there, I don't know if that's a smokescreen, but it sounds like the design is that Jahdae Barron is going to play outside corner. I just don't really see it. Is he long enough? Like we saw him in training camp. He's built rugged.
Yeah, he's stacked, but he's not long. He doesn't have the
like Riley Moss.
Who's the kid in Philadelphia? He doesn't have like the Quinyon Mitchell length.
No, and Quinyon's pretty stacked too, but he's got length. He's got crazy long arms. Jahdae Barron's. There's nothing about walking by him to say, "Oh, that's the guy that's going to be able to shut down a wildebeest like T. Higgins or Jamar Chase," right? I don't think. Is it just technique and intelligence and athleticism that gets it done?
Might
it
just be too early.
Just doesn't seem like the like Chris Abrams-Drain, even though he's not like a massive human, he's got length.
He's got
Riley Moss.
He has those
length.
cornerback arms.
Yes.
Riley Moss
Pat
has
Surtain.
those cornerback arms.
Length, right? And Jaquan McMillan and Jahdae Barron, rugged, leverage-based players, like we heard Vance Joseph so eloquently describing the difference between an outside corner and what the job description is. It has to do with leverage, has to do with technique, has to do with fitting the run game and being in the right gaps. It's a lot more of a thinking man's game at nickel.
Make sure you guys text the word smoothie to 303-504-0925. That's your next keyword to get inside Ball Arena for Nuggets and Sacramento Kings on a Nuggets ticket Thursday. KJ, what's next?
Are you going to say but? No.
Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy has a tall task ahead of him this weekend as he faces it off against the Green Bay Packers at Lambeau Field. The questions have been swirling about why J.J. is struggling to step into being a quarterback he wants to be. Here's J.J. talking about just that and how close he is to actually putting it all together.
It's very new. You know, coming in here, I was taught how to play quarterback in a very different way.
How close are you to piecing everything together and just saying, like, man, if I would just do this, we would be much better than what we are?
I feel like, for me, I kind of make the analogy of just like, you know, a cork about to come off a bottle. Just understanding that it's, you know, 1 to 3 little things that I need to change about my game that is going to make a huge difference in the outcome of every single drive in the game. So, yeah, I feel like it's really close, but it all comes down to the consistency.
J.J. McCarthy, in just 5 starts this year, has 8 interceptions. In 3 years at Michigan, he threw 11.
It's surprisingly uneven right now with Minnesota. I didn't have on my bingo card the disconnect. Talking quarterback mechanics at press conferences about your starting quarterback. We're not talking about pocket presence. We're talking about actual Tom House style Tim Tebow. Remember Tim Tebow? Like kinesiology of the position as a rotational athlete. Kevin O'Connell actually described this at great length about that violent leg whip that J.J. McCarthy's utilizing and if that's appropriate or not. Like, very rare in the National Football League that you get in a very nerdy kinesiology conversation at a press conference about a quarterback. I have not given up hope on J.J. McCarthy because I see that the top end is still very good. He makes some fantastic throws. He has great arm talent. He's been battling injuries. I do think that it's somehow, I just don't love the fact that J.J. McCarthy did this thing talking about how differently he was taught playing the position.
Right.
Physically. Yeah, that's weird to me.
Is that a dig at Jim Harbaugh?
I don't know.
For a guy who like stumped for J.J. McCarthy for years, when you looked at J.J. McCarthy at Michigan, you went, oh, he's propped up by his defense and he's propped up by his running back. It feels a little weird to me where he's going, oh yeah, I've graduated to a more in-depth and complicated version of being taught quarterback. Is that what I'm getting right now?
It's a little bit of that.
I'm confused very clearly.
It's a little bit of that with maybe the approach mentally to the position and how to attack a defense and how to read defensive coverages, but also some of it is actually his quarterback developer and quarterback trainer that does his physical stuff. Like the actual, like Tom House worked with Bo Nix this offseason. Did it at Valor. That's Tom House is the same guy that did Tom Brady. Rebuilt him. He rebuilt, I think, Drew Brees when Drew Brees came back off that shoulder surgery. And then he's the guy that unsuccessfully attempted to rebuild and correct Tim Tebow. That's who I think he's talking about is the actual physical throwing process mechanism, which is weird. Like that's a weird thing to do in week 12 of an NFL football season.
KJ, what's next?
Are you going to say but? No.
Brown star wide receiver Jerry Jeudy had his post-practice presser yesterday. Chemistry is usually built naturally, but Jerry and Shedeur, they're apparently still building theirs. And Jerry put on an absolute show yesterday for about a full minute in regards to their relationship and kind of growing alongside Shedeur as Shedeur now is getting the start coming up this week.
Get comfortable.
Jerry, I know Kevin said that Shedeur is going to get all the first team reps. How important is this week of practice going to be for you guys and for you specifically to develop chemistry with him?
It's going to be very important.
What kind of development have you seen in him over these past few months?
He consistently growing.
On that last drive, that looked like he was the most comfortable on that last drive. Did anything change with him at all? Did he feel better? What did you pick up on watching that last drive?
Just having multiple reps.
I asked you about it half my game, that catch that you fought to that first down. Is that kind of effort to try to extend that play, to extend that drive and get that lane? Does that show the embodiment of the hunger that you guys have to close these games out when you guys are so close, so long?
For sure, we just got to finish.
I know we ask you this every time you switch quarterbacks, Jerry, but is there a way to fast forward the process of trying to develop that timing and chemistry with that new guy?
No, you just need reps. I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
That dude, how did Nick Saban deal with that guy? That flew under Nick Saban? If you guys saw the video, the body language from Jerry Jeudy,
it's even worse than it sounded.
Atrocious.
And for the record, that was sped up because that was the entirety of Jerry Judy's NFL mandated media availability.
Ugh.
And basically said absolutely nothing, expressionless, and asked, "Are we good?" and just walked away.
10 games, 356 yards, 1 touchdown. It's a far cry from what he did last year with nearly 1,300 yards and only 4 touchdowns last year in his first full season in Cleveland.
But it was the Jameis Winston
It really
experience.
was.
It was all here at Empower Field. Like every one of his yards came against the Broncos.
Sure was.
I have a hard time with Jerry Jeudy, the player. I have a hard time with Jerry Jeudy, the interview. I have a hard time with Jerry Jeudy, the on-game day body language in the sidelines. Jerry Jeudy's been one of the players that I loved coming out of Alabama when Nick Saban had his thumb pressed firmly on all of his antics. And you were able to maximize something there. But when left to his own devices, Jerry Jeudy is not it. Not it. And it's going to be another in a long, long list of players that cannot get out of their own way with their own behavior.
KJ, roll on.
Well, before we go, man, I got one quick trivia question for you guys in regards to the Cleveland Browns. There are 5 former Cleveland Browns quarterbacks that will be starting around the NFL this weekend. Let's see if you guys can guess all 5.
Baker.
Correct.
Flacco.
Correct.
Winston.
Correct.
Wentz.
Wentz was never a Brown.
No, he was never a Brown.
Is Case Keenum starting this week?
No.
Was Case Keenum a Brown?
I'm pretty sure he was. He's been a little bit everywhere.
We have 3 of the 5. Who are we missing?
Darnold wasn't a Brown.
Nope.
Mac Jones wasn't
Geno
a Brown.
Smith wasn't a Brown. Nope. I got 3 out of the 5. Who am I missing?
Tyrod Taylor.
Okay. I didn't realize he was a Brown.
And then this one, I would have been shocked if y'all got it. Jacoby Brissett.
Oh, Jacoby Brissett set a record last week. 47 completions, set a record.
I have Jacoby Brissett. I picked him up on my fantasy team.
Oh, by the way, I left being the best fantasy player at Altitude Sports Radio, and I returned still the best fantasy player at Altitude Sports Radio.
You stayed healthy, man. Your roster stayed healthy.
I am an absolute wagon right now.
You're undefeated, aren't you?
No, I've got 2 losses.
Okay.
But by a combined, 12 points.
I
I'm a
learned-
wagon. You guys are all screwed.
DMac told me that nobody cares about my fantasy football team, but what people do care about that play fantasy football, boy, you can have bad bye weeks. I had a bad bye week where all of my point earners were all on a bye week.
Keenum was a Brown.
Okay.
Tough bye week for you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor on a bye week. That's tough.
Way she goes.
Tough one to stomach.
Make sure you guys text the word smoothie in 303-504-0925. Smoothie.
Keep them coming.
Like what you drink from a Smoothie King. With your first and last name, we'll get you guys inside Ball Arena for the Nuggets and the Kings on Saturday evening. That'll do it for KJ's NFL Notes. It's brought to you by our friends at MountainHighAppliance.com. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. One more time, MountainHighAppliance.com.
extra weeks every year.
Yeah, sure.
5 extra weeks of being exposed to what you want to do, and people have an extra tape on you. Is that potentially part of the problem?
I'm really tired of these press conferences. Yeah. I don't think so. I mean, there's enough changeover in today's world that it keeps it fresh and so on. But I think we're okay there.
Andy Reid fielding questions about, does playing more in the postseason and winning all those Super Bowls, does it make it easier for opponents to beat you? And I guess I understand the question. Very clearly, no, it doesn't make it easier for teams to beat the Kansas City Chiefs.
All it did for Andy Reid was extend his press conference total over the last, decade by about 50 weeks.
At least he's jovial about it.
He sounds old. I know he is old, and I know he's been old. He sounds particularly old.
He's pushing 70, man. How long has he been? He's been in the league for
done? Is he about done?
I think if they missed the playoffs, I would walk away. Although it's tough to walk away when Patrick Mahomes still has another decade of his career left.
Dude, they might be screwed. Who's gonna coordinate? It's proven out that there's been one guy that's been calling the ball plays. And he was the same guy that was calling the ball plays for the dadgum Eagles and was a huge part of Don McNabb's success, a huge part of Michael Vick's success, huge part of Alex Smith's success at the Kansas City Chiefs.
USC gets blown out by Oregon. Lincoln Riley gets fired by the Trojans. He's your head coach for the Kansas City Chiefs.
That would be awful. You know how bad that would go for the Chiefs?
It would be a nightmare. Hey, he's been in the league for 32 years, 33 years, man. Yeah, he does sound old.
But sounds like a guy who's got zero. I mean, there's not a strand of a vocal cord left. He just.
He's a big yeller. He's a big yeller.
I'm really tired of these press conferences.
I'm really tired of these press conferences. Yeah.
Straining to get his spit out.
It's very clear, though. Trying to keep it light there. Trying to make sure that everyone knows we're not panicking in Kansas City. We're used to this. No, you're not used to this.
That's Andy.
Okay there.
You're not used to this. You're not used to not only not having the AFC West either in hand or very much at your table. You're not used to chasing the playoffs. You haven't chased the playoffs since 2015. You've always been there. Like this, you thought last week's game was big for the Chiefs? This week at home against Indy?
You said it's an 11 a.m. kick?
11 a.m. on CBS.
Might be a little chilly.
I don't know what the weather
said
is supposed to be.
It's at KC, right?
Yeah, it's an Arrowhead game, yes. Have you come around on who you should be rooting for this weekend? The Chiefs or the Colts?
Yeah. I am going to root for the Indianapolis Colts because I'm not scared of Daniel Jones. And I'm not scared of Patrick Mahomes either. I just don't want to see him again. Why see Patrick Mahomes 3 times in a year? You beat him twice, then all of a sudden it's like, they say it's hard to beat a team that you've already played 1 time. Try doing it 3 times, buddy. And that third one might be the most important one. Not good.
I just want to knock out one team that has a chance to beat you in terms of home field advantage. And Kansas City delivering the first blow to Indy, and then you just having to worry about New England, it means a lot to me. However, we did go through the Indy schedule, and you go, they're losing another 3 games. Mm-hmm. Indy's losing another 3, so I can be swayed that direction. But I'd rather Kansas City do my dirty work for me in terms of my path to the number 1 overall seed, and then I'll take the chance of KC losing in the first round.
Cool.
On the road.
So I have good news for you because I think a huge part of Kansas City, your favorite team that you're going to be rooting for this weekend, to be successful is throwing the football. And it's going to be 61 degrees and sunny in Kansas City, Missouri on Sunday.
There you go.
So great
Not
news
cold
for
at
you,
all.
Raj. So Patrick Mahomes can feel nice and cozy, and I guess he's not a witch. He's just a guy.
No, he's a witch. He's still a witch.
I get the point, though.
They're still very much alive. Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Download it on your Android marketplace today or on the Apple Store. Take us wherever you guys want to go. Again, the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. We will have a double dipperoo this evening. No, not between the Nuggets and the Avs. You'll have a double dipperoo between the Avs on 92.5, Thursday night football, which you can go watch at Stoney's Uptown with our friends at Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey and Tyler Polumbus.
Oh, TP.
Can start that at 6 this evening and listen to it on AM 950.
So if you have any interest in looking at the fitness model, Tyler Polumbus, in person, you can go to Stoney's Uptown tonight.
Yeah, Tyler's in good shape.
He's in good shape.
We are no longer the best shaped show on the station.
So now you can understand how challenging it is to have children and stay in shape?
I'll get there. I'll get back eventually. Come on.
We're taking down Tyler. I mean, because Tyler, DMac, and Scotty, you want to talk about 3 fitness models right there? Huh. We got a work cut out for us, man.
Broncos right now sitting at 49 sacks as a team, led by Benito's at 9.5 going into the bye week. 72 is the record, correct? Held by the Bears. Do they get it done? Currently, they're averaging just over 4 sacks a game as a team. They would have to average around 3.5 to get it done for the rest of the year. Do they set the record as a team?
Yes, I think so. 1984, 72 sacks. You have 6 to go, 6 to play. Is that right?
6 games remaining. You would have to average 3. You need 23 sacks to get there.
You might get that in 3
so
weeks.
So just
Raj.
over 3.5 sacks. You need to get there.
Against that Chargers offensive line right now?
You're currently averaging just under 4.5 a game at 49 sacks through 11 games. I think they find a way to get it done.
Oh, they're going to get it done. I wonder who the sack leader, who's given up the most sacks this year.
As a team?
Yeah. Okay, here it is. NFL team QB sacked per game.
It's got to be like Cleveland, right? It can't not be Cleveland. It's got to be some terrible team. There's no way it's a good team.
The worst one is Tennessee.
Yeah. God-awful football team.
Jets, Vikings, Cardinals, Chargers.
Okay team.
What's up, Chargers? 26th in terms of like the worst, I guess.
6th worst.
Six worst is the Raiders.
Bad team. You've only given me one okay football team, and that's
but what I'm telling you
Los
is,
Angeles.
that you have 2 of those teams that are remaining on the schedule: Chargers and Raiders.
Okay.
Commanders are
not a good team this year, man.
Commanders are up there.
Not a good team this year.
Jacksonville,
good team.
But you have them remaining.
Plucky team.
You play them.
They're gonna get it done. Aren't
They're
they?
gonna get it
They're
done.
They're gonna get it done.
Good boy.
And they're not even like Benito's not even gonna sniff Myles Garrett. Benito's gonna finish either second or third in total sacks, and he's not gonna come anywhere near.
We already heard
what
the
Garrett's
logic.
doing.
Right, we heard the logic from Vance Joseph, right? That Nick Benito doesn't go for the selfish sack. Nick Benito plays within the structure as a selfless player, and he raises all boats. Myles Garrett, on the other hand, I talked to my team about this. Myles Garrett is going to go down as one of the best pass rushers in the history of football, and he's going to
be irrelevant.
0 team success to speak of.
The best irrelevant pass rusher of all time. It'll be Myles Garrett.
Yep.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. I think he's got a legit shot to break 200. Legit chance to find a way to get that thing done. But he decided to sign the long-term deal in Cleveland where there's, let's be honest, there's no pressure.
Yeah.
No one expects you to win. Everyone goes, oh, it'd be nice if the Browns could get a quarterback. It'd be nice if the Browns could win football games.
It's a great opportunity for Myles Garrett to just go freelance and just do whatever the heck he wants, because the team is not going to be successful either way. Whether he plays really, really clean, what do they call it, a cage rush style?
Cage rush.
That Vance Joseph and the Denver Broncos so beautifully execute on a weekly basis. You don't care. He's going for sacks. He's a selfish player.
Broncos.
A very good selfish player.
Over under 2.5 players with double-digit sacks this year at the end of the season.
Give me the current standing.
Benito, 9.5.
Yep, that's one.
Cooper, 7.5. Likely a shoe-in. Zach Allen at 6. You need 4 Zach Allen sacks through the last 6 games of the season to get to double digits.
How many does Franklin Myers have?
4.5. He's not getting
getting it.
Jaquan McMillan's got 4. He's not getting there. Sternad's got 3.5.
How many does Huff have?
Hufanga's got 2.
Okay.
Not getting there.
It's a number 2.
Number 2. Over under 2.5 players with double-digit sacks at the end of the year, right? Because you have to find a way to manufacture those if you're going to get to 72. I think you got a better chance of Benito catching Burns at second place around the league right now than you do having 3 of them get to double digits. 4 Zach Allen sacks over the last 6 weeks feels like a lot to ask for.
He's capable of doing it, man.
He's capable of doing it.
Bionic man.
I know, man. He's capable of getting it done.
Pieced together by Don Joy. I'll tell you what.
Is there someone on the list right now in terms of team sacks where you go, you're not doing enough? Like Dre Greenlaw's got 1. But you don't really look at Dre Greenlaw as a guy who goes after the pass, the quarterback.
It's not a huge blitzing, like inside linebacker blitzing outfit. They'll bring it as a changeup. It's more of a utilize your edge rushers, play more bare fronts, so you cover the core and get one-on-one pass rush opportunities outside with your edge players.
I don't feel as though there's someone on the roster right now that I go, yeah, you should have more. Like you tell me that Jonathan Franklin Myers has 4.5 sacks through 10 games played this year. I go, yeah, that makes sense.
I'll tell you who I personally expected to have more than he does this year. It's Joe Ellis. Joe Ellis has kind of had a quiet year, hasn't he? 11 solo tackles, only 1 sack. I know he's kind of been dealing with some body stuff. Really, the back half of last season and then a good chunk of this year. Yeah, I'd love to see Joe Ellis with a little bit more. Maybe he ends up being a little surprised at the end of the season.
Congratulations. A surprise for you, Rudy Villalpando. Rudy Villalpando, you are going to see the Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings on Saturday night. Congratulations. You texted those keywords in burger and smoothie. If you didn't win with us, if you didn't win with MLK, don't worry. You got chances every single hour on the 20s throughout the rest of the day with PhD from noon to 3, Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 to text in those keywords on the 20s. Listen every single hour so that you guys can go see the Nuggets take on the Sacramento Kings. That'll do it for us. For Coach and his mouth full of turkey and gravy, KJ Granderson behind the glass.
Happy Thanksgiving, y'all.
Thanksgiving isn't for another week, brother.
Yeah, why not we're observing it here at Altitude Sports Radio. Have you seen outside, man? Thanksgiving threw up on our lobby.
I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning on a Bud Light Football Friday. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, I don't know about you and where you work, but here at the good old 92.5, we got a potluck going on right now for Thanksgiving, man. It's ripping. Man, we got some people who really tried.
It's good stuff. People are dressed up, too. I'm wearing my sweats.
Are people dressed up?
Yeah. Josh and Katie and, the morning show from over there.
They dressed up?
They're dressed up like it's family Thanksgiving.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, dead serious. Got their sweaters on and khakis and, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Made me feel like a bum.
Do you get dressed up for Thanksgiving? Do you traditionally
Oh, yeah.
throw some nicer clothes on for Thanksgiving?
Yeah, for like the family one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely dress up.
Oh, we were we're pretty cash.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not talking about like a suit and tie, but I'm talking about like putting on some khakis and a nice button down for sure.
Yeah, we definitely don't. Dan, do you get dressed up for Thanksgiving?
Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I can see it going in that direction though. A little bit more formal there in Greenwood Village. Getting like that. Dan and Aurora is just like. Actually, you didn't grow up in Aurora. You grew up in the mean streets of Littleton, near Columbine High School.
I've never had fried rice on Thanksgiving, but Tick brought in some fried rice, and that was phenomenal. I mean, that fried rice was unreal.
Did you have a Hawaiian roll?
I did. I had 2.
You're welcome.
Were those yours?
Those
I don't know.
mine.
Actually, I don't think I saw the actual Hawaiian rolls. I saw rolls from Brothers, but I don't think I saw the actual Hawaiian rolls.
No, I got like Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, I got the rolls from Brothers.
Oh, well, then you're not welcome. I didn't bring those in.
Oh, but I do love me some Hawaiian rolls.
Yeah, I do too. I didn't know there was a large variety of Hawaiian rolls.
Oh, yeah.
Until I was in Safeway about an hour ago.
You could get wheat Hawaiian rolls.
There's all sorts. Yeah. It's one of those, I'm looking at the shelf, and you're like, where's
You got the blue package, the orange package.
You know what? I went with the sweet ones. But apparently I could have gotten, listen, I don't want to bore you because this is like, Mike talking about his fantasy football team, me talking about Hawaiian rolls. But, that is that. Oh, look at Josh. You're right. He is all like,
yeah,
kind of like this is a thing.
Yeah.
That's cute.
They look good.
Cute. It's cute out there. Yeah, they get to all have a party in front of us.
While we're working.
That is a pretty unique situation, man, where you people are partying and being social and relaxing, and you're technically working. Although, look what we do. It's not like we're not going to go out there in the next 10 minutes or so once we go into some commercials.
I mean, I already got some food, so I'm good.
Well, are you done?
Probably.
Really? Dan, did you get a plate?
Not yet. I will, though.
I'm looking for some scraps. Cole Lake had a leg like he was in Larkspur at the Renaissance Fair. My wife took me out to a restaurant last night because we were painting oyster shells.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know. Like you have to do like artwork with an oyster shell, and then they serve you food like afterwards, and you sit at a communal table, and you talk to strangers, and you paint shells. Yeah, I'm not artistic at all. I don't know what your art ability is. You got any? You got any art talent?
No.
Dan, you got any art talent?
I did. We did do some paintings with me and the kids a couple weeks ago where we all got a canvas.
Yeah.
And then you had to sit across from the person that you were painting. And then you got to paint the person
them?
across from you.
Oh, my God. I'd feel bad whoever that is with me, that's for sure. How'd that go with you guys?
Nobody wanted me to paint them. So I painted the dog.
And even the dog was insulted.
No, mine came out pretty good.
But I sat across from a security worker.
I even painted the fifth leg.
Oh, okay. Some detail in there. One of the people I sat across from is somebody I pass all the time at Ball Arena who works security. And she had a Nuggets gear on, and I see her a million times, but I've never spent time talking with her. And so it was great. And my wife and her got along great, and her husband, and they had this wonderful conversation. And we're watching the Nuggets because now it was good because like I suck at painting and art, Tyler. I mean, I'm awful at it. But your wife suggests something, I say yes. It doesn't matter what it is. And I knew there's going to be drinks involved, so it was all good. But it's like, well, how do I watch the Nuggets like while I'm pretending that I like to paint shells? And it actually was helped out mightily because the person I'm sitting across to wanted to see the game too.
There you go.
And like she's watching the game. And I realized me and her have everything in common about going to the games and Ball Arena, the whole thing. And then my wife and her husband were like the same person too.
They like painting oysters.
Well, that and they, they're at home while we're out at night and whatever.
Did you try doing a wife swap?
Well, it kind of happened organically. All of a sudden, I felt like I was on a date with somebody, and my wife was on a date with somebody.
Yeah, and everybody was cool with that.
It didn't bother anybody. Everybody seemed to have a good time with it. So
Were there any flamingos?
We watched there might have been a flamingo on a show. I don't know if that means something else. Is that code for something else?
That's code.
I'm missing something right
White
there.
rocks and flamingos.
I am missing something.
You don't know what the white rocks or flamingos mean?
I don't know either, but I feel like we're into some sort of wife swapping story.
Yeah, well, that's where it was headed. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where like you're following down the tracks.
Are pineapples involved in this scenario?
You know, is our pineapples a part of that?
You know, I think it's a good thing that I don't know this, and I'm curious why you do.
I'm telling you, where I lived out in Virginia, it was a thing.
Really?
Like you saw the white rocks or you saw the flamingos.
And that was code.
You knew.
Oh. I was not familiar with this. Has this made its way
I've never entered one of these homes, just for the record.
Uh-huh. Sure. Just happened
I guess in pineapples. Yeah.
I guess you just happened to know about it. Well, anyways, none of that was happening. It was all just like, flirtatious and not consequential. We didn't have any flamingos, white rocks, stone ponies, or anything else.
Upside down pineapples, to be specific.
Yeah, we didn't have any of those. I don't even want to know what it all means. And Dan, you somehow knew about it too. How does Dan know about it?
Scott told me.
Well, that makes sense. Anyways, we're watching the Nuggets, and I'm like, what is going on here, man? Like that game last night, and we'll have Scott on later. He's traveling. David Adelman at 2:30 today. But they won. You know, they won. But the game itself was just like...
Why are they playing down to their opponents?
I don't know.
Playing with their food, man.
Incredibly unsatisfying.
They did this last year.
Yeah, and man, if you pick the Pelicans with the point spread, you won. Zion did play. We thought he was going to be out. He did play, and Aaron Gordon didn't. Joker had 9 turnovers, which he almost had a quadruple double. Quadruple double with turnovers mixed in. So it was just I don't know, man. It was a weird game. Adelman afterwards, do you have the rah-rah speech there, Dan? But he was like, yeah, hey, on Friday we got a cup game, which was kind of funny. But that's what they got Friday. Yeah, go ahead, Dan. Play what Adelman said.
Okay, great job. Okay, and obviously, hey, after wins, I'm going to keep bringing this up. We bring new people into rotation. Zeke starts tonight. He does his job. Did a great job defensively with Zion. Did your job, Zeke.
Why?
Things we can improve on. Okay, 20 turnovers is way too many. And obviously, at the end, we've got to handle pressure better. We'll keep working on that, talk about it, show it on film. It's what we're going to see with leads. We have to close games better than that. Okay, but again, great bounce back after a tough loss. It's a good win going into a back-to-back in Houston, which is a cup game. Hey, 1, 2, 3. Win.
Which is a cup game.
Which is a cup game.
Let's go.
Let's go. Everybody was smiling after he said that. Yeah, Zeke started. Why did Zeke Najee start that game?
You tell me. I don't know. I guess he just told his defense.
I guess, but he was minus 18. Zion didn't play well, so maybe that's it. That's all that really matters. I didn't really understand it, and Dan was quick to point out earlier, Deron Holmes is in Grand Rapids scoring 27 last night. Like, okay. I don't know, man. Is it possible that if you don't play Zeke at all, there's zero chance to get any sort of trades, and maybe you can get something for Zeke at some point?
Well, I do think it's early in the season. It's a game that you felt like you should win, probably no matter who's in the lineup. And sometimes games like that are good. It's good opportunities to see what you got, right? So if you had some curiosity about how Zeke would handle a situation, you felt like you were going to win the game no matter what. It got a little bit closer than you probably intended, but that's the only logic I could make out of it.
Yeah, I couldn't really figure it out either. I think Scott was perplexed by it. I don't know if any of us got it, aside from, listen, you're playing the Pelicans. They're dog crap, right? Like, you feel bad for your guys, and they have sent a couple guys down to Grand Rapids now. So the bench isn't quite as deep as it once was. You don't have Aaron Gordon. You don't have Christian Brown. The only 2 guys who didn't get in the game were Hunter Tyson and Jalen Pickett. In fact, you only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dudes on the bench, period. So you played that game with 11 guys. So because AG was out too. So it's maybe actually when you look at it that way, I mean, I guess that's why there weren't a lot of other choices going on out there. So it was Zeke's opportunity, and Adelman said he played well. So we'll ask him about it. We'll ask David Adelman about Zeke starting, like what the reason was and what was behind it. See what he has to say at 2:30. Meanwhile, Jokic, what was he, 32, 12, and no, I'm sorry, 34, 11, and 12. But yeah, like 9 turnovers. Not great. Jamal only was 6. That was a very Jamal kind of night, wasn't it?
They were pretty decent beyond the arc, though.
They shot 35%, 31 threes. I mean, you had a New Orleans team that, wasn't hucking it up like the Bulls were. By the way, are you watching the Bulls these days? The Bulls got a little mojo going on. Bulls have kind of that loss might not have been as bad as we initially felt it was. The Bulls may actually have kind of a young, exciting core. So, okay, whatever. But you play Houston on Saturday. Or Houston, rather, tomorrow night. We will have Nuggets tickets to give away. And we'll have a keyword. This one is easy to figure out. Like, I know what this one is. It's games against the Kings. They're all Kings. It's just whether we recognize who those Kings are. So we can go through it. It'll be easy to identify right off the bat. So that's coming up here just in a minute or two. We have a dog or cat situation at CU, Tyler.
Another
one. How many?
A dog or cat?
Yeah. How many of these are we gonna have?
I don't know. I actually didn't see this one today, so I'm curious.
It just came out, so it's a brand new one. We'll see how many dogs and cats we have there at CU for sure. And our pal Jerry Judy.
He's not super happy or kind or nice or entertaining of good questions.
Oh my God.
Or overly confident in his quarterbacks. Or generally just happy to be there.
Brutal. You'll hear it all coming up here. Well, we get a plate of turkey and mashed potatoes and store-bought Hawaiian rolls. Put a lot of time and effort finding that aisle today. It's PhD on 92.5. right, here we go. Time for you to win some Nuggets tickets. So 303-504-0925. I was told our entries, Tyler, are a little subpar compared to the rest of the shows around.
Oh, is that right?
That's what I was told.
I think we could probably fix that.
Yeah, well, hopefully in the sense of competition and knowing who you are listening compared to all the rest of the jabronis the rest of the day, that it'd be easy for you just to, enter.
I mean, I would think everybody would want cool things, right?
I would assume so. So, yeah, all right. 303-504-0925. Here is the deal. The keyword is Mufasa.
Ooh, say it again.
Mufasa.
Ooh, say it again.
Mufasa.
You don't even get it.
I don't get it.
How do you not get that?
I don't get the
How
pineapples,
do you not get
the
that?
flamingos, and whatever the hell else you're saying. Is this
You've got to be kidding me.
Is this another sex joke?
Definitely not. Thank you, Dan.
Well, obviously it's Lion King. I mean, I get that.
Have you ever seen the movie?
I long time ago.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta understand, man. I've had little kids in 20 years.
Lion King's for everybody.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. But the cartoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you see the new one?
I no. Did I see the new one?
Yeah.
Is it a cartoon?
No, it's like live action.
No, I didn't see the new Mufasa's Lion King. Is he still upset with Scar? Yeah. Don't even bother. I really don't care. Seriously. Listen, Mufasa is the word.
Ooh, say it again.
Is that just a quote from the movie?
I just want you to say it again.
Mufasa. It'll let you for tickets to see the Sacramento Kings. So obviously the words are Kings. This one is an easy one to figure out, and we'll just go from there today. Go to nuggets.com/pick'em as we got all sorts of info. If you don't want to leave it to chance this week, lock in a pick'em plan starting at $100. Choose 4 games at ball while saving on fees. Oh, there you go. Nuggets.com/pick'em. All right, 303-504-0925. It's Mufasa.
Ooh, say it again.
Mufasa.
Say it again.
303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. All right, let's do dog and cat.
Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
All right, Tyler. Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
I'm a lion.
Safety, DeMonte.
I'm a baby king lion.
Well,
Lion King.
Well, okay.
Are you a lion or a gazelle?
I'm definitely not a gazelle.
Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
Well, apparently DeMonte Timms is a cat. He has flipped his commitment from CU to Indiana.
By the way, your kids were kids when Lion King came out.
My kids were kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, no kidding. That's when I saw it.
Yeah.
20-something years ago.
Yeah.
I don't remember it.
It's a memorable movie.
Which little creature, which marmot or whatever had the say it again line? Was it the porcupine?
Nope.
Was it the piggy pig?
There's no porcupine.
I don't know. There's a bunch of little creature. Hedgehog?
Mm.
Was it the bird?
Nope.
The Gilbert Gottfried? I don't know. Who was it?
Hyenas.
Anyways, this kid, wants to go to Indiana instead of Colorado.
Which one
Who
are
is
you?
it? What's his name? What
A dog or a
position?
cat?
DeMonte Timms.
How many stars?
I don't know.
What's he ranked?
I don't know. Does that matter?
Yeah, it matters.
6'1", 190 safety.
There's a big difference between losing a 4 or 5 star and losing a 2 or 3 star.
He had been committed to CU since July. Quote, I'm home. Hoosier Nation, let's ride.
Well, hard to blame a kid for flipping his commitment from Colorado to one of the hottest universities in all of America right now. I mean, really? Can he be mad at the kid?
No. I mean, that's why, no, I'm not mad at him. That's why I asked Prime, what are you going to tell parents and kids? What are you going to tell them?
I don't have to tell him anything.
Well, no, he said.
Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
He went through his dog and cat analogy.
No, he also said he didn't have to tell him anything.
Well, that's true.
You are just not tracking me on anything
to
today.
And their parents?
No, I'm slow.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it.
Oh, okay.
See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go to Indiana. How much more are we going to see of this, Tyler?
You'd be seeing this even if Colorado's on top. Honestly, to me, it's nothing to see here. This is going on at every university in America. I mean, tell me I'm wrong.
I don't know, man. You could be right.
Seriously,
I'm not following every university.
You'd be lying if you told me I was wrong, or you just didn't know. I don't mean you. I'm just saying you as in a general term. But anybody that doesn't realize that this is what's going on across America right now, somebody offers you $100,000, next person offers you $300,000, next person offers you $1 million. Okay, all of a sudden I flipped my commitment 3 times. You know, it's these kids. A commitment doesn't mean jack squat in today's world.
Okay, so they lost this kid and may lose others just because that's the way it goes, and not because CU is CU right now.
Well, I think it's both. I mean, I'm not denying the fact that things at CU are no longer hot and sexy. So I'm not taking that away from it. But I also think this is going on at the University of Indiana. You know, they're probably losing kids to Ohio State. Ohio State's probably losing kids to Georgia. Georgia's losing kids to Miami.
Does it mean that it's not that CU is lower, it's that they're not anything special either? They're just
isn't that one and the same?
They're just like everybody else. Well, I think they weren't even getting recruits at all. I think they were lacking, I think Dion brought up the profile. I think he definitely did that. Don't you think overall CU's had better recruits since Dion's been there?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So I don't think they were even in the conversation before. I mean, maybe the kids were flipping and leaving CU. I would have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's not a lot you're gonna be able to do about this, and you're gonna have to do 2 things. You're gonna have to be the best recruiters in America. You're gonna have to sell them on a vision that is not a current reality, and that's a tough thing to sell these kids. And you're gonna have to find money. So the single biggest challenge, whoever the new athletic director, the single biggest challenge he's gonna have, not just retaining, I should say, retaining the current donors that we've got. We got to go find ourselves an Uber billionaire. We got to go find ourselves a Pickens. We got to go find something like that you could just start buying these kids. How does SMU get back on the map? Start buying them.
All right, well, there you go. Tonight you're at Stoney's Uptown in Denver on 17th, watching the Bills take on the Texans. You can grab a dew and a brew and hang out with Tyler. Prizes all night. That is tonight, and you can enter to win a John Elway autograph photo brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Jerry Jeudy. All right, so I'll play it, and this was all like edited and stuff, right? Or this isn't just because you can't, there's huge gaps. Is this what the morning sprint played, Dan? Yeah. Okay. All right, so if you watch this in real time, it was painful. It's Jerry Jeudy just standing there for like 2 minutes, barely talking, chock full of attitude. Here you go.
So, Jerry, I know Kevin said that Shedor's going to get all the first-team reps. How important is this week of practice going to be for you guys and for you specifically to develop chemistry with him and try to get something going there?
It's going to be very important.
Oh, I apologize. This is the real deal. Okay. I'm fine that we're playing the real deal. This is the real deal. This is not edited. This is his whole press conference. All right. Sorry. Here we go.
So, Jerry, I know Kevin said that Shedor's going to get all the first-team reps. How important is this week of practice going to be for you guys and for you specifically to develop chemistry with him and try to get something going there?
It's going to be very important.
And what have you seen of Shedor? We don't really get to watch very much practice, and I know he hasn't had first-team reps yet, but what kind of development have you seen in him over these past few months?
He consistently growing.
Huh? What do you say?
On that last drive,
don't even know.
Looked like he was the most comfortable on that last drive. Did anything change with him at all? Did he feel better? What did you pick up on watching that last drive?
Just having multiple reps.
All right, Tyler, it goes like that for another 30, 40 seconds.
Jerry, you happy to be here? Yep. How's life? Good. You happy with your 42nd quarterback? Need some reps. How was Denver? Hate him.
Who's this on?
Who's what on?
Jerry's attitude, all that stuff.
Jerry?
Not on the 2-8 team?
No.
It's just on him. What do you think about him being like that?
Well, I'm gonna look up his numbers. I know his numbers aren't anywhere close to what they were last year. I don't know them off the top of my head. Last year, Jerry Jeudy had a good year. And it's not that it ever justifies it when guys go up there and they're complete jerks. I'm not saying going up there you can be a jerk just because you've got good numbers, but at least you're a guy. This year Jerry Jeudy's got 356 yards. Like pretty pedestrian season going on here, buddy.
Yeah.
You got a pedestrian season, which I'm sure he's going to blame on his quarterbacks, which is probably fair to some degree, quite frankly. But if you're going to go up and be like that, don't you got to have like Emmanuel Sanders type numbers? Don't you have to have like King of the World type numbers if you're going to be that big of a turd?
Well, in Cleveland, at least a couple of dudes on the old sports talk radio there in Cleveland, they're not blaming Jerry Jeudy. They're actually blaming like the organization.
Jerry Jeudy clearly is pissed. Yes. Jerry Jeudy has now become a broken man, and I'm surprised it took this long. I felt like he was towing the company line. I felt like he was doing everything he needed to do. At 2-8, I think it might be safe to say, that Jerry Judy's been broke.
I just want to know what broke him. Yeah, I mean, this is different. And Jerry has been one of the guys leading the charge, don't give up. The Kevin Stefanski has repeatedly called him one of the locker room leaders. I would say this is one of the more concerning things you've heard out of the locker room over the last 14
and really,
days.
it's lack thereof. But this was Denver, Jerry Jeudy. That's what a couple weeks ago it was so amazing to me, and I made such an important note of it. And we had Ashley on who's going to join us today, and she kind of got the ball rolling on that thought process of like, man, Jerry Jeudy he is giving us all sorts of info and nuggets, and he is really speaking so high of Dylan Gabriel. And I remember thinking I was gobsmacked because at a certain point, now yes, it was year 4 in Denver, but at a certain point in Denver, the man just cracked and he just gave up and he just started speaking. He went online and started tweeting all these different things that got him in trouble, and every media appearance seemed like it was a problem, to the point where guys like Mark Schlereth, who know that Jerry Jeudy has talent, turned on him because he got annoyed with the person more than anything. And then in the year and a half that Jerry has been here, he has been a model citizen. He has been as good as it gets. But 2-8 and then 3 wins last year, at some point you crack, and it feels like Jerry Judy's cracked today.
That's amazing hearing guys just like make excuses for him like that.
I mean, I think there is truth in what they're saying, that bad environments create toxicity. Toxic people come out louder in toxic environments. So I think that there is truth in that when you're winning games, it's easier for people that might have that type of tendency in them to put it to the side. I don't know, man. I mean, I went 3-13 one year. I've never had an interview like that.
No, I get it.
I've never I've never had something like that.
No, I've covered plenty of bad teams, and you don't like that sort of stuff. That's just garbage to me. That's just garbage. And yeah, Jerry was kind of like that on his way out the door here. He gave some BS sort of things in the Broncos locker room. People were critical of him. He had talk about having rabbit ears. I don't know if anybody had social media rabbit ears like Jerry Jeudy. He was quick to reach out to you and yell at you too. Like he was just a head case beyond a head case.
Well, he got what he wanted. He got out of Denver.
He got out of Denver. Yep.
He got paid.
Yep.
He got that. I mean, he got a crazy good deal at the time in comparison to other wide receivers now. It doesn't seem like a ton, but what do you get? Like it was like 38-40 million
something
guaranteed, right?
Got a huge deal. Listen, the guy's got a ton of talent, no doubt about it, but that sort of thing, like that's just 2 minutes. What's the rest?
He got a
like
3-year deal. Okay, 3 years, $52.5 million with $41 million guaranteed.
How big of a bust was that draft class, by the way? The Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler.
What year was that?
Oh my gosh, we got to look it up.
2020, I believe.
2020. You know who the best draft pick was at that crew was Justin Strnad, as it turns out. That draft class was garbage. That was a Vic Fangio.
You know who went
John
2
Elway
spots
special.
behind Jerry? You remember that?
CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Jeez, can you?
Justin Jefferson also was after.
Was Justin? He was behind.
Jerry was 15. Justin went 22.
Right.
I mean, if you remember at the time, that was considered the best wide receiver class ever and Jerry was supposed to be the best wide receiver in the best wide receiver class ever.
T. Higgins, too.
He was a better pick than Henry Ruggs. God, look at that draft class.
Brandon Ayuk was in that. T. Higgins was in that.
Yep.
Michael Pittman Jr. was in that.
Golly, man. All right, yeah, some really good players. Friggin' Jerry Jeudy. God, I'm so glad we don't have to deal with that dude anymore.
You remember who we drafted in the second round that year?
Yeah, KJ Hamler.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like back-to-back receivers, and we're going with undersized dudes, and the value on the punt return. It's like, what are Elway and Fangio even thinking? That's when I knew we were really in trouble as an organization. Because what is the plan here?
Does KJ Hamler have a football team?
I don't know.
I remember he was in Hard Knocks, and he was like the
Bills.
featured underdog story of Hard Knocks.
Yeah, with the Bills, yeah. I don't know where KJ Hamler is, but
it doesn't look like he has a team.
The best thing about KJ Hamler was Mama Hamler's mom. She was awesome. KJ was a nice kid, too. It's just, he got hurt all the time. But what are we doing? We're building a team with undersized dudes and dudes with attitude like that? Like Jerry Jeudy? I mean, there's talent there, but my goodness. Whew. All right, enough about Jerry Jeudy. When we come back, we got some better things to reflect on. VJ was on with Peter Schrager. That's kind of cool. We're talking about the defense and what they're doing well and kind of an insight as to what their thinking was going against the Chiefs. We'll get to that. Plus, you'll hear from Cam Scatteraboo, who's got to be, you're right, Scott's right about that. Cam Scatteraboo's got to be the biggest meathead in the NFL. But boy, does he have respect for the Broncos. You'll hear it all coming up here on PhD. All right, big game tonight. Altitude Sports Radio. Be out there doing our thing. As Avs hosting the Rangers, 7 o'clock puck drop. Pregame is brought to you by Ramos Law. Starts at 6:30 on 92.5. On 9:50 a.m., you can hear Bills and Texans with kickoff just after 6 p.m. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Avs and the NFL on Westwood One. Just got a note from my guy, Doug Otwell from Mile High Sports. We'll get into the VJ stuff here in a second. Here's his theory on the Nuggets. See if you follow this. Adelman is trying to incorporate load management in sort of a different kind of way. Meaning that on games that you should win, basically the concept is he's okay if you don't win the game by as many points as you possibly could for the benefit of getting playing time for everybody on the team, including a decreased amount of minutes for Joker. So the concept, and Doug, I think I'm getting this right, is we're going to win the game. We're not going to not win the game, okay? We're going to win the game. But when we're playing the Pelicans or a depleted team like
what does it matter if
Pacers,
we win by 25 or if we win by 5 if we win the game?
Exactly.
And I think it makes a lot of sense.
And we're better off overall to rest certain guys, play minutes for certain guys, and win by 5 rather than 25.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. The only real challenge I see with that is what if you put yourself in a position that had you just played your normal guys, the normal minutes at the beginning, whatever, who's to say you would have been up by 25 at halftime and been able to sit out the majority of the second half, right? Versus
what you risk.
Versus here we are, we're playing Zeke, we're doing whatever weird things we're going to do in today's game, and now we get in the fourth quarter and we've only got a 3-point lead, but we really do want to win the game. So now all of a sudden we got to play our starters. So I get the concept. I'm okay with the concept. I think I even like the concept, but it does require your backups. It requires the guys that are going to get more minutes to play good basketball. Because if they don't play good basketball, what's going to end up happening is you'll probably end up playing your guys more than you would have had you just started them.
The other side to that coin, this is really a really cool coaching sort of choice. The other side to that coin, though, is if your other guys are, Tyler, just getting in garbage minutes, what's the quality of those minutes anyways? You know, what bricks are you stacking?
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying when we opened up the show. Why was Zeke starting? I don't know. It was a game that you thought you were going to win, and you thought you could experiment with something and get some good quality minutes in for somebody that you're trying to figure out whether you can count on them down the road or not.
So I don't imagine you would have this strategery against Houston. I mean, you know, I don't, but you play Indiana on Wednesday, December 3rd. Maybe you do that again, and I'd have to look at the whole schedule to see who's garbage and who's not. But it's an interesting concept. You know, when Adelman joins us at 2:30, we'll I doubt he would tell us, you know, his whole strategy, everything going on. But on the surface, I like it too. It just means that if you see that the Nuggets, like yesterday, they were 13.5-point favorites for good reason. I mean, the Pelicans were 2-12. You rested AG. If that was an important game, he would have played for sure. He's obviously got something going on. So, okay, fine. Zeke Naji starting? Okay. It's interesting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got a guy like Spencer Jones. Like, if you want him for the playoffs, if you want to add him to the roster, you only get 50 games with him. So he's playing a little bit more. Ron Holmes is down in Grand Rapids. I mean, you only had 7 guys on your bench. I think last night was absolutely... It's not that we were taking this team lightly. It's this is what we're going to do all year. Maybe. If it's a lesser opponent.
I think it's a bit if we're taking them lightly. I think it's definitely we're taking them lightly.
Well, we're making a calculated bet on what it takes to win the game We don't care about, how about this?
Meaning we don't respect these guys.
Well, all right, but you can have an assessment of your opponent without being disrespectful and still understanding they're less than you or less than, say, Houston or another good team, can't you? I mean,
really.
you don't. Okay, so should you literally
the day that you assume you could just beat somebody with some weirdos playing, that's the day that you've officially said I'm disrespecting you.
Okay, I mean, I think it's kind of a calculated guess over the course of a season. You can't. I will say this, and I really did like Michael Malone. But how many games did we watch with Michael Malone coaching where it was like, what, this is Game 7 of the NBA Finals too? Like, is every Game 7 of the NBA Finals? And Adelman said, like, he got a little touchy with, like, putting Jokic back in the game with 6 minutes to go up 20. And he only played him for 3 minutes after that. But he was like, hey, unless you're up by 40, there's nothing guaranteed. Well, okay, fine. But how else are we going to get meaningful minutes? Like, there were some guys with Malone who would never get off the bench. Would just never play quality minutes, period.
Yeah.
And I think there's got to be a plan for the guys, too. Like, what's the plan for Hunter Tyson or Jalen Pickett or Zeke Najee? Well, what is the plan here?
Sometimes there's not a plan.
Well, those guys are probably not going to be with the team very long, right? All right, interesting. Good article there, Doug, Mile High Sports, if you want to check it out. VJ. All right. VJ's talking about Jahdae Barron. Something's going on with Jahdae Barron, Tyler, that is just not very obvious to us, but it's VJ is explaining it to Peter Schrager.
Again, it goes back to the vision. For him, he's obviously a corner for us, but we had Pat, we had Riley. So his vision was to be a nickel dime player, in the first year, obviously, and moving forward, play some outside corner. But with Pat being injured for the last 3 weeks, he was forced to play corner. And I'm telling you, it helped him because he went from playing nickel and dime, where it was more of a thinking man's game, to playing corner, where your physical traits had to, kind of activate. And we saw it in practice, and it was like, man, that's the first round pick. He's been playing nickel and dime. It's kind of more of a thinking leverage game. I'm blitzing, I'm fitting here. So it's kind of more of a thinking position. But at corner, man, you have to run, you have to move. And we saw it. So, for the last 3 weeks, he's been starting at corner and base, and, obviously it's worked for us, So losing Pat was a big deal for us, but it forced him to kind of take a step forward to play more corner and still play his dime role. But I'm telling you, this kid has played really good football, and my biggest concern with young corners is no different than young quarterbacks. If you play them too soon, right, and they have a lot of failure, with lifetime, right? Some guys don't recover from that, So my vision for him was to kind of bleed him in slow and to create the failures in practice, not in game, so he can grow from those. And obviously it's worked for us, and he's playing really good football. He's super smart. And, with Pat being out, man, he's played more. That helps us moving forward because now if, we lose a corner or two, it's no drop off. And that's the expectation.
We know we can rely on him.
Absolutely.
Is that what you're seeing, Tyler?
I hate to embarrass myself, I guess, but I did not notice a ton of Jahdae Barron playing on the outside. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. Admittedly, I wasn't fully in tune to checking out who the corners were on the outside all the time. And you're not in base as much as you're going to be in your nickel and dime packages. So there's probably far more reps where he was not playing outside corner, to be fair to anybody that did not notice it. But no, I didn't notice it. I mean, I believe him. He's not going to go out there and say that unless that's actually been happening. It's a bit of a backhanded compliment, but I understand it, saying, playing inside is the thinking man's game, and all of a sudden we put up on the outside, we don't ask him to think, and all of a sudden everything goes great. Bit of a backhanded compliment. I get it. I think that's probably true of every young player, including myself. If you can limit the amount of things I have to think about, I'm probably going to play better football. But it is also saying he gets overwhelmed a little bit at times.
I'm looking at the snap counts of the corners here. Not that is everything, but let me just put some things in perspective. Riley Moss and Surtain, I mean, it's like 100% or 99% like that. You miss a snap, something along those lines. But those two are out there. Okay, great. And then Surtain gets hurt halfway through week 8 and has missed the past 3 games. Jaquan McMillan has more than doubled the amount of snaps of Jahdae Barron. In total snaps, 490 to 216. And the reason why Barron is up is because of the Surtain injury. That is true. However, in those games that Surtain's been hurt, all of a sudden Chris Abrams-Drain has gone from barely playing at all to actually getting more snaps than Jahdae Barron. Not a ton more, but like just in the Pat Surtain missing weeks. 43 snaps to 34. Jahdae Barron, 34. In week 10, 47 for Chris Abrams-Drain to 20 for Jahdae Barron. In this past week, 47 to 35. So Chris Abrams-Drain goes from nowhere to getting more snaps. Now, also, Jahdae Barron's getting more snaps in these games, too. That definitely has happened. Okay, fine. I'll go with you because, again, I just haven't noticed it one way or the other.
Maybe the truth is more along the lines of he's been a part of our plan playing outside corner when we're in base. Maybe it's not that he's been playing every single rep. And I don't want to say that definitively because I fully admit I didn't dial into it. But maybe the truth is more somewhere like, hey, he's part of the plan. He's taking some reps at outside corner when we're in base. So is McMillan. So is Chris Abrams-Drain. I don't know. I'll have to look at it a bit closer. But I bet that's probably more closer to the truth.
Raj asked a question to Coach Sanford in the morning sprint. In 2027, who are your two outside corners?
Riley Moss and Pat Surtain.
What's the plan for Jahdae Barron?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Okay. So you think Moss is passing the test?
Well, let's see.
Moss gets a new contract.
Moss is in his second or third year. What year is Moss in? Third year.
I want to say third year.
Third year. So next year will be a contract year for him. And unless, look, if somebody wants to pay Riley Moss number one corner money, then he going. Because we can't do that.
All right.
But I do think we'll do everything in our power to retain him.
And Jahdae Barron's what?
I guess what he is right now.
Or maybe not even on the team. We'll see.
Oh, I don't know about that. Why would they cut him? He's young. He's cheap.
Happens.
They wouldn't cut him.
I don't know. Okay. Well, 2027, he'd be in his third year. No, you're right. There's no reason. But if he's not starting, there's not a big future for him here at that point. I mean, if you get a new contract with Moss, I mean, forget it. Correct me. There's a role for him as a starter beyond just playing outside corner. I mean, we play nickel and dime so much that fine. It is what it is. You really have three starters anyways, and he's one of them. Is that possible?
Yeah, I think that's already possible. I think that's probably already happening. The only question is that worthy of a number one pick?
Are you surprised to hear VJ talk so glowingly about him?
Not really. That was his guy. He picked him. He stood on the table for him. He still got belief in him.
Okay. Well, hey, I'm glad they like him and everything's going well, so I'm not complaining about anything. It was just interesting to hear how good apparently he's doing because maybe it's not as obvious. Cam Scadaboo, meathead, but loves the Broncos. You'll hear it coming up next. Tonight, Tyler at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. Bills and the Texans. Grab a dew and a brew. Hang out with Tyler. Fun prizes all night. It definitely slants Bills, big time. It's a Bills bar. So just a heads up if you're a big Texans fan, but that's the way it goes. You'll have all sorts of prizes, including a chance to win a John Elway autograph photo, brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. What do you like tonight? That's a good game, huh? Texans Bills. Let's go.
Is it? Shouldn't the Bills crush them?
Oh, I don't know if the Bills are guaranteed to crush anybody these days. I don't know. I kind of like that one. Yeah, the Bills. What are the Bills? 7-3. They're still
7-3. The Texans are 5-5.
It just feels like the Bills are.
I guess the Texans do have 2 wins in a row. They got a pretty decent win against the Jags 2 weeks ago.
Is that in Houston or is it in Buffalo?
It was in. Oh, this game tonight is in Houston.
Okay, all right. Good game. Good game. We got the Avs and the Rangers. We got that. So we got a nice little sports night tonight. There you go. Cam Scadaboo's, he is I got to admit, I definitely was a fan of him. My Arizona State love coming out. But I hadn't really looked into him, Tyler. I didn't know anything about him. I just watched him play football. Holy cow. It's like, I'm seeing more Cam Scadaboo stuff
these
everywhere. Days now that he's been hurt. I'm realizing this guy is.
He's gotten hardcore into the. I know you brought it up yesterday. He's just gotten hardcore into the streaming culture. He does his own streams, but he also does these co-streams with. I don't know if you know guys like Neon. Hold on.
Oh, you all right? Okay, we got a little. There you go.
Don't mind me. I'm just allergic to you. There's a guy named Neon that he did something with, and I don't know. Apparently, these guys are like the biggest streamers in the world, and he's hanging out with these dudes. Apparently, that's what he's doing now that he's not playing football.
Because he's in a cab with like a nerd. Is that?
That's Neon. That dude's name is Neon.
And that guy's huge.
Yeah. I've never watched a stream. I'm told.
All right. He looks like he's best friends with Dragon Slayer 69.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm wondering, like, how...
They also went to, like, an indoor ski place, which I know the place they probably went to because it's right next to the stadium out there in New York.
Yeah.
I'm guessing that's the place they went to.
So he's just bored because he's hurt, and he's, like, doing a bunch of stuff now.
I guess.
It is weird
What are these kids called? What's their generation?
Oh, hell no. What are you asking me?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Yeah, you do.
Generation Dragon Slayer 69. I have no clue what they are.
Generation streamers.
All right, anyways, well, he's with this streamer. And
say the man's name.
Dion?
Neon.
Neon.
Spelled with a 3. N-3-O-N.
Of course.
Right.
Duh. How else would you spell it?
How did that dweeb become like the most famous streamer in the world? That kid? That weird looking dude is like one of the most famous streamers in the world.
This is a get off my lawn moment, man. I never heard of the kid. I have no idea what he does. He looks like a big nerd to me, but look at me. Anywho, he's in there, and actually it's kind of interesting. At least this part of it was kind of interesting. Scadaboo with the nerd.
Sadly, I hate to say it, the Eagles, the Broncos, the Rams are really good.
The question is, like, who's the best team? Who's the best team in the league? That sort of thing.
Sadly, I hate to say it, the Eagles, the Broncos, the Rams are really good. There's a grip of teams, probably 6 or 7 teams that have a real chance.
If you had to go all in right now, your life savings on one person, who would it be?
On one team?
Yeah.
Bro, the Broncos are good.
Broncos?
Yeah, they just find a way to win games, bro. It's hard to...
The Texans
I
almost
hate
beat them,
saying
bro.
it. I want to say the Giants are going to win it, but the Broncos are really good, bro. They beat us.
They beat us, so they must be winning the Super Bowl.
The standard is beating the Giants. There's a lot.
Why do you say it like that? Like, boy, what an achievement! They beat the New York Giants.
I think he pretty much said it like that because he's an idiot.
Yeah,
that's my guess. But what I think he's trying to say in his meathead sort of way, of all the teams we have played against, and they're in the NFC East, so they, of course, they face the Eagles. They're 2-9.
Well, listen, if I'm the Giants, I'm probably looking at the Broncos like that team is winning the Super Bowl as well. Right. I mean, what the Broncos pulled off against the Giants, it's the most improbable thing I've ever seen in my history of watching sports.
Right. I'm trying to figure out the fear factor of the Broncos against these other teams. Is Denver the most intimidating place this year to have to go through?
To play? Like, are you talking about the environment? What?
I'm talking about the team and the city, the environment. Yeah, like to play through Denver, where they're 6-0 now in Denver. They're pulling off miracles.
So I think the Broncos is a more intimidating environment than the Patriots. The Broncos is a more intimidating environment. Colts is weird. I'm not, to be fully transparent, I haven't seen a post-Peyton Manning environment out there, so I don't really know what that environment is like with the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
But it is an indoor, you know, anytime you've got that fully enclosed dome, that generally creates one hell of an advantage. But I think Denver's probably more imposing than going to play in Indianapolis. Are they more imposing than going to play in Philadelphia?
Put it together, like the defense and the environment. Like, put it all in one ball of wax.
Well, I think I would stand the same with what I said. I think the full package is probably more intimidating to come and play Denver in Denver than the Patriots in New England, and same with Indianapolis. The Rams are like the best team, but not necessarily an intimidating place to go play.
Exactly. You're not afraid to go play there.
No. I still think the Rams would be a tougher opponent.
Okay.
So I'd put them below the Rams. And I'd probably put them below Philadelphia as well.
Well, frankly, all you have to do is be better. I mean, it's just AFC.
But I mean, the
That's all that
AFC
matters.
teams, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about Indianapolis and New England, then I think Denver's probably got the best combination.
What's wrong with New England? Not what's wrong. Why isn't New England as an intimidating place as Denver?
I just don't think it gets as loud.
Okay.
I mean, you've been to games there, right?
I have not.
You've never been to a game there?
It was growing up in the Boston area, but you got to understand, I lived on the North Shore, and Foxborough is down on the South Shore. And not even the South Shore, it's the South Woods. It was such a dangerous place when I was a kid, Schefter Stadium back in the day, Tyler. It was the one environment my parents thought was too risky to take kids to. And I never lived there, permanently in a football season past the age of 18. So no, I never have seen a game in New England in Foxborough. Ever.
Wow. Well, it's a cool stadium. It's a loud stadium. I don't think, my only knock with Denver fans, and this is not, I don't mean to take a shot at Denver fans at all. I think when Denver is at its loudest, it is a top 3 most difficult place to play in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think we stay consistently top 3 in loud and noise. We don't stay that way week in, week out. But when you get a game like the Chiefs and the crowd is at its absolute best, it's a top 3 most intimidating place to play in the NFL.
Well, clearly in the playoffs, if the Broncos are lucky enough to have a home playoff
it should be
game,
like that.
There ain't no doubt about it, right? Won't be any doubt about it. Do you know there are only 200 unused tickets on Sunday? 200 for a 76,000 seat stadium, whatever it is. That is incredibly low.
Yep.
It was different. Sean was right to praise.
That
Broncos
felt
fans.
like a playoff game. It played out like a playoff game. I mean, the experience, all of it. That was just playoffs.
And you know what? It was like it. I've been to some boring NFL games, man, and boring games in Denver. That game was electric from the jump, from the intros, from the flyover, from just everything. So I you know what, man? I don't know. I don't remember it feeling like that last year, even though the Broncos got to the playoffs. And that game, as that game actually worked out, Tyler, I actually do think it was, with everything, it was the most intense, biggest regular season game since the Super Bowl. As it turns out, it was. And it certainly felt like it for the fans, too. So props to the Denver fans. It's interesting to hear an opposing player who went through the biggest, on the wrong side of an upset ever, to have that sort of reflection, too. I mean, there's just so many indications, Tyler, that this is this really, really could be a special year.
No question. Top 3 most intimidating places to play in the NFL. Okay, Seattle, week in, week out, by far the most difficult place to play in the NFL.
Okay.
Arrowhead's probably number 2.
Okay.
That place is freaking loud.
No matter what.
No matter what. And well, I say no matter what, but they're always freaking good.
They've been good for the past decade. So,
yeah, in my recent memory, yeah, no matter what.
Yeah, we're not talking about the Romeo Crennel days. We're the past decade.
Denver, when it's big game, would probably be number 3. Probably be on that list. And then, you know what is a shockingly difficult place to play? Minnesota Vikings.
Really?
That place gets freaking loud, too.
Yeah, because it's not a uncomfortable environment. You're in a dome.
Yeah.
But the fans are just into it.
Yeah.
What about Baltimore?
Great crowd.
That always just seems so difficult there.
Well, I think it's a combination. It's a road game. It's an East Coast game. It's the body clock's got that change going on, and it's a good team.
You know what's funny is because you always want to take pride that wherever you are is the toughest place, right? So in Buffalo, when I lived there for 6 years, we always took pride, like, oh, it's such a tough place to play. But you've told me over the years, and it does make sense, it's really not that intimidating in Buffalo.
My experience with it was not. Like, it's got that kind of open end zone.
Yes,
The noise I think the noise just escapes the building. Obviously, the fans are loud. They're crazy. They go nuts.
Yeah.
I just think the design of the stadium does not trap the noise very effectively.
I completely agree with you. And in general, even if there's snow in the stands, there's not snow on the field unless it's a current lake effect snowstorm happening right then and there. And you know what's another funny part about Buffalo, too? All the fans, because of how lousy it is, are all bundled up. It's hard to be loud when you got all your ski gear, your hunting gear, or whatever.
Well, the fans do their part, and in the new stadium, I bet it's going to be stupid.
It's totally different because they've enclosed all the sound. They still leave the roof open, but yes, it'll be like one of those like kind of soccer stadium things that it's, everything's more inside. The fans will be completely protected, although you'll still have an outside vibe. So playing in Buffalo, to me, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. The Ravens seem tough. New England, whatever. But the most intimidating place is Denver right now to go through. So what do the Broncos have to do to get that number 1 seed? Like, how important is that? Pretty damn important. 5 out of the next 6 games do the trick?
Oh, for sure it would.
You get 14, we're good?
I say for sure. When I looked at the Patriots schedule, I predicted 14 wins for them recently, just looking at the teams that they've got left. So I don't know. How does that unfold between Denver and the Patriots?
Right now, they have the tiebreaker over the Patriots.
Do you know why?
Yeah, it's because of wins, tiebreaker,
conference
based
wins.
on percentage in conference games.
All right, well, that's good.
So, yeah, because both teams only have 2 losses, but the win percentage in conference games.
So, yeah, then if you've got that, I think 14 gets it for sure.
I'm rooting for the Chiefs, by the way. I heard the guys talking about they're rooting for the Colts. No, it's going to help the Broncos.
No, we desperately need the Colts to lose a minimum of 2 games, ideally 3 games.
Yes.
Because there's a very good likelihood that the Broncos drop 2 stupid games just because that's what happens in the NFL.
All right, come back with no dumb questions. Adam Schefter coming around at 1:40, and another keyword for our Nuggets tickets this day. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction? Who needs it? Who wants it? Who wants that to be part of your life? If it is, and it happened once, twice, you're like, okay. But if it's happening on such a regular basis that you know it's an issue, there is a solution, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So when the pills or herbals fail, and it's just like you think there's no hope, well, there is. There is. Their treatments have success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So check them out and put this number in your phone, 720-440-7900. Don't be shy about the call, 720-440-7900. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll get to the no dumb questions in a second. Your chance to win tickets to the game against Sacramento, the Kings, on Saturday night. Text the keyword Triton, 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 to 303-504-0925. Your first and last name, and you're entered. The new City Edition collection is in. Everybody loves it. Check it out at the team store at Ball, or visit shopnuggets.com to get some gear and show your Denver pride. To win tickets to the game against the Kings, text Triton, first and last name, to 303-504-0925. And don't forget, you can also enter for the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/Nugs tickets. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Triton is obviously some sort of king. It feels like that's I don't know, some sort of that cartoon stuff. The
Aquaman, king of the ocean.
Wow. All right, that's not what I was going to say at all. Is that what Triton is, king of the ocean?
I think so.
Okay. Man, I got some gaps. I got some nerd gaps out there. I'm not trying to call myself too cool, but
I thought
I didn't know what the hell you were talking about with Mufasa, and then Triton is, Dan, how'd you even know Aquaman stuff?
I don't have friends.
Yeah, King Triton is a major character in Disney's The Little Mermaid and is the father of Ariel, king of the sea.
Oh, so it's not, so Dan's wrong. It's Little Mermaid. It's not.
No, it's from Greek mythology. Triton is the son of the sea god Poseidon.
Yeah, I got you. But he was saying it's an Aquaman thing and it's a Little Mermaid
Well,
thing.
I mean, Aquaman has a Triton.
Yeah,
He's got a Triton.
Anything that's involving ocean Greek mythology is going to have a Triton.
Yeah, the root of this is Little Mermaid, not Aquaman.
No, Little Mermaid and Aquaman.
Who comes up with the keywords?
Huh?
Who comes up with the keywords?
The other redheaded guy?
The guy who's got like a 3-year-old. So I think we're going Little Mermaid on this one.
I think Dan's right.
All right, I don't give a crap. King Triton, I got it. Ocean. There you go. That's the key word.
Well, but wouldn't Poseidon really be the king? Like if Triton's the son of Poseidon, Poseidon doesn't die, right?
Talk to me about.
Hold on, I mean a serious, no dumb question here.
Go for it.
Like Poseidon, like the Greek gods don't die, right?
No clue. Dan,
do Greek gods die?
I have no idea.
Let me Google that really quick. Do Greek gods die?
Yeah, it's something that's...
No, they're immortal. I mean, they're immortal.
Right, of course. Something that's made up and does not exist doesn't die.
So how could Triton be the king when Poseidon is the father?
Sounds like a good question to me. No clue. What was Ariel saying?
Oh, Ariel,
What's her beef?
Triton was pretty good in Little Mermaid.
I'm going to guess King Triton is just a Little Mermaid thing, period.
No.
You know what? I don't even want to have this debate.
All right, hold on. Now, is Triton...
The Triton is the spear thing.
That's a trident.
Yeah, D-Mac's right on that.
I got confused on that.
This is Triton. And these are all kings. Mufasa was in our number 1. This is Triton. It's a type of king. Now, if you want to say he's some sort of underwater king, I'm just going to roll with you.
He is in Aquaman.
Oh, so it is Aquaman.
No, it's not Aquaman.
All right, you know what? Holy cow. Seriously.
He's in Aquaman.
Yeah, but and he's King Triton.
Yeah, I think he's the bad guy in Aquaman.
Okay, but he's King Triton in Aquaman. Dan was right. It's not a Little Mermaid thing.
How many times do I have to say that?
Third base.
My gosh.
All right, do we have
all of a sudden you just yelled the same thing that I've been saying, but now because you yelled it, you wanted to make it seem like you were the one that was saying it.
Lord, kill me now. Neptune and Poseidon are the Greek and Roman gods of the sea, same person. The trident is the fork-like spear.
Yeah.
What do you mean, yeah?
I thought it was a fork.
Yeah. No dumb question. Is there any difference between what the Sun Devils use with the trident and what you use underwater? Is it really the same? Is a trident just a trident? Whether it's land, sea, a devil, aqua figure, whatever. It's really all the same crap, right?
Aqua boy.
Got any other no dumb questions out there?
Who's the coolest Greek god?
Zeus.
Is it? Why?
He does everything. He's the king of kings. Wait, how is Zeus not the coolest Greek god?
Well, he's got to be the most powerful, right?
Well, how is the most powerful not the coolest?
I don't know. I mean, does he have any swag?
He's got all the swag. He's like, this is another dumb one. All right, well, no dumb questions.
I mean, all I think of Zeus is he just strikes lightning on people and kills people.
The best superhero is clearly Superman. Period. The end. There's not a better superhero than Superman.
Untrue. All it takes is a little kryptonite and that dude dead.
Yeah, okay. But, everybody has some form of weakness. That's it? Kryptonite? I mean, that's hard to come by.
What is Batman's weakness?
Batman's just a dude.
Yeah.
Batman's like Curtis Sliwa. He might as well have like a red beret on.
When Batman goes bankrupt, maybe he's got a weakness.
Yeah, Batman's just a guy. Like Batman might have like an Achilles tear.
That's why he's the coolest one. He's the most realistic one.
Gotcha, but like he's almost every single superhero in a battle with Batman would kick the crap out of Batman. Like give me a superhero character that Batman could beat.
All of them, apparently. You ever seen him lose?
The stupidest thing ever was Batman against Superman.
By the
that
way, did you see the newest Superman? Because Superman was weak in that one.
Yeah, I know.
Superman got his butt whipped.
It's stupid.
I watched a 3.5-hour movie.
Trying to make him look
for
human.
3 hours, Superman just got his ass kicked.
Yeah, that's what we
want. And then
want.
the last 30 minutes, he's like, oh, I'm cool again.
Yeah, it's been like 100 years of Superman being awesome. And now
3 hours, I just watched Superman get crushed.
Yeah, who wants that?
He had no powers.
Yeah, pass. Maddie's saying Lois Lane is an alcoholic. I don't know, maybe. They all got some problems. Deadpool or Wolverine?
Deadpool's a better movie.
Well, they were in the movie together. Better superhero, Deadpool or Wolverine?
Wait, what are Deadpool's skills again?
Yeah, I'm not even really sure. Sarcasm?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Deadpool does.
Comedic timing?
I will say, of all these stupid superhero movies, the funniest sequence I've ever seen was in Deadpool when he's trying to rally all the superheroes together and they all die within 30 seconds. Brad Pitt's one of them who gets fried. That to me was the greatest scene in any superhero movie of all time. Just like, Avengers, let's go. And all of them just die within 30 seconds.
The only power I can think of for Deadpool is he heals. But what's so cool about healing?
I really have no clue. I was barely paying attention. I just liked it. He was kind of funny for a while. And I didn't even watch Deadpool, Wolverine. I'm like, who cares? I just like to see where everybody died. Like they ran into billboards. They got electrified.
I'm pretty sure you can cut Deadpool's arm off and it just grows back.
Is that his deal?
I think that's his deal.
Okay.
Yeah, he gets ripped in half and then he grows back his legs.
We got anything else? Because we got Adam
Not
Schefter
really.
around the corner. All right, let's take a break. We'll get Adam Schefter, and we'll hear from Scott. We have David Adelman in an hour from now. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I'm authentically friends with everybody over at Phil Long Ford. Been working with them for decades now, honestly. Ever since I got into the NFL and I bought my first car, it's the only dealership I ever go to. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. They're going to get me in. They're going to get me out. They're going to respect my time, and they're going to give me the best price. And the same thing is going to happen to you. And it's one-stop shopping over at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best price. Why would you go anywhere else? Don't waste your weekend. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've also got an award-winning service department, so keep that car serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your ride for a long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Adam Schefter will join us here in a second. Hang in there for that. Got a crazy story out of Florida. Very Florida story in Florida for a Florida sports team. That's on the way as well. Scott Hastings, he should be joining us at some point. Very short flight. They did stay the night in New Orleans, so you theoretically could have had a little bit of fun. Day off today. And then Houston tomorrow. Very short flight from New Orleans to Houston. So David Adelman is scheduled to join us in an hour. So I'm going to guess if David Adelman could join us, so could Scott. I believe they were on the same plane.
Scott's up to some nonsense, if not.
Exactly. That's kind of where I'm going with that. King Triton, Ariel's dad. I'm getting bombarded with people that are saying King Triton is Ariel's dad. Okay. I'll just go with that. That sounds good to me. And that is your keyword here. Still got a few more minutes to get that in. 303-504-0925 to win tickets to the Sacramento Kings game. Third time playing the Kings. Well, enough with the Kings, but Saturday night. Weird Nuggets schedule. Very weird. Tomorrow night in Houston, Saturday night home, so a back-to-back. And then Monday, they're in Memphis. So right back on the road again to go back out to Memphis. And you would have to just logically ask, well, why wouldn't you just play Houston and Memphis and come home for a couple of games? But no clue.
You're going to have to ask Zeus that.
Let's go to our guy, Adam Schefter. Go ahead.
Adam Schefter.
Denver is in my soul.
This just now breaking in the NFL.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents America's #1 sports reporter, our pro football insider,
Adam Schefter.
Adam Schefter.
Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
The power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
And by Colorado Credit Union. Visit ccu.org to learn more.
All right, Adam Schefter is brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, better story, not better game, but better story. Colts, Chiefs, or Shedeur and the Browns against the Raiders?
Colts, Chiefs, all the way around. Like, there's a lot at stake. The Chiefs have won 9 straight division titles. They're fighting to stay alive. It's Patrick Mahomes. Like, I got the Shedeur fascination. Interesting. It's Browns, Raiders. Like, we just don't care as much. Okay?
What?
So we could try to drum it up, DMac. But the fact of the matter is, Browns, Raiders does not compare, in my mind, this weekend to the Colts and the Chiefs.
I wonder if Shedeur will get a rep with the ones this week.
Yeah, well, he got reps with the ones this week. That's not an issue. But again, my attention will be: are they at the same time?
No, they're not. They're not. Actually, they fit in for a great Sunday. In all honesty, because you get the Colts and the Chiefs early, and then you get the Raiders and Browns later on. So it actually, you don't have to make a choice.
You're gonna watch the Raiders and Browns over the Eagles and Cowboys.
Oh, here in Colorado, we are. You got to understand. We're partial to Shedeur and to Travis Hunter in prime. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are guys for us, Adam, here in Colorado. So
I got it.
So
listen, I'm very interested to see how he does, and we're rooting for him to do well. But I'm still watching the Cowboys and the Eagles primarily. Like, I'll be shifting over to that. Like, I'll be watching that game. But that's what I think. Yeah.
Hey, you're back in Denver. Your only care in the world is the Denver Broncos. You're looking at this game this weekend against the Colts versus the Chiefs. Are you rooting for the Chiefs to beat the Colts to slow them down, or are you rooting for the Colts to knock the Chiefs out of the playoffs? Not that this game necessarily decides that, but you got it.
If I'm living in Colorado and I'm a Broncos fan and I'm not in the business, I probably want the Colts to just take care of the Chiefs.
Really? I think the complete opposite. A lot of people agree with you, and I'm like, I think that's short-sighted. What the Broncos really need right now is the Colts to lose. They need the Colts to come down. They've got the tiebreaker on them.
Yeah, that's fair. That is a fair point. I'd have to look at Indianapolis' schedule. Again, if my immediate thought, Tyler, is just that if I'm the Broncos, I want the Chiefs out of my hair. Period.
Yeah.
I'll take my chances with the Colts. I want the Chiefs out of my hair.
Well, the problem we have here is that the Colts have the tiebreaker because of that dumb leverage penalty. So, I don't think the Broncos are afraid of the Colts. It's about trying to get the number one seed.
So if Denver had to go back to Indy, in the conference championship game,
yeah,
you think Denver couldn't win there?
No, I think they could. All right, well, let's get to this question. I think they could, but what's happening right now in Denver is like back in the good old days, Adam, back when you were covering the team, meaning that it is, and back when you were covering the team in Mile High Stadium, when that stadium got loud, didn't you feel like the stadium was about to like collapse? Like seriously, like what am I in danger from structural damage here?
Well, it was floating on water.
Yeah, I mean, you tell me what your feeling was at some of those unbelievably loud games back in the day at Mile High, and I can tell you what it felt like recently at Empower Field.
It was an electric place to be. There was a ton of energy. It was loud. It was explosive. It was all those things. It was, and I would imagine it's probably a little bit like that, right? I don't know how close it is, but I'm going to guess it's probably fairly similar right now.
I think that game on Sunday. Now, listen, there have been other big moments, okay? Like when Tebow threw the pass to Demaryius Thomas. All right, dude, that might have been the most insane moment, okay?
That was wow. I'm trying to think of the single loudest moment that I ever heard. The Broncos home stadium, right? And I would say to me, there was a playoff game, a divisional playoff game. They beat Houston in 1992.
Okay, wow.
24-3, and they rallied. Like, you never got the sense that they were going to win the game until they kicked the game-winning field goal at the end. Like, it was incredible. That stands out to me. When Terrell Davis rushed for 2,000 yards, that stood out to me. When they beat the Jets in the AFC Championship game, that stood out to me. There are certain moments that I could remember. But that's sort of how it goes.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Sunday against the Chiefs, Adam, it was like, I'd put it right up there with any of those. It was like that. And I don't even know what other game to compare it to in the past decade.
Wow.
Yeah.
Loud?
Dude, it was ridiculous. It was unbelievable. Sean Payton thanked the fans right off the top. He said it was loud, and I agree with him.
He also said for the first time that he's been here, that was the first time he's ever heard it loud.
Loud. It was loud, and like loud, like building shaking loud. Like, and so it kind of builds me up to the question of the most difficult place to play through to get to the Super Bowl, and where Denver would actually rank in that, in your opinion.
Well, we're talking AFC, NFC, like
AFC,
what are we?
AFC, just AFC.
Well, right now you're talking about Denver, Indy. Indy can be very loud and very deafening in a confined space like that. New England, I mean, that would be a loud, chilly, dank, cold, wet play. Don't love that. Chargers, not much.
No.
Chiefs, of course, but the Chiefs, it's going to be tough to play there. Baltimore, if they win the division. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, one of them is going to win the division, I would think. Neither one of those is a simple place to play in January. Neither one.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
There's not one place that you just say, like, boy, I dread. Like, Arrowhead would be. Arrowheads. They're not going to play in Seattle. That would be. That's loud too.
I guess I would ask the question of all the teams that could possibly get a number one seed right now today, of all the realistic teams, what would be the most intimidating place to play through this year
for Denver today? For Denver today, right?
Sure.
None of them scare me that much.
Okay. I think if the Broncos, Adam, get the number one seed, they're going to the Super Bowl. I really do. I don't care who it's against. It doesn't matter. If you really can get that, if you can figure that out somehow, and we think it's going to take, what, Tyler, 5 out of 6 wins to lock it up, perhaps. Mm-hmm. And I don't know where you stand on it, Adam, but there's a very realistic path for the Broncos. And, like, I'm saying 5 out of 6, meaning, like, you can drop that game to Kansas City on Christmas. Who cares? As long as you can pick up all the other games, you're probably going to be good.
By the way, you don't even know. Well, the Chiefs, I would think, would be playing for their playoff lives at that point. I would think
possibly, yeah.
But maybe who knows? They could be out of it at that point in time.
Joe Burrow coming back this week. What about Aaron Rodgers?
Sounds like Joe Burrow's coming back this week. Sounds that way. Now they're going to go through these next couple of days and come to a decision. But the way the events are unfolding, it certainly seems like it. And Aaron Rodgers, he's pushing to play. He wants to play. It's Chicago. I'm a little skeptical. I mean, limited today, didn't practice yesterday. This sounds to me. I don't like his chances as much as Joe Burrow, which I wouldn't have thought that at the beginning of the week.
I almost wonder the rush. Is there a rush to get Joe Burrow back? Are they still in this thing?
They're 3-7.
They can't get back in this, right?
I don't think so.
We're using basic common sense.
Okay.
Not the logic of Joe Burrow, who just wants to come back and play. Like, that's what he does, and that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't care. Like, yeah, they're what are they, 3-7?
3-7, yeah.
I mean, they're going to have to basically win out to make the playoffs. I don't think it's practical and realistic with that defense. But to his credit, it was supposed to be a 12 to 14-week injury, and this would be, I think, 8 weeks.
Do the Ravens put it together to win the division over the Steelers?
If I had to pick one of those teams, I would pick Baltimore over Pittsburgh. I would, but a lot of season left.
Any other big injuries? People come back? Anything else going on in the NFL right now?
Well, the AFC North is fascinating just because you got Burrow, Rodgers.
Yeah.
What's up with Lamar?
Back at practice today. I think it's a repeat of last week. I think he'll be out there. And Shedeur Sanders, your guy starting on Sunday.
That's our guy.
So, your guy. You're going to watch him over the Cowboys and the Eagles.
I'm definitely watching that over there. Why would I care about the Cowboys and the Eagles? Like, who gives a crap?
Okay, that's fine. I just think the Cowboys and Eagles give me a lot more.
All right, but I mean, like, seriously, the Cowboys are fighting for a playoff position? They're 4-6-1, 4-5-1. I mean, they're crap. They ain't nothing. And the Eagles, I get it. The Eagles are good. Congratulations. You're going to win the NFC East again. Way to go.
And once again, you're just a little misguided, DMac, in your approach to the Cowboys. And I say that only because of this. And I talked about this in my podcast today. I'm just getting the exact number because I posted it earlier.
All right.
But do you know Dak Prescott's record at home against divisional teams without looking down at anything, DMac?
Divisional.
It's probably fantastic because he's always great in the regular season.
I don't know, 80%.
Dak Prescott against NFC East opponents at home is 21-2.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And this is an interesting game. Why?
Do you know the last time he lost a home divisional game? Dak Prescott. When's the last time? I'm asking you a question.
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't care. But I don't know when he was a rookie.
The last time that Dak Prescott lost a home divisional game was 2017.
Was that when he was a rookie? Was that what it is? Did I get that right? Holy cow.
Maybe.
Did I actually get that right?
He's
there you go.
6-1 Dallas against the Eagles. 6-1
All right. Well,
you ever going to make DMac pay you, by the way?
No.
You're just letting that go?
It's never going to happen.
Twice, right? Twice, right? Wasn't it back-to-back
Wait,
weeks?
what do I owe Adam, theoretically?
I really don't remember, but it was something.
What would you like, Adam?
Wait, you got to go back. We got to go back to the books. Dan, you got the book?
Don't even bother. What can I get you, Adam? What would be nice? Would you like a Shedeur Sanders, shirt from CU? I'm going to be up there this weekend.
I'm good, but thank you. DMac, I'm happy just to have your friendship.
Hey, did your daughter decide on a college yet?
No, that'll be a while away. Like we're still a little while.
Oh, okay. Because I got CU on for one kid this weekend and ASU for another kid. And
by the way, I'm told by one of your bosses that Dak was a rookie in 2016.
Oh, okay. All right.
So the last time he lost a home divisional game was 2000.
Why is one of our bosses texting you?
Because it sounds so much cooler when Adam says it than when you say it, you idiot.
And it just goes to show you that you never know who's listening to you guys. So you better
like our boss. You're right. I assume he's never listening.
DMac, you better bring your A game in these garbage predictions that you bring me each week, okay? You better step.
All right, Adam, we'll let you go. We love you, pal. You're the best. You got a breaking news story that you're about to release as soon as we hang up with you.
You're a freaking broken record. You are a broken record, man.
What do you got,
it's
Adam?
exhausting.
What do you got? What are you about to text out?
I think Dan muted Adam.
Let me correct that. You got me back on?
Yeah.
A paranoid broken record.
All right, pal. We love you. See you, Adam Schefter. Bye, Adam. Thank you. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. So our boss is texting Adam, not us?
It sounds way cooler when Adam talks, to be fair. I mean, I kind of get it.
Oh, God. All right, time for Sports Not Sports. We got a beauty for you on this one today.
PhD presents Sports.
Breaking news out of the NFL.
Breaking news out of the NBA.
Not sports.
A driving violation.
Suspended for 4 games without pay.
Former Red Sox pitcher is under arrest.
That was not acceptable.
All right, this is kind of a classic story, Tyler, because it's a Florida story as well as a Sports Not Sports story. Now, Dan or Tyler, either one of you guys, I'm going to need help with the pronunciation here. Let me spell the name, and you guys can take a shot. And maybe, Dan, you just know it off the top of your head because you're smarter like that. First name, E-E-T-U.
E-E-T-U?
E-E-T-U.
E2.
E2? Okay, right? All right. Last name, L-U-O-S-T-A-R-I-N-E-N.
E2 Lusterinen.
E2 Lusterinen. That's probably pretty right. That's.
I think Tyler nailed it.
Lustarinen.
Lusterinen.
Actually, it's not even that hard. Lusterinen. E2 Lusterinen.
Did I just crush it in the first
I think, that makes sense to me.
I definitely would not trust me.
Maybe it's Luas. I don't know. E2. Plays for the Florida Panthers.
Me too.
He's not me too. That's a whole different thing.
Oh.
That is a totally... YouTube is a different thing. Me Too and YouTube, it's different. This is E2. He'll be out for a while.
You know what that means in Spanish, right?
I have no idea.
It's like, and you?
A2. Oh, that's
no,
like
E2.
E2. All right, that's in French too, A2.
Yeah,
and you. Yeah, same, stupid. This guy, and I'm going to assume he's finished because his name ends in Rininen. He'll be out for a few games, Tyler, because he suffered burns at a barbecuing mishap.
Ooh. You ever turn the gas on, but you couldn't quite get it to light? Then you left the gas on just a little bit too long, and then all of a sudden you got that sucker to light, and boom! You got a big old explosion right in front of your face.
I definitely have doubted the amount of juice going into the flame. I've underestimated it. And, if it doesn't light right away, you're like, needs more gas.
One time I was a real genius.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get it to light. Got all the gas on. I was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to trap the gas. I'm going to close the lid, and I'm going to trap the gas right now a little bit.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to open that sucker, and I'm going to light it. Yeah. I'm fortunate to be alive.
Were you injured?
I was not, but I was fortunate.
This forced E2 to go to the hospital.
Is it a face burn?
I don't know. They weren't specific about what exactly caused it, but it was bad enough that he had to go to the hospital, although he did not spend the night. But it was bad enough for him to miss some games. A barbecuing mishap is forcing a Florida Panthers player to miss some games. Was not in the hospital overnight. He did get seen by doctors. So there you go. How common are barbecuing accidents out there, folks?
You know,
we could have a whole. I'm sure we could do a whole hour of worst barbecuing accidents.
Just another reason why you want to go to the Traegers or the wood pellets. You don't have that problem with the wood pellets. The gas, though, that can be dangerous.
If you have a barbecuing accident, how close were you to death?
Did somebody come up from behind and push your face down onto the grill?
Unfortunately, there are no details like that, although that would be awesome because you can imagine the grill lines in your face.
Did you owe somebody money?
I don't have any of those details with E2.
Did somebody try to eat you and they thought they could barbecue you?
I would love if anybody out there, Dan, have you heard any details about what the barbecuing mishap actually was?
No details.
On the text line, it was an upper body injury.
Hockey guy.
By the way, we've had that no dumb question. We've always had that debate, like with hockey injuries. If you have a hand injury, is it upper body or lower body?
Upper.
Okay, so how often are your hands more part of your upper body than your lower body? Seriously, when you just think about how you handle life, like where do your hands usually hang out?
Do you sit or stand more? I bet you sit way more than you stand because I'm looking at you.
Overall, even when I'm standing, I guess there's this. And then now somebody's bringing up Joe Sakic and the snowblower. That was terrible. Like, Joe almost lost his hand in that whole thing. That was
Brandon Marshall in the McDonald's bag.
Yeah, supposedly that was a hand injury, right? Because he slipped on it and fell through like a fireplace or something.
I don't remember.
It was
Is that
something.
what it was?
It was
Fell
something
through
like
a fireplace.
Well, he slipped and he fell in the living room or something. I thought he boy, am I getting that a little bit wrong?
I don't know.
I felt he slipped on it and went through something.
Okay.
On the McDonald's bag, which officially nobody believed. Actually, that's what happened.
It's like a banana peel. Why are banana peels supposed to be slippery in movies? Banana peels aren't slippery.
On the text line, just when you thought DMac couldn't be dumber. How am I being dumb? About 10 years ago, the barbecue guy at Indian Hot Springs died, nearly decapitating himself because the smoker was full of gas and blew open his chin when he lit it. That is awful. That is horrible.
A little bit funny since he didn't die, right? I mean, he didn't die, so it's a little bit funny.
Was it Greasy or Jay Cutler that fell over his dog? Oh, that's Greasy. That's the famous Greasy story that he tripped over a dog and hurt his face when the rumor was he actually got punched in the face. You aware of that one? Like at a teen party back in the day?
Yeah, I recall that one.
Yeah, that was a fun one. But there you go. E2, Florida, and missing games because of barbecuing. Time for the big story of the day. Let's go, Dan. What are the Nuggets doing starting Zeke Najee?
The only thing that makes logical sense to me, we feel pretty good about our matchup. There's two. Okay, I'll give you two scenarios. We feel pretty good about our matchup. Both of them start with that, by the way, right? So we feel pretty good about the matchup, and it's a good opportunity to get somebody else some time and minutes that might be valuable down the road. Or, God, how the hell do we get rid of Zeke Najee? We got to get this dude on the court, get him some film.
I'm a little confused by it. There's got to be something. Well, I'm going to go with you. Disrespect your opponent. That's kind of harsh.
It's the only reality, though.
I guess. I
don't know why you don't want to say it. It's the only reality. When you tell your opponent, we are so unafraid of you that we're going to play a weirdo, that is disrespectful. Well, I mean, that is weird. How else would you describe it? When you looked at that lineup, did you not think, that's weird?
I didn't understand it.
So, yes.
I'm struggling to understand it. It makes more sense if you say your opponent is so weak that we can afford to do this and we're fine. Unless you really want to go down the rabbit hole of the best defender we had available because Aaron Gordon wasn't playing was Zeke Najee on Zion Williamson. And if you want to follow that path, I guess you could go there because is Zeke a better defender on Zion than Tim Hardaway Jr.? See, better than Bruce Brown? Because you're without two of your starters, AG and Christian Brown, not there. So you played Peyton Watson. And by the way, Peyton Watson had a career game. So good for Peyton Watson, who had 32 points, and he had a bunch of family members there. And, so that's awesome. Like, Peyton Watson's a great guy, shot really well from three, and was like, hey, that's pretty awesome. But there's no questions about Peyton Watson being in the starting lineup. We all get that. But Zeke?
Yeah, I mean, you brought up another theory earlier in the show from Doug Ottewell, and the theory is, okay, we got to get load management. We've got to figure that out. What's the best way to do it? We've got an opponent that we feel like we're going to win no matter what against. It doesn't really matter how we win, if we win by 20 points or 5 points. We do want to win the game, but we feel like we could win the game and give some rest to some guys. I do like that theory, and I think I like the overall philosophy, but it requires a lot of trust in your bench. It requires a lot of trust in the guys that you're going to give early playing time to, because I think it can be counter effective. What if the younger guys that you're playing early in the game, as you're trying to give some management to Jokic, to whoever, what if they go out there and they're just bad, and all of a sudden you've got to end up playing Jokic, you got to play Jamal, you got to play AG in the third and fourth quarters, far more than you ever would have had you just started them at the beginning of the game and got a 20-point lead. Well, but if you trust your bench and you really do believe in them, I think it's a pretty interesting philosophy.
Here's the evidence that it was just a simple defensive decision. Go ahead, Dan.
P-Watt, unbelievable night, man. Way to shoot the ball. Okay, great job. Okay, and obviously, hey, after wins, I'm going to keep bringing this up. We bring new people into rotation. Zeke starts tonight. He does his job. Did a great job defensively with Zion. Did your job, Zeke. Okay. Things we can improve on. Okay, 20 turnovers is way too many. And obviously, at the end, we've got to handle pressure better. We'll keep working on that, talk about it, show it on film. It's what we're going to see with leads. We have to close games better than that. Okay, but again, great bounce back after a tough loss. It's a good win going into a back-to-back in Houston, which is a cup game. Hey,
1, 2, 3.
Win.
Yeah, I love that. It's a cup game. It matters more. All right, let me look at the line here. And so according to Adelman, who will be on with us in 25 minutes, and we'll talk to him about it. And okay, Zeke played 27 minutes. He only scored 2 points, but again, you could tell by Adelman's tone, that's not why he was there. He was there for defense. So let's not even bother paying attention to the offensive stuff, right? He had 4 rebounds in 27 minutes, 2 steals, a block, and was minus 18. Now, when you look at Zion, maybe he did a great job. Here was Zion's line. Played about the same minutes, 29 minutes. So I'm going to guess most of the time Zion was out there, so was Zeke. 14 points on 6 of 13 shooting, 2 for 4 from the line, plus 14. Okay, is that shutting down Zion Williamson? So you look at what he's been averaging, and he does average, Tyler, 21.3 points a game in the games that he has played this year. So he was lower in points, he was lower in rebounds, and lower than assists.
Tell me the stats one more time in the game.
14, 6 rebounds, 5 assists.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's
in rebound,
significant drop-off.
In rebounds and assists, he was more or less the same. But he was down 7 points from what he averages.
Honestly, what I really think it is, I think they're just trying to get some film out there on Zeke.
Is that what it is?
That's what I think it is. I don't think there's deep philosophy behind it, because we've seen already this year David Adelman play Jokic more in a game that we thought that maybe we don't need to play him there, but a 20-point lead, is that safe? You know, we've seen him go counter to that whole thing already. So I think the evidence would probably more lead towards we're trying to get some film out there.
All right. Under the category, maybe the Nuggets just have bigger fish to fry, which I'm fine with if that's the strategy. And our pal Doug from Mile High Sports brought this up. Would you be okay as a Nuggets fan if, as long as you win the game, and by the way, Chicago had a walk-off win just last night. Like, the Bulls actually might be a little bit better than we thought. So maybe that loss isn't really that horrible. I hope that's the case. The losses against Washington last year, they were horrible because Washington was horrible, period. So maybe the Bulls are a little bit better. That would make me feel better, that's for sure. But the Pelicans are awful. 2-12, last place, had lost 6 in a row. And that game was kind of nip and tuck for the vast majority of it. And when you thought the Nuggets would put their foot on the gas and just win by 25 and going away, they allowed the Pelicans to, sneak back into it. Are you okay if you save minutes for the Joker? If you get meaningful minutes for other guys off the bench? You still win the games, but they're a heck of a lot closer. Are you feeling fine like that?
Yeah.
Or do you want to see, no, every game is critically important to win by 20 or more points?
No, I don't think every game is important to win by 20. It doesn't matter at all. At the end of the year, it's just about how many wins you got. And as long as you're winning the game, then yes. In theory, last year I would have hated this philosophy. Terrible bench, didn't trust the guys. Feel pretty good about our guys this year, right? We feel fantastic about the guys this year. I think it's a good philosophy if that's what's going on here. Look, does it not just feel like just get me to the playoffs?
Well, yeah, and then the question is, how do you want to go through the playoffs? How do you want it to be?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a race. It's going to be a 2-team race. So I do think every game matters, right? So I don't think you don't have the luxury this year with what Oklahoma City is doing of dropping any stupid games.
I was just going to go there. As good as the Nuggets have been, 11-3, which is great. Can you believe they're 3 games behind Oklahoma City?
I know.
At 11-3? To the degree, I'm not giving up on the season in terms of getting the number 1 seed, but what miracle would have to happen for the Nuggets to actually get the number 1 seed over Oklahoma City?
I don't know. Weird things happen. Guys miss stretches of games at some point in the season. Who knows what's going to happen with Oklahoma City? I'm definitely not at the point where I'm ready to just hand it over to them.
At what point would you be ready to be like, all right, okay, that is what it is. We're playing for number 2.
12 games left and you're back by 6?
Yeah, because I think I might be another 3 games away from that with Oklahoma City.
Already?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
No, that's stupid. That's silly.
I don't know how you stop them. I mean, listen, yeah, any team can suffer an injury or two, and that's going to derail you. That could always happen. But I look at it now, I'm like, I don't know if that's I'm not quite there. But you're 11-3, and you're 3 games back. I'm feeling like Oklahoma City is about to win 70 games this year.
Somebody will sprain a toe.
I think the Nuggets could set a record for regular season wins and lose on the number 1 seed by 7 or 8 games.
Well, it's probably true. I mean, I'm not denying that could happen.
But let's get to Oklahoma City when we have to get to Oklahoma City, right? Let's even if that's
just
the case.
Put yourself in a position at the end of the year you've got a shot at it. And then you can make a decision once you get to that point.
All right. Well, the Nuggets are doing fine.
This team is so stupid good. The idea of giving up on the number 1 is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life.
I felt it was just frustrating watching that game last night. That's all. It was frustrating, first of all, not having the lead against them, and then having it, where they were up 18, 16, 18, something like that. That's when you put the hammer down, you win by 25, and you don't worry about it. But there you go. They're creeping back in. The Pelicans, it's like a 5-point game late in the game. You got to do a little something. And then another thing that kind of worked out well, and maybe these are all good things to go through. Maybe you really don't want to blow out every team. First of all, you had Valanciunas and Jokic playing at the same time, which to me is weird, but okay, you're messing around with it. Then for the first time this year, Joker fouls out, so we got to finish with Val on the floor. And they were able to do that too. So, okay, that's probably good, right? Get some reps there. We're not expecting Jokic to play every single game. Overall, though, it just, I don't know, man. You had a bad loss, I think, against the Bulls. That was a weird game against the Pelicans. And, hey, Tyler.
I thought you just said earlier in the show you weren't feeling so bad about the loss to the Bulls now.
Well, I'm feeling better to see that they look to be better. But at the time, that was a bad loss for sure. I mean, if the loss isn't as bad as time goes on, okay. That all right. I'd feel better about it later, but I'm feeling not so great about it right now, and nobody felt good about it afterwards. Nobody, especially because they had lost a bunch of games in a row and they had played double overtime, and in Utah the night before. So
I just love the fact that this team's 11-3 and you're ready to tap out.
I'm not ready to tap out at all, but I'm not ready to tap out. I'm concerned about weird things, though. That's all. That's it. Who are you feeling more confident about right now? Right now, Avs or Nuggets?
I think you got to throw the Broncos into the question now. Like we have totally dismissed the Broncos.
All right, fine.
When we have this question, it's always just Nuggets or Avs.
Championship team this year. Avs, Nuggets, Broncos.
Honestly, it's really hard to not throw the Broncos high on that list because we're so deep into the season. You're just so deep into this thing, right? And Nuggets and Avs feel like the obvious answer because they're so dang good. I can't get over where the Broncos are at, though.
Are the Broncos the best team in the NFL?
Do I have to rank these? Like I feel great about all of them. Are they best team? No, they're not the best team in the NFL.
Are the Avalanche the best team in the NHL?
Maybe. Are the Nuggets the best team in the NBA? No, but they're right there.
Here's what's weird, though.
So, okay, to that logic, it probably goes Avalanche, Nuggets, Broncos. Right?
I guess, but you don't have to be the best team in the NFL to win the Super Bowl. You have to be the best team.
With the easiest path.
Correct. You don't have to be better than the Eagles and the Packers. You just got to be better than whoever comes out on that side.
Yeah.
Now, you do have to be probably a better team than the Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Patriots, Colts, right? That is true. You've got to be the best out of those teams.
Yeah.
But the NFC, whatever. I mean, you just have to be better one day than whoever makes it to the Super Bowl.
2 days. Well, to get to the Super Bowl, but I'm saying to win it.
That day, can you be better in Santa Clara 10 years later?
God, how crazy would that be?
It'd be insane.
If we got another one in Santa Clara?
Insane. Ridiculous. It's an okay place for the Super Bowl. It's not great. It's okay. It was great for you guys.
Why do they have it again? I agree with you, actually.
I don't know. I have no idea.
It was a nice stadium, but the field sucked. I think the field still sucks, quite frankly. They've struggled with that field for years and years.
Yeah, and you got to understand where the Super Bowl is. It's as if we did have the stadium in Highlands Ranch. I mean, maybe not even Highlands Ranch. It might be more like
Tech Center.
Well, it's pretty far away from downtown San Francisco. It's like 45 minutes away from downtown San Francisco.
Well, I guess I'm more just talking about the vibe of the Tech Center.
I agree with you on that. It's like, Cheesecake Factory, Park Meadows Mall, football. It would really seriously, like, if the stadium was out here in Lone Tree.
Mm.
That's the vibes at Santa Clara around the game itself, the stadium, were brutally bad. Like, no sizzle whatsoever. You're just in like an office mall parking lot. And it's nowhere close to downtown San Francisco, although they tried to sell everybody that was up there. You went to what, San Francisco one night?
Yeah, we went there like the first night we got there. We got a party bus and went up there. Other than that, I think some other guys might have gone one other night, but I went one night.
Yeah, and the city of San Jose sucks. Now there's some nice like suburb sort of areas around it, but when you compare that Super Bowl to like Miami or New Orleans or frankly anywhere, even Atlanta's like near downtown.
The one night we went, Peyton got the party bus and everybody was trying to get Peyton to get up and dance the Rocky Top because we've all seen that before,
Mm-hmm.
So he got up there, we got Rocky Top. He finally got the guts up to start dancing in the middle of the bus. Everybody busts out their phones. The second the phones came out, Peyton sat that butt right on down.
There you go. David Adelman will join us in 13 minutes. Let's football go. Dan Buds Quinn Tanner has that for you next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues. You're not fired up. Your workouts stink. You feel lethargic. Put on some weight. What's going on, man? What is happening with you? And it just might be that low T. Listen, if you're like a lot of guys in your early to mid 30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of that production every year. And then you're just like, oh, man, what happened? Where am I? Well, let's get going. Get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes or no. Just takes a couple of minutes. You schedule your consult. They'll draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review your results and discuss your options. Then you'll make the decision together with their medical team. Cost of the appointment is only $99. You got the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So like a lot of men, things can turn around for you quickly with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, we love you. MountainHighAppliance.com. There you go. MountainHighAppliance.com. Our keyword for this hour is Arthur. They're playing the Kings. King Arthur. I get it. 303-504-0925. That is Arthur. So we'll give the tickets away in about 30 minutes. I can hear that Scott Hastings is now with us. Arthur, good luck. 303-504-0925. That and your first and last name. Scott, we're going to get into the David Adelman show and talk all about the Nuggets in just a second. But first, let's get caught up with the world of the NFL, and let's football go with Dan Buds Quinn Stanner.
All right, guys, one more clip here from Vance Joseph's interview with Peter Schrager. I thought this was pretty fascinating. Peter asked him, Vance, if you get a chance to be a head coach again, what would you do differently from the first time as a head coach with the Denver Broncos? Here's what VJ said he would do different.
After the first time, just doing some self-scouting, right? It's just being self-aware. I thought with my first job in Denver, obviously defense was fine, right? I think the overall philosophy of building a team, I was chasing the wrong thing. Offensively, obviously Denver's had two great quarterbacks before Bo. It was John and Peyton, right? So I take this job in 2015, they were world champions, right? With a great defense with Peyton Manning, and now it's 17. It's 2 years removed, right? So the team's kind of still intact defensively, and there's no Peyton, obviously, and the national media, the local media, myself included, right? How do we find the next Annie or John Elway? And to me, that was naive, and that was immature, right? I should have spent my time on, again, playing great defense, right? Building an offensive line, having a winning formula where, I didn't need a Peyton Manning or John Elway at the time, right? Because those things are hard to find, right?
Guys, what do you think of VJ's assessment of his first run as a head coach here in Denver?
I think there's something interesting in there that is probably a true statement. And he didn't necessarily say this because I'm a defensive guy, but I do wonder if it really does make the most sense for every head coach to build a football team based around the head coach's identity and what I do best. Am I a defensive guy? Am I an offensive guy? Do I love quarterbacks? Do I love crushing quarterbacks, right? And it's probably a safe bet to do what you're best at, right? So Vance, in hindsight, probably should have spent the entirety of his focus on just keeping the best defense in the world. You're probably going to have a reasonable amount of success if you do that.
Vic Fangio says, what about me?
Okay.
He had some pretty good defenses.
That's fair.
Well, VJ's he's just not being honest with his answer there.
Thank you.
The honest answer is I needed autonomy to do anything, and I was suffocated by John Elway, who forced Mike McCoy down my throat, and I couldn't run the team how I wanted to anyway. Like, they cut the legs off of me, and they didn't even tell me they were trading TJ Ward, and I embarrassed myself in front of the entire team because I didn't know he was getting dealt and he was dealt. I wasn't allowed to be the head coach in Denver, and that's the truth. And John Elway was the reason. That's the honest answer.
Your hatred for Elway knows no bounds, but I think you're in the right ballpark. I just said, next thing I do is want to make sure I get to pick my staff and do it my way.
Well,
that's all you need to say.
You just said the same exact thing I said, except I was
but your bias and hatred comes out.
It's not bias or hatred.
For some reason, you just hate John Elway.
I don't hate John Elway.
I mean, it's just
I don't.
Just
but everybody who wants to say John
was
why
everybody gets interviews with him, but us.
He also hates Deion Sanders. But
I don't hate Deion either, but I tell the truth. And that is the truth during VJ's time.
And all quarterbacks not drafted in the top 20.
I think you hated Malone for a while there. I mean, that's
never hated Malone. Loved him. He was an
George
Irish guy.
Karl, you didn't like him.
George Karl, I loved. What are you talking about? Are you nuts? I'll tell you the guys I don't like.
You hated what was our guy with the Rockies? Hated him for a while. Keep telling Bednar needs a haircut.
All right. Let's get to David Adelman and talk some basketball.
D-Mac's like Zeus, Coach, strike him dead with lightning.
Coach, welcome to
Adelman's next.
No, welcome to Houston, Coach. I'm glad you guys survived that brutal train plane. You don't take a train, do you? No, you fly to Houston. Coach, how are you? Let me just get to it.
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing fine. And Scott's settled now. He got to his hotel room. You got to your place, and everybody's feeling good about the win last night, right?
Yeah, no, it was a good bounce back win. Weird game, but it all counts the same in the end. So there's some really positive things and a bunch of things we can clean up.
Hey, is that how you look at it?
You know what, Coach?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask you.
I was
You
gonna
said it all. No, you, Scott.
All right, I'll go. Coach, wins in basketball, just going on what you just said, is like your golf score. At the end of the round, they don't say that par on number 5 is because I hit a 35-foot putt out of the sand trap or anything like that. It just says you did what you're supposed to do. That's what wins and losses are in basketball. They don't want you to know that 2 of your losses because you couldn't make last-second shots or because somebody hit a last-second shot. They're either just wins or just losses.
Yeah, I know it's really true, and I just think back to last year, just dropping games against Washington, Chicago, and you look back at the standings and where we could have been. But then at the same time, like you said, we had games last year that we really probably should have lost, and we found a way to win them. So it all evens out. I just thought last night we got some really good performances from people. And the team was really connected for 4 or 5 minutes, and we'd have these lulls for 3 minutes where we turn the ball over, make mistakes defensively with the game plan. But all in all, we did what we had to do to win the game. Going into a really tough 3 and 4, starting with Houston.
Coach, when we saw the starting lineup, admittedly, there were a few of us that thought, well, that's interesting when we saw Zeke was starting. Can you maybe break that down a little bit more in detail? Why Zeke?
Yeah, I mean, I think we did a good job on Zion. I think Zeke was a big part of that. He's guarded him in the past well. We always have plans for in case someone, as a late scratch, will be a good option. And for us, it just made sense. Zeke has a physique and a build and athleticism to at least deter some of the energy to the basket with Zion. So it was a team effort last night with him, but I thought Zeke gave great effort. And that's what you're looking for. A guy hasn't played that's locked in, ready to go. Follow the game plan. That was the thinking there. Plus, I didn't want to start more offense in the starting 5 and then have less to bring in the game. So it just was kind of a balancing act of the whole roster.
Coach, something that I think gets lost going back to our first comment, win the game. They're not writing epitaphs and explaining what happened. But I don't know if people realize they're putting a good push. They're putting a lot of pressure on you. I want to get into that because I think more and more teams are going to try to pressure the heck out of Jamal, wear him down as much as they can as the game goes on. But that being said, people don't or may forget the Joker actually fouled out, and it was Valanciunas that I don't think you have last year. He hits 2 big 15, 18-foot jump shots that really kind of keeps that cushion where it's semi-comfortable to win that game. And I don't think you got that person last year, at that opportunity if you hadn't made that move for Valanciunas.
Yeah, and I thought Jonas in the first half was huge, playing the big lineup. We found matchups out there that we could kind of explore the lineup and feel confident about it, and it went well. And then to your point, late in the game against the pressure, up against the shot clock, he makes 2 huge shots. So, there was a lot of fundamental things about it. Late game, you don't have to inbound the ball quickly after a free throw. We did that twice, so guys weren't to the spots that they need to be to space the court out and attack it with the pass, which leads to a lot of dribbling, and you end up in tough spots where they can trap you and make things hard. So we did it to ourselves, but to your point, having a veteran player, a veteran big that honestly people have gone to late in games to win games. But for him to make, 2 really tough shots, yeah, you're right. It kind of kept the lead at a comfortable place. Allowed me to keep my time out because I had, basically wasted the one, hoping, that Yoke they'd call the first foul as opposed to the offensive foul. So, it was another learning lesson. We watched the tape today, talked about the fundamentals of it, where we want guys spaced, which we've worked on before. But when you're in the moment, the free throw goes in, you take the ball too quickly. Now all of a sudden, Valanciunas in the backcourt for no reason. You're just bringing extra bodies, to a ball handler. So we'll get better at it as we go. But you're right, we're going to see a lot of it as the season goes on.
Last night with Zeke, you took a deep bench guy. He's not in the regular second unit rotation. And all of a sudden, here we go. You're playing in some really important minutes. What is the challenge of getting guys that are in even a deeper bench role, meaningful minutes, so that when it does happen, it's not like, oh my God, it's the first time ever. They've got enough, minutes, enough reps that it's a comfortable thing. What is that challenge? How do you manage that without taking some chances during the season of like, all right, dude, it's your time. Let's go. I mean, that feels like a very difficult thing to be able to handle in balance with winning the game.
Yeah, no, it's true. I think you have to have a certain amount of, I have to be a little bit insensitive to what people's opinions and my decisions are going to be to let these guys go find out if they can actually handle the situation. And then the other layer of that is I also want these guys to understand that they're working hard every day and they're not playing, they're not being rewarded. Mm-hmm. And when you do get your chance, like here it is, here's your reward and all that work you put in, go showcase it. So that, there's layers to it, but yeah, that is a challenge. You do take a chance, but to your point, nobody's going to know, what they are, what they have to get better at in these moments once they actually go out and actually play and compete and participate. To the point of Spencer, last week, guarding Harden. He's never done that. Mm-hmm. And then he did a much better job in the second half. But, experience wins over everything like we talked about before, and that goes for all of our guys when they get their opportunity.
All right, just to follow up on that then, I'm not saying you would take anybody lightly. You're definitely not taking anybody lightly. It's the NBA. But when you are taking a team on like the Pelicans or a team that just isn't doing so great, is that a better opportunity to give that a shot? Do you guys look at it that way?
Actually, I look at it just as the schedule goes, like back-to-backs or 3 and 4s. Right now, we'll do the 4 and 6. To me, that's where you put guys out there. The league is the league. And to be honest, it's not about the Pelicans losing as of late. Now they've pivoted to Queen, and they've pivoted, to these younger guys. And there was a different energy to them last night. And so when you play a team, I never look at the losing streak or the winning streak. You want to look at where that team is mentally on that night. And I thought we actually got a really good Pelican team last night that was enthused to play. Mm-hmm. And that young kid can really go. I don't look at it that way. You're right. Less pressure, I guess. But really, like last night, we start the game, we were terrible. And the guys that came in the game are the reason why we got back into the game. So really, it's more situational to the schedule for me than it is the opponent.
You hit the nail on the head. I think for the Pelicans, I'm Queen. I like him, and I like Fears a lot too. And you put some of those other guys, Murphy and everybody else around him. That's not a 2-11 team. And I think, and no knock on their past coach, but the guy they got head coaching it right now on an interim basis, I think is a next level coach when given the opportunity. So I don't shy away from that, calling that a good win. That being said, and you just touched on it again, and he's done this multiple times already in a short season. Coach is Spencer Jones has come in there. And like, I don't even think he had any numbers. He was over on the stat, and yet he had a steal, he had a near steal, he had an assist, he had all this stuff, that energy in that group you was talking about. The whole game changed, it felt like, energy-wise for you guys because of Spencer Jones. And Bruce Brown was in that group that came in also.
Yeah, Spence had 4 deflections at half. And I thought, we had turned the ball over a lot, which allowed them to score easy baskets, and all of a sudden they looked like they were playing a really nice flow, playing through Queen, playing through Zion, and Spence especially, and then also Bruce. I thought they changed the way the game felt. It was like the court tilted back towards our way, if that makes sense. Just with their aggression, pushed them out on the floor, put their possessions in really tough spots, and all of a sudden we found some easy baskets. We got a flow for what we were trying to do. So, I give those guys so much credit. You need that in these games. And you guys know there's so many games throughout the season. They all take on their own narrative. And both those guys just completely flipped the game, gave us control of it by halftime, where we kind of coasted till the end, where we kind of made it interesting at the end. But, I have nothing but good things to say about Spence. And Bruce, too, man. Like you said, on the ball, both those guys just speeding the game up.
All right, Coach, we'll cut you loose. By the way, we really do like snarky David Adelman, who reminded the guys in the breakdown in the locker room that tomorrow is a cup game. So we.
Hey man, I know everybody. Sometimes people don't get me. Like we haven't been. We were kind of joking about it because our team, since this cup thing, we've done nothing positive in the cup.
I know.
So this is actually like an opportunity. We were all laughing about it. Like in the past, it's like after game 2, it was like, well, that's over. So it's actually kind of cool for tomorrow to mean. Obviously, it's a big game. It's the Rockets, and it's another game. But it also is cool that we actually have a chance to do this. So we'll try to react to it.
All right.
Yeah.
So you weren't being snarky. It's a cup game.
I mean, I was probably somewhere in between, all over the place. But my point being that the game counts the same as all the others, but at least we actually have a chance. Like it's actually kind of cool. So.
All right. Hey, I love it. It's floor and everything.
For them, them Spencer Jones and them guys down at the end,
They
and
get
you
some money.
win the little cup thing and get $1 million in your pocket. That ain't small.
Ain't nothing.
No, it's not. It's not. And I don't take that lightly. It's just the idea that we know that this game means exactly the same as the game the next night. But you're right. With this, what they put in, the incentive of what this could be, it adds a little something to it. So it's going to be a good game either way with these two teams. So I'm excited for it.
And does the head coach get the same bonus?
Oh.
You know what? I don't know. If I do, it'll go to my staff because those guys work their ass off.
All right.
Yeah,
Just
we'll
curious.
see how it goes.
All right. All right, Coach. Have a good time in Houston, and then great schedule.
TV and radio crew, at least some of us around.
You don't get it. You're lucky if you get a pimento sandwich, guy. Trust me. I mean, but Coach, just really quick.
That's true.
Awesome schedule. Like Houston, then back to Denver for a game, then instantly off to Memphis. Like that is awesome, right? Like you couldn't schedule it better than that. Correct?
Yeah, it's confusing, but I will say we get back and we get Thanksgiving at home. Having a holiday at home is always a positive, so
then there's that.
I'll take that any day.
All right, man. Good luck tomorrow night, and Saturday we'll see you back at Ball Arena. Thank you, Coach.
Awesome. Hey,
All
thanks,
right.
guys. Appreciate it.
There you go. Scott, you want to
Thanks,
throw in your
Coach.
2 cents on any of that before we go to break?
No, you know what's the cool thing? David's sister is doing some scouting and stuff.
Oh.
She was a high school coach up in Oregon, and she's on the trip, and I got to sit and talk to her on the bus ride after the game and then on the bus ride to the airport today, and really talking high school basketball, Colorado high school basketball. She's got 2 daughters that played D1 basketball, right? So she's been around it. But the one statement that David just said, watching the film and guys understanding, and this go back to when my greatest coach I ever had was Eddie Sutton, but we talked about clock and situation all the time, and how fast the game wants to speed you up. Tyler probably has the same thing. You're holding on a lead and you got that 4 minute. The moment and the momentum of a game wants to speed you up and yet you look up and listen. They made the free throw. The clock's not running. There's no reason you got to run the ball out of bounds real fast before guys get set up. Just the knowledge and being able to pace yourself and say, hey, I can slow down. What's the comment to be able to stay calm when all around you is going crazy? That's a teaching moment, and that it just made me think about talking with his sister about the teaching you have to do in high school basketball, and that, I think it still goes on.
All right.
Probably more now in basketball than ever before at the pro level because guys are coming out so early.
Maybe we can dig into the whole Zeke thing too here in a little bit. Nate and Andy along in a second. Arthur is our keyword. This is your last shot in our show to win a pair of Nuggets tickets on our Nuggets Ticket Thursday, 303-504-0925. That's Arthur. We'll give those tickets away in 10 minutes here on PhD. All right, tonight, Tyler, you're out at Stoney's in Uptown.
That's me.
That's right around the corner from my older son. I'm sure he won't come to visit you either.
I would do anything if he shows up.
I'm going to shoot him a text.
Oh, my God. Oh, shoot him a text,
Would that be
Tyler.
a
That
riot?
would be hilarious.
If Connor actually showed up.
And we go to the gym together.
You could go to the gym with my older son.
I'll gym bro it up with him.
That would be a good hang with him at the gym. He'd be able to hang out with you there.
Yeah.
Hey, tell him you'll meet him at the gym before your appearance.
That's actually kind of hysterical.
And then you could come and have a beer and get him some wings or something.
Dude, if you gym broed with Connor and then hung out and had a beer with him.
Dude, I'd be happy to gym bro with Connor. Let's go.
He would be happy to probably gym bro with you too. Like,
Tell him to meet me at 24-hour. I'm on my way.
Oh, all right. Well, he's got a job and everything.
What? I don't have a job?
Well, your job's almost done. His job continues. But I'll pass it along. I'll pass it along. But it's grab a dew and a brew with Tullamore Dew and Tyler at Thursday Night Football at Stoney's. Now, no joke, this is a Bills bar. So the atmosphere, if you're a Bills fan, is unbelievable, and the Bills are playing the Texans. So it'll be a packed house. It'll be a lot of fun. But if you're a Texans fan, whatever. But if you just like whiskey, well, you're all set. Tullamore Dew Irish whiskey.
I'm excited to see Little Rob in his element.
He is the king.
Yeah.
You will see the king of Buffalo and Denver.
Does Little Rob lead any chants and
He
cheers
does.
or anything?
He's the.
Does he jump through a table or anything?
How many Irish whiskeys are you having?
I don't know. I bet they could sacrifice a table.
Yeah. What's that, Scott?
You know what? You just made me think. I could probably get online and find a ticket to the game.
A ticket to the game?
In Buffalo playing at
It's in Houston. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Are you a little slow here?
I am definitely, but Scott,
yeah.
You know what? That would be kind of a cool thing for you to do. You got nothing else going on tonight?
Yeah, there's a great steakhouse right next door.
All right. Well, good idea though. That stadium is right downtown
I'm talking
too.
about, Tyler, big steak.
That stadium is not downtown.
The Houston Stadium?
Yeah. Well, Houston's weird. They've got 3 different downtowns, but it's it's out there.
Well,
I'm we're in the Tech Center downtown part.
Yeah, They literally have 3 different downtowns. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Oh, I don't know. I just when I was out there for the Super Bowl, we were just right next to the stadium, so I just assumed that wasn't the downtown.
No, that's not the downtown.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
You know the funny thing about that stadium? I remember the first time. In fact, I want to say the first game they played, I think Denver played against them in a preseason game. Maybe they'd already played one. I don't know. Anyway, but we pull up, and where they built that stadium where the Texans play, was right by the Astrodome. And people probably don't remember this, but at one time they used to call the Astrodome the 8th wonder of the world. And so we're driving the bus up to go to practice right there by where the new stadium is. And I'm looking at this thing. You could take the Astrodome and put it inside this new stadium.
Tiny. Right? It's tiny comparatively. Yeah, it's crazy.
But they once called the Astrodome the 8th wonder of the world.
Yeah.
First NFL game I ever played was at Reliant.
It's a hell of a stadium. It's a gorgeous place for sure. It is huge. Gargantuan.
Tyler, were you on the team where they went there and we practiced? You guys practiced in Houston for
I think that might have been just the year before I got there because I heard all about it. But no, I was not on that team.
And I thought that was their first year of that stadium, if I'm not mistaken.
Congratulations to Glenn Wirtz. He won our Nuggets tickets. Way to go, Glenn. Nate and Andy will have more Nuggets tickets to give away in just a little bit. We do have a poll going on right now. What team are you more confident in to win a championship? Avalanche, Broncos, Nuggets. And the Avs actually have a significant lead right there. Broncos are like, whoa. Well, people are.
It's funny.
People are quite buying the Broncos.
Only 4% of the people have voted the Broncos, and I think people are underestimating just how much work the Broncos have already done. I get them being lower than either one of those teams, but you got to factor in a few things here. Like we're 3/4 of the way through the season. We've got that far. The number 1 seed is very realistic, and then once you make it to the playoffs, it's one and done, right? Like all you got to do is survive a game. If you get the number 1 seed, you got to survive 2 games, and you're there.
Any team coming to Denver in the atmosphere that exists now with this defense, good luck. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but the Broncos will be in that game no matter what. And the Broncos have proven they have the ability to come from behind, too.
And that's why these next weeks or so, and if Kansas City can beat Indy this week and drop one of those teams you're competing for, listen, I'm not sure Denver in 2015 wins the AFC Championship if that game's played in New England as opposed to here in Denver.
It'd be more difficult.
So that home court has been a thing or home field has been a thing for a while. And so I think, dude, if you listen, I don't know if you can win or get to the Super Bowl if you don't have home field throughout the playoffs.
I heard some Boston people talking about Denver. They hate Denver. They think that Denver's the house of horrors for the Patriots because Denver got over on the Patriots even when the Patriots were really good. Mm-hmm. Like if you really go back and look at it, they're not afraid of many people there in New England land, but the Broncos were always a problem for the Patriots. So I don't know why that wouldn't continue, frankly. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Andy, you had to rank them more confident to win a championship this year. Who would you put?
I would go Nuggets, Avs, Broncos. I cannot believe the Nuggets are that low. You've literally got, I'm going to get people upset again, the dude that's probably going to go down as the best athlete we've seen here. When you look at the resumes and the trophies, Jokic may be the all-timer of Denver sports. And I know the Elway man, I get it, come on after me, get angry. But at no time was John Elway considered, hands down, the quarterback in the NFL. At no time was Watt the goalie or Sakic the shooter, nor is McKinnon. McCarr's considered the best defenseman. But Nikola Jokic, last time I checked on every podcast that goes out there, even the people that hate him are laughing and just going, yeah, I don't know what to do. You hear Kevin Garnett can't quit calling him Wilt Chamberlain. He keeps telling on his podcast, he's like, the dude is Wilt Chamberlain. And Kevin Garnett started out a doubter too. He is the dude in the NBA. Has been. He's probably going to have another MVP or two by the time he's done. Hopefully he has another trophy. And he's got the best team he's ever had around him. So I got to vote Nuggets.
All right.
I listen, I'm not sure. The Avs, they win tonight, and they'll have go the longest of any NHL team ever to play 20 games and only have one outright loss on their schedule.
It
in 20
is something
games.
like that. Yeah, Brendan put that out there.
But listen, they've all
And then
got
I
a shot.
sent you guys that tweet from Crazy Stats. Jokic now leads the decade in total points, total rebounds, total assists, and total steals. No player in NBA history has ever played a decade in which he led in 4 out of the 5 major statistical categories. The record is 3, and that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, just to follow up on that Avs stat real quick. Tonight we'll attempt to become just the 4th team in NHL history to have only one regulation loss through their first 20 games. This goes to the 27-28 Canadiens, the 79-80 Flyers, and the 12-13 Chicago Blackhawks. So we got a little history on the line tonight with the Rangers here in town.
All right, so I got a question for you guys because a few
So
things
what's
you guys...
the listing of the poll, though? Give me the listing of the poll real fast, Andy. I can't see it.
Avalanche 67%, Nuggets 29%, Broncos 4%. Most confident to win a championship this year.
Here, Scott's taking a big drink. Scott, you can answer. Tyler can answer. Here's what I want to know. You guys were talking about intimidating places to play, and I thought it was funny. I heard your discussion about Buffalo. Buffalo, it just feels like the fans are friendly, right?
Well, they're drunk. They're hammered, but they're wearing their...
But they are kind of happy drunks.
Okay, but they're all wearing their hunting gear at the games. It's just not as loud.
No, okay. I trust you there. One of the few places I never got to go was Buffalo. Somehow I ended up in Jacksonville like 5 times, and I went to the Black
only
Hole 3
stadium
times.
I didn't play in the NFL.
Jacksonville. You ain't missed much. Last time I was
that's
there.
Ironic.
Last time I was there, they had 2 pools.
Yeah,
that was it.
Yeah,
and the fans are allowed to come down in the end zone, like the red zone part of the sideline. They were just fans. I had fans coming up and saying hi. I was like, "Who are you? Why are you down here?"
Well, you got to
What are
upgrade
doing?
those seats. It's like
Yeah,
get in the
there
building,
somehow.
and go wherever you want.
All right. What makes, and I want to know from Scotty, because he played in the NBA where people are definitely closer to you, and you, what makes it intimidating? Is it because I thought it was interesting, DMac brought up the neighborhood is what was scary of that Schefter Stadium. I was never told that area was like when you said your parents were too afraid to take you.
We weren't allowed to go
whatever
there.
that stadium was the Patriots played at.
Yeah, it was like the most intimidating place, like dangerous. It really was scummy, man.
Well, that's
Back
what
in the
Coors
70s,
Field
80s.
was. Had they just plopped Coors Field and what the neighborhood was before they renovated it, that's what you're talking about there.
Yeah, man, it was not a great place.
Scotty, I know you before, whatever. Scotty and then Tyler, however you want to do it. I want to know what, for a player, what makes you go, oh, what gets your attention that causes some intimidation?
Here's in the NBA, and I'll give you 3 places. One that doesn't exist anymore. Well, maybe 2. The Boston Garden was a little bit like that. Rabid fans, you got to have rabid fans, right? And not every place has rabid fans. I know when you get to the postseason, they get a little bit more rabid, but, come on. Boston was always rabid fans, and in the old Boston Garden, they were sitting right on top of you. Salt Lake City in Utah is like that. They got rabid fans, and you have no room. It's like a high school gym with 18,000 people. Oklahoma City's a lot like that too. They got rabid fans who have only one pro sport in their entire state, and they are rabid. Listen, my brother until last year, and he even didn't celebrate like he did. My brother's the biggest Oklahoma City Thunder fan there was, and then when they lost Kevin Durant and Westbrook and Harden, he quit them, and he still loves basketball and he follows them. But I mean, at one time I'd get him tickets to a game and he's wearing face paint. I mean, he's that kind of dude, and they are full in Oklahoma City's like that, Salt Lake City's like that. The old Garden used to be like that. Chicago Bulls, especially in the old stadium more so when Michael was there, I mean, you came out of the old hockey locker room out of ground, and fans were just on top of you. I mean, and getting back to the locker room, you're lucky to not get assaulted.
Scotty,
that's like that in Utah now.
Scotty, did you ever see a rat at the old Chicago Stadium? They always said there were rats in that. There were rats, and they didn't have hot water. That was the two things that I grew up knowing about that building.
Jerry Krause never came down to the lower levels.
That's a corpulent rat.
I never saw a rat. I did. I had some funny moments at the old Chicago place, and we always had hot water. The non-hot water was in Boston.
Oh, okay.
You were lucky if you ever got a hot shower in Boston. Lucky. San Antonio was bad too, but for basketball, what makes up rabid fans and then right on top of you. And like I said, those places are the ones that are always been kind of intimidating to play in.
All right, so did Oakland scare you?
You know, I'm glad you asked that. I was going to bring them up because football's a little bit different. You cannot get around the literal design of the stadium. So start with the design of the stadium. Does it trap the noise or not? Like, that's part of the problem in Buffalo. Incredible fans, and they get loud. I disagree with DMac. I think they actually try their best to get loud, but the stadium design, it just escapes. Other stadiums, it's just literally designed for it. Invesco, Empower was designed for it. Kansas
Sports
City was
Authority
designed
Field.
for it. Seattle was designed for it. Right? These stadiums are designed for it. So the design of the stadium's a huge thing. And then obviously it's just decibel level, but consistency is probably even bigger than the decibel level. When you could do it start to finish and not just in the big third downs, not just on when you're doing it on second down, when you're doing it on first down, those are the stadiums that are nuts. But you asked about Oakland. I'm not going to tell you that was never an intimidating place to play. My experience, it was a joke. Like we could hear everything. And honestly, I just looked at these losers with their faces painted and spikes on their shoulders. Like, you got nothing else going on in your life?
The team just sucked.
This team was bad.
Yeah.
It's a baseball stadium.
Yeah.
It doesn't stay in there. And the stadium was half empty in the years that I was playing there.
The hardest thing about the Oakland Stadium, because if you remember back when they played in the old A Stadium, right, Tyler, you were a mile away, it felt like, from the stands, right? They were so far away from you.
The sidelines are probably, I would say, a legitimate 50 to 60 yards from where you enter the stadium to where you have to walk up the actual sideline itself. They're just so far removed.
But what about the wildness
It was walking in, though. Hold on.
But that's what
it was walking in. It was walking in, Tyler, when you're getting through the stands. that you hope you didn't get pelted with batteries or whatever. But once you cleared that ill interest, then you were good.
Oh, I freaking loved the bus ride in. It was one of my favorite things of the whole season. I mean, I pulled out my phone every single time we started rolling into that stadium. You'd see these grandmas in wheelchairs giving you the double birds. They're throwing stuff in the buses and everything. It was a freaking riot. I thought it was hilarious. I never actually got pelted by anything, but I'm sure back in the day they were. But your question, what about how rabid
rule
they
was
are? Go ahead.
Shanahan's rule was you kept your helmet on till you got to the field because they had guys getting pelted.
Well, first time I went there, they told me, don't you dare wear a Bronco logo. Because I would always wear the stuff so they know I was with the team. You know, the new guys, if you had some after the game. And in Oakland, like Jeb Putzier told me he got urine thrown at him once.
What?
And I had one dude that wanted to say hi to me, you know, because he
Like
gets
a
to know me on the
trucker bomb?
network. I don't know. I was like, all right, well, I'm not going to let that happen.
A water balloon?
You know, but what about
an open
Pittsburgh?
water bottle?
Scotty, remember the game I got a call with you, the famous bus ride with Shanahan? I'm telling you, and you brought it up. You made me think of this. I thought a jet was warming up. We were in commercial break. We're coming out of break, and I'm like, what is the noise? Is there are we near an airport? And then I realized the defense is coming on the field. Pittsburgh loves its defense. Almost steal. I could not believe how loud those people were before we even got out of the TV break.
I will give that fan base a lot of credit. One of the few fan bases that overcomes a bad design of the stadium. Because that's another stadium. It just totally escapes out of one side of the stadium, but it does get loud there.
Talk about Heinz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it called now?
Well, who knows?
It's got a new.
It was Heinz when we were there.
Yes. Something like that. I think I'm
somebody with a lot more corporate money than ketchup.
Do you like what I was talking about in Power? I bypassed like 3 generations of
I know, it
sponsors
was
to go
9
back.
things. Well, I'm with
I went
Dave.
back to Invesco.
We're a little disappointed you didn't go Sports Authority since, you put a ring on when it was Sports Authority.
Remember when it was Sports Authority, they painted everything red?
And then everybody lost
No,
their mind.
but it was like a weird red. It was more like it was like a Chiefs. Like
that's
it was
what
like
made
an
everybody
orange
mad.
red. Yeah.
Like a cherry
Who was
red.
more mad, the fans when they painted Sports Authority red or Peyton Manning when they put Flacco up on the side of the stadium?
I don't think Peyton was too thrilled when he got booed off the field.
No, you probably didn't like that either. Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, everybody listen to them every single day. They're the 2 tallest radio hosts in the world, and they are on every single day, noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here today. You want to win tickets for the Nuggets-Kings game coming up on Saturday night. You want to be there? Well, we have keywords for you at 3:20, 4:20, and 5:20 this afternoon. Keywords. We will give you the word. You will text it to us, and then you will be entered to win tickets today here on the show.
Now,
Nick, I'm sorry?
I need to know from you the
Yes.
scariest place in Chicago to go to a game. You both grew up in different towns, which I think is cool. I want to know.
Oh, it's the old Comiskey.
Was it? Oh, the Comiskey?
It wasn't even close.
100%.
Well, the old Comiskey / new Comiskey,
It's
because
still there.
they
And
built
it's-
the new one right there.
It's essentially the same thing. It's
when
they built a new stadium that might be just as bad as the old stadium.
So the new Comiskey, which is now Guaranteed Rate Field.
That sounds right.
I think is what it is called now.
Strangely, as a sicko, I love that ballpark.
It's okay. So I have a love-hate relationship with that ballpark, actually. And you guys know this. I'm a Cub fan. But I'm not one of those that's like, I hate the White Sox. Like, when the White Sox were fun, and they were fun most of my childhood.
It's not even guaranteed anymore. It's just rate
It's
field.
just rate field.
They don't guarantee the rates. They just tell you.
They just give you a rate.
You get a rate. I
Here's
promise
a
you
rate.
this.
You haven't heard that business has got some tough stuff going on.
It's not good.
Here's a rate.
I have heard.
It's going
Unfortunately,
to go up. I don't know if you've heard. But yeah, no, this ballpark is – so the old Comiskey I went to a couple of times because my dad was a Yankee fan, so we would go to – we'd go see Mattingly and Winfield and all that when I was a kid. That was always cool. And then when they built the new one, the Sox got new uniforms, and they had Frank Thomas and Robin Ventura and Blackjack McDowell, and, like, they were cool. They were a legitimately cool baseball team. So they were fun to go and watch their games. 2 things that were bad about it. Number one, when they were building that park, which is what the time was called the new Comiskey, they found one day bullet holes in the seats that were opposite of the Robert Taylor homes that were on the opposite side of the expressway across from the ballpark. So somebody in the housing project was just firing off rounds into the ballpark. So like it was kind of like a joke of like, oh, you going to the Sox game? Where are your seats? You know, you wanted to make sure you were clear of that area.
I would like to be on the other side, please.
Yeah. In the outside of the ballpark, it's a lot better now. It's gentrified and all that, but like in terms of being safer. But when I was a kid and we would go, you know, and my dad is just like, we can get $3 parking 8 blocks from the ballpark.
Yeah, your car won't be there, Pops,
and
but okay.
My mom would just be like, you kids are staying right here with me like on the walk.
The ballpark was built in 91.
Yeah, 91. So this is what sucks about that ballpark too, is they built it like before the vintage ballpark boom. Like basically like, remember when they built Camden Yards and everyone was like, oh, that's how you should build a ballpark. And like Coors Field was a part of that wave.
It's like a brand new nostalgia.
Yeah. So like all these parks got built that were like stylish and cool. The new Comiskey, which they built in 91, was like, let's make this modern space age concrete monstrosity. And you were like, that's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And you're stuck with it.
And then the upper deck, because, you know, we used to do the thing, you know, if you like read like whatever, like 5 books, you could like fill out the thing and you can get like free Sox tickets, you know? And then you get tickets, and they were always in the upper deck. And that upper deck was just like double black diamond steep. Like you were up there looking over and like, I'm going to die.
That was
here.
Mile High. People forget the 5th level of Mile High.
So scary.
You were like, oh, this is bad.
You guys were talking about the Oakland Coliseum before. Do you remember Mount Davis? That was the monstrosity that was built, and it was awful during baseball season. During the A's seasons, you would see
the Coliseum,
a tarped area.
Yes.
And that was the agreement that Al Davis made with the city of Oakland to attract fans back to Oakland and to make the ultimate. But it made for the absolute ugliest baseball park in the history. But it was straight. People would get vertigo from sitting in there.
So is that your scariest state in Bay Area guy? I mean, what was it like? Where did you? Because I'm telling you, McNichols and Mile High, when they were next to each other, Federal was not the kindest of neighborhoods. You were venturing in. You were having some fun back in the day. But again, like all these old parks you guys are talking about, like they were all in bad neighborhoods.
Listen, the Candlestick Park was rough.
Yeah.
The walk in, I went to a Raiders-Niners game, and I took the BART, Bay Area Rapid Transit, right?
Yeah.
I was looking around. My wife's like, we're not gonna make it. I don't think. Like it was tense. It was tense with the wrong kind of tense. It wasn't like, hey, Bobby, you see those Raiders fans? They're a bunch of jerks. No, it was.
They were waiting for you to say that.
There were some jail cell tattoos on the neck.
Yes.
Yeah.
Years ago, I was doing an arena football game in San Jose, and my partner Tyler Maughan and I we took the BART into San Francisco. And this was by the time they'd moved to AT&T or Pac Bell or whatever the hell it was called at the time.
I think the OG was Pac Bell.
But it was a Giants-Dodgers game. Number one, like the experience was like 10 out of 10, the best baseball.
It's unbelievable.
It is so sick. Like Rockies fans, if you ever wanted to travel and go to an away game, go to a Rockies-Giants game. It is so awesome.
You know what? That'd be pretty cool is the Colorado Rockies nation invading San Francisco. Could you imagine?
All 12 of you.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know we're getting nation status.
You'd like that,
the
wouldn't
cul-de-sac,
you?
maybe.
But it was a Giants-Dodgers game.
Dude, those things are tense.
Those people hate each other. Like,
so did you walk up?
viciously.
Did you walk up these 70
like dudes wearing T-shirts that say Bin Laden is a Dodgers fan?
Yep.
Like, what? All right.
So you want to know what that was back in the day? CU Nebraska.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a nasty, you better watch it rivalry?
Yeah.
Of course, Broncos Raiders 80s. Yeah, you better watch that too.
So every Giants Dodger and or Giants A's game that I've been to, at AT&T Park, I think now it's Oracle again. I don't know.
Yeah,
something
I
strange.
think you're right.
But they have those ramps that you zigzag, ramp. I mean, you just walk up ramps forever to get to basically the main concourse. On that ramp, after the game, you're walking down. Every time I've seen a Giants fan or a Dodgers fan sprinting down and then sucker punching a fan from the opposing team and then just keep running. I'm like, all right, there it is.
CUCSU at the stadium was like that. I mean, by the end of the game, everybody wasted and everything was dangerous. You better get your kids out of there early.
The old Rocky Mountain Showdown, like the good years, like the
Mile High Stadium,
the mid-aughts. Both teams were good. Sonny and Gary, like those games. what sucks is what it turned into.
Yep.
When it was 40,000 people and it was mostly empty and the team sucked and the game was like 14-10 and it was like Dan Hawkins against like Steve Fairchild or some crap and it was terrible and people would be like, get it out of here, get it back on campus, and be like, no, this was once incredible.
Oh, it was the event of Labor Day weekend.
I remember I talked to a Denver cop once the weekend before one of those games and he was like, oh yeah, this is where we make our nut for the entire year because we kick all the winos out of detox and we just bust all the college kids for underage drinking and haul them in. And because they're college kids, their parents pay their tickets. So they would just clean up in the drunk tank on that weekend. And it was so much fun, and it was so vicious. I remember one time getting accosted by a CSU kid on my way in because I had my media credential on, which had the Buffs logo on it. I was there to cover the game. He's like, oh, you like CU, do you? And I was just like, credential, jackass. Like, leave me alone.
Ever heard of the Fighting Illini guy?
Yeah, I'm a proud Illini.
Guy.
Fella.
Yeah.
You don't know nothing about no Big Ten football.
God, that rivalry was so good, though.
You know what? That you said Sonny and Gary.
Yeah.
That's that 80s
90s.
sitcom.
Oh,
Sonny and Gary.
It sounds like an 80s sitcom.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
It hits way more than a Dan and a Steve.
And like,
have
then
you seen
too,
Dan and Steve as an 80s sitcom? That show sucked.
And those guys used to. Do you remember? Like they would have like a luncheon that week.
Yeah.
And, like they'd get those guys up on
we've
stage.
hosted a couple. Maybe you and I both had to host them.
Exactly. And like Sonny and Gary would start telling stories, and like they had this like real friendly rivalry between the two of them, but they were great on stage together. Oh man, I miss a time when our college football programs
Stanford
were
and Cal used to be like
good
that
and
too.
relevant.
That's not fun anymore.
No.
Nothing like college football rivalries aren't fun anymore.
CU literally doesn't play a rival anymore.
Boise State doesn't have a rival anymore. It's all the
Who
reapportionment.
was Boise's
It was
rival?
Idaho. It was
Idaho.
awesome. And it was
The
it was
Vandals.
yeah, it was great.
The best Boise game I ever saw was the Boise Nevada game.
Yeah,
It was the game-winning kick Kaepernick was at Nevada.
Yeah, the game-winning kick that didn't happen. Right, Boise State missed it.
Yeah,
Not good.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Goodell.
Yeah, didn't that kicker get death threats?
Yeah.
He got a bunch of them.
He's
He didn't get
he's going through it, man.
He didn't get his avalanche burned.
Danny G, my guy.
Brandon Allen got his truck set
He
ablaze.
sure did. We covered a lot of ground here in this opening segment. We might as well give you your keyword for this hour to win tickets for Nuggets Kings on Saturday night. Catch Denver on the second night of a back-to-back after a road date in Houston. You need to take out your phone, type in the phone number 303-504-0925 right now and send in this hour's keyword along with your first and last name. Your keyword is Henry. Henry. That's going to enter you for tickets to the Nuggets game against Sacramento on Saturday night. If you don't want to, leave it to chance each week. Lock in a Pick'em plan starting at $100. I read the copy before the show. And choose 4 games at Ball while saving on fees and getting playoff access. Go to nuggets.com/pick'em. To win these tickets, though, right now, text the keyword Henry along with your first and last name. That's your first and last name to our text line, which is 303-504-0925. Henry is this hour's keyword. Sandman?
Oh, I think you gave it out 30 seconds early. So a couple of you
Henry.
that texted Henry in before.
Henry.
Now you can retext Henry
Okay.
to 303-504.
Am I going to have to go?
925.
Do I have to go to a meeting because of this?
Henry.
Yes.
Probably.
It's called
I didn't know we were that dead on.
I
Henry.
It's called premature texturation.
By the way, these are all kings because apparently they had like something to do with Poseidon. I was listening to Tyler and DMac, and then it shot off into what the hell is this Aqua King, and DMac has never seen a comic book, and everyone got angry, and so yeah, Little Mermaid got involved. So I just know they're all kings because you're going to go watch them yet again play the Sacramento.
Is this
Kings.
one in honor of Henry VIII
Yes.
or Henrik Lundqvist? Which one?
Both.
He was also King Henry.
Both.
Derrick Henry is also King
all
Henry.
three.
All three of them. King
Hat
Henrys.
tricks. Although this is basketball. Triple-double.
There you go. Okay. Anyway. Henry, not Hank. Henry. 303-504-0925. Text it in right now.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the old energy level? I ask you this all the time because it's been the fall. Well, all the time, meaning last month. Yeah, clearly, Mike might need to go get his testosterone levels checked. We'll have to go see. But let's say you'd like to join Mike over there. I've slipped by that place. Let's go and get those testosterone levels checked. You know, low energy is one of the signs of low T, bad sleep, brain fog, poor workouts in the gym, and of course, you know all about the sexual side effects. So if you're curious about where your T levels are at, then the place to go is Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And they've got 5 locations in Denver to serve you, including a revamped location in Castle Rock. They love for you to go check out. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, it's real easy. You know, this is one of those things that men tend to put off. You don't need to put it off, though. Don't do that. Just don't do that. Get in there, see where you're at. And what they'll do is they'll take your blood, they'll draw your blood, you'll have a T and a PSA test, and you'll talk about those results as far as your testosterone levels, your T levels, they like to say, with a Colorado licensed medical provider. That medical provider will lay out all the options for you, and you can decide if testosterone therapy is something that you'd like to start and get it done there at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That first visit, it's all done in about 30 minutes or so. It costs about $99, but that is free if you start on testosterone treatment the day of your visit. So if you've been thinking about getting in there and doing something about the old low testosterone, or see if something that it is in fact affecting you, then schedule your consult now at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. If you'd like to give them a call, you can. 720-440-7900. That number will connect you to any of the 5 locations, a little touch-tone menu, and you'll punch in the location that works best for you. Again, 5 locations: Fort Collins, The Springs, North and Central Denver. But remember, they've got a revamped location in Castle Rock if you're up that way. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your keyword is Henry. Text Henry along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That enters you to win tickets for the Nuggets and the Kings on Saturday night. Nuggets victorious last night in New Orleans. By the way, you guys were talking about, Andy, intimidating places to play. Not intimidating places to play.
Smoothie King?
I'm going to say the Smoothie King Center. Pretty high on that list.
Not great.
I asked Scotty, I go, do people care about that in that town? I talked to him last night after the game. I'm like, what's the deal there?
Yeah.
He goes, well, there was no crowd there tonight. And he said that's a really good young team. He likes a lot of their players, but he thinks that coach might be able to turn it around. But
I think Fears is good. I like Derek Queen. Zion's fun when he plays and he's engaged and interested, but it only happens occasionally.
But it's a weird city. We said it yesterday. You go there to party.
And they have no tradition. They've never been good. Like they were good for a minute, and then Anthony Davis was like, I don't want to be on this team anymore.
I don't know, man. I loved the Jazz back in the day. Pretty good team.
Yeah, you remember the New Orleans Jazz?
Good team.
The old New Orleans Jazz.
Good team.
How old are you?
The NOJ.
Yeah, just I'm more of a historian.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Were you even in your parents' plans when the New Orleans Jazz were playing?
Yeah, what years were they? When?
I'm going to guess 73 was the last year of the New Orleans Jazz. That's a guess. I'm throwing it out there.
Yeah, I wasn't even born.
And I think my dad was thinking about me.
Yeah, in 73, my mom and dad, definitely the plan was laid, if you will.
Whoa.
But wait.
Hey, pause.
But if that was indeed the year. By the way, Henry, text in Henry as your keyword for the hour. Now you're both looking? I got you both looking. Look who's going to Google it first.
78-79 was the last
final year.
Yeah,
that's close.
By the way, one more note on that game really quickly. We'll spend a lot more time on it a little bit later in the show. James Borrego, who is the now interim coach of the Pelicans. So Adelman wanted him. He wanted him on his staff here in Denver. Are you better off being the Pelicans interim coach or a Nuggets assistant coach right now?
Well, if you play more like you did last night, then you're better off being that interim coach because,
Yeah.
man, they played him hard and they
He's a
kept the
good
energy
coach.
going.
Yeah, he's a good coach.
But
I can speak to being an interim head coach in a bad football team.
Yeah, what's that
or a
like?
bad franchise or a bad college situation.
Uh-huh.
You end up on the radio a couple years later. So I'd say that, what's his
Okay.
name, Borrego?
James Borrego.
I think Mr. Borrego
Yeah.
should try to migrate over here and hang out with the Nugs. I think
Um,
Nikola Jokic is a contract extender for all that are involved.
That's a good point.
Except for Michael Malone.
Except for
some
Michael
reason.
Malone. Mm-hmm. Albuquerque native, by the way, James Borrego.
Borge.
Yes, a Burqueño. All right, let's go around the room. I'm going to start with Andy Lindahl. Andy, give me a reason the Broncos will win the Super Bowl.
their defense. It's the number one defense. We all got it. It's their defense. It's real simple.
That's a big answer.
It's an intimidating. Okay. You want me to break it down closer? The pass rush. You know what? I'll tell you what. I'll leave those for you two. Now they've been put out there.
Yeah.
Vance.
Keep going.
Joseph.
Leave none for us.
Vance
Joseph.
Okay, so we have defense, pass rush.
Well, I
Vance
broke it
Joseph.
down to the granular. He wanted it into the granular. I think Vance Joseph is scheming up some great schemes, and I'm not sure he's
the
getting enough
best.
credit for it.
Yeah.
He is the best. He's
Yeah.
starting to get some credit. I like. Did you listen to the Peter Schrager bits?
There was some
yeah,
good
I
stuff.
did.
Good
in
stuff in there, man.
Yeah, but I mean, again, when we talk about when the national narrative, because the whole world is hyper focused on offense, and I have to tell the former OC here, and current, you're the
I
play
am.
caller too at the head coach level.
I do when we score 70. I don't when we scored 14
Sure, that
against
was the
Ralston
other guy.
Valley.
That was Joe Lombardi when
remember,
you did it
guys
all of a
remember
sudden.
that game when we scored 14 points?
We were there.
That was somebody else.
Your parents remember us too.
Oh, yeah. Not good.
I got a few looks. No, seriously, I don't think VJ's getting enough credit for some of the schemes. Talked to a few people today, and it's just all week the theme has been some of the things he did against the Chiefs, just
Dude, it was
schematically.
fantastic.
Now, again, you've got to have the players to play them. But schematically, tip of the cap to Vance Joseph, and I believe it's why they can win the Super Bowl.
Vance Joseph, defensive game planning, the preparation and ability to win any game. He was great against Mahomes and company. And it again, like what to me, the biggest thing that win did for both VJ and really the entire team is, look, have the Broncos gotten fat on playing really crappy offenses and crappy quarterbacks this year? Of course they have.
Mm-hmm.
But like you can always hold up. Well, you did beat the Chiefs. Okay, and you held them to 19 points, and you forced Patrick Mahomes into taking a sack on a 3rd down and 10, and you forced Patrick Mahomes, the great fourth quarter quarterback of our lifetime, into 2 3-and-outs at the end of that game to be able to finish it off. Like that's elite stuff right there.
You know what you did to Mahomes? You took him to the Salem witch trials.
Pretty much.
Because you know what? He's no longer a witch.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. He's been burned at the stake.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I thought
Right now, anyway.
I thought it was more of a water pouring on him guy, because melted.
Like he's a gremlin?
No,
No,
like
I'm not.
Wicked
I
Witch. Remember
hated the Wizard of Oz.
Oz?
The Wizard of Oz movie. The whole movie sucks.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty good.
That's a really weird take.
Sorry, you
there's
feel that way.
the Wicked 2 coming out this weekend.
Beloved movie.
Yeah.
Generation.
Really, beloved movie. You
Fantastic
read what
film.
went on behind the scenes? Maybe shouldn't have been so beloved.
All right, I'm going
Maybe
to
there
take
should
it.
have
I'm
been a
going to take
criminal
it in
investigation. I don't know.
because Andy Lindahl took Vance Joseph, the
All
defense.
I took was
and he
Vance
took
Joseph.
pass
Do
rush.
whatever you want.
Well, you said it all, so you kind of left me with nothing. Actually, I got something. It's different. Very different. I think the Denver Broncos have taken on the persona of their head football coach.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Grumpy?
the word is swagger.
Okay.
I believe that the Denver Broncos lead the National Football League in swagger.
2 latte problems?
Yep. Driving around sushi restaurants.
Angry?
Problems. Yep. Proving their worth to the world at all stops. I feel like after the Chiefs game, all of the different snippets that I heard from the locker room just oozed of Sean Payton spreading this narrative that everybody's out to get him, everybody's out to get us, and we are clearly above all of that. And I think that's a positive thing. And I think that the Denver Broncos currently are the most confident team in the National Football League.
All right. I'll play a little devil's advocate. Let's have a little fun.
Be a devil kid asshole right now. That was Bob Davies.
You've been in a number of locker rooms. A little bit as a player, mainly as a coach.
Call me a meat gazer?
No. But I also feel like players know, Nate and I know this, once upon a time when Adam Schefter was here, if he wrote something, the players knew that was probably Mike Shanahan talking to them through Adam Schefter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, all the people in this room and other people outside it took notice that after the bad Raider game, there was a whole lot of guys that tend to talk to Sean saying stuff about Bo Nix regressions and needs to play better and all this other stuff. It's holding the offense back. I felt like, now maybe they are taking on the persona of their head coach, but I also felt like some of the comments from the players were meant for the head coach to hear of, we've got our quarterbacks back. Because we know some of the people, Dragon Slayer 69 in his mom's basement. Now, I don't think Chase Daniel's mom owns the house he does the videos from, but he's definitely in someone's basement. And I think you can try to keep it local for the sake of not going fully after your boss's guy, but I'd say Chase Daniel fits in the Dragon Slayer 69 category when he's out there throwing the shade immediately. He didn't even we weren't even into the morning hours when he was already putting out the video about Bo Nix is missing this look and that look. So I feel like
you also don't have to look that hard to find film of Bo Nix missing.
No, I don't
looks.
disagree with you.
You can do it after every game.
But my point is, I think the players wanted everybody in the building to know we've got our QBs back.
Yeah,
and that includes maybe some that occupy offices.
But I would say even maybe some of the words from the Denver Broncos that were maybe innuendo, or as the cool kids would say, quote tweeted, where you are meaning to say something into the media, but you're intending it for the head football coach. I would say even that is taking on the persona of your head coach, right?
Well, because
he lives for Shady Sean, right? He lives for being that guy. And the Broncos are doing it, man. I just think they got swagger. I think that they got
a chip.
They got a chip.
They're
they got swagger.
Angsty.
And I like it.
I think if you were going to say, okay, because we talked a lot about Sean's summer strategy, right? Where he would tell anybody that would listen, I got a top 5 quarterback in the game, and I think that I can win a Super Bowl right now.
I love my cue.
And it has worked. You're 9-2. Like the belief has been bought in with this football team right now. I would and see, I had Sean Payton on my list as well, but I've got him down just for a very different reason. He didn't lose to bad football teams.
Well, yeah.
He does not lose matchups that he is supposed to win. Now, he almost did against the Giants earlier this season, but they came back and they managed to win that game. And you know what? Like, maybe something stupid will happen in the next 2 weeks against the Manders and the Raiders. I don't think it will. The Broncos tend to dominate, and you're talking about Marcus Mariota and, destroyed Geno Smith right now. You should be fine to be able to go and win those games. But right now, what Sean Payton is doing is he is coaching to the football team that he has, which I think is the trait of the smartest head football coaches. And the football team that he has is one that is dominant on the defensive side of the ball with a suspect offense whose job it is to not screw it up. He needs fourth quarter games. He has his team knowing that message, and that's why they keep coming back and winning games in the fourth quarter. I think the game theory with which Sean is going into every single week is the reason this team can win a Super Bowl.
I had chuckled there when you said that he beats bad teams, and that is a reason they will win the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because I think this year is a year where there are a plethora of bad teams.
Yeah.
I don't even think the good teams are that good this
Well,
year.
and you have to rack up those wins. Like, look at we'll see Buffalo tonight, okay? I don't know what Buffalo is going to be. I honestly don't. That's
who's
a
Buffalo?
team that
who's Baltimore
that beat Kansas City
Who's
and
Kansas
then
City?
turned around and lost to Miami. They just beat Tampa Bay in a high stakes game the other day. They could flip around and lose tonight to Davis Mills and the Texans. I'm not going to be stunned if that happens tonight with Buffalo. That's one of the differences. The Broncos always figure out a way to have more points than the other guys when the game is over. Your key word is Henry. Text Henry along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Right now, that enters you to win tickets for Nuggets and Kings on Saturday night on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Hey, we were before. I got a fun little exercise for you guys to work on in the break. Okay, we were talking about college football rivalries before. All right, so listen to this. The cheapest ticket on StubHub for this weekend's USC-Oregon game, which is the best game in college football this weekend, the cheapest ticket at Autzen Stadium is $126. Okay, that's the cheapest ticket. There is another game in college football on Saturday where the cheapest ticket on StubHub is $251. Double the cost of what it will take for you to get to USC-Oregon this weekend. Can you tell me that football game? Hint, huge rivalry game. I'll tell you what that is when we come back. You guys work on this in the break. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your next keyword is coming up at 4:20 on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Kreckman and Lindahl and Mike Sanford on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So I gave the guys an assignment in the break, and that was to tell me what college football game this weekend, the cheapest ticket on StubHub is double of that of USC Oregon on Saturday. Do you guys have answers? Are you prepared?
I got one. You got one, Andy?
Do not.
Good job.
I've coached in this rivalry 5 times.
Okay.
Known as the big game, the battle for the axe, and not Paul Bunyan's axe.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Wisconsin, Minnesota, which I've also coached in a couple times.
Yeah.
I'm going with the battle of .com nerds. We're going with Stanford Cal, a tilt between a 6-4 Cal football team and a 3-7 Stanford team led by Frank Reich.
Okay. Let's see. I got to look up Stanford Cal tickets now.
So it's not
that one.
That was not the answer that I was looking for right there.
I know this, man. There are a lot of wealthy people in the Bay Area that are recession-proof, if you will.
Sure.
And they love their wine, and they love showing up to the first quarter of a football contest.
I will tell you this, on StubHub, the cheapest ticket for that game right now is coming in at, let's see, $167
Pretty
on
good.
the second market. $167.
Pretty good.
Not bad, but not 251 like I was looking for.
So there's a rivalry game I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Would the rivalry be more because of basketball and not because of football?
Duke, Carolina?
Yes. There's some rich people at both those schools.
There are.
There are also adult cheerleaders at both those schools.
In order to charge $251, you need a crowd that can afford the $251.
Yes.
So there's some wine and cheese in that. Now, that would not be the game that I would think of because I don't think seriously, is anybody still excited for Belichick and Carolina? That's dead, right?
It's over.
They're just counting the days to basketball season, aren't they?
It's Cosmiter. It's over.
He was at his wife's.
Yeah.
He was at his not wife, his girlfriend. His
Who knows?
Granddaughter girlfriend. He was at her cheerleading competition last week.
Instead of sister wives, granddaughter
have you
girlfriend.
Have you seen the videos and the? Have you seen the clips of all that?
I didn't. I just saw the pictures. I didn't watch the videos.
Wild.
Adult cheerleaders.
I've never heard of this discipline.
Amazing.
No?
That's great.
Oh, I just now realized I could have cheated. Let's see if I can cheat well enough to find your price. I didn't notice the prices on what I'm looking at to the right side of the column.
Here's the game.
Yeah, give it to me.
The cheapest ticket.
Can we get one more hint?
The cheapest ticket is double of that of the cheapest ticket for USC Oregon because I looked it up today. And I knew you guys wouldn't get this.
See, that's why I'm looking for the obscure.
Montana State.
The battle for the Big Sky.
Yes!
The Brawl of the Wild, as this game is known.
I knew it.
Number 3, Montana State. Number 2, Montana. Both teams are 7-0 in the Big Sky. Winner of this game will be the number 2 seed going into the FCS playoffs. They get to avoid North Dakota State, Montana State, and Montana. The Bobcats and the Grizzlies is the hottest ticket in college football this weekend.
How about
at Washington Grizzly Stadium in Missoula?
By the way, the
name
Brawl
both
of
head
the
coaches.
Wild is the best name.
The Brawl of the Wild. Not even just that, okay? This rivalry, guys, dates back to 1897.
It's a lot of wild turkey, man.
It sure is. The winner of this game gets the Great Divide Trophy. You take the highway to the Great Divide, and it's because the two schools are on opposite sides of the Great Divide. The Great Divide Trophy weighs 306 pounds.
Really?
I kid you not. That's a real trophy
That's
right
a
there.
Messier if I ever heard
That's
of it.
you need a forklift to move
Yeah.
that thing.
Is the Great Divide and the Continental Divide related whatsoever? What is the Great Divide compared to the Continental Divide?
I think they're the same thing. Aren't they? I don't know.
Yeah, you could both look over here. You think I got a clue? I don't know.
Sounds right to me.
Just go with it.
Yeah.
All right, if you know, 303-504-0925, scholars in the audience. What's the difference between the Great Divide and the Continental Divide? There's Great Divide Brewing Company.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. We figured it out. Anyway. The wedge.
All right. Do you know what the cheapest ticket of the weekend is, according to ESPN.com?
CU Arizona State?
No.
What is it?
Well, I didn't look that up, but I don't think so.
Okay. What do you got for me?
You got $5? Would you like to get into a game for $5?
Sure.
You got
fees?
a fin?
Are fees included?
Yeah,
in that
can't even.
What are they dinging me for?
You can't even get a value meal for $5 anymore.
No, you cannot.
But you could go watch UConn take on Florida Atlantic at Flagler Credit Union Stadium in Boca Raton.
UConn just played Air Force last week.
Tickets as low as $5.
Boca Raton, fun place.
Not bad.
Nice
What do you
stadium.
think of some Sam Houston, Middle Tennessee? You can get into that for $7.
Not bad. Derek Mason in the Fighting
$7
Blue
there.
Raiders.
I gotta find the CU.
Sandman, I start with you. Give me a reason the Broncos will not win the Super Bowl. Give me what in your mind is the biggest reason Denver will not win the Super Bowl.
Won't be able to keep up with a team that's scoring points in the postseason.
Yeah.
That's it.
Hey, one more ticket note. Do you realize that you're proud Illini? Wisconsin Illini?
Yeah.
$8.
Whoa.
$8. $8 in Wisconsin
to go jump around at
This
Camp
is
Randall?
according to ESPN.
That's a great
$8.
What a good deal.
The Wisconsin
Fellas.
kids are going home for Thanksgiving and they're not going to the game.
What time's kickoff?
Let's see. What does it say? Camp Randall 5:30.
Oh, I think I can make it.
$8.
Cold.
Now you can go watch your proud Illini, Nate.
Madison is awesome too.
That sounds the best.
If I had no other obligations in life, I would take a plane to Madison right now and go to that game, and I would love every second
Frontier.
of it.
CU ASU
Direct.
$31. All right. Why they're not going to go?
Yep.
Nope. The loss of J.K. Dobbins.
Wow.
That's a good one. It's a good one.
You want specifics,
He's
right?
a football guy.
The loss of J.K. Dobbins. The loss. There was already lukewarm trust in the run game, despite the fact that there should not have been. If we get a couple more games like what we saw the other day, again, J.K. Dobbins was the guy that settled everything down. And in that way, a lot of times settled Bo down because he got the momentum play that they needed to make. Like, again, Bo, it was put to me from a friend this week, Bo is like spastic. And normally, like a lot of quarterbacks can get spastic, but it's normally because the pass rush. Like, again, we all saw it during practices in camp. The pass rush will make any quarterback spastic. This Bronco pass rush will make quarterbacks spastic.
Made Mahomes a little
But
spastic.
Bo, when the clock gets I think even Leggy wrote about it, didn't he? When the clock gets to a certain point, Bo starts speeding himself up because he wants to play in and he wants to look at what they're doing to him. And frankly, I'm Team Bo on this. If this is what the kid needs, again, we're going to beg you. I've heard Jake Plummer and Tony Romo talk about it. Get the play in quicker. Let the kid get a look at the defense. Let him do what he wants to do. Slow him down for him. But when you get the play in late, he already goes in. And Dobbins was the guy that I think just was able to slow things down, get that first down that's so critical to so many offenses, and just calm everybody down.
Sandman, what was the best play caller quarterback rhythm you ever got in with a player?
It was 2014 with a kid named Grant Hedrick at Boise State.
I remember him.
Every play I called.
Jay Ajayi in your backfield.
Yeah. He helped a lot.
I did one of your games that year.
To the J.K. Dobbins point right there.
Yeah.
Every play that I called, almost to the 100% satisfaction when I was grading the film, I would watch it and say, he's playing through the eyes of how I envision this going. And frankly, you know what's kind of fun? That's happening right now with the kid that I'm coaching at in high school.
That's good.
It's a really, really special place to be.
Mm-hmm.
Where you're like, he sees it the way that it's been installed. He sees it in terms of studying the defense and knowing the deficiencies. And then there's like the bonus great throw that you didn't foresee happening against that particular look. You're like, oh, he's above me.
Yeah,
he's even better than me.
Do you think that's uncomfortable for Bo Nix to know that, like, no matter what, I'm always going to be the second wife you didn't like as much with Sean Payton?
Well, if he can start seeing it the way, I love the way Coach described that, and I honestly think that's what Sean thought he was getting. And look,
that's why he drafted him.
We can't all say he won't get there, but Sean has to accept he's not there yet.
Right.
They're still messing with the glasses to make sure it's as clear as you want it to be.
Yeah.
In the vision test.
To your point, Sandman, by the way, the in the AFC right now, in terms of EPA per play, Indy 1, Kansas City 2, Buffalo 3, New England 7. Like there's
Broncos in the 17 range.
They are 14
Okay.
right now,
Came up a
offensive
little
EPA per play. They're below league average, but still 14th in the NFL. But those are the kind of offenses you're going to see in the postseason. And if defenses show up and have a day, it's going to make your life pretty tough. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Mike Sanford, everybody. Me and Andy will keep it rolling coming up here on the other side. Your next keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday is coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. So keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets take care of business last night against the Pelicans. A lot of good stuff in that game, Andy. Joker fouled out, and Jonas Valanciunas came in and got him past the finish line. Hit those 2 big 15-footers at the end of that game. Like, I know, the Pels cut it to 6, 7, 8. It got a little shaky there in the last couple of minutes of that game. But all I could think after the game ended, or, at least when it was, fully put away within like the last 20 seconds or so, was just, oh, they lose this game last year. And that's one of the thoughts that has struck me so many times so far early on in the season. Games where you look at and you go, oh, yeah, they probably lose this game last year. But they didn't last night. Like, you lose Jokic, Pelicans make some shots. They put full court pressure on you. By the way, that's the scouting report on Denver in the fourth quarter, is press him full court and make Jamal Murray bring the ball up the floor and mess with him that way. But that, to me, was my big takeaway of last night's game, was like, that's a game that last year you lose, that this year you win. And that's a huge, huge difference in this team.
Yeah, I can only imagine what would have happened down the stretch if Jokic was fouled out and couldn't play.
Right.
Instead, you got Jonas not only playing, making key shots. You did it again.
I know. There's nothing I can do.
Don't touch it, you'll break it. Remember
no
the
AG
MCI commercial?
No problem last night. I want to go through a couple of different Jokic plays last night, and we'll vote on what was your favorite Jokic moment from a ho-hum 28, 11, and 12 triple-double. God, that dude was good. All right, this first one, Andy, 10:30 to play, third quarter. So early second half. Jamal Murray gets a dribble handoff from Joker, gets into the paint, breaks down the defense, turns, and drops it off to Nikola. Let's play Kaz's highlight of this play from last night.
Up the right sideline is Jamal Murray, throws it in the arc over to Jokic, back over to Jokic. Bounce, wow, one-armed jump shot just up and in. Never touched the ball with his offhand.
Okay, that play was so awesome that it completely tripped up Kaz.
Yeah.
That
the one arm, whatever.
That was one. I paused the television and I went back. I rewatched it 5 times in a row. That one, like the Jamal dump off pass, he caught it one-handed on the move, never touched it with his offhand, went right to the shot. But again, this is like the brilliance of Nikola Jokic is he's in motion, so it's very much a touch shot. Well, what do you do in that moment? Well, you give yourself a greater margin for error if you just go glass. And so, boom, he just went glass from directly away on a, I don't know, what was that, like a 10-foot floater? All with one hand. That's just one of those where, like, again, my rule is we do not take greatness for granted, okay? We do not take Nikola Jokic for granted. That one stopped me dead in my tracks. That's what I've never seen another person do what he did on that play.
Oh, wow.
I don't think anybody can do what he did on that play.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And Jason Kosmiski didn't even know how to describe it in the moment because it was the same thing happened to Kos that happened to me as I saw. It was just like, what the hell just happened? It just looks like 2 points. It just says like 10-foot runner in the box score. Nobody else on the planet makes that play, though.
Okay, I want to see if you do the one that I thought of.
Okay.
Although I don't think it'll be it's a deep cut, but go ahead.
Okay. Fourth quarter, 4:45 to play. Peyton Watson gets the 2, but again, this was all Jokic.
Second free throw is good. Here comes Watson, high left side over to Hardaway. Nuggets lead at 112 to 97. What a pass, Joker! Dunk, 2 hands! Peyton Watson again! Who else? Behind the back bounce pass with the left hand, and Watson threw that thing home. He's got a career-high 32.
Yep. That was what he did last night, did Peyton Watson, his best offensive game of his NBA life last night. And that one, again, there was nothing necessarily out of the ordinary about that play. It was get the ball to the big man and then cut. Like pass and cut, pass and cut. It's playing for the Denver Nuggets 101 on that play for Peyton Watson. But he got him the ball nonetheless. On a behind-the-back pass. On a behind-the-back bounce pass that went directly where it had to go, and Watson was good enough to finish it. Andy, what was between the one-handed catch floater Are they behind the back to Peyton Watson for a career-high 32? What was the best Jokic moment last night?
Okay, so what I loved, and I just love how he does this. I'm trying to find it in the play-by-play to give you, but it was in the fourth quarter. It was before he fouled out, obviously. But he's in the paint, and he had, like, taken a shot. And the shot, like, kind of rimmed around and bounced. I think he jumped back over, grabbed it again, put another one up, didn't quite go in. Then the Pelicans are trying to grab it. He takes his hand, he knocks it out, and, like, he retrieves the ball amidst 3 Pelicans, puts it back.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, there are the water polo hands. He was battling. It felt like 3. It may have only been 2, but the bottom line, he was outnumbered, and he just kept the damn thing alive and got his own rebound like twice and put it home.
His touch with the basketball, like his ability to play angles. You know the beautiful mind thing, and there's just equations floating around Russell Crowe's head. That's him on a basketball court of just like, okay, well, like the spherical object is right here, and the basket is right there, and the other human beings are right there, but this is the angle at which they are moving, and this is the foot that their weight is on right now, so I know what direction they are going to go. And he just like he sees everything before it happens and always knows what he has to do to get himself to the right place to make the play.
Yeah, and it's always in a key moment.
Yeah.
Quite honestly.
Yeah.
See, I always go to the Matrix because I always think about the point where Neo, Keanu Reeves is there and the guy's just punching and he's just watching it all slow blur.
Yeah.
And he's just dodging it and taking. That just feels like that's how Jokic plays basketball. Everyone else is moving 100 miles an hour, and he's just slow playing, dipping in and out like he's got them all frozen. Knows, like you said, knows where to go, knows where to put the ball, knows where the ball's going to end up somehow.
He is almost never sped. Almost never sped up. Like, did Zubac speed him up a few times in the playoffs last year? Sure. Can Rudy Gobert sometimes speed him up? Sure. Can Chet Holmgren sometimes speed him up? Sure. Wemby can a little bit when those two go head to head. But like it's not for like games at a time. Oftentimes it's just like a possession here and there.
That's why it's a nightmare of a series with him.
Yeah.
They really had no business going 2 7-game series last year. Let's be honest.
I know.
Especially watching this team, watching all the options, watching the bench. You had 5 guys last year. 5 guys. And rarely were all 5 guys firing. That's why I ask you. The Nuggets going to regret not signing Peyton Watson. You played the highlight. Great dunk. Great shooting night for him. Career high, I guess, from what they were saying on the broadcast.
Yeah.
At any level of basketball.
Yeah.
A career high for him.
Yeah.
Or is he just better because the team is better?
No. I think his shot is better right now.
Sure. I would agree.
Very much Peyton Watson had the offseason he had to have. That I don't know. I didn't know if he was going to have or not.
You didn't know if he was mature enough. I'll just say it.
Exactly. And to be fair to him,
he's a younger guy.
He's 23.
Right.
And we've talked a lot about this before. Like, this kid hasn't played a lot of basketball. High school got jacked up because of COVID. He came off the bench at UCLA and averaged 3 points a game. The Nuggets used a first-round pick on him completely as a projection. And it was a good projection. Like, good job, Calvin Booth. That was a really good draft pick, but it was a pure projection. He never played his rookie season. Like, he just needed to play basketball. And I think last year he had to do so on a unit that just wasn't good. And now he's generally surrounded by veterans. I think it was dead on the right move to move him into the starting lineup without CB, but also like the crap part of it all is you just can't pay everybody because there's aprons. They've got aprons.
And look, I'm not upset about it. I agreed at the time. I'm not going to change my take.
No.
I agreed at the time with the decision that they made. By the way, do we need to give a little we slap on the rear folks from the Broncos every Monday or day after game. We need to give one of those same slaps on the rear to David Adelman because the punchline of this team, although I look at the plus minus and it's not gorgeous, but Zeke Naji got in there. I didn't hate every one of the Zeke Naji minutes. I didn't hate them all.
Okay.
Now, again, he didn't do any scoring, But he got some rebounds. He actually looked a little bit active. He found a way to eat up 27 minutes of time when you didn't have Aaron Gordon.
He held his own last night against Zion,
which is maybe the best you can ask for.
And Aaron Gordon is one of the best in the NBA. Adelman talked about it yesterday. He's one of the best in the NBA in matching up with Zion because he's one of the few guys in the league that has the physicality to do it. So he had to throw Zeke out there last night. Zeke did okay.
Look, he was a minus 18, but I didn't feel like he was a minus player out there last night. He got some rebounds.
Until he shot a contested layup with 15 on the shot clock.
Yeah, that you didn't have to shoot.
Under a
You're
minute to
right.
play when you're up by 8 points, which led to a transition dunk the other way. But I quibble. To your point, Andy, by and large, it was an acceptable effort from one Zeke Naji last night.
Hey, we've got some breaking NBA news that will affect our keyword.
You want to break news?
From Shams Charania. Your guy, Domantas Sabonis, has a left meniscus tear.
Yeah.
And it's the latest blow to the 3-12 Kings team. So he will not be there to give Jokic problems on Saturday night when you go to that Kings game.
Yeah, he's been banged up. That team is awful.
3-12.
Yeah, I mean this, and I don't mean this that backhandedly, although it'll sound like it. Russell Westbrook's their best player.
Yeah,
he has been. Like DeRozan is what he is, and Zach LaVine is what he is. But Russ plays hard every single night. That's what that team so desperately needs.
It comes with differing results, varying degrees of success.
Did you realize, by the way? Actually, I'm going to give you the stat on the way back. I got one more Jokic stat to hit this hour. I want to give it to you here on the other side. It has to do with a hollowed NBA record. So I'll tell you about that coming up here in just a moment. Plus, your next keyword to win Nuggets Kings tickets for Saturday night. We got your next keyword on the other side. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and this is your chance to win tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday, Andy. Sacramento. You want to go to that game?
Domantas Sabonis.
Yes. No Sabonis, which is a bonus for you, the Nuggets fan, that gets to go to that game on Saturday night. Your keyword, Andy, Felix.
King Felix, like Felix Potvin.
I would have gone Felix Hernandez, the Cy Young Award winner.
Where from?
Seattle.
That's probably who it is.
Wasn't Felix Potvin? I thought he was Felix the Cat.
Was he?
I thought that was his nickname because he was quick as a cat.
I like King Felix. I don't know.
Hey, Nick, you know what? There's no wrong answers when it comes to nicknames, Andy. Felix, text Felix, Felix, to 303-504-0925, along with your first and last name, and you are entered. Hey, the new City Edition collection is in, and people love it. Check it out at the team store at Ball Arena or visit shopnuggets.com to get some gear and show your Denver pride. To win tickets to the game against the Kings on Saturday, text Felix along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Don't forget that you can also enter for the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTicks.
Felix.
Good luck.
We've got a couple feelings, nothing more than feelings. If you're talk to text, it's giving us feelings. Felix, the cat.
Pronounced it correctly.
Felix.
I did enjoy your vocal stylings though there. That was very good.
Who sang that? That dumb song.
Rosemary Clooney?
What? Was it?
That was my guess off the top of my head. Now I have to look it up.
Yeah.
It was, let's see, Feelings, a song by the Brazilian singer Morris Albert.
That's probably who I'm thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the top one on iTunes.
I was just thinking because it's a standard. I just went with a 50s standards singer that I could remember. That was what I went with right there. There you go. Felix, not feelings. The keyword is Felix, as in Felix Hernandez. Felix Hernandez, by the way, Andy, as an aside, I need to give my appreciation for Felix Hernandez and why I love Felix Hernandez. Felix Hernandez fixed Cy Young Award voting. Do you remember 2010 when he won the Cy that year? He had a 2.27 ERA in 34 starts that season. His park-adjusted ERA 74% above the league average. I mean, in most of the metrics, through the roof. Remember how many games he won that year?
I don't.
13. In our childhood, would anyone have ever even sniffed like top 10 in Cy Young voting with 13 wins?
No.
God, no. This was the first time where they figured out, oh, yeah, pitcher wins are stupid, and we shouldn't be judging a pitcher's effectiveness based upon whether or not his team scored any freaking runs, which he has no control over, especially in the American League, where he can't go and hit. He won the Cy Young Award with 13 victories, thus fixing Cy Young Award voting.
I know more about the show 227 than I knew about King Felix and his 2.27 ERA from that. I was chasing Josh McDaniels in his miserable second year of Denver football, unfortunately. Would the Mariners go to the – well, if he only won 13 games, I imagine they did not go to the playoffs that year, did they?
2010, by the way, that was the year Ubaldo. That was
his?
That was the year of Ubaldo. He did not win a Cy Young Award that season, but that was the year that he had the no-hitter, and he was the best pitcher in baseball in the first half of the season.
Yeah, so it makes sense because I was like, wait a minute. I got a picture of Hayden, like, standing up, looking up at the TV with Ubaldo after his no-no, and he would have had to be near a year old to do that, so there you go.
You know the funny thing about that no-hitter, too? He wasn't that good that day. He had, like, 6 walks. It's just the Braves kept just running into contact directly into gloves.
Hey, we'll take it because the only other no-hitters I remember are like Hideo Nomo.
Had one at Coors Field.
Doing it to the Rockies.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. David Price was second, CeCe Sabathia third that year. Ubaldo finished third in the NL Cy Young Award winner. The late, great Roy Halladay won the Cy Young in the National League that season, but that was Ubaldo's best year by far.
These all brought to you by the keyword Felix. Felix.
I just want Kevin to know, if you give me keywords like this, I will go down Baseball Reference rabbit holes live on the air.
Felix.
I like discussing the 2010 American League Cy Young Award. Felix, 303.
What do you think? Hey, what was our guy, Paulie D-Pods, doing?
I think he was the GM of the Dodgers then.
Were they any good?
Not really.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Fantastic.
Although he wasn't there long. He could have been elsewhere by then, honestly. It was right around the time.
Remember Felix from The Odd Couple?
No. Who was The Odd Couple?
I only know them from like Stay Home Sick reruns.
Okay.
Felix was, I think, the clean one.
Oh, okay. Who were The Odd Couple, though?
These two dudes.
Okay.
Not the show on Fox Sports that you hear on this station.
Oh,
sometimes.
Tony Randall was on The Odd Couple.
He was. Jack Klugman.
This is one of those shows that was a little bit before my time.
No, it was a lot before your time, and it's fine. Like I told you, I only saw it when I stayed home sick.
Felix
Oscar
Unger?
and Felix.
Mm-hmm.
Oscar's Manhattan apartment where they had to live together. I don't know why.
Andy,
So
you had a thought spurred by the words of one Tyler Polumbus earlier today. And
while we do some lists.
Yeah, it's you've got a list for me.
So DMac and Tyler were talking about, they played a cut from Cam Scattaboo, who basically Cam Scattaboo said of the teams they faced, Philly, the Broncos, there was some other team in there.
I tell you what, while my show is the unofficial show of Cy Young Award winners of the 90s and the aughts, our midday show is the unofficial Denver radio show of Cam Scattaboo.
Yes, the DMac loves him some Scattaboo. But anyway, they played a cut where he basically said he thinks the Broncos can win the Super Bowl, even over Philly.
Mm-hmm.
And it got them talking about, well, of course he feels that way because the Broncos pulled off something miraculous against the Giants
And
when
he
they played
went up
earlier
against
this
that
year.
defense that
And
day.
even in the cut, Scattaboo said, hey, they beat us, and we all chuckled because what are the Giants, 2-9 or something, 2-8?
They're not good.
They suck. But Tyler then said something. He goes, well, I could see why he feels that way because Tyler said that the Broncos' comeback against the Giants was the most amazing thing he's witnessed, which, being a guy of the John Elway era, being a kid that grew up in this town, I was like, really? Is that really the most amazing thing that you witnessed? And now we've had a month and a half since they played the Giants, I guess a month. It was in the middle of this incredible, really, I got to keep reminding myself, they're on one hell of a win streak. I credit you. You thought they'd go on a win streak. They've even outdone what you thought
Hey, I sound like a hater because I thought they would go 6-2 over the next 8 games when they were 1-2.
You said they would be, 7-4, right?
My spicy take was they'll be 7-4 when they get to the bye. Look out, this team's about to go on a roll.
And they're 9-2.
And they said, hold my beer. We'll just win every one of these games.
That Dallas game looked a lot different, though, before they actually got to play it. But anyway, and look, the defense did a phenomenal job against that offense that day.
They were wonderful.
303-504-0925. Where should we rank this thing? We've had a month. What was the total comeback? 32 straight points or something like that?
Well, they scored 33 in the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
They were down with 10 minutes and 14 seconds to play. They were down 26-8. The thing that maybe makes it even more wild is that the Giants still scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
And normally the other team scoring pops the magic momentum balloon when you're having a comeback like that.
The Jackson Dart to Theo Johnson touchdown, and then Dart had the touchdown run, but that was courtesy of another long pass interference penalty on Riley Moss that happened in the fourth quarter of that game, and yet Denver got the ball back down 32-30 and put together a field goal drive It was Nix to Sutton for 22 yards, spike the ball, and boom, you're off and running. So that's kind of what got that drive going. That game was amazing.
So is it more? See, again, here's where I have some problems. I just don't. Although, gosh, maybe I want to say one of the most. There were so many incredible John Elway moments against the Kansas City Chiefs and comebacks that were just ridiculous. But they weren't 33 points.
33 points were scored in one quarter.
I always think of, I guess, the staple of modern times for me is Peyton Manning, 2012. The season feels like it's circling the drain. Some of the fan base is getting upset because they didn't want Tebow gone to begin with, and now Peyton Manning's here, and it's not working out, and they face the Chargers on Monday night. They're down 21-0. Boom.
I think it was 24-0.
Might have been 24-0, yes.
And
they came all the way back to win.
And they were 2-3 at the time?
Yeah, it made them 3-3, but then they didn't lose again until unfortunately they lost to Baltimore in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But they were dead in that game. They were cooked, and it was on the road. What made it incredible was it was on the road in San Diego, although I've been to San Diego a couple of times and it was San Diego at the time. Bronco crowds always showed up big there. It was almost like a home game for them in 2015. We've talked about that. But it was, what they score? 31 points, but it was in a half. It wasn't in a quarter.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe when Tyler said it didn't hit me the right way. And the more I thought about it, that's why I brought it up to you.
Do you remember a couple of weeks ago, the Houston-Jacksonville game? When Houston outscored Jacksonville 26-0 in the fourth quarter to come back and win 36-29 in Houston.
Right.
Davis Mills led comeback.
Of all people.
And that was even like they had a garbage time touchdown at the end of that. They had already taken the lead, and then they get a garbage time touchdown and messed with the spread and everything like that, which was pretty funny. But that was 26-0. The part where you came back and won that game despite the Giants having scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter makes it that much more incredible.
Now I'm trying to think of even some of the other sports that we've watched. Like
So
the greatest goal deficit. What do the Nuggets have come back from? The Rockies a number of times have overcome double-digit run deficits, haven't they?
See, this is where it's not a single game, so you can disqualify it if you want to, but they won 21 of 22 baseball games.
That's true.
That's just it. And in that stretch, by the way, they won a division series. They won a championship series. They beat the Padres. They beat the Diamondbacks. They beat the Phillies. They went all the way to the World Series and then ran into a buzzsaw. But that team was okay. But they just, thanks to Dragon Slayer 69 himself, Josh Fogg, he and that pitching staff, and then they played good defense, and they had timely hitting, and Todd Helton had the fountain of youth, and so I will always rate that as the most incredible thing I've ever seen in Denver sports.
All right.
But, God, that Broncos-Giants game in a single-game setting.
What about this, though?
Unbelievable.
Jamal Murray hit a shot. Wasn't that the game where the Nuggets came back from a 20-point deficit against the Lakers? Or was that a year ago?
Were they down 20 in that game?
According to AI, April 22nd, 2024.
Allen Iverson says this?
He does.
Okay.
And I always go to Allen Iverson whenever I can.
He knows his stuff.
It's much better than Allen.
It doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it doesn't.
20-point comeback against the LA Lakers. April 22nd, 2024. April 22nd's got to be a playoff game, right?
Yeah. I was at that game. No, I was at that game. It was in the first round of the playoffs. They played like crap that night too. They did not play well in that game. And then Jamal had the crazy good fourth quarter and managed to drag him back into that game. I also, speaking of 20-point leads, I was also at a game where they led by 20 and then they didn't win.
A series later that
happened.
Now I wonder what Elway's. Now I got to go see what Elway's biggest comeback was.
33 points in a single quarter.
Because they had one against the Colts his rookie year. Remember after the Giants game, they pointed it out like John Elway led him back from I think they were down 20-some points against the Colts his rookie year to come back and beat them.
The thing about it, too, is in order for you to come back in a game like that game, like that game against the Giants, is that requires your opponent to have also done some stupid. That is also one of the requirements of it. Now, it doesn't make you ultimately you can only, work with what is being handed to you, but God, the Giants did a lot of really stupid things at the end of that game. They kept dropping back Jackson Dart and trying to throw for first downs, play the clock game, play the timeout game, and they did not do so effectively to be able to close out that football game. That was a really let's be honest about it. It's a poorly coached football team. It's almost like that guy's not the coach there anymore.
Well, yeah, great point. Great point. By the way, it was a 19-0 deficit Elway overcame in his rookie season to win 21-19 over the then Baltimore Colts.
Yeah, tip drill touchdown to Theo Johnson. Broncos took over after that, and what was wild about it too, Andy, was do you remember after the Theo Johnson touchdown made it 26-8, Denver put a drive together, and what's funny is I just opened up my notes from that game, and I think on this next drive that ended with the with the Bo Nix keeper touchdown, the 7-yarder, and then they went for 2 and they got it. It was Nix to Troy Franklin to make it 26-16. I wrote Denver is playing with no urgency, 4 times.
It was like they were just having a practice to smooth things out for the offense the next week.
Yeah, it just kind of seemed like, okay, we're just going to do this thing. And then Dart gets intercepted by Sternad on the very next drive. And it was like, oh, this is now happening right here. And that's where it kind of got drunk. They got it to 26-23 on the R.J. Harvey touchdown. And then after that, the Giants had a very fast 3-and-out. And it was a couple of scatteraboo runs, didn't do anything. And then on 3rd down and 8, remember Jackson Dart overthrew Wan'Dale Robinson. And they had to punt the ball away, but they stopped the clock for Denver.
Another dumb coaching mistake.
Yeah, 2:56. Broncos got the ball back, down 3, and then drove down, and Bo had the 18-yard touchdown run.
All right, this is the closest thing I think I can come up with to the 33-point quarter. I sent you guys the Instagram of this the other day. I've told you about this game before. It was 92. Broncos down 19-6 to the Chiefs, under 2 minutes to go. Elway architects. He's the architect of 2 touchdown drives to win 20-19, under 2 minutes to go.
That's incredible.
And they did not recover an onside kick. They had a defensive stand in there.
That's incredible.
Now, it was helped out by an Arthur Marshall punt return of all the guys, of all the most random dudes. It's that single punt return why I always that's the only reason why I remember that guy's name. You don't know who the hell Arthur Marshall is. You think I'm talking about an author. This guy had a punt return one time to help lead a comeback.
Your keyword right now is Felix. Text the keyword Felix to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name, and you are entered. That's right, everybody. Felix is the keyword. That's to win tickets to the Nuggets and the Kings on Saturday night. Text Felix along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Don't forget, you can also enter for the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, catch Thursday Night Football at Stoney's Uptown in Denver. Watch the Bills take on the Texans. Grab a dew and a brew. That's a Tullamore dew and a beer. And hang out with Tyler Polumbus. Fun prizes all night. Enter to win a John Elway autographed photo brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey. Tullamore Dew and a brew. Andy, a great story today in The Athletic about the NFL's most anonymous and happiest men, the long snappers.
Yes.
This is such a great story.
Some of your favorite people.
Yeah, Brian Hamilton went in depth on this story and spent time with all of these different long snappers. The first guy he talks about in the story is Christian Kuntz, who is the long snapper in Pittsburgh right now. And Hamilton basically paints the picture of on one side of the locker room, there's Aaron Rodgers talking to reporters surrounded by just a herd of, 40 media members in Pittsburgh. And on the other side of the locker room, Christian Kuntz is searching menus of local Pittsburgh restaurants to figure out what place he's going to buy catering from for his high school alma mater's game that week, because he buys the team meal every week for his high school alma mater because he's from Pittsburgh originally. But that's what this guy's life is. And that's really, this story is that's what all of these guys' life are. They just they talk about golf all the time. They're the happiest people. Former Bears long snapper Patrick Manley, who actually, there's an award given every year in college football. It's the Patrick Manley Award, given to the best long snapper in college football every single year. Patrick Manley is so kind of locally famous in Chicago that he's got his own beer, his own long snapper IPA. And these guys, they all have stories like this. They're the happiest people in the NFL. Now, of course, Andy, we know probably the most famous long snapper of all time is Chargers legend turned Bronco for 2 weeks, David Binn.
Yep.
Okay? David Binn, what did he make, 17 years in the NFL?
Yeah, why? Who got hurt that he had to come here? Was that a Vic Fangio deal?
I think it might have been Lonnie Paxton.
Really?
I think he might have been here around 2011, 2012.
I'll trust you.
That he showed up here.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, it was. He was a Bronco briefly, but he was a legendary Charger. And the story on David Binn, for those that don't know this of this guy's existence, David Binn got sort of famous enough in San Diego / Southern California back in the 90s that he dated Pamela Anderson for 2 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. He dated Pamela Anderson and he's again, long snapper. Okay. Apparently, he was at a golf tournament. She was there with some celebrity golf tournament, and he was hanging out with Cheech Marin, of all people. Again, this is a long snapper. He's hanging out with Cheech of Cheech and Chong, and he bumps into Pamela Anderson, and she's like, "Are you a hockey player?" I guess Pamela wasn't she Canadian? I think she was.
Is she?
Yeah,
okay.
So she was into hockey players. I don't know. He was able to work it. I want to play a piece of audio for you. 2 pieces, actually. One of them was from the Manning cast a few years ago. Peyton and Eli were doing a Patriots game. And they got to telling Belichick stories. And Peyton Manning shared this story, a crossover between Bill Belichick and long-snapping legend David Binn.
And another time he picked David Binn, who was a long snapper, because he was dating Pamela Anderson, and Bill thought the players would like seeing Pamela at the pool in Hawaii. She didn't come, but that's a cool Belichick story.
Bill Belichick selected David Binn for the Pro Bowl because he wanted to see Pamela Anderson hanging out at the pool.
That was it.
Yes.
That was it. Now he's dating someone who was Pamela's age at the time of the story.
So this story was out there. Then David Binn did a podcast shortly afterwards and gave further context on this story. Andy, get a load of this Belichick weirdness.
So anyway, first practice, which is like nothing. You just kind of like stretch, you mess around a little bit, and you walk off the field. I'm coming off, and I'm walking by Bill, and he looks at me, and he goes, "Hey, where's your girlfriend?" And I said, "Oh, Pam, she didn't come out." He goes, "Remind me why the I invited you out here then?" And he gave me this deadpan look. And I thought he was kidding, but he didn't crack a smile. And then I was like, wait, he's serious? Is he kidding? I just walked off like I couldn't figure it out. Like,
you didn't say anything back to him?
I think I just laughed it off. And I was like, wait, what? You really wanted me to bring Pam? Shit. Should I call her? Should I call her right now?
So Belichick just wanted to creep on his hot girlfriend.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
That was
Checks
why,
out all these years later.
That was why, Andy, it was 2012, and he snapped against New England in the playoff game when the Broncos got destroyed with Tebow at quarterback.
Oh, okay.
January 2012, 2011 Broncos.
Gotcha.
That's what it was.
Yes. Okay.
So clearly, what I think would have been Lonnie Paxton.
Yes.
Would have gotten then hurt in the Steeler game.
Yes.
So David Binn got to snap in a playoff game for Denver.
A lot, because they punted a lot that day in New England.
That was a game, in all seriousness, like they beat Pittsburgh, which nobody expected, and it's one of the great moments in Broncos history in 2011, right?
Speaking of incredible things you've witnessed.
Tebow to DT, yeah, absolutely. They won a playoff game with Tim Tebow
Yes.
at quarterback.
Yes.
Yeah, unbelievable feat. That next week, did anybody give them a chance?
No.
You shouldn't have.
No, you know why? Because New England was the one that really stomped on the pumpkin.
Yeah.
Not only did you turn back into the pumpkin against New England, they then smashed you like it was
Right.
Halloween.
Right.
Remember that? They came to Denver and just destroyed them.
And even like it was, you could have been like, I saw the Nuggets beat the Supersonics as an 8 seed. Like anything can happen in sports. Not that time. They never stood a chance in that game.
Well, and for those that think we're being too hard on them, you and I were both doing talk shows at the time, and I remember Jeff Legwold was the first one that keyed me into it. He said, here's why the Broncos have a chance against the Steelers. Dick Duran, their famous defensive coordinator, Hall of Fame defensive coordinator, refused to
Dick LeBeau.
Dick LeBeau. Duran was the old Bears coach.
He was.
LeBeau loved man coverage. Tebow loved man coverage. What the league figured out, thanks to the Patriots, and the Bills really did it to him bad on Christmas Eve later, was they played zone, and Tebow did not like trying to throw into those windows.
Tebow liked man coverage so much, he could carve you up and complete like 40% of his passes.
Yeah, which was better than the 10 to 15. Remember the Chiefs win? Should we
2
not?
for 8.
Hey, how about you beating the Chiefs with him
2 for 8.
completing 2 passes?
2 for 8.
But one of them was a touchdown to Decker.
Derek Decker.
That's got to be up there with amazing things you saw.
2 for 8. 2 for 8, and he won. 2 completions. Yeah, that's one of those where like people are like, oh, this Bo Nix fourth quarter magic is like Tebow. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
It's really not.
It really isn't.
No. It might sometimes feel a little bit like the Giants game, I guess, kind of felt a little bit like that. But like, go look at it. That's not what it was.
Yeah. Even when I told you, I saw Demaryius Thomas in the comeback against the Dolphins. I swear, I saw it. I wish I had a picture of it. He stabbed both ends of the football because the thing was fluttering like a boomerang. He literally caught both tips of the football to make that catch. It was stupid. And not only did he do that, he did that keeping his feet in bounds in the corner in the end zone.
Hey, there are big games tonight, and they're all on Altitude Sports Radio. Avalanche hosts the Rangers, 7 o'clock puck drop. Pregame brought to you by Ramos Law at 6:30 with Mark Bertinoli. Over on 9:50 a.m., you can hear Bills-Texans kickoff just after 6 o'clock. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Avalanche and the NFL on Westwood 1. Yes, it is Thursday night football tonight. We'll get you all set for that game with the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL next. Let's do it. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL going into Thursday night football with the Bills favored by 5.5 on the road at Houston. And you can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, with kickoff coming a little bit after 6 o'clock because we will have Avs Rangers right here with Connor McGahey at Altitude on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Connor McGahey will join us today at 5:45 to preview the hockey. Mark Springer, you're going to talk about the hockey tonight.
I am.
Yeah, guys, tune into Between the Pipes with Mark Springer and whoever else. And what time is that show, Spring?
Immediately following the Avs game. So
yeah,
he wants to make it
9:30ish.
9:30ish. So
9:45ish.
9:45ish. Okay, so tune
10-ish.
into 10:15ish maybe. Tune into Between the Pipes starring Mark Springer tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio's social media channel.
Well, Scotty and I are going to jump on first intermission and do our podcast because every night there's been a Nuggets game every Wednesday.
So you guys are live streaming
so if he gets
between
bored,
periods.
Yeah, we're going to hang out for like 20,
You're
30
between
minutes.
the periods.
We are.
Which is what you're always going for, isn't it?
I will leave it there.
It really is.
Leave it there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go ahead, Spring.
Tell us about the NFL,
How
Spring.
about the Cincinnati Bengals? They're 3-7. They host the 9-2 Patriots Sunday, 11 a.m. on CBS. Will Joe Burrow play in this game? He was a full participant in practice for the second straight day, coming off of that turf toe injury. T. Higgins talked to the media today. There's a little back and forth between T and the Cincinnati media.
I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I asked him yesterday, and he just looked at me like this. But I don't know. So I guess only he knows.
The way he's practicing, does he look like a guy that could play on Sunday?
For sure. Yeah, he's practicing like he was week 1. So
that look that he gave you, I don't know. I guess it could go.
But I assume good.
Well, if he looked good throwing the past couple of days, that's.
Man, Joe's been looking outstanding, man. He's slinging it deep, short routes. Everything's been pretty good. So,
Andy, this is wild. So if Burrow, if he plays this week, and if he can finish the year for the Bengals, listen to what Cincinnati's next 4 games are. Obviously, Patriots at home this week. Thanksgiving night in Baltimore. The following Sunday, that's the December 7th, week 14, in Buffalo. Back home, Sunday, December 14th, against Baltimore.
Yeah, those don't sound like defenses that I want to get behind the offensive line the Bengals have to try to take on.
Your attitude is terrible about this. Joe Burrow needs to play these games and wreak chaos and havoc on the AFC right now. We need Joe Burrow. First off, I need him on Thanksgiving night because that's going to make that game against Baltimore a hell of a lot more fun. And he can go beat the Patriots this week.
That would help us. I'm up for that.
That'd be huge for Denver. He could hand another loss to Buffalo potentially. Joe Burrow could completely just make scrambled eggs out of the AFC playoff picture the rest of the way. This is awesome.
He needs a defense to come along with him, though.
Not really. He can score 37 points every single week, and they can lose 38-37.
You do realize, I was about to say, they can lose. You said the key word there. What did they?
They could lose, but they could win.
Joe Flacco led him to 40-plus a couple weeks in a row, didn't he?
It's incredible what this team is. Yeah, this is awesome. Yeah, you go say nay in another room. Joe Burrow needs to play.
Hey, I got him on fantasy, and I need to take down Kevin.
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Got to get out of the basement.
Your team is not that bad.
Well, let's hope they show it this back half of the year.
I continue to contend that Fat Guy Tutties is not that bad.
Fat Guy Tutties isn't the worst thing. Although maybe I ought to go to Dragon Slayer 69. Maybe has anyone in the league taken that yet?
What we need is Dondre Tillman to score a touchdown.
Please.
Yes. Also,
no, give me Malcolm Roach.
Didn't somebody ask Sean Payton kind of jokingly about could you play him at tight end? And he was just like, And it's like he He has broken tackles. The 2 times this year that guy's had the ball in his hands, he's broken tackles and made guys miss.
That's because Sean's too busy gnawing through his Nicorette to watch what's happened.
Dynamic than Noah Fant ever
I would
was
agree.
as a Broncos
He
tight
may
end.
be more dynamic than Adam Troutman. What do you think of that, Adam Troutman? He's going to come after Dragon Slayer 6, and I do not say DeAndre Tillman is more dynamic than me.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, it's been quite the saga for A.J. Brown.
It is a saga. If there ever was a saga, it's this one.
Hey, and I mean, Jalen Hurts now kind of added to the mix this week with some reports, but A.J. Brown talking to the media today, and he seems to be upset about the lack of production, the lack of targets he's gotten this season. But people are saying,
many people are saying,
maybe it's a you problem, AJ. Maybe you're not the same player you once were. AJ Brown was asked this today.
What would you say to, there's some speculation out there that you are not the same player you once were. What would you say to those people?
You know what? Stop that for a second, Spring. I hate that question.
What would you say to those that aren't here?
Hey, what would you say to not me, just some other guy somewhere on Twitter?
AJ, the streets are talking. What do you want to say to the streets?
What would you say to the jackasses that call into WIP that think you suck now?
Hey, Adam Troutman called out Dragon Slayer 69, and you're his next target. Now that Bo Nix isn't playing this week, what would you say to Dragon Slayer 69?
Just ask the question. Hey, man,
yeah.
are you playing as well as you have previously in your career? Just ask the question.
How do you answer the narrative that you're not the same player?
Yeah, just ask the question. Are you still the same player that you once were? Should you be as critical of everything that's going on around you? Are you holding up your end of the bargain? Why do we have to ask such tiptoey pansy questions like this? Sorry, Spring. Go ahead.
High five.
Oh, wait, we didn't hear the answer.
We didn't hear A.J. Brown. I wanted to hear
AJ
A.J.
you wanted
Brown.
to hear his answer?
I did, yes.
Although I do like the beef tweet music.
Well, let's get to some beef tweets.
Okay, let's beef tweet first.
Okay.
What did AJ say? Heck with him? Go get a
he
Slurpee?
said some stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wasn't happy about it. Hey, Texans, Bills tonight. And Joe Mixon has been out the entire season. He's been out since the start of training camp, the Texans running back. He's been on the NFI list. He has a foot injury, but no one knows what the specific injury is, how it happened, or how long it will keep him out of action. Earlier today, Ian Rappaport tweeted that Joe Mixon is not expected to play at all this season. This prompted a tweet from Mixon himself. He wrote, "Now, I get everyone's looking for splash news and clickbait, but I'm just curious, Ian, do you know more about me than me?" And then Joe Mixon's agent, Peter Schefter,
it's our dude,
he tweeted, "The truth and what comes out of his mouth is mere coincidence."
Ooh.
Talking about Ian Rappaport.
Okay. I'm not trying to dismiss Joe Mixon. He's a perfectly cromulent NFL running back. How much clickbait you getting out of Joe Mixon foot injury story? Is that?
Yeah, not a lot.
Is that one
even
really,
on your radar? He hasn't played all year, right?
Is that one really like?
When was his last really quality year?
Like if he's not like on people's fantasy team right now and they're worried about whether or not he's going to play like this week. Because I will raise my hand and say that's all I care about right now is just my fantasy team. That's at this time of the year. I have no thoughts about where Joe Mixon will play football in 2025. I just need to know if you're going to play this
or
week.
you or against you. That's all you care.
Right. That's my one concern with any running back injury right now at the moment. I'm assuming that Ian Rappaport's source would have been somebody from the Houston Texans, because the reporter would have been sniffing around going, "Hey, this guy ever coming back and playing again?" And the Texans going, "We don't really think so." I'm assuming that's what it is, right?
Yeah, I just saw that there was a story today saying he's not going to play again this year, and that's it.
Yeah.
Period.
Okay.
Done. End of story. Look, doesn't some of the off the field continue to swirl there? I can't remember if there was another problem or not. Wasn't that part of the reason why Cincinnati traded him? Was more stuff off the field?
That I couldn't tell you for sure.
See but this goes to your point. Guy's not even in your realm of consciousness right now. He's not a story.
Yeah. So
doesn't keep you up at night.
Splash news and clickbait feels like a little bit of a reach. Also, again, I'm assuming he got it from the team. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right.
Okay.
Monday night.
Kind of sad that the
It is
beats
Monday
is
night.
over.
Yeah.
Over.
Well, it's Thursday night. And then,
There's a football game tonight.
Yeah.
There was one on Monday night as
There was.
well.
There was.
The Raiders hosted the Cowboys. So CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens were benched for the first series of that game. Social media uncovered that it's because the pair of receivers were spotted at the Red Rock Casino in Vegas after curfew.
Nice.
One said Lamb was seen vomiting at 7:30 a.m. on Monday. So that's game day morning.
Well, but you know when that $2 lobster doesn't hit, that's what happens sometimes.
Actually, I believe what it was someone said they saw a lamb vomiting. It was actually just some other drunk guy vomiting up some bad lamb that he got at a buffet.
Oh, but we misheard. See, the telephone, that's the clickbait there,
That's
Nate.
the issue.
There's your clickbait.
Yeah.
Well, today CeeDee Lamb confirmed that they did have the dinner and drinks at Red Rock Casino away from the team hotel after curfew, but he denied he was throwing up Monday morning.
Red Rock Casino's cool too. I've stayed there a couple of times.
Where is it?
It's way out of town. it's beautiful. It's surrounded by just flagstone red. It's gorgeous. It's a really, really cool spot. I was there, Andy, and I was walking through the casino, and from a distance, like quite a distance away, I noticed a woman. Okay, she was one of those people that just had the shape of somebody that you'd notice from a very far away. Okay, and as I was looking at her, and then I was looking at the guy that she was with, and I was just like, this is dirty 80s rocker dude that she was with. Turns out it was the dirty 80s rocker. She was with Vince Neil.
I was going to say, it's got to be either Vince Neil or the dude from Poison.
Yeah, it was Vince Neil.
But you know the dude from Poison, Brett Michaels, because he's got his dumb bandana on. He's got to have like the bald patch going with just the Hogan,
the
old
Hogan
Hulk
thing.
Hogan. So he puts a bandana on, right?
Yeah. But anyway, it explained everything. I was like, oh, that's why you're with.
Yeah.
Okay.
He still hangs out with the same girl he wrote a song about.
Yeah, you just
replace the song Girls, Girls, Girls.
I think he replaces her every 18 months with the younger version. And finally, Spring.
High five. We got the Steelers and the Bears on Sunday. Aaron Rodgers has that fracture in his left wrist. Today he was a limited participant in practice.
Come on, dude.
Don't
He's not
play,
going to
dude.
play.
Don't
play.
dude.
Finish this. I'm tired of it.
Okay.
Just end it all. Jam the whole dang thing up your arm. Split your tibia, whatever the hell it is. Let's just be done. The forearm.
Let's keep it mysterious.
What's the dumb forearm? But don't you have the two bones that split off there? Doc's on Twitch.
The
Tell
ulna.
me.
Isn't that the ulna?
Just right there. Just right up the middle.
Okay.
So he's got wrist. He's got like a wrist here. Huh?
Like his arm is now a foot shorter.
His forearm's now 3 inches shorter because you played on a bad wrist and it just got shoved up so far. That's where it lives now. You got a tiny hand.
That's the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Can't take a snap that way, can
From
you?
around the NFL, we have got your next keyword for a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll give that to you next for you to get in to win tickets to Nuggets Kings on Saturday. So keep it here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Do you want to go to Ball Arena to watch the best player in the world play basketball in person? Yes, DeMar DeRozan and the Kings will be in town to take on the Nuggets. Oh, I think they meant Jokic. Anyway, we have tickets, and we're giving them away because it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and this hour's keyword is Don. D-O-N. N as in Nancy or Nate Kreckman, your best radio pal. Don. Text Don along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for 2 tickets to the Nuggets-Kings game on Saturday night. Don King.
Don
Andy.
King.
Only in America.
Did you ever do a Super Bowl appearance with him?
I never
Got
did.
him on an interview?
Yeah. Isn't that one where you just you hand him the headset and then he just yammers for 8 minutes?
He did, but the whole thing, I just remember, so it was when I was with Schlereth and Diaz Infante, and we were at the San Diego Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And it was just I was like, this is unbelievable, because he sits there, he walks around, everybody there in the Super Bowl, everyone's got a person, a PR guy that lines up the interview and all that stuff. So get it lined up. He comes over, he sits down. You can tell he's kind of over it. And he's holding 2 little American flags. And I'm like, oh my gosh, this guy going to talk? I go, hello, Mr. King, how are you? And he just gives me the minute the headset comes on. Oh, it's so great to watch. I'm on the D. I'm on stinking dock, and it's just automatic in America. And he just starts waving the flags. It was like someone turned on an animatronic from the Showbiz era. Remember Showbiz Pizza? That's what I felt like I was watching. And he's done, and it's like he literally shuts down, gets up, they walk him over to the next interview.
I've heard that same thing about Dick Vitale.
Yes.
That Vitale's Vitale be half asleep. And then, oh, it's awesome, baby. And he just it just goes on and on and on. Hey, you got the shtick, you got to do it. If it's Don King, you got to do the one-liners. Text Don along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for 2 tickets to the Nuggets-Kings game on Saturday night. Hey, while you're there, check out the beautiful City Edition collection. Grab the latest, hottest gear from the team store. You can always check it out at shopnuggets.com. That's shopnuggets.com, Andy. But that's how you get in on that.
My daughter wants an Aaron Gordon version of that jersey.
My kids are all about that. They were real disappointed when the team wasn't wearing them last night. We flipped the game on, and they're like, they're not wearing the cool new uniforms. No, they're just the boring white ones last night. By the way, speaking of injury reports and Aaron Gordon is listed as, in the latest injury report, probable to play tomorrow night at Houston in an NBA Cup matchup. His bilateral hamstring injury management is apparently getting better.
Are they going for this thing? Do they want some Emirates NBA Cup?
They can.
Do they want it in the building?
Everybody in this group is 1-1 so far on the year. And right now, by point differential, Denver is number 1 on the list. Now, the thing that we know about Group C, with the Nuggets getting ready to take on Houston, is Group C it's a tough group. One might even call it the group of death. But they can win this group of death, Andy. They can live. They can be the ones that lived in the group of death.
That's right.
That's right.
They are the kings of the Game of Thrones.
And the kings of Dawn.
Your vanquished skulls lay around us.
Text Dawn along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. And you are entered for 2 tickets to the Nuggets-Kings game on Saturday night. Got a fun audio clip here for you. So John Elway appeared, Andy.
He was on the After the Horn podcast, referring to Around the Horn with Woody Page, Tom Green, and Ron Zappolo on Guerrilla Sports.
There's some dudes right there.
Some Denver legends.
You know what? I never did a show with Tom Green. I've done a show with every other guy on that panel, Elway included. I've never done a show with Tom Green, but he's been a frequent guest on this show.
Is Zappolo's biggest flex that he was in South Park?
That's pretty strong.
Remember when they went to the house and it was Jay Cutler and Zappolo and Jake Jabs and Deal and Doug?
Local legend, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ron Zappolo. One of the, I mean, it's the most iconic Denver sports mustache, is it not? Who would you put above it? in terms of legendary
in Denver
sports stashes.
It's a Selikian type mustache.
Selekian.
A Tom Selikian mustache.
Iconic, I tell you. Iconic stash on that Ron Zappolo. So Woody, Zapp, and Tom Green are talking to John Elway, and it's time to stop being polite and start getting real about the end of the Tebow era in Denver. So they got asked about what it was like to move on from the beloved sycophant-inducing quarterback in Tim Tebow, because we know of what Tebow mania and what it was. Here was what John had to say on Guerrilla Sports.
Peyton Manning comes.
He was the savior. I knew, and I'm just telling you, I knew the only out from Tim Tebow. Peyton was the only out.
The perfect out,
yes,
too.
he was. Yeah, exactly. But if you think about it, they might have blown up Mile High, or blown up my house, or because we had to have an option. You can't win a first round of the playoffs.
This might be awkward for you to answer, but I always got the feeling that the reason the Broncos were able to get Peyton Manning is because a guy named John Elway was there, and that meant a lot to Peyton Manning. There was money, there was opportunity here, there, and other places. But I get the feeling you were the difference in getting him to commit to come here.
And we never really talked. He never came to me and told me exactly why he came here. Other than he thought it was best fit for him. And the thing is, and Peyton was, you guys know Peyton, and he's very thorough in anything he does. I think he went to Arizona, he went to Tennessee. The only team I was really worried about was Tennessee.
Miami.
Yeah.
He took a trip
in Miami, but the only one I was really worried about was Tennessee, because obviously he played college football there and whatnot. But, Peyton came in, and he was here for a couple of days, and, obviously hit it off with John Fox, who's easy to hit it off with because he's a real good guy, and then Mike McCoy. And I think Peyton knew coming in, talking to McCoy and what we're going to do offensively, that Peyton knew here we were going to do everything he wanted to do. And what he was used to doing.
Talking eye to you about being a Bronco and all that, I can imagine you could have sold it, very
went to Cherry. He came in, went to Cherry Hills, and sat up there and talked about it and all the different things and where I was and what our goals were, and it's trying to win championships.
Worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
They had a quality steak out there at the Cherry Hills Country Club.
Got a quality golf course.
It's one of the things he brought up in there is John Fox. And I do believe the presence of John Fox was very attractive to Peyton Manning for a couple of different reasons. Number one, John Fox was smart enough to be able to look at Peyton and say, yeah, you just do whatever you need to do. You're Peyton Manning. Like, you do that. Like, John Fox was smart enough to know this is the last guy on the planet I need to have an ego with. And so I think that was attractive. And then the other part of it, too, was, and Andy, we've talked to enough people that have experienced what it was like to be around him socially. John Fox was just a real good time.
Yeah, he enjoyed a couple of the old barley pops.
Yeah, and so Peyton, I think, he wanted to have a good time in the late stage of his football career. And he didn't want to be bothered with having to argue with anybody over an offense. That was a part of what made it so awkward with him and Kubiak when Kubes took over. But that also, in history will show, that was absolutely the right move. But in terms of why did Denver ultimately win the Peyton Manning sweepstakes? I do think the Elway presence was huge. I do think the John Fox presence was huge. I do think John Lynch helped push that thing across the finish line to get him here. I think playing with Demaryius Thomas, I think even Peyton was smart enough to know that's a special one right there. And that's what got it done.
Okay, I love that you brought that up. God, everyone's getting mad at me again for the second time today, but it's fine.
What are they going to get mad at you for?
Here's what I love about the answer that John gave. He said the bottom line. And you said it right there. From the people on the inside that I've talked to about this, of what finally crossed it over, he knew we will teach our receivers your passing tree and your passing plays.
Yeah.
They married it with the run game that was crafted by Mike McCoy. Then when McCoy left for San Diego in 2012, after the 2012 season, he and Gase got together and created what they called the NASCAR offense. So he knew he had carte blanche. He knew he wasn't going to have any. I don't even remember who the OC in Tennessee was.
Munchak was the head coach.
Munchak probably had a few more ideas about running the football than anything he was going to deal with here, right? So I do think John Fox, and from what I was told, Peyton Manning had great respect for the defensive mind of John Fox because he had gone up against him. John Fox had presented some looks that had presented him some problems that he had to solve. So there was respect right there. He was a good time.
He was also a really good football coach.
Yeah.
People forget that part of the John Fox experience, and I do think what's insane, Andy, is the guy was 4 for 4 in winning the AFC West when he was here, and yet if you were to do like an approval rating like we do for a politician, I bet you John Fox is not remembered all that favorably here in Denver.
People have anger about
because of 48.
No, well, not just 48, 2012, not. John Fox was the one that seemed to not want to try to let Peyton Manning, and I don't know where Manning felt about it, but a lot of people blame John Fox for them.
Oh, the 3rd and 7.
After the Flacco fling for not trying to get back into field goal range and letting Prater take another shot at a kick at the end of the game.
I will always, and I stand by this take, if Manning would have gone to John Fox and said, let's go for it, John Fox would have said, great. I think Peyton Manning was freezing his tuchus off and just wanted to get a coat on and get to overtime.
I think you're probably right. I don't deny it. I think everybody was in shock after what happened. And listen, people tend to forget that Prater missed in that direction to end the first half. Prater was not kicking well into, for whatever reason, he was kicking towards the south stands for those of you that don't remember, but he did not have a good ball going that way for whatever reason. So I don't think anybody thought it was worth it at the time. Plus, I think they really thought, we'll regroup. Let's go win this coin flip. Let's just go get it back, right? And it ended up, I think what really drove everybody nuts, wasn't it the Falcons the next day with, I think of all people, Jason Elam, like Matty Ice, Matt Ryan drove them like in 30 seconds and they won a playoff game.
Yeah.
If it wasn't the next day, it was the next week where they won the playoff game, kicking the long field goal that Denver refused to try to go for. But yes, John Fox was a good coach. And look, at the end of the day, from what I also understand, people forget this part too. John Elway you know why John Elway's presence mattered? Because he went to Peyton and said, here's your old contract from Indy. Here's your $20 million a year back or whatever it was. It was the chance to have control and make his money. And again, remember, we now hear the stories and the great reporting from what the Washington Post did years ago. And I think it wasn't Javala part of it, Nikki Javala, where they talked about the fact that Peyton Manning couldn't even grip a ball right. So not everybody was willing to give him his big fat contract back because they weren't even sure the guy was going to be able to grip the football right. The throwing sessions, by all account, did not go well. He was trying to get it figured out with Helton. I also think low-key, having his buddy Todd Helton here still playing for the Rockies probably added a little bit of familiarity.
Yeah.
But what I love is, listen, the fact that John Elway did it, I don't know that Peyton Manning gave 2 rips about it. And I love the fact that John Elway is authentic enough to go, don't put it all on me.
Sure.
I was just the manager guy. Now, I had a game plan. I had opinions. But, he didn't say, it's because I'd done it that I promised him we'd do it again.
He talked about how he needed Peyton to get out from under Tebow.
He did. And he was right.
And so
he wasn't even all the way right. There were still people upset.
2 stories about that really quickly. Number 1, Elway used to do a weekly radio hit with Vic and Gary. Vic Lombardi, our dude, and Gary Miller. Many of you remember Gary Miller, longtime Channel 4 sports guy. He and Vic did the sports together on Channel 4, and then they did a morning radio show. I tell Vic this all the time. It's my favorite Denver sports radio show of all time. Those guys were so good and so loose, and it was just the goofiest damn radio show, and I loved it.
From Vic's basement.
Yes, and I was on right after those guys. I came on at 9:00 right when they finished up, and they were both they were great. And they had Elway every week. It was the weekly John Elway radio show, and it was after, I don't know if it was the Jets game or the Charger. I don't know. I don't remember which one it was. But Gary Miller asked John Elway on a Monday morning, point blank, about Tebow. Well, John, do you think you have your quarterback of the future? And John Elway said, and I quote, no. And that clip got played everywhere in the world for the rest of the season. And this is the early days of Twitter, okay? That night, I went on Twitter and I searched for anybody that was writing to @John Elway. And like, Andy, like pages of people with, and their profile pic is like Bronco logos or them in a Broncos hat. These are clearly Broncos fans that adore John Elway. And it was just, F you, Elway, you suck. You don't know what you're talking about. Tebow's the great. And it was like all of these tweets. And so I sat there and I just started retweeting all of them. This is the Wild West early days of Twitter. And like, I got aggregated by a bunch of different, like Pro Football Talk picked it up, like Yahoo picked it up. All these sites picked up because I was just like amplifying all of it of like, hey, look at what Broncos fans are saying to John Elway right now. And it became this huge thing. But that's what it was like. Like the people that worshipped the Duke were turning on him.
Yep.
Because of his lack of belief, by the way, in a guy that couldn't play football. And that was what was going down at the time. The other part of that was, here's the other thing, is later in that football season, Vic and Gary, after a dispute with ownership, got fired from their radio show. And so the contract with John Elway had to go to the end of the year. And so I was doing afternoons with CJ at the time, and our boss said, hey, we still have to do this John Elway interview, so you and CJ and Nate, you guys have to come in at 8 o'clock in the morning every Monday and tape this interview with John Elway. And we had to do this for like the last 6 weeks of the season. And so one of those weeks, CJ, who I love, CJ just point blank asked him like, hey, man, Peyton Manning's out with an injury right now in Indianapolis. If they cut him loose and draft Andrew Luck, you have any interest in Peyton Manning? Now, John Elway's not allowed to answer this question. That's called tampering because Peyton Manning was under contract with Indianapolis at the time.
And John's the GM of the Broncos.
But John Elway said to us, if Peyton Manning is available, I am absolutely interested in Peyton Manning. I would love to have Peyton Manning. Well, here's the tricky part. We were taping that interview. It wasn't live. And so the moment the interview ended, phone rings and Broncos PR goes, you have to cut that out of the interview immediately. And the management that I worked for at the time was like, well,
yes, we do.
This is the only way I get to keep having John on every week, so we have to cut this out of the interview. So we didn't air a piece of audio that had John Elway violating NFL rules about how badly he wanted Peyton Manning. But the thing is we knew the whole time. So that the rest of that year, me and CJ were just like, I think John Elway might want Peyton Manning. I don't know. I'm not basing this on anything. I think he might want him. I think he could be interested. I don't think Tebow has a future here. I don't think Tebow's the quarterback of the future. I think he wants Peyton Manning. If I were him, I'd go get Peyton Manning. Because John Elway admitted it to us at 8 o'clock on a Monday morning.
And 1,000 texts follow. We had it happen where, because I knew John had talked to Schefter. Schefter comes on KOA and he goes, why not the Broncos go after him? You're just like, oh, here we go.
Here we go. Here we go. And they got him. And
they got him, and the rest is history.
They went to 2 Super Bowls, and they won one.
It was an incredible. You realize Chris Harris told me one time in 2016, he goes, Andy, you know I've never lost this division. And I'm like, well, you're about to.
Savor the flavor, my friend.
That's right.
It's over. And it has been over until this year when Sean Payton and the Broncos get it done. Hey, you want to go to Ball to watch the Nuggets and Kings on Saturday night? Have a ball at Ball? Well, then text the keyword DON, D-O-N, to 303-504-0925. That enters you for 2 tickets to the Nuggets-Kings game on Saturday night. While you're there, check out the beautiful City Edition collection. Grab the latest jerseys at Altitude Authentics. Get in there. Again, to win tickets to Saturday's game against Sacramento, the word is Don, D-O-N, as in Don King. Get it? That's the connection. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. 0925. We'll announce a winner at 5:55. Donner McGahee coming up here on the other side, and he's going to talk to us about the Avalanche and the Rangers coming up tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, big Avs game tonight. You want to go to an Avs game? Do you want to go watch an Avalanche game in a catered suite? Do you want to go watch an Avalanche Canadiens game in a cronky catered suite? Well, you can do it simply by signing up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. One of our lucky listeners that has signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's Roller Auctions website. That's where you can bid on all of Roller Auctions' great upcoming auctions, roller.bid/altitude. You will be entered to win tickets for the November 29th Avalanche Canadiens game out at Ball Arena. So get yourself signed up right now, roller.bid/altitude. And this is the best week to get in because starting next week, it's the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Amazing prices on well-maintained used county, city, fleet vehicles for almost 50 years. Roller Auction has been the industry leader. If you were looking for a great deal on a well-maintained used automobile, you can't do much better than this. Get to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up right now.
McKinnon throws a hit. Now Natchez intercepts. He'll try it this time, you betcha! Learned his lesson. And Marty Nachos pours on the cheese and seals the deal for Colorado. It's a 2-goal lead with 34.8 seconds to go in the third.
Yeah, we got the Avalanche and the Rangers coming up tonight. The Avs will put their 6-game win streak, 10-game point streak on the line this evening against New York. Joining us right now from Ball Arena, getting set to call the action of this one with the Avalanche taking on the Rangers. It's our pal, Connor McGahey. Connor, how you doing, man?
Good, boys. How are you?
We are doing quite well.
That's lovely.
This Avalanche thing... These guys are...
What is that Avalanche thing that
They're
you do?
really friggin' good,
yes.
Connor. Right now, okay, like, obviously the core of this team, the McKinnon, McCarr, Taves, we'll even call it Landeskog because he's been the captain the whole time, Lekin, and this group, they've been together. As you now have a healthy sample size of this hockey season, what's different and what's better about this particular 25-26 edition?
This 25-26 edition, fellas, is tough to play against. 5-on-5, far and away. Use whatever metric you want. If you're big into analytics, we got that for you. The Avalanche are the best 5-on-5 team in hockey by a million miles. You're talking about fewest goals allowed, the most goals for, and even my poor math would turn that into being the best team in the National Hockey League. So you're getting the goaltending, you're getting the commitment to defend, and you're getting production from everybody, really. As you mentioned, 8-0-2 since the lone blip in Boston. It's been 26 days since the only regulation loss of the season. They've outscored the opposition 31-12 in the 6-game win streak, and last year they had 2 6-game winning streaks. They're looking for their longest since they won 9 in a row back in March of 22. That sort of worked out okay, what happened after that. But if they win tonight, they will be the 4th team in NHL history to just have 1 regulation loss through 20 games played. The last team to do that, Nate, was your Chicago Blackhawks in 2012-13, where they went on to win the Stanley Cup after that. So this is frankly a historic start to the season for Colorado here. And, you know, the personnel that you've mentioned, I go back to last spring in the Dallas Stars, the way that I went back to the Vegas series in 2021. The loss to Vegas fueled the Cup run in 2022. I get the same feeling that the loss to Dallas last spring is fueling the Colorado Avalanche this season. A lot of similarities there.
By the way, speaking to their greatness, and I'm ashamed I haven't even looked this up until today, until literally just now. By point percentage.
Yes.
Like percentage of available points that you have earned, this is right now the 5th best team in NHL history.
Correct. They have an 816 percentage right now. So that means that you're getting points roughly out of 81.6% of your games,
right,
which is insane.
And like the some of the other teams on this list, the Depression-era Boston Bruins and the World War II-era Montreal Canadiens. Like there was a great 70s Canadiens team, and then actually the Boston team from a couple of years ago.
Listen, they're no Cleveland Spiders, but we'll take it.
But then again, who is,
yeah,
Andy, right?
Who is? You know, again, these are, you bring up some of these eras, and I wonder how they got to games with each other. Horse and wagon, what do we do? That's a lot of hockey gear to
but
take
no,
on
they
the wagon.
literally traveled on trains together.
Trains, yeah.
It's wacky to hear those stories of like, we're basically a car apart after basically almost murdering each other the night before in Montreal.
Why does the Wedgwood-Blackwood dynamic work with this team?
It works because both guys are unselfish and they believe in winning more than just my minutes or my games or my starts. Down low, I think everybody wants to play, and Scott Wedgwood has admitted that he views himself as the number 1 goaltender. Well, right now he's playing as the number 1 goaltender, and his former teammate in New Jersey, Mackenzie Blackwood, is there to back him up because he understands that the two circumstances of both of them are not equal, right? I mean, Blackwood has played 3 games in over 200 days, and Scott Wedgwood went through all of camp, went through the summertime as part of the unofficial workouts and the preseason and all of that, and he has done the progression like a starter would. Blackwood knows that he could not do that because of his off-season procedure, but he is there to support his teammate. Wedgwood would do the same and has done the same when Blackwood has been the number one guy in the playoffs. Last year is a prime example. So it's not like you have this little miniature battle going on between your goaltenders. You actually have two friends, two guys who have played on multiple teams together who are there to support each other no matter who is starting on any particular night.
All right, I ask you this question. It's going to come out of left field, but work with me.
I love those.
You're around Jared Bednar more than anybody in the media because you do all the games. And Coach felt a little different to me this year, and it was cemented. He had a very cold answer, but I loved it when he was asked about, what does Mackenzie Blackwood have to do? And basically he said, look, It's not my problem. The other guy's playing great. At the end of the day, and it was just very direct, and he wasn't trying to be a jerk, but he's like, it's not my fault that the other guy is so hot. Is Coach different this year? Is there something different?